Chapter 6. Draco's Detour. Harry remained within the confines of the Burrows' garden over the next few weeks. He spent most of his days playing two-a-side Quidditch in the Weasleys' orchard, he and Hermione against Ron and Ginny. Hermione was dreadful and Ginny good, so they were reasonably well matched, and his evenings eating triple helpings of everything Mrs. Weasley put in front of him. It would have been a happy, peaceful holiday had it not been for the stories of disappearances, odd accidents, even of deaths now appearing almost daily in the Prophet. Sometimes Bill and Mr. Weasley brought him news before it even reached the paper. To Mrs. Weasley's displeasure, Harry's 16th birthday celebrations were marred by grisly tidings brought to the party by Remus Lupin, who was looking gaunt and grim, his brown hair streaked liberally with grey, his clothes more ragged and patched than ever. "There have been another couple of Dementor attacks," he announced, as Mrs. Weasley passed him a large slice of birthday cake, "and they found Igor Karkaroff's body in a shack up north. The dark mark had been set over it. Well, frankly, I'm surprised he stayed alive for even a year after deserting the Death Eaters. Sirius's brother Regulus only managed a few days as far as I can remember." "Yes, well," said Mrs. Weasley, frowning, "perhaps we should talk about something Did you hear about Florian Fortescue, Remus?" asked Bill, who was being plied with wine by Fleur. "The man who ran—" "The ice cream place in Diagon Alley," Harry interrupted with an unpleasant, hollow sensation in the pit of his stomach. "He used to give me free ice creams. What's happened to him?" "Dragged off, by the look of his place." "Why?" asked Ron, while Mrs. Weasley pointedly glared at Bill. "Who knows? He must have upset them somehow. He was a good man, Florian." "Talking of Diagon Alley," said Mr. Weasley, "looks like Ollivander's gone too." "The wand maker?" said Ginny, looking startled. "That's the one. Shop's empty, no sign of a struggle. No one knows whether he left voluntarily or was kidnapped." "But wands? What do people do for wands?" "They'll make do with other makers," said Lupin, "but Ollivander was the best, and if the other side have got him, it's not so good for us." The day after this rather gloomy birthday tea, their letters and book lists arrived from Hogwarts. Harry's included a surprise. He had been made Quidditch captain. "That gives you equal status with prefects," cried Hermione happily. "You can use our special bathroom now, and everything." "Wow, I remember when Charlie wore one of those," said Ron, examining the badge with glee. "Harry, this is so cool. You're my captain. If you let me back on the team, I suppose." "Well, I don't suppose we can put off a trip to Diagon Alley much longer now you've got these," sighed Mrs. Weasley, looking down Ron's book list. "We'll go on Saturday, as long as your father doesn't have to go into work again. I'm not going there without him." "Mum, do you honestly think you know who's going to be hiding behind a bookshelf in Flourish and Blot?" sniggered Ron. "Fortescue and Ollivander went on holiday, did they?" said Mrs. Weasley, firing up at once. "If you think security's a laughing matter, you can stay behind and I'll get your things myself." "No, I want to come. I want to see Fred and George's shop," said Ron hastily. "Then you just buck up your ideas, young man, before I decide you're too immature to come with us," said Mrs. Weasley angrily, snatching up her clock, all 9 hands of which were still pointing at mortal peril, and balancing it on top of a pile of just laundered towels. "And that goes for returning to Hogwarts as well." Ron turned to stare incredulously at Harry as his mother hoisted the laundry basket and the teetering clock into her arms and stormed out of the room. "Blimey, can't even make a joke around here anymore." But Ron was careful not to be flippant about Voldemort over the next few days. Saturday dawned without any more outbursts from Mrs. Weasley, though she seemed very tense at breakfast. Bill, who would be staying at home with Fleur, much to Hermione and Ginny's pleasure, passed a full money bag across the table to Harry. "Where's mine?" demanded Ron at once, his eyes wide. "That's already Harry's, idiot," said Bill. "I got it out of your vault for you, Harry, because it's taking about 5 hours for the public to get their gold at the moment. The goblins have tightened security so much. 2 days ago, Archie Philpott had a probity probe stuck up his well. Trust me, this way's easier." "Thanks, Bill," said Harry, pocketing his gold. "He is always so thoughtful," purred Fleur adoringly, stroking Bill's nose. Ginny mimed vomiting into her cereal behind Fleur. Harry choked over his cornflakes and Ron thumped him on the back. It was an overcast, murky day, One of the special Ministry of Magic cars, in which Harry had ridden once before, was awaiting them in the front yard when they emerged from the house pulling on their cloaks. "It's good Dad can get us these again," said Ron appreciatively, stretching luxuriously as the car moved smoothly away from the burrow, Bill and Fleur waving from the kitchen window. He, Harry, Hermione and Ginny were all sitting in roomy comfort in the wide back seat. "Don't get used to it. It's only because of Harry," said Mr. Weasley over his shoulder. He and Mrs. Weasley were in front with the ministry driver. The front passenger seat had obligingly stretched into what resembled a two-seater sofa. "He's been given top-grade security status and will be joining up with additional security at the Leaky Cauldron, too." Harry said nothing. He did not much fancy doing his shopping while surrounded by a battalion of Aurors. He had stowed his invisibility cloak in his backpack and felt that if that was good enough for Dumbledore, it ought to be good enough for the Ministry. Though, now he came to think of it, he was not sure the Ministry knew about his cloak. "Here you are, then," said a driver a surprisingly short while later, speaking for the first time as he slowed in Charing Cross Road and stopped outside the Leaky Cauldron. "I'm to wait for you. Any idea how long you'll be?" "Couple of hours, I expect," said Mr. Weasley. "Ah, good. He's here." Harry imitated Mr. Weasley and peered through the window. His heart leapt. There were no Aurors waiting outside the inn, but instead the gigantic, black-bearded form of Rubeus Hagrid, the Hogwarts gamekeeper, wearing a long beaver-skin coat, beaming at the sight of Harry's face and oblivious to the startled stares of passing muggles. "Harry!" he boomed, sweeping Harry into a bone-crushing hug the moment Harry had stepped out of the car. "Buckbeak! Witherwings, I mean. Yeah, you should have seen him. Harry, he's so happy to be back in the open air." "Glad he's pleased," said Harry, grinning as he massaged his ribs. "We didn't know security meant you." "I know, just like old times, innit? See, the Ministry wanted to send a bunch of Aurors, but Dumbledore said I'd do," said Hagrid proudly, throwing out his chest and tucking his thumbs into his pockets. "Let's get going then. After you, Molly. Arthur." The Leaky Cauldron was, for the first time in Harry's memory, completely empty. Only Tom, the landlord, wizened and toothless, remained of the old crowd. He looked up hopefully as they entered, but before he could speak, Hagrid said importantly, "Just passing through today. Tom, sure you understand? Hogwarts business, you know." Tom nodded gloomily and returned to wiping glasses. Harry, Hermione, Hagrid and the Weasleys walked through the bar and out into the chilly little courtyard at the back where the dustbin stood. Hagrid raised his pink umbrella and rapped a certain brick in the wall, which opened at once to form an archway onto a winding cobbled street. They stepped through the entrance and paused, looking around. Diagon Alley had changed. The colourful, glittering window displays of spellbooks, potion ingredients and cauldrons were lost to view, hidden behind the large Ministry of Magic posters that had been posted over them. Most of these sombre purple posters carried blown-up versions of the security advice on the Ministry pamphlets that had been sent out over the summer, but others bore moving black-and-white photographs of Death Eaters known to be on the loose. Bellatrix Lestrange was sneering from the front of the nearest apothecary. A few windows were boarded up, including those of Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlour. On the other hand, a number of shabby-looking stalls had sprung up along the street. The nearest one, which had been erected outside Flourish and Blots under a striped, stained awning, had a cardboard sign pinned to its front. "Amulets, effective against werewolves, dementors, and inferi." A seedy-looking wizard was rattling armfuls of silver symbols on chains at passers-by. "One for your little girl, madam," he called at Mrs. Weasley as they passed, leering at Ginny. "Protect her pretty neck." "If I were on duty," said Mr. Weasley, glaring angrily at the amulet seller. "Yes, but don't go arresting anyone, dear. We're in a hurry," said Mrs. Weasley, nervously consulting her list. "I think we'd better do Madame Malkin's first. Hermione wants new dress robes, and Ron's showing much too much ankle in his school robes. And you must need new ones too, Harry. You've grown so much. Come on, everyone." "Molly, it doesn't make sense for us all to go to Madame Malkin's," said Mr. Weasley. "Why don't those three go with Hagrid, and we can go to Flourish and Blots and get everyone's school books?" "I don't know," said Mrs. Weasley anxiously, clearly torn between a desire to finish the shopping quickly and the wish to stick together in a pack. "Hagrid, do you think—" "Don't fret, they'll be fine with me, Molly," said Hagrid soothingly, waving an airy hand the size of a dustbin lid. Mrs. Weasley did not look entirely convinced, but followed and allowed their separation, scurrying off towards Flourish and Blotts with her husband and Ginny, while Harry, Ron, Hermione and Hagrid set off for Madame Malkin's. Harry noticed that many of the people who passed them had the same harried, anxious look as Mrs. Weasley, and that nobody was stopping to talk any more. The shoppers stayed together in their own tightly knit groups, moving intently about their business. Nobody seemed to be shopping alone. "Might be a bit of a squeeze in there, with all of us," said Hagrid, stopping outside Madame Malkin's and bending down to peer through the window. "I'll stand guard outside, all right?" So Harry, Ron and Hermione entered the little shop together. It appeared at first glance to be empty, but no sooner had the door swung shut behind them than they heard a familiar voice issuing from behind a rack of dress robes in spangled green and blue. "Not a child? In case you haven't noticed, Mother, I am perfectly capable of doing my shopping alone." There was a clucking noise, and a voice Harry recognised as that of Madame Malkin said, "Now, dear, your mother's quite right. None of us is supposed to be wandering around on our own any more. It's nothing to do with being a child. Watch where you're sticking that pin, will you?" A teenage boy with a pale, pointed face and white blonde hair appeared from behind the rack, wearing a handsome set of dark green robes that glittered with pins around the hem on the edges of the sleeves. He strode to the mirror and examined himself. It was a few moments before he noticed Harry, Ron and Hermione reflected over his shoulder. His light grey eyes narrowed. "If you're wondering what the smell is, Mother, a mudblood just walked in," said Draco Malfoy. "I don't think there's any need for language like that," said Madame Malkin, scurrying out from behind the clothes rack, but holding a tape measure and a wand. "And I don't want wands drawn in my shop either," she added hastily, for a glance towards the door had shown her Harry and Ron both standing there with their wands out and pointing at Malfoy. Hermione, who was standing slightly behind them, whispered, "No, don't, honestly, it's not worth it." "Yeah, like you dare do magic out of school," sneered Malfoy. "Who blacked your eye, Granger? I want to send them flowers." "That's quite enough," said Madame Malkin sharply, looking over her shoulder for support. "Madam, please." Narcissa Malfoy strolled out from behind the clothes rack. "Put those away," she said coldly to Harry and Ron. "If you attack my son again, I shall ensure that it is the last thing you ever do." "Really?" said Harry, taking a step forwards and gazing into the smoothly arrogant face that for all its pallor still resembled her sister's. He was as tall as she was now. "Going to get a few Death Eater pals to do us in, are you?" Madame Malkin squealed and clutched at her heart. "Really, you shouldn't accuse. Dangerous thing to say. Wands away, please." But Harry did not lower his wand. Narcissa Malfoy smiled unpleasantly. "I see that being Dumbledore's favourite has given you a false sense of security, Harry Potter. But Dumbledore won't always be there to protect you." Harry looked mockingly all around the shop. "Wow, look at that. He's not here now, so why not have a go? They might be able to find you a double cell in Azkaban with your loser of a husband." Malfoy made an angry movement towards Harry, but stumbled over his overlong robe. Ron laughed loudly. "Don't you dare talk to my mother like that, Potter," Malfoy snarled. "It's all right, Draco," said Narcissa, restraining him with her thin white fingers upon his shoulder. "I expect Potter will be reunited with dear Sirius before I am reunited with Lucius." Harry raised his wand higher. "Harry, no," moaned Hermione, grabbing his arm and attempting to push it down by his side. "Think, you mustn't. You'll be in such trouble." Madame Malkin dithered for a moment on the spot, then seemed to decide to act as though nothing was happening, in the hope that it wouldn't. She bent towards Malfoy, who was still glaring at Harry. "I think this left sleeve could come up a little bit more, dear. Let me just—" "Ouch!" bellowed Malfoy, slapping her hand away. "Watch where you're putting your pins, woman. Mother, I don't think I want these any more." He pulled the robes over his head and threw them onto the floor at Madame Malkin's feet. "You're right, Draco," said Narcissa, with a contemptuous glance at Hermione. "Now I know the kind of scum that shops here will do better at Twilfit and Tattings." And with that, the pair of them strode out of the shop, Malfoy taking care to bang as hard as he could into Ron on the way out. "Well, Really, said Madame Malkin, snatching up the fallen robes and moving the tip of her wand over them like a vacuum cleaner so that it removed the dust. She was distracted all through the fitting of Ron and Harry's new robes, tried to sell Hermione wizards' dress robes instead of witches', and when she finally bowed them out of the shop, it was with an air of being glad to see the back of them. "Got everything?" asked Hagrid brightly when they reappeared at his side. "Just about," said Harry. "Did you see the Malfoys?" "Yeah," said Hagrid, unconcerned, "but they wouldn't dare make trouble in the middle of Diagon Alley. Harry, don't you worry about them." Harry, Ron and Hermione exchanged looks, but before they could disabuse Hagrid of this comfortable notion, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley and Ginny appeared, all clutching heavy packages of books. "Everyone all right?" said Mrs. Weasley. "Got your robes? Right then, we can pop in at the apothecary and Elop's on the way to Fred and George's. Stick close, now." Neither Harry nor Ron bought any ingredients at the apothecary, seeing that they were no longer studying potions, but both bought large boxes of owl nuts for Hedwig and Pigwidgeon at Elop's Owl Emporium. Then, with Mrs. Weasley checking her watch every minute or so, they headed further along the street in search of Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, the joke shop run by Fred and George. "We really haven't got too long," Mrs. Weasley said, "so we'll just have a quick look around and then back to the car. We must be close. That's number 92. 94. "Whoa," said Ron, stopping in his tracks. Set against the dull, poster-muffled shop fronts around them, Fred and George's windows hit the eye like a firework display. Casual passers-by were looking back over their shoulders at the windows, and a few rather stunned-looking people had actually come to a halt, transfixed. The left-hand window was dazzlingly full of an assortment of goods that revolved, popped, flashed, bounced and shrieked. Harry's eyes began to water just looking at it. The right-hand window was covered with a gigantic poster, purple like those of the Ministry, but emblazoned with flashing yellow letters. "Why are you worrying about you-know-who? You should be worrying about you-know-poo, the constipation sensation that's gripping the nation." Harry started to laugh. He heard a weak sort of moan beside him and looked around to see Mrs. Weasley gazing, dumbfounded at the poster. Her lips moved, silently mouthing the name, You-know-poo. "They'll be murdered in their beds," she whispered. "No, they won't," said Ron, who, like Harry, was laughing. "This is brilliant." And he and Harry led the way into the shop. It was packed with customers. Harry could not get near the shelves. He stared around, looking up at the boxes piled to the ceiling. Here were the skiving snack boxes that the twins had perfected during their last unfinished year at Hogwarts. Harry noticed that the nosebleed nougat was most popular, with only one battered box left on the shelf. There were bins full of trick wands, the cheapest merely turning into rubber chickens or pairs of pants when they waved, the most expensive beating the unwary user around the head and neck, boxes of quills, which came in self-inking, spell-checking and smart answer varieties. A space cleared in the crowd, and Harry pushed his way towards the counter, where a gaggle of delighted 10-year-olds was watching a tiny little wooden man slowly ascending the steps to a real set of gallows, both perched on the box that read, "Reusable Hangman. Spell it, or he'll swing. Patented Daydream Charms." Hermione had managed to squeeze through to a large display near the counter and was reading the information on the back of a box bearing a highly coloured picture of a handsome youth and a swooning girl who was standing on the deck of a pirate ship. "One simple incantation, and you will enter a top-quality, highly realistic, 30-minute daydream, easy to fit into the average school lesson and virtually undetectable. Side effects include vacant expression and minor drooling. Not for sale to under 16s. "You know," said Hermione, looking up at Harry, "that really is extraordinary magic." "For that, Hermione," said a voice behind them, "you can have one for free." A beaming Fred stood before them, wearing a set of magenta robes that clashed magnificently with his flaming hair. "How are you, Harry?" They shook hands. "And what's happened to your eye, Hermione?" "Your punching telescope," she said ruefully. "Oh, blimey, I forgot about those," said Fred. "Here." He pulled a tub out of his pocket and handed it to her. She unscrewed it gingerly to reveal a thick yellow paste. "Just dab it on. That bruise will be gone within an hour, said Fred. We had to find a decent bruise remover. We're testing most of our products on ourselves. Hermione looked nervous. It is safe, isn't it? Of course it is, said Fred bracingly. Come on, Harry. I'll give you a tour. Harry left Hermione dabbing her black eye with paste and followed Fred towards the back of the shop, where he saw a stand of card and rope tricks. Muggle magic tricks, said Fred happily, pointing them out. For freaks like Dad, you know, who love Muggle stuff. It's not a big earner, but we do fairly steady business. They're great novelties. Oh, here's George. Fred's twin shook Harry's hand energetically. Giving him the tour? Oh, come through to the back, Harry. That's where we're making the real money. Pocket anything, you, and you'll pay in more than galleons, he added warningly to a small boy who hastily whipped his hand out of the tub labelled Edible Dark Marks. They'll make anyone sick. George pushed back a curtain beside the Muggle tricks, and Harry saw a darker, less crowded room. The packaging on the products lining these shelves was more subdued. We've just developed this more serious line, said Fred. Funny how it happened. You wouldn't believe how many people, even people who work at the Ministry, can't do a decent shield charm, said George. Of course, they didn't have you teaching them, Harry. That's right. Well, we thought shield hats were a bit of a laugh. You know, challenge your mate to jinx you while wearing it, and watch his face while the jinx just bounces off. But the Ministry bought 500 for all its support staff, and we're still getting massive orders. So, we've expanded into a range of shield cloaks, shield gloves. I mean, they wouldn't help much against the unforgivable curses, but for minor to moderate hexes or jinxes. And then we thought we'd get the whole area of defence against the dark arts, because it's such a money spinner, continued George enthusiastically. This is cool, look. Instant darkness powder. We're importing it from Peru. Handy if you want to make a quick escape. And our decoy detonators are just walking off the shelves, look, said Fred, pointing at a number of weird-looking black hooter-type objects that were indeed attempting to scurry out of sight. You just drop one surreptitiously, and it'll run off and make a nice loud noise out of sight, giving you a diversion if you need one. Handy, said Harry, impressed. Here, said George, catching a couple and throwing them to Harry. A young witch with short blonde hair poked her head around the curtain. Harry saw that she too was wearing a magenta staff robe. There's a customer out here looking for a joke cauldron. Mr. Weasley and Mr. Weasley, she said. Harry found it very odd to hear Fred and George called Mr. Weasley, but they took it in their stride. Right you are, Verity. I'm coming, said George promptly. Harry, you help yourself to anything you want, all right? No charge. I can't do that, said Harry, who had already pulled out his money bag to pay for the decoy detonators. You don't pay here, said Fred firmly, waving away Harry's gold. But you gave us our start-up loan. We haven't forgotten, said George sternly. Take whatever you like. And just remember to tell people where you got it, if they ask. George swept off through the curtain to help with the customers, and Fred led Harry back into the main part of the shop to find Hermione and Ginny still poring over the patented Daydream charms. Haven't you girls found our special Wonder Witch products yet? Asked Fred. Follow me, ladies. Near the window was an array of violently pink products, around which a cluster of excited girls was giggling enthusiastically. Hermione and Ginny both hung back, looking wary. There you go, said Fred proudly. Best range of love potions you'll find anywhere. Ginny raised an eyebrow sceptically. Do they work? Certainly they work for up to 24 hours at a time, depending on the weight of the boy in question. And the attractiveness of the girl, said George, reappearing suddenly at their side. But we're not selling them to our sister, he added, becoming suddenly stern. Not when she's already got about 5 boys on the go from what we've... Whatever you've heard from Ron is a big fat lie, said Ginny calmly, leaning forwards to take a small pink pot off the shelf. What's this? Guaranteed 10-second pimple vanisher, said Fred. Excellent on everything from boils to blackheads. But don't change the subject. Are you, or are you not, currently going out with a boy called Dean Thomas? Yes, I am, said Ginny. And last time I looked, he was definitely 1 boy, not 5. What are these? She was pointing at a number of round balls of fluff in shades of pink and purple, all rolling around the bottom of a cage and emitting high-pitched squeaks. Pygmy puffs, said George. Miniature puffskins. We can't breed them fast enough, so... What about Michael Corner?" "I dumped him. He was a bad loser," said Ginny, putting a finger through the bars of the cage and watching the pygmy puffs crowd around it. "They're really cute." "They're fairly cuddly, yes," conceded Fred, "but you're moving through boyfriends a bit fast, aren't you?" Ginny turned to look at him, her hands on her hips. There was such a Mrs. Weasley glare on her face that Harry was surprised Fred didn't recoil. "It's none of your business. And I'll thank you," she added angrily to Ron, who had just appeared at George's elbow, laden with merchandise, "not to tell tales about me to these two." "That's 3 galleons, 9 sickles and a nut," said Fred, examining the many boxes in Ron's arms. "Cough up. I'm your brother. And that's our stuff you're nicking. 3 galleons, 9 sickles. I'll knock off the nut." "But I haven't got 3 galleons, 9 sickles." "You'd better put it all back then. And mind you put it in the right shelves." Ron dropped several boxes, swore, and made a rude hand gesture at Fred that was unfortunately spotted by Mrs. Weasley, who had chosen that moment to appear. "If I see you do that again, I'll jinx your fingers together," she said sharply. "Mum, can I have a pygmy puff?" said Ginny at once. "A what?" said Mrs. Weasley warily. "Look, they're so sweet." Mrs. Weasley moved aside to look at the pygmy puffs, and Harry, Ron and Hermione momentarily had an unimpeded view out of the window. Draco Malfoy was hurrying up the street alone. As he passed Weasley's wizard wheezes, he glanced over his shoulder. Seconds later, he moved beyond the scope of the window, and they lost sight of him. "Wonder where his mummy is," said Harry, frowning. "Giving her the slip by the looks of it," said Ron. "Why, though?" said Hermione. Harry said nothing. He was thinking too hard. Narcissa Malfoy would not have let her precious son out of her sight willingly. Malfoy must have made a real effort to free himself from her clutches. Harry, knowing and loathing Malfoy, was sure the reason could not be innocent. He glanced around. Mrs. Weasley and Ginny were bending over the pygmy puffs. Mr. Weasley was delightedly examining a pack of muggle-marked playing cards. Fred and George were both helping customers. On the other side of the glass, Hagrid was standing with his back to them, looking up and down the street. "Get under here quick," said Harry, pulling his invisibility cloak out of his bag. "Oh, I don't know, Harry," said Hermione, looking uncertainly towards Mrs. Weasley. "Come on," said Ron. She hesitated for a second longer, then ducked under the cloak with Harry and Ron. Nobody noticed them vanish. They were all too interested in Fred and George's products. Harry, Ron and Hermione squeezed their way out of the door as quickly as they could, but by the time they gained the street, Malfoy had disappeared just as successfully as they had. "He was going in that direction," murmured Harry, as quietly as possible, so that the humming Hagrid could not hear them. "Come on." They scurried along, peering left and right, through shop windows and doors, until Hermione pointed ahead. "That's him, isn't it?" she whispered, "turning left." "Big surprise," whispered Ron, for Malfoy had glanced around, then slid into Knockturn Alley and out of sight. "Quick, or we'll lose him," said Harry, speeding up. "Our feet will be seen," said Hermione anxiously, as the cloak flapped a little around their ankles. It was much more difficult hiding all 3 of them under it nowadays. "It doesn't matter," said Harry impatiently. "Just hurry." But Knockturn Alley, the side street devoted to the dark arts, looked completely deserted. They peered into windows as they passed, but none of the shops seemed to have any customers at all. Harry supposed it was a bit of a giveaway in these dangerous and suspicious times to buy dark artefacts, or at least to be seen buying them. Hermione gave his arm a hard pinch. "Ouch! Shh! Look! He's in there!" she breathed in Harry's ear. They had drawn level with the only shop in Knockturn Alley that Harry had ever visited, Borgin and Burke's, which sold a wide variety of sinister objects. There, in the midst of the cases full of skulls and old bottles, stood Draco Malfoy, with his back to them, just visible beyond the very same large black cabinet in which Harry had once hidden to avoid Malfoy and his father. Judging by the movements of Malfoy's hands, he was talking animatedly. The proprietor of the shop, Mr. Borgin, an oily-haired, stooping man, stood facing Malfoy. He was wearing a curious expression of mingled resentment and fear. "If only we could hear what they're saying," said Hermione. "We can," said Ron excitedly. "Hang on. Damn!" He dropped a couple more of the boxes. he was still clutching as he fumbled with the largest. "Extendable ears, look!" "Fantastic," said Hermione, as Ron unravelled the long, flesh-coloured strings and began to feed them towards the bottom of the door. "Oh, I hope the door isn't imperturbable." "No," said Ron gleefully. "Listen." They put their hands together and listened intently to the ends of the strings, through which Malfoy's voice could be heard loud and clear, as though a radio had been turned on. "You know how to fix it?" "Possibly," said Borgin in a tone that suggested he was unwilling to commit himself. "I'll need to see it, though. Why don't you bring it into the shop?" "I can't," said Malfoy. "It's got to stay put. I just need you to tell me how to do it." Harry saw Borgin lick his lips nervously. "Well, without seeing it, I must say it will be a very difficult job, perhaps impossible. I couldn't guarantee anything." "No?" said Malfoy, and Harry knew, just by his tone, that Malfoy was sneering. "Perhaps this will make you more confident." He moved towards Borgin and was blocked from view by the cabinet. Harry, Ron and Hermione shuffled sideways to try and keep him in sight, but all they could see was Borgin, looking very frightened. "Tell anyone," said Malfoy, "and there will be retribution. You know Fenrir Greyback. He's a family friend. He'll be dropping in from time to make sure you're giving the problem your full attention." "There will be no need for—" "I'll decide that," said Malfoy. "Well, I'd better be off. And don't forget to keep that one safe. I'll need it." "Perhaps you'd like to take it now?" "No, of course I wouldn't, you stupid little man. How would I look carrying that down the street? Just don't sell it." Of course not, sir." Borgin made a bow, as deep as the one Harry had once seen him give Lucius Malfoy. "Not a word to anyone, Borgin, and that includes my mother. Understand?" Naturally, murmured Borgin, bowing again. Next moment the bell over the door tinkled loudly as Malfoy stalked out of the shop, looking very pleased with himself. He passed so close to Harry, Ron and Hermione that they felt the cloak flutter around their knees again. Inside the shop, Borgin remained frozen. His unctuous smile had vanished. He looked worried. "What was that about?" whispered Ron, reeling in the extendable ears. "Dunno," said Harry, thinking hard. "He wants something mended, and he wants to reserve something in there. Could you see what he pointed at when he said that one?" "No, he was behind that cabinet." "You two stay here," whispered Hermione. "What are you—" But Hermione had already ducked out from under the cloak. She checked her hair in the reflection in the glass, then marched into the shop, setting the bell tinkling again. Ron hastily fed the extendable ears back under the door and passed one of the strings to Harry. "Hello, horrible morning, isn't it?" Hermione said brightly to Borgin, who did not answer, but cast her a suspicious look. Humming cheerily, Hermione strolled through the jumble of objects on display. "Is this necklace for sale?" she asked, pausing beside a glass-fronted case. "If you've got 1,500 galleons," said Borgin coldly. No, I haven't got quite that much," said Hermione, walking on. "And what about this lovely, skull?" 16 galleons. "So it's for sale, then? It isn't being kept for anyone?" Borgin squinted at her. Harry had the nasty feeling he knew exactly what Hermione was up to. Apparently Hermione felt she had been rumbled too, because she suddenly threw caution to the winds. "The thing is that boy who was in here just now, Draco Malfoy, well, he's a friend of mine, and I want to get him a birthday present, but if he's already reserved anything, I obviously don't want to get him the same thing, so, It was a pretty lame story, in Harry's opinion, and apparently Borgin thought so too. "Out!" he said sharply. "Get out!" Hermione did not wait to be asked twice, but hurried to the door, with Borgin at her heels. As the bell tinkled again, Borgin slammed the door behind her and put up the close sign. "Ah, well," said Ron, throwing the cloak back over Hermione. "Worth a try, but you were a bit obvious." "Well, next time you can show me how it's done, Master of Mystery," she snapped. Ron and Hermione bickered all the way back to Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, where they were forced to stop so that they could dodge undetected around a very anxious-looking Mrs. Weasley and Hagrid, who had clearly noticed their absence. Once in the shop, Harry whipped off the invisibility cloak, hid it in his bag, and joined in with the other two when they insisted, in answer to Mrs. Weasley's accusations, that they had been in the back room all along, and that she could not have looked properly. Chapter 7. The Slug Club. Harry spent a lot of the last week of the holidays pondering the meaning of Malfoy's behaviour in Knockturn Alley. What disturbed him most was the satisfied look on Malfoy's face as he had left the shop. Nothing that made Malfoy look that happy could be good news. To his slight annoyance, however, neither Ron nor Hermione seemed quite as curious about Malfoy's activities as he was, or at least they seemed to get bored of discussing it after a few days. "Yes, I've already agreed it was fishy, Harry," said Hermione, a little impatiently. She was sitting on the windowsill in Fred and George's room, with her feet up on one of the cardboard boxes, and only grudgingly looked up from her new copy of Advanced Rune Translation. "But haven't we agreed there could be a lot of explanations?" "Maybe he's broken his hand of glory," said Ron vaguely, as he attempted to straighten his broomstick's bent tailwigs. "Remember that shriveled up arm Malfoy had? But what about when he said, 'Don't forget to keep that one safe'?" asked Harry for the umpteenth time. "That sounded to me like Borgin's got another one of the broken objects, and Malfoy wants both." "You reckon?" said Ron, now trying to scrape some dirt off his broom handle. "Yeah, I do," said Harry, when neither Ron nor Hermione answered. He said, "Malfoy's father's in Azkaban. Don't you think Malfoy'd like revenge?" Ron looked up, blinking. "Malfoy? Revenge? What can he do about it?" "That's my point. I don't know," said Harry, frustrated. "But he's up to something, and I think we should take it seriously. His father's a Death Eater, and—" Harry broke off, his eyes fixed on the window behind Hermione, his mouth open. A startling thought had just occurred to him. "Harry," said Hermione in an anxious voice, "what's wrong?" "Your scar's not hurting again, is it?" asked Ron nervously. "He's a Death Eater," said Harry slowly. "He's replaced his father as a Death Eater." There was a silence. Then Ron erupted in laughter. "Malfoy? He's 16, Harry. You think you know who would let Malfoy join?" "It seems very unlikely, Harry," said Hermione in a repressive sort of voice. "What makes you think?" "In Madame Malkin's. She didn't touch him, but he yelled and jerked his arm away from her when she went to roll up his sleeve. It was his left arm. He's been branded with the dark mark." Ron and Hermione looked at each other. "Well," said Ron, sounding thoroughly unconvinced. "I think he just wanted to get out of there, Harry," said Hermione. "He showed Borgin something we couldn't see," Harry pressed on stubbornly. "Something that seriously scared Borgin. It was the mark, I know it. He was showing Borgin who he was dealing with. You saw how seriously Borgin took him." Ron and Hermione exchanged another look. I'm not sure, Harry. Yeah, I still don't reckon you know who would let Malfoy join." Annoyed, but absolutely convinced he was right, Harry snatched up a pile of filthy Quidditch robes and left the room. Mrs. Weasley had been urging them for days not to leave their washing and packing until the last moment. On the landing he bumped into Ginny, who was returning to her room, carrying a pile of freshly laundered clothes. "I wouldn't go in the kitchen just now," she warned him. "There's a lot of phlegm around." "I'll be careful not to slip on it," smiled Harry. Sure enough, when he entered the kitchen, it was to find Fleur sitting at the kitchen table, in full flow about plans for her wedding to Bill, while Mrs. Weasley kept watch over a pile of self-peeling sprouts, looking bad-tempered. "Bill and I have almost decided on only 2 bridesmaids. Ginny and Gabrielle will look very sweet together. I am thinking of dressing them in pale gold. Pink would of course be horrible with Ginny's hair." "Ah, Harry," said Mrs. Weasley loudly, cutting across Fleur's monologue. "Good. I wanted to explain about the security arrangements for the journey to Hogwarts tomorrow. We've got ministry cars again, and there will be auras waiting at the station." "Is Tonks going to be there?" asked Harry, handing over his Quidditch things. "No, I don't think so. She's been stationed somewhere else, from what Arthur said." "She has let herself go, that Tonks," mused Fleur, examining her own stunning reflection in the back of a teaspoon. "A big mistake, if you ask." "Yes, thank you," said Mrs. Weasley tartly, cutting across Fleur again. "You'd better get on, Harry. I want the trunks ready tonight, if possible, so we don't have the usual last-minute scramble." And in fact, their departure the following morning was smoother than usual. The ministry cars glided up to the front of the burrow to find them waiting, trunks packed, Hermione's cat Crookshanks safely enclosed in his travelling basket, and Hedwig, Ron's owl Pigwidgeon, and Ginny's new purple pygmy puff, Arnold, in cages. Au revoir, Harry, said Fleur throatily, kissing him goodbye. Ron hurried forwards, looking hopeful, but Ginny stuck out her foot and Ron fell, sprawling in the dust at Fleur's feet. Furious, red-faced and dirt-spattered, he hurried into the car without saying goodbye. There was no cheerful Hagrid waiting for them at King's Cross Station. Instead, two grim-faced, bearded auras in dark muggle suits moved forwards the moment the car stopped, and, flanking the party, marched them into the station without speaking. "Quick, quick, through the barrier," said Mrs. Weasley, who seemed a little flustered by this austere efficiency. "Harry had better go first with—" She looked inquiringly at one of the auras, who nodded briefly, seized Harry's upper arm and attempted to steer him towards the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. "I can walk, thanks," said Harry irritably, jerking his arm out of the aura's grip. He pushed his trolley directly at the solid barrier, ignoring his silent companion, and found himself, a second later, standing on platform 9 3/4, where the Scarlet Hogwarts Express stood belching steam over the crowd. Hermione and the Weasleys joined him within seconds. Without waiting to consult his grim-faced aura, Harry motioned to Ron and Hermione to follow him up the platform, looking for an empty compartment. "We can't, Harry," said Hermione, looking apologetic. "Ron and I've got to go to the prefect carriage first, and then patrol the corridors for a bit." "Oh yeah, I forgot," said Harry. "You'd better get straight on the train, all of you. You've only got a few minutes to go," said Mrs. Weasley, consulting her watch. "Well, have a lovely term, Ron." "Mr. Weasley, can I have a quick word?" said Harry, making up his mind on the spur of the moment. "Of course," said Mr. Weasley, who looked slightly surprised, but followed Harry out of earshot of the others nevertheless. Harry had thought it through carefully, and come to the conclusion that if he were to tell anyone, Mr. Weasley would be the right person. Firstly, because he worked at the Ministry, and was therefore in the best position to make further investigations, and secondly, because he thought that there was not too much risk of Mr. Weasley exploding with anger. He could see Mrs. Weasley and the grim-faced aura casting the pair of them suspicious looks as they moved away. "When we were in Diagon Alley," Harry began, but Mr. Weasley forestalled him with a grimace. Am I about to discover where you, Ron and Hermione disappeared to while you were supposed to be in the back room of Fred and George's shop?" How did you—" "Harry, please. You're talking to the man who raised Fred and George." Yeah, all right. We weren't in the back room." "Very well then. Let's hear the worst." "Well, we followed Draco Malfoy. We used my invisibility cloak." "Did you have any particular reason for doing so, or was it a mere whim?" "Because I thought Malfoy was up to something," said Harry, disregarding Mr. Weasley's look of mingled exasperation and amusement. "He'd given his mother the slip, and I wanted to know why." "Of course you did," said Mr. Weasley, sounding resigned. "Well, did you find out why?" "He went into Borgin and Burke's," said Harry, "and started bullying the bloke in there, Borgin, to help him fix something. And he said he wanted Borgin to help something else, to keep something else for him. He made it sound like it was the same kind of thing that needed fixing, like they were a pair. And—" Harry took a deep breath. "There's something else. We saw Malfoy jump about a mile when Madame Malkin tried to touch his left arm. I think he's been branded with the dark mark. I think he's replaced his father as a Death Eater." Mr. Weasley looked taken aback. After a moment he said, "Harry, I doubt whether you-know-who would allow a 16-year-old... "Does anyone really know what you-know-who would or wouldn't do?" asked Harry angrily. "Mr. Weasley, I'm sorry, but isn't it worth investigating? If Malfoy wants something fixing, and he needs to threaten Borgin to get it done, it's probably something dark or dangerous, isn't it?" "I doubt it, to be honest, Harry," said Mr. Weasley slowly. "You see, when Lucius Malfoy was arrested, we raided his house. We took away everything that might have been dangerous." "I think you missed something," said Harry stubbornly. "Well, maybe," said Mr. Weasley, but Harry could tell that Mr. Weasley was humouring him. There was a whistle behind them. Nearly everyone had boarded the train, and the doors were closing. "You'd better hurry," said Mr. Weasley, as Mrs. Weasley cried, "Harry, quickly!" He hurried forwards, and Mr. and Mrs. Weasley helped him load his trunk onto the train. "Now, dear, You're coming to us for Christmas. It's all fixed with Dumbledore, so we'll see you quite soon," said Mrs. Weasley through the window, as Harry slammed the door shut behind him and the train began to move. "You make sure you look after yourself and—" The train was gathering speed. "Be good and—" She was jogging to keep up now. "Stay safe!" Harry waved until the train had turned a corner and Mr. and Mrs. Weasley were lost from view, then turned to see where the others had got to. He supposed Ron and Hermione were cloistered in the prefect carriage, but Ginny was a little way along the corridor, chatting to some friends. He made his way towards her, dragging his trunk. People stared shamelessly as he approached. They even pressed their faces against the windows of their compartments to get a good look at him. He had expected an upswing in the amount of gaping and gawping he would have to endure this term after all the chosen one rumours in the Daily Prophet, but he did not enjoy the sensation of standing in a very bright spotlight. He tapped Ginny on the shoulder. "Fancy trying to find a compartment?" "I can't, Harry. I said I'd meet Dean," said Ginny brightly. "See you later." "Right," said Harry. He felt a strange twinge of annoyance as she walked away, her long red hair dancing behind her. He had become so used to her presence over the summer that he'd almost forgotten that Ginny did not hang around with him, Ron and Hermione while at school. Then he blinked and looked around. He was surrounded by mesmerised girls. "Hi, Harry," said a familiar voice from behind him. "Neville," said Harry in relief, turning to see a round-faced boy struggling towards him. "Hello, Harry," said a girl with long hair and large misty eyes, who was just behind Neville. "Luna, hi, how are you?" "Very well, thank you," said Luna. She was clutching a magazine to her chest. Large letters on the front announced that there was a pair of free Spectra specs inside. "The Quibbler still going strong, then?" asked Harry, who felt a certain fondness for the magazine, having given it an exclusive interview the previous year. "Oh, yes. Circulation's well up," said Luna happily. "Let's find seats," said Harry. And the three of them set off along the train, through hordes of silently staring students. At last they found an empty compartment, and Harry hurried inside gratefully. "They're even staring at us," said Neville, indicating himself and Luna, "because we're with you." "They're staring at you because you were at the ministry too," said Harry, as he hoisted his trunk into the luggage rack. "Our little adventure there was all over the Daily Prophet. You must have seen it." "Yes, I thought Gran would be angry about all the publicity," said Neville, "but she was really pleased. Says I'm starting to live up to my dad at long last. She bought me a new wand, look." He pulled it out and showed it to Harry. "Cherry and unicorn hair," he said proudly. "We think it was one of the last Ollivander ever sold. He vanished next day. Oi, come back here, Trevor." And he dived under the seat to retrieve his toad as it made one of its frequent bids for freedom. "Are we doing DA meetings this year, Harry?" asked Luna, who was detaching a pair of psychedelic spectacles from the middle of the Quibbler. "No point now we've got rid of Umbridge, is there?" said Harry, sitting down. Neville bumped his head against the seat as he emerged from under it. He looked most disappointed. "I liked the DA. I learned loads with you." "I enjoyed the meetings too," said Luna serenely. "It was like having friends." This was one of those uncomfortable things Luna often said, and which made Harry feel a squirming mixture of pity and embarrassment. Before he could respond, however, there was a disturbance outside their compartment door. A group of fourth-year girls was whispering and giggling together on the other side of the glass. "You ask him." "No, you. I'll do it." And one of them, a bold-looking girl with large dark eyes, a prominent chin and long black hair, pushed her way through the door. "Hi, Harry. I'm Romilda Vane," she said loudly and confidently. "Why don't you join us in our compartment? You don't have to sit with them," she added in a stage whisper, indicating Neville's bottom, which was sticking out from under the seat again as he groped around for Trevor, and Luna, who was now wearing her free Spectre specs, which gave her the look of a demented, multicoloured owl. "They're friends of mine," said Harry coldly. "Oh," said the girl, looking very surprised. "Oh, okay." And she withdrew, sliding the door closed behind her. "People expect you to have cooler friends than us," said Luna once again, displaying her knack for embarrassing honesty. "You are cool," said Harry shortly. "None of them was at the ministry. They didn't fight with me." "That's a very nice thing to say," beamed Luna, and she pushed her Spectre specs further up her nose and settled down to read the Quibbler. "We didn't face him, though," said Neville, emerging from under the seat, with fluff and dust in his hair, and a resigned-looking Trevor in his hand. "You did. You should hear my gran talk about you. That Harry Potter's got more backbone than the whole Ministry of Magic put together. She'd give anything to have you as a grandson." Harry laughed uncomfortably and changed the subject to owl results as soon as he could, while Neville recited his grades and wondered aloud whether he would be allowed to take a Transfiguration newt with only an acceptable. Harry watched him without really listening. Neville's childhood had been blighted by Voldemort just as much as Harry's had, but Neville had no idea how close he had come to having Harry's destiny. The prophecy could have referred to either of them, yet for his own inscrutable reasons, Voldemort had chosen to believe that Harry was the one that he meant. Had Voldemort chosen Neville, it would be Neville sitting opposite Harry, bearing the lightning-shaped scar and the weight of the prophecy. Or would it? Would Neville's mother have died to save him, as Lily had died for Harry? Surely she would. But what if she had been unable to stand between her son and Voldemort? Would there then have been no chosen one at all? An empty seat where Neville now sat, and a scarless Harry, who would have been kissed goodbye by his own mother, not Ron's. "You all right, Harry? You look funny," said Neville. Harry started. "Oh, sorry, Raxbert got you?" asked Luna sympathetically, peering at Harry through her enormous coloured spectacles. What?" "A Raxbert. They're invisible. They float in through your ears and make your brain go fuzzy," she said. "I thought I felt one zooming around in here." She flapped her hands at thin air as though beating off large invisible moths. Harry and Neville caught each other's eye and hastily began to talk of Quidditch. The weather beyond the train windows was as patchy as it had been all summer. They passed through stretches of the chilling mist, then out into weak, clear sunlight. It was during one of the clear spells, when the sun was visible almost directly overhead, that Ron and Hermione entered the compartment at last. "Wish the lunch trolley would hurry up, I'm starving," said Ron longingly, slumping into the seat beside Harry and rubbing his stomach. "Hi, Neville. Hi, Luna. Guess what?" he added, turning to Harry. "Malfoy's not doing prefect duty. He's just sitting in his compartment with the other Slytherins. We saw him when we passed." Harry sat up straight, interested. It was not like Malfoy to pass up the chance to demonstrate his power as prefect, which he had happily abused all the previous year. "What did he do when he saw you?" "The usual," said Ron indifferently, demonstrating a rude hand gesture. "Not like him, though, is it?" "Well, that is." He did the hand gesture again. "But why isn't he out there bullying first years?" "Dunno," said Harry, but his mind was racing. Didn't this look as though Malfoy had more important things on his mind than bullying younger students? "Maybe he preferred the inquisitorial squad," said Hermione. "Maybe being a prefect seems a bit tame after that." "I don't think so," said Harry. "I think he's—" But before he could expound on the theory, the compartment door slid open again, and a breathless third-year girl stepped inside. "I'm supposed to deliver these to Neville Longbottom and Harry Potter," she faltered, as her eyes met Harry's, and she turned scarlet. She was holding out 2 scrolls of parchment tied with violet ribbon. Perplexed, Harry and Neville took the scroll addressed to each of them, and the girl stumbled back out of the compartment. "What is it?" Ron demanded, as Harry unrolled his. "An invitation," said Harry. "Harry, I would be delighted if you would join me for a bite of lunch in compartment C. Sincerely, Professor H.E.J. Slughorn." "Who's Professor Slughorn?" asked Neville, looking perplexedly at his own invitation. "New teacher," said Harry. "Well, I suppose we'll have to go, won't we?" "But what does he want me for?" asked Neville nervously, as though he were expecting detention. "No idea," said Harry, which was not entirely true, though he had no proof yet that his hunch was correct. "Listen," he added, seized by a sudden brainwave. "Let's go under the invisibility cloak. Then we might get a good look at Malfoy on the way, see what he's up to." This idea, however, came to nothing. The corridors, which were packed with people on the lookout for the lunch trolley, were impossible to negotiate while wearing the cloak. Harry stowed it regretfully back in his bag, reflecting that it would have been nice to wear it just to avoid all the staring, which seemed to have increased in intensity even since he had last walked down the train. Every now and then, students would hurtle out of their compartments to get a better look at him. The exception was Cho Chang, who darted into her compartment when she saw Harry coming. As Harry passed the window, he saw her deep in determined conversation with her friend Marietta, who was wearing a very thick layer of makeup that did not entirely obscure the odd formation of pimples still etched across her face. Smirking slightly, Harry pushed on. When they reached compartment C, they saw at once that they were not Slughorn's only invitees. Although, judging by the enthusiasm of Slughorn's welcome, Harry was the most warmly anticipated. "Harry, my boy," said Slughorn, jumping up at the sight of him so that his great velvet-covered belly seemed to fill all the remaining space in the compartment. His shiny bald head and great silver moustache gleamed as brightly in the sunlight as the golden buttons on his waistcoat. Good to see you, and you must be Mr. Longbottom." Neville nodded, looking scared. At a gesture from Slughorn, they sat down opposite each other in the only two empty seats, which were nearest to the door. Harry glanced around at their fellow guests. He recognised the Slytherin from their year, a tall black boy with a high cheekbone and long slanting eyes. There were also two seventh-year boys Harry did not know, and squashed in the corner beside Slughorn, and looking as though she was not entirely sure how she had got there, Ginny. "Now, do you know everyone?" Slughorn asked Harry and Neville. "Blaise Zabini is in your year, of course." Zabini did not make any sign of recognition or greeting, and nor did Harry or Neville. Gryffindor and Slytherin students loathed each other on principle. "This is Cormac McLaggen. Perhaps you've come across each other? No?" McLaggen, a large wire-haired youth, raised a hand, and Harry and Neville nodded back at him. "And this is Marcus Belby. I don't know whether—" Belby, who was thin and nervous-looking, gave a strained smile. "And this charming young lady tells me she knows you," Slughorn finished. Ginny grimaced at Harry and Neville from behind Slughorn's back. "Well, now this is most pleasant," said Slughorn cosily. "A chance to get to know you all a little better. Here, take a napkin. I've packed my own lunch. The trolley, as I remember it, is heavy on licorice wands, and a poor old man's digestive system isn't quite up to such things. Pheasant? Belby?" Belby started, and accepted what looked like half a cold pheasant. "I was just telling young Marcus here that I had the pleasure of teaching his uncle Damocles," Slughorn told Harry and Neville, now passing around a basket of rolls. "Outstanding wizard, outstanding, and his Order of Merlin most well deserved. Do you see much of your uncle, Marcus?" Unfortunately, Belby had just taken a large mouthful of pheasant. In his haste to answer Slughorn, he swallowed too fast, turned purple, and began to choke. "Apaneo," said Slughorn calmly, pointing his wand at Belby, whose airway seemed to clear at once. Not much of him, no," gasped Belby, his eyes streaming. "Well, of course I dare say he's busy," said Slughorn, looking questioningly at Belby. "I doubt he invented the wolfsbane potion without considerable hard work." "I suppose," said Belby, who seemed afraid to take another bite of pheasant until he was sure that Slughorn had finished with him. He and my dad don't get on very well, you see, so I don't really know much about—" His voice trailed away as Slughorn gave him a cold smile and turned to McLaggen instead. "Now you, Cormac," said Slughorn. "I happen to know you see a lot of your Uncle Tiberius, because he was a rather splendid picture of the two of you hunting nogtails in, I think, Norfolk." "Oh, yeah, that was fun, that was," said McLaggen. "We went with Bertie Higgs and Rufus Scrimgeour. This was before he became minister, obviously." "Ah, you know Bertie and Rufus too," beamed Slughorn, now offering around a small tray of pies. Somehow Belby was missed out. "Now, tell me." It was as Harry had suspected. Everyone had seemed to have been invited because they were connected to somebody well-known or influential. Everyone except Ginny. Zabini, who was interrogated after McLaggen, turned out to have a famously beautiful witch for a mother. From what Harry could make out, she had been married 7 times, each of her husbands dying mysteriously and leaving her mounds of gold. It was Neville's turn next. This was a very uncomfortable 10 minutes. For Neville's parents, well-known auras had been tortured into insanity by Bellatrix Lestrange and a couple of Death Eater cronies. At the end of Neville's interview, Harry had the impression that Slughorn was reserving judgment on Neville, yet to see whether he had any of his parents' flair. "And now," said Slughorn, shifting massively in his seat with the air of a compere introducing his star act, "Harry Potter. Where to begin? I feel I barely scratched the surface when we met over the summer." He contemplated Harry for a moment, as though he was a particularly large and succulent piece of pheasant, and then said, "The Chosen One. They're calling you now." Harry said nothing. Belby, McLaggen and Zabini were all staring at him. "Of course," said Slughorn, watching Harry closely. "There have been rumours for years. I remember when, well, after that terrible night, Lily, James, and you survived, and the word was that you must have powers beyond the ordinary." Zabini gave a tiny little cough that was clearly supposed to indicate amused scepticism. An angry voice burst out from behind Slughorn. "Yeah, Zabini, because you're so talented at posing." "Oh dear," chuckled Slughorn comfortably, looking around at Ginny, who was glaring at Zabini around Slughorn's great belly. "You want to be careful, Blaze. I saw this young lady perform the most marvellous bat bogey hex as I was passing her carriage. I wouldn't cross her." Zabini merely looked contemptuous. "Anyway," said Slughorn, turning back to Harry, "such rumours this summer. Of course, one doesn't know what to believe. The Prophet has been known to print inaccuracies, make mistakes, but there seems little doubt, given the number of witnesses, that there was quite a disturbance at the ministry and that you were there in the thick of it all." Harry, who could not see any way out of this without flatly lying, nodded but still said nothing. Slughorn beamed at him. "So modest, so modest. No wonder Dumbledore is so fond. You were there, then? But the rest of the stories? So sensational, of course. One doesn't know quite what to believe. This fabled prophecy, for instance." "We never heard a prophecy," said Neville, turning geranium pink as he said it. "That's right," said Ginny staunchly. "Neville and I were both there too. And all this Chosen One rubbish is just the Prophet making things up as usual." "You were both there too, were you?" said Slughorn with great interest, looking from Ginny to Neville, but both of them sat clam-like before his encouraging smile. "Yes, well, it is true that the Prophet often exaggerates, of course," Slughorn continued, sounding a little disappointed. "I remember dear Gwenog telling me, Gwenog Jones, I mean, of course, captain of the Holyhead Harpies." He meandered off into a long-winded reminiscence, but Harry had the distinct impression that Slughorn had not finished with him, and that he had not been convinced by Neville and Ginny. The afternoon wore on with more anecdotes about illustrious wizards Slughorn had taught, all of whom had been delighted to join what he called the Slug Club at Hogwarts. Harry could not wait to leave, but couldn't see how to do so politely. Finally, the train emerged from yet another long, misty stretch into the red sunset, and Slughorn looked around, blinking in the twilight. "Good gracious, it's getting dark already. I didn't notice that they'd lit the lamps. You better go and change into your robes, all of you. McLaggen, you must drop by and borrow that book on Nogtails. Harry, Blaze, any time you're passing. Same goes for you, miss." He twinkled at Ginny. "Well, off you go, off you go." As he pushed past Harry into the darkening corridor, Zabini shot him a filthy look that Harry returned with interest. He, Ginny and Neville followed Zabini back along the train. "I'm glad that's over," muttered Neville. "Strange man, isn't he?" "Yeah, he is a bit," said Harry, his eyes on Zabini. "How come you ended up in there, Ginny?" "He saw me hex Zachariah Smith," said Ginny. "You remember that idiot from Hufflepuff who was in the DA? He kept on and asking about what happened at the ministry, and in the end he annoyed me so much I hexed him. When Slughorn came in, I thought I was going to get detention, but he just thought it was a really good hex and invited me to lunch. Mad, eh?" "Better reason for inviting someone than because their mother's famous," said Harry, scowling at the back of Zabini's head, "or because their uncle—" But he broke off. An idea had just occurred to him, a reckless but potentially wonderful idea. In a minute's time, Zabini was going to re-enter the Slytherin sixth-year compartment, and Malfoy would be sitting there, thinking himself unheard by anybody except fellow Slytherins. If Harry could only enter unseen behind him, what might he not see or hear? True, there was a little of the journey left. Hogsmeade Station had been less than half an hour away, judging by the wildness of the scenery flashing by the windows. But nobody else seemed prepared to take Harry's suspicions seriously, so it was down to him to prove them. "I'll see you later," said Harry under his breath, pulling out his invisibility cloak and flinging it over himself. "But where are you? What are you?" asked Neville. "Later," whispered Harry, darting after Zabini as quietly as possible, though the rattling of the train made such caution almost pointless. The corridors were almost completely empty now. Nearly everyone had returned to their carriages to change into their school robes and pack up their possessions. Though he was as close as he could get to Zabini without touching him, Harry was not quick enough to slip into the compartment when Zabini opened the door. Zabini was already sliding it shut when Harry hastily stuck out his foot to prevent it closing. "What's wrong with this thing?" said Zabini angrily, as he smashed the sliding door repeatedly into Harry's foot. Harry seized the door and pushed it open hard. Zabini, still clinging on to the handle, toppled over sideways into Gregory Goyle's lap, and in the ensuing ruckus, Harry darted into the compartment, leapt onto Zabini's temporarily empty seat, and hoisted himself up into the luggage rack. It was fortunate that Goyle and Zabini were snarling at each other, drawing all eyes onto them, for Harry was quite sure his feet and ankles had been revealed as the cloak had flapped around them. Indeed, for one horrible moment, he thought he saw Malfoy's eyes follow his trainer as it whipped upwards out of sight. But then Goyle slammed the door shut and flung Zabini off him. Zabini collapsed into his own seat looking ruffled. Vincent Crabbe returned to his comic, and Malfoy, sniggering, lay back down across 2 seats with his head in Pansy Parkinson's lap. Harry lay curled uncomfortably under the cloak to ensure that every inch of him remained hidden, and watched Pansy stroke the sleek blonde hair of Malfoy's forehead, smirking as she did so, as though anyone would have loved to have been in her place. The lanterns swinging from the carriage ceiling cast a bright light over the scene. Harry could read every word at Crabbe's comic, directly below him. "So, Zabini," said Malfoy, "what did Slughorn want?" "Just trying to make up to well-connected people," said Zabini, who was still glowering at Goyle. "Not that he managed to find many." This information did not seem to please Malfoy. "Who else had he invited?" he demanded. "McLaggen from Gryffindor," said Zabini. "Oh yeah, his uncle's big in the ministry," said Malfoy. "Someone else called Belby from Ravenclaw?" "Not him, he's a prat," said Pansy. "And Longbottom, Potter and that Weasley girl," finished Zabini. Malfoy sat up very suddenly, knocking Pansy's hand aside. "He invited Longbottom?" "Well, I assume so, as Longbottom was there," said Zabini indifferently. "What's Longbottom got to interest Slughorn?" Zabini shrugged. "Potter. Precious Potter. Obviously he wanted to look at the chosen one," sneered Malfoy. "But that Weasley girl, what's so special about her?" "A lot of boys like her," said Pansy, watching Malfoy out of the corner of her eyes for his reaction. "Even you think she's good-looking, don't you, Blaise? And we all know how hard you are to please." "I wouldn't touch a filthy little blood traitor like her, whatever she looked like," said Zabini coldly, and Pansy looked pleased. Malfoy sank back across her lap and allowed her to resume the stroking of his hair. "Well, I pity Slughorn's taste. Maybe he's going a bit senile. Shame, my father always said he was a good wizard in his day. My father used to be a bit of a favourite of his. Slughorn probably hasn't heard I'm on the train, or—" "I wouldn't bank on an invitation," said Zabini. "He asked me about Nott's father when I first arrived. They used to be old friends, apparently. But when he heard he'd been caught at the ministry, he didn't look happy, and Nott didn't get an invitation, did he? I don't think Slughorn's interested in Death Eaters." Malfoy looked angry, but forced out a singularly humourless laugh. "Well, who cares what he's interested in? What is he, when you come down to it? Just some stupid teacher?" Malfoy yawned ostentatiously. "I mean, I might not even be at Hogwarts next year. What's it matter to me if some fat old has-been likes me or not?" "What do you mean, you might not be at Hogwarts next year?" said Pansy indignantly, ceasing grooming Malfoy at once. "Well, you never know," said Malfoy, with the ghost of a smirk. "I might have moved on to bigger and better things." Crouched in the luggage rack under his cloak, Harry's heart began to race. What would Ron and Hermione say about this? Crabbe and Goyle were gawping at Malfoy. Apparently, they had had no inkling of any plans to move on to bigger and better things. Even Zabini had allowed a look of curiosity to mar his haughty features. Pansy resumed the slow stroking of Malfoy's hair, looking dumbfounded. "Do you mean him?" Malfoy shrugged. "Mother wants me to complete my education, but personally, I don't see it as that important these days. I mean, think about it. When the Dark Lord takes over, is he going to care how many owls or newts anyone's got? Of course he isn't. It'll be all about the kind of service he received, the level of devotion he was shown." "And you think you'll be able to do something for him?" asked Zabini scathingly. 16 years old and not even fully qualified yet. "I've just said, haven't I? Maybe he doesn't care if I'm qualified. Maybe the job he wants me to do isn't something that you need to be qualified for," said Malfoy quietly. Crabbe and Goyle were both sitting with their mouths open like gargoyles. Pansy was gazing down at Malfoy as though she had never seen anything so awe-inspiring. "I can see Hogwarts," said Malfoy, clearly relishing the effect he had created as he pointed out of the blackened window. "We'd better get our robes on." Harry was so busy staring at Malfoy, he did not notice Goyle reaching up for his trunk. As he swung it down, it hit Harry hard on the side of his head. He let out an involuntary gasp of pain, and Malfoy looked up at the luggage rack, frowning. Harry was not afraid of Malfoy, but he still did not much like the idea of being discovered hiding under his invisibility cloak by a group of unfriendly Slytherins. Eyes still watering and head still throbbing, he drew his wand, careful not to disarrange the cloak, and waited, breath held. To his relief, Malfoy seemed to decide that he had imagined the noise. He pulled on his robes like the others, locked his trunk and, as the train slowed to a jerky crawl, fastened a thick, new travelling cloak around his neck. Harry could see the corridors filling up again, and hoped that Hermione and Ron would take his things out onto the platform for him. He was stuck where he was until the compartment had quite emptied. At last, with a final lurch, the train came to a complete halt. Goyle threw the door open and muscled his way out into a crowd of second years, punching them aside. Crabbe and Zabini followed. "You go on," Malfoy told Pansy, who was waiting for him, with her hand held out as though hoping he would hold it. "I just want to check something." Pansy left. Now Harry and Malfoy were alone in the compartment. People were filing past, descending onto the dark platform. Malfoy moved over to the compartment door and let down the blinds, so that people in the corridor beyond could not peer in. He then bent down over his trunk and opened it again. Harry peered down over the edge of the luggage rack, his heart pumping a little faster. What had Malfoy wanted to hide from Pansy? Was he about to see the mysterious broken object it was so important to mend? "Petrificus totalus!" Without warning, Malfoy pointed his wand at Harry, who was instantly paralysed. As though in slow motion, he toppled out of the luggage rack and fell, with an agonising, floor-shaking crash at Malfoy's feet. The invisibility cloak trapped beneath him, his whole body revealed with his legs still curled absurdly into the cramped kneeling position. He couldn't move a muscle. He could only gaze up at Malfoy, who smiled broadly. "I thought so," he said jubilantly. "I heard Goyle's trunk hit you, and I thought I saw something white flash through the air after Zabini came back." His eyes lingered for a moment upon Harry's trainers. "That was you, blocking the door when Zabini came back in, I suppose." He considered Harry for a moment. "You didn't hear anything I care about, Potter, but while I've got you here..." And he stamped hard on Harry's face. Harry felt his nose break. Blood spurted everywhere. "That's from my father. Now, let's see." Malfoy dragged the cloak out from under Harry's immobilised body and threw it over him. "I don't reckon they'll find you till the train's back in London," he said quietly. "See you around, Potter. Or not." And taking care to tread on Harry's fingers, Malfoy left the compartment. Chapter 8. Snape victorious. Harry could not move a muscle. He lay there beneath the invisibility cloak, feeling the blood from his nose flow, hot and wet over his face. Listening to the voices and footsteps in the corridor beyond, his immediate thought was that someone surely would check the compartments before the train departed again. But at once came the dispiriting realization that even if somebody looked into the compartment, he would be neither seen nor heard. His best hope was that somebody else would walk in and step on him. Harry had never hated Malfoy more than as he lay there, like an absurd turtle on its back, blood dripping sickeningly into his open mouth. What a stupid situation to have landed himself in, and now the last few footsteps were dying away. Everyone was shuffling along the dark platform outside. He could hear the scraping of trunks and the loud babble of talk. Ron and Hermione would think that he had left the train without them. Once they arrived at Hogwarts and took their places in the Great Hall, looked up and down the Gryffindor table a few times, and finally realised that he was not there, he no doubt would be halfway back to London. He tried to make a sound, even a grunt, but it was impossible. Then he remembered that some wizards, like Dumbledore, could perform spells without speaking, so he tried to summon his wand, which had fallen out of his hand, by saying the words, "Accio wand," over and over again in his head, but nothing happened. He thought he could hear the rustling of the trees that surrounded the lake and the far-off hoot of an owl, but no hint of search being made. Or even, he despised himself slightly for hoping it, panicked voices wondering where Harry Potter had gone. A feeling of hopelessness spread through him as he imagined the convoy of festral-drawn carriages trundling up to the school and the muffled yells of laughter issuing from whichever carriage Malfoy was riding in, where he would be recounting his attack on Harry to his fellow Slytherins. The train lurched, causing Harry to roll over onto his side. Now he was staring at the dusty underside of the seats instead of the ceiling. The floor began to vibrate as the engine roared into life. The express was leaving, and nobody knew he was still on it. Then he felt his invisibility cloak fly off him, and a voice overhead said, "Watcha, Harry!" There was a flash of red light, and Harry's body unfroze. He was able to push himself into a more dignified sitting position, hastily wipe the blood off his bruised face with the back of his hand, and raise his head to look up at Tonks, who was holding the invisibility cloak she had just pulled away. "We'd better get out of here quickly," she said, as the train windows became obscured with steam and the train began to move out of the station. "Come on, we'll jump." Harry hurried after her into the corridor. Tonks pulled open the train door and leapt onto the platform, which seemed to be sliding underneath them as the train gathered momentum. Harry followed her, staggered a little on landing, and then straightened up in time to see the gleaming scarlet steam engine pick up speed, round the corner and disappear from view. The cold night air was soothing on his throbbing nose. Tonks was looking at him. He felt angry and embarrassed that he had been discovered in such a ridiculous position. Silently, she handed him back the invisibility cloak. "Who did it?" "Draco Malfoy," said Harry bitterly. "Thanks for, well, no problem," said Tonks, without smiling. From what Harry could see in the darkness, she was as mousy-haired and miserable-looking as she had been when he had met her at the Burrow. "I can fix your nose if you stand still." Harry did not think much of this idea. He had been intending to visit Madame Pomfrey, the matron, in whom he had little more confidence when it came to healing spells, but it seemed rude to say this, so he stayed stock still and closed his eyes. "Episky," said Tonks. Harry's nose felt very hot, and then very cold. He raised a hand and felt it gingerly. It seemed to be mended. "Thanks a lot." "You'd better put that cloak back on, and we can walk up to the school," said Tonks, still unsmiling. As Harry swung the cloak back over himself, she waved her wand. An immense silvery four-legged creature erupted from it and streaked off into the darkness. "Was that a Patronus?" asked Harry, who had seen Dumbledore send messages like this. "Yes. I'm sending word to the castle that I've got you, or they'll worry. Come on, we'd better not dawdle." They set off towards the lane that led to the school. "How did you find me?" "I noticed you hadn't left the train, and I knew you had that cloak. I thought you might be hiding for some reason. When I saw the blinds were drawn down on that compartment, I thought I'd check." "But what are you doing here anyway?" Harry asked. "I'm stationed in Hogsmeade now to give the school extra protection," said Tonks. "Is it just you who's stationed up here, or—" "No, Proudfoot, Savage and Dawlish are here too." "Dawlish? That Aura Dumbledore attacked last year?" "That's right." They trudged up the dark, deserted lane, following the freshly made carriage tracks. Harry looked sideways at Tonks under his cloak. Last year, she had been inquisitive, to the point of being a little annoying at times. She had laughed easily, she had made jokes. Now she seemed older, and much more serious and purposeful. Was this all the effect of what had happened at the ministry? He reflected uncomfortably that Hermione would have suggested he lay something consoling about Sirius to her, that it hadn't been her fault at all, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. He was far from blaming her for Sirius's death. It was no more her fault than anyone else's, and much less his, much less than his. But he did not like talking about Sirius if he could avoid it, and so they tramped on through the cold night in silence, Tonk's long cloak whispering on the ground behind them. Having always travelled there by carriage, Harry had never before appreciated just how far Hogwarts was from Hogsmeade Station. With great relief, he finally saw the tall pillars on either side of the gates, each topped with a winged boar. He was cold, he was hungry, and he was quite keen to leave this new gloomy Tonks behind. But when he put out a hand to push open the gates, he found them chained shut. "Alohomora," he said confidently, pointing his wand at the padlock, but nothing happened. "That won't work on these," said Tonks. "Dumbledore bewitched them himself." Harry looked around. "I could climb a wall," he suggested. "No, you couldn't," said Tonks flatly. "Anti-intruder jinxes on all of them. Security's been tightened 100-fold this summer." "Well then," said Harry, starting to feel annoyed at her lack of helpfulness, "I suppose I'll just have to sleep out here and wait for the morning." "Someone's coming down for you," said Tonks. "Look." A lantern was bobbing at the distant foot of the castle. Harry was so pleased to see it he felt he could even endure Filch's wheezy criticisms of his tardiness and rants about how his timekeeping would improve with the regular application of thumbscrews. It was not until the glowing yellow light was 10 feet away from them, and Harry had pulled off his invisibility cloak so that he could be seen, that he recognised with a rush of pure loathing an uplit hooked nose and long black greasy hair of Severus Snape. "Well, well, well," sneered Snape, taking out his wand and tapping the padlock once, so that the chains snaked backwards and the gates creaked open. "Nice of you to turn up, Potter, although you have evidently decided that the wearing of school robes would detract from your appearance." "I couldn't change. I didn't have my—" Harry began, but Snape cut across him. "There is no need to wait, Nymphadora. Potter is quite, safe in my hands." "I meant Hagrid to get the message," said Tonks, frowning. "Hagrid was late for the start of term feast, just like Potter here, so I took it instead. And incidentally," said Snape, standing back to allow Harry to pass him, "I was interested to see your Patronus." He shut the gates in her face with a loud clang and tapped the chains with his wand again, so that they slivered, clinking, back into place. "I think you were better off with the old one," said Snape, the malice in his voice unmistakable. "The new one looks weak." As Snape swung the lantern about, Harry saw, fleetingly, a look of shock and anger on Tonks' face. Then she was covered in darkness once more. "Good night," Harry called to her over his shoulder, and he began the walk up to the school with Snape. "Thanks for everything. See you, Harry." Snape did not speak for a minute or so. Harry felt as though his body was generating waves of hatred so powerful that it seemed incredible that Snape could not feel them burning him. He had loathed Snape from their first encounter, but Snape had placed himself forever and irrevocably beyond the possibility of Harry's forgiveness by his attitude towards Sirius. Whatever Dumbledore said, Harry had had time to think over the summer, and had concluded that Snape's snide remarks to Sirius about remaining safely hidden while the rest of the Order of the Phoenix were fighting Voldemort had probably been a powerful factor in Sirius rushing off to the Ministry the night that he had died. Harry clung to this notion because it enabled him to blame Snape, which felt satisfying, and also because he knew that if anyone was not sorry that Sirius was dead, it was the man now striding next to him in the darkness. 50 points from Gryffindor for lateness, I think, said Snape. And let me see, another 20 for your muggle attire? You know, I don't believe my house has ever been in negative figures this early in the term. We haven't even started pudding. You might have set a record, Potter. The fury and hatred bubbling inside Harry seemed to blaze white-hot, but he would rather have been immobilised all the way back to London than tell Snape why he was late. "I suppose you want to make an entrance, did you?" Snape continued, "and with no flying car available, you decided that bursting into the great hall halfway through the feast ought to create a dramatic effect." Still Harry remained silent, though he thought his chest might explode. He knew that Snape had come to fetch him for this, for the few minutes when he could needle and torment Harry without anyone else listening. They reached the castle steps at last, and as the great oaken front doors swung open on the vast flagged entrance hall, a burst of talk and laughter and of tinkling plates and glasses greeted them through the doors standing open into the great hall. Harry wondered whether he could slip his invisibility cloak back on, thereby gaining his seat at the long Gryffindor table, which inconveniently was the furthest from the entrance hall, without being noticed. As though he had read Harry's mind, however, Snape said, "No cloak. You can walk in so that everyone sees you, which is what you wanted, I'm sure." Harry turned on the spot and marched straight through the open doors, anything to get away from Snape. The great hall, with its 4 long house tables and its staff table set at the top of the room, was decorated as usual with floating candles that made the plates below glitter and glow. It was all a shimmering blur to Harry, however, who walked so fast that he was passing the Hufflepuff table before people really started to stare. And by the time they were standing up to get a good look at him, he had spotted Ron and Hermione, sped along the benches towards them and forced his way in between them. "Where have you... Blimey, what have you done to your face?" said Ron, goggling at him along with everyone else in the vicinity. "Why, what's wrong with it?" said Harry, grabbing a spoon and squinting at his distorted reflection. "You're covered in blood," said Hermione. "Come here." She raised her wand, said, "Tergio," and siphoned off the dry blood. "Thanks," said Harry, feeling his now clean face. "How's my nose looking?" "Normal," said Hermione anxiously. "Why shouldn't it, Harry? What happened? We've been terrified." "I'll tell you later," said Harry curtly. He was very conscious that Ginny, Neville, Dean and Seamus were listening in. Even nearly headless Nick, the Gryffindor ghost, had been floating along the bench to eavesdrop. "But," said Hermione. Not now, Hermione," said Harry, in a darkly significant voice. He hoped very much that they would all assume he had been involved in something heroic, preferably involving a couple of Death Eaters and a Dementor. Of course, Malfoy would spread the story as far and wide as he could, but there was always a chance it wouldn't reach too many Gryffindor ears. He reached across Ron for a couple of chicken legs and a handful of chips, but before he could take them, they vanished, to be replaced with puddings. "You missed the sorting anyway," said Hermione, as Ron dived for a large chocolate gâteau. "Hat say anything interesting?" asked Harry, taking a piece of treacle tart. "More of the same, really, advising us all to unite in the face of our enemies, you know." "Dumbledore mentioned Voldemort at all?" "Not yet, but he always saves his proper speech for after the feast, doesn't he? It can't be long now." "Snape said Hagrid was late for the feast." "You've seen Snape? How come?" said Ron, between frenzied mouthfuls of gâteau. "Bumped into him," said Harry evasively. "Hagrid was only a few minutes late," said Hermione. "Look, he's waving at you, Harry." Harry looked up at the staff table and grinned at Hagrid, who was indeed waving at him. Hagrid had never quite managed to comfort himself with the dignity of Professor McGonagall, head of Gryffindor House, the top of whose head came up to somewhere between Hagrid's elbow and shoulder as they were sitting side by side, and who was looking disapproving at this enthusiastic greeting. Harry was surprised to see the divination teacher, Professor Trelawney, sitting on Hagrid's other side. She rarely left her tower room, and he had never seen her at the start of term feast before. She looked as odd as ever, glittering with beads and trailing shawls, her eyes magnified to enormous size by her spectacles. Having always considered her a bit of a fraud, Harry had been shocked to discover at the end of the previous term that it had been she who had made the prediction that caused Lord Voldemort to kill Harry's parents and attack Harry himself. The knowledge had made him even less eager to find himself in her company, but thankfully this year he would be dropping divination. Her great beacon-like eyes swivelled in his direction. He hastily looked away towards the Slytherin table. Draco Malfoy was miming the shattering of a nose to raucous laughter and applause. Harry dropped his gaze to his treacle tart, his insides burning again. What he would not give to fight Malfoy one-on-one. So, what did Professor Slughorn want? Hermione asked. To know what really happened at the Ministry, said Harry. Him and everyone else here, sniffed Hermione. People were interrogating us about it on the train, weren't they, Ron? Yeah, said Ron, all wanting to know if you really are the chosen one. There's been much talk on that very subject, even amongst the ghosts, interrupted Nearly Headless Nick, inclining his barely connected head towards Harry so that it wobbled dangerously on its ruff. I am considered something of a Potter authority. It is widely known that we are friendly. I have assured the spirit community that I will not pester you for information. However, Harry Potter knows that he can confide in me with complete confidence, I told them. I would rather die than betray his trust. That's not saying much, seeing as you're already dead, Ron observed. Once again you show all the sensitivity of a blunt axe, said Nearly Headless Nick in affronted tones, and he rose into the air and glided back towards the far end of the Gryffindor table, just as Dumbledore got to his feet at the staff table. The talk and laughter echoing around the hall died away almost instantly. The very best of evenings to you, he said, smiling broadly, his arms opened wide as though to embrace the whole room. What happened to his hand? Gasped Hermione. She was not the only one who had noticed. Dumbledore's right hand was blackened and dead-looking, as it had been on the night he had come to fetch Harry from the Dursleys. Whispers swept the room. Dumbledore, interpreting them correctly, merely smiled and shook his purple and gold sleeve over his injury. Nothing to worry about, he said airily. Now, to our new students, welcome. To our old students, welcome back. Another year full of magical education awaits you. His hand was like that when I saw him over the summer, Harry whispered to Hermione. I thought he'd have cured it by now, though. Or Madame Pomfrey would have done. It looks as if it's died, said Hermione, with a nauseated expression. But there are some injuries you can't cure, old curses, and there are potions without antidotes. And Mr. Filch, our caretaker, has asked me to say that there is a blanket ban on any joke items bought at the shop called Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. Those wishing to play for their house Quidditch teams should give their names to the heads of house as usual. We are also looking for new Quidditch commentators, who should do look likewise. We are pleased to welcome a new member of staff this year, Professor Slughorn. Slughorn stood up, his bald head gleaming in the candlelight, his big waistcoated belly casting the table below into shadow. Is a former colleague of mine who has agreed to resume his old post of potions master. Potions? Potions? The word echoed all over the hall as people wondered whether they had heard right. Potions, said Ron and Hermione together, turning to stare at Harry. But you said... Professor Snape, meanwhile, said Dumbledore, raising his voice so that it carried over all the muttering, will be taking over the position of Defence Against the Dark Arts teacher. No, said Harry, so loudly that many heads turned in his direction. He did not care. He was staring up at the staff table, incensed. How could Snape be given the Defence Against the Dark Arts job after all this time? Hadn't it been widely known for years that Dumbledore did not trust him to do it? But Harry, you said that Slughorn was going to be teaching Defence Against the Dark Arts, said Hermione. I thought he was, said Harry, racking his brains to remember when Dumbledore had told him this. But now that he came to think of it, he was unable to recall Dumbledore ever telling him what Slughorn would be teaching. Snape, who was sitting on Dumbledore's right, did not stand up at the mention of his name, merely raised a hand in a lazy acknowledgement of the applause from the Slytherin table. Yet Harry was sure he could detect a look of triumph on the features he loathed so much. Well, there's one good thing, he said savagely. Snape will be gone by the end of the year. What do you mean? Asked Ron. That job's jinxed. No one's lasted more than a year. Quirrell actually died doing it. Personally, I'm going to keep my fingers crossed for another death. Harry, said Hermione, shocked and reproachful. He might just go back to teaching potions at the end of the year, said Ron reasonably. That Slughorn bloke might not want to stay long term. Moody didn't. Dumbledore cleared his throat. Harry, Ron and Hermione were not the only ones who had been talking. The whole hall had erupted in buzz of conversation at the news that Snape had finally achieved his heart's desire. Seemingly oblivious to the sensational nature of the news he had just imparted, Dumbledore said nothing more about staff appointments, but waited a few seconds to ensure that the silence was absolute before continuing. "Now, as everybody in this hall knows, Lord Voldemort and his followers are once more at large and gaining in strength." The silence seemed to tauten and strain as Dumbledore spoke. Harry glanced at Malfoy. Malfoy was not looking at Dumbledore, but making his fork hover in mid-air with his wand as though he found the headmaster's words unworthy of his attention. "I cannot emphasize strongly enough how dangerous the present situation is, and how much care each of us at Hogwarts must take to ensure that we remain safe. The castle's magical fortifications have been strengthened over the summer. We are protected in new and more powerful ways, but we must still guard scrupulously against carelessness on the part of any student or member of staff. I urge you, therefore, to abide by any security restrictions that your teachers might impose upon you, however irksome you might find them. In particular, the rule that you are not to be out of bed after hours. I implore you, should you notice anything strange or suspicious within or outside the castle, to report it to a member of staff immediately. I trust you to conduct yourselves always with the utmost regard for your own and each other's safety." Dumbledore's blue eyes swept over the students before he smiled once more. "But now, your beds await, as warm and comfortable as you could possibly wish, and I know that your top priority is to be well rested for your lessons tomorrow. Let us therefore say good night. Pip-nip, pip-pip." With the usual deafening scraping noise, the benches were moved back, and the hundreds of students began to file out of the great hall towards their dormitories. Harry, who was in no hurry at all to leave with the gawping crowd, nor to get near enough to Malfoy to allow him to retell the story of the nose-stamping, lagged behind, pretending to retie the lace on his trainer, allowing most of the Gryffindors to draw ahead of him. Hermione had darted ahead to fulfil her prefect's duty of shepherding the first years, but Ron remained with Harry. "What really happened to your nose?" he asked, once they were at the very back of the throng, pressing out of the hall and out of earshot of anyone else. Harry told him. It was a mark of the strength of their friendship that Ron did not laugh. "I saw Malfoy miming something to do with a nose," he said darkly. "Yeah, well, never mind that," said Harry bitterly. "Listen to what he was saying before he found out I was there." Harry had expected Ron to be stunned by Malfoy's boasts. With what Harry considered pure pig-headedness, however, Ron was unimpressed. "Come on, Harry. He was just showing off for Parkinson. What kind of mission would you-know-who have given him?" "How do you know Voldemort doesn't need someone at Hogwarts? It wouldn't be the first." "I wish you'd stop saying that name, Harry," said a reproachful voice behind him. Harry looked over his shoulder to see Hagrid shaking his head. "Dumbledore uses that name," said Harry stubbornly. "Yeah, well, that's Dumbledore, isn't it?" said Hagrid mysteriously. "So, how come you were late, Harry? I was worried." "Got held up on the train," said Harry. "Why were you late?" "I was with Grop," said Hagrid happily. "Lost track of time. He's got a new home up in the mountains now. Dumbledore fixed it. Nice big cave. He's much happier than he was in the forest. We're having a good chat." "Really?" said Harry, taking care not to catch Ron's eye. The last time he had met Hagrid's half-brother, a vicious giant with a talent for ripping up trees by the roots, his vocabulary had comprised 5 words, 2 of which he was unable to pronounce properly. "Oh, yeah, he's really come on," said Hagrid proudly. "You'll be amazed. I'm thinking of training him up to be my assistant." Ron snorted loudly, but managed to pass it off as a violent sneeze. They were now standing beside the oak front doors. "Anyway, I'll see you tomorrow. First lesson straight after lunch. Come early and you can say hello to Buck. Witherwings." Raising an arm in cheery farewell, he headed out of the front doors into the darkness. Harry and Ron looked at each other. Harry could tell that Ron was experiencing the same sinking feeling as himself. "You're not taking care of magical creatures, are you?" Ron shook his head. "And you're not either, are you?" Harry shook his head too. "And Hermione," said Ron. "She's not, is she?" Harry shook his head again. Exactly what Hagrid would say when he realised his 3 favourite students had given up his subject. He did not like to think. Chapter 9. The Half-Blood Prince. Harry and Ron met Hermione in the common room before breakfast next morning. Hoping for some support for his theory, Harry lost no time in telling Hermione what he had overheard Malfoy saying on the Hogwarts Express. "But he was obviously showing off for Parkinson, wasn't he?" interjected Ron quickly, before Hermione could say anything. "Well," she said uncertainly, "I don't know. It would be like Malfoy to make himself seem more important than he is. But that's a big lie to tell." "Exactly," said Harry, but he could not press the point, because so many people were trying to listen in to his conversation, not to mention staring at him and whispering behind their hands. "It's rude to point," Ron snapped at a particularly minuscule first year as they joined the queue to climb out of the portrait hole. The boy, who had been muttering something about Harry behind his hand to his friend, promptly turned scarlet and toppled out of the hole in alarm. Ron sniggered. "I love being a sixth year. And we're going to be getting free time this year, whole periods, where we can just sit up here and relax." "We're going to need that time for studying, Ron," said Hermione, as they set off down the corridor. "Yeah, but not today," said Ron. "Today's going to be a real doss, I reckon." "Hold it," said Hermione, throwing out an arm and halting a passing fourth year, who was attempting to push past her with a lime green disc clutched tightly in his hand. "Fanged frisbees are banned. Hand it over," she told him sternly. The scowling boy handed over the snarling frisbee, ducked under Hermione's arm, and took off after his friends. Ron waited for him to vanish, and then tugged the frisbee from Hermione's grip. "Excellent. I've always wanted one of these." Hermione's remonstration was drowned by a loud giggle. Lavender Brown had apparently found Ron's remark highly amusing. She continued to laugh as she passed them, glancing back at Ron over her shoulder. Ron looked rather pleased with himself. The ceiling of the great hall was serenely blue and streaked with frail, wispy clouds, just like the squares of sky visible through the high mullioned windows. While they tucked into porridge and eggs and bacon, Harry and Ron told Hermione about their embarrassing conversation with Hagrid the previous evening. "But he can't really think we'd continue care of magical creatures," she said, looking distressed. "I mean, when has any of us expressed, any enthusiasm?" "That's it, though, innit?" said Ron, swallowing an entire fried egg whole. "We were the ones who made the most effort in classes, because we like Hagrid. But he thinks we like the stupid subject. Do you reckon anyone's going to go on to Newt?" Neither Harry nor Hermione answered. There was no need. They knew perfectly well that nobody in their year would want to continue care of magical creatures. They avoided Hagrid's eye and returned his cheery wave only half-heartedly when he left the staff table 10 minutes later. After they had eaten, they remained in their places, awaiting Professor McGonagall's descent from the staff table. The distribution of timetables was more complicated than usual this year, for Professor McGonagall needed first to confirm that everybody had to achieve the necessary OWL grades to continue with their chosen newts. Hermione was immediately cleared to continue with Charms, Defence Against the Dark Arts, Transfiguration, Herbology, Arithmancy, Ancient Runes and Potions, and shot off to a first period Ancient Runes class without further ado. Neville took a little longer to sort out. His round face was anxious as Professor McGonagall looked down his application and then consulted his OWL results. "Herbology, fine," she said. "Professor Sprout will be delighted to see you back with an outstanding OWL. And you qualify for Defence Against the Dark Arts with exceeds expectations. But the problem is Transfiguration. I'm sorry, Longbottom, but an acceptable really isn't good enough to continue to Newt level. I just don't think you'd be able to cope with your coursework." Neville hung his head. Professor McGonagall peered at him through her square spectacles. "Why do you want to continue with Transfiguration anyway? I've never had the impression that you particularly enjoyed it." Neville looked miserable and muttered something about "my grandmother once." Snorted Professor McGonagall. "It's high time your grandmother learned to be proud of your grandson she's got, rather than the one she thinks she ought to have, particularly after what happened at the ministry." Neville turned very pink and blinked confusedly. Professor McGonagall had never paid him a compliment before. "I'm sorry, Longbottom, but I can't let you into my Newt class. I see that you haven't exceeds expectations in Charms, however. Why not try a Newt in Charms?" My grandmother thinks Charms is a soft option," mumbled Neville. "Take charms," said Professor McGonagall, "and I shall drop Augusta a line, reminding her that just because she failed her charms owl, the subject is not necessarily worthless." Smiling slightly at the look of delighted incredulity on Neville's face, Professor McGonagall tapped a blank timetable with the tip of her wand and handed it, now carrying details of his new classes, to Neville. Professor McGonagall turned next to Parvati Patil, whose first question was whether Firenze, the handsome centaur, was still teaching divination. "He and Professor Trelawney are dividing classes between them this year," said Professor McGonagall, a hint of disapproval in her voice. It was common knowledge that she despised the subject of divination. "The sixth year is being taken by Professor Trelawney." Parvati set off for divination 5 minutes later, looking slightly crestfallen. "So, Potter, said Professor McGonagall, consulting her notes as she turned to Harry. "Charms, defence against the dark arts, herbology, transfiguration, all fine. I must say I was pleased with your transfiguration, Mark Potter, very pleased. Now, why haven't you applied to continue with potions? I thought it was your ambition to become an Auror." "It was, but you told me I had to get an outstanding in my owl, Professor. And so you did when Professor Snape was teaching the subject. Professor Slughorn, however, is perfectly happy to accept Newt students who exceeds expectations at owl. Do you wish to proceed with potions?" "Yes," said Harry, "but I didn't buy the books or any ingredients or anything." "I'm sure Professor Slughorn will be able to lend you some," said Professor McGonagall. "Very well, Potter. Here is your timetable. Oh, by the way, 20 hopefuls have already put down their names for the Gryffindor Quidditch team. I shall pass the list to you in due course, and you can fix up trials at your leisure." A few minutes later, Ron was cleared to do the same subjects as Harry, and the two of them left the table together. "Look," said Ron delightedly, gazing at his timetable. "We've got a free period now, and a free period after break, and after lunch. Excellent!" They returned to the common room, which was empty apart from half a dozen seventh years, including Katie Bell, the only remaining member of the original Gryffindor Quidditch team that Harry had joined in his first year. "I thought you'd get that. Well done," she called over, pointing at the captain's badge on Harry's chest. "Tell me when you call trials." "Don't be stupid," said Harry. "You don't need to try out. I've watched you play for 5 years. "You mustn't start off like that," she said warningly. "For all you know, there's someone much better than me out there. Good teams have been ruined before now because captains just keep playing the old faces or letting in their friends." Ron looked a little uncomfortable and began playing with a fanged frisbee Hermione had taken from the 4th year. It zoomed around the common room, snarling and attempting to take bites of the tapestry. Crookshank's yellow eyes followed it, and he hissed when it came too close. An hour later they reluctantly left the sunlit common room for the Defence Against the Dark Arts classroom, 4 floors below. Hermione was already queuing outside, carrying an armful of heavy books and looking put upon. "We got so much homework for runes," she said anxiously, when Harry and Ron joined her. "A 15-inch essay, 2 translations, and I've got to read these by Wednesday." "Shame," yawned Ron. "You wait," she said resentfully. "I bet Snape gives us loads." The classroom door opened as she spoke, and Snape stepped into the corridor, his sallow face framed as ever by 2 curtains of greasy black hair. Silence fell over the queue immediately. "Inside," he said. Harry looked around as they entered. Snape had imposed his personality upon the room already. It was gloomier than usual as curtains had been drawn over the windows and was lit by candlelight. New pictures adorned the walls, many of them showing people who appeared to be in pain, sporting grisly injuries or strangely contorted body parts. Nobody spoke as they settled down, looking around at the shadowy, gruesome pictures. "I have not asked you to take out your books," said Snape, closing the door and moving to face the class from behind his desk. Hermione hastily dropped her copy of Confronting the Faceless back into her bag and stowed it under her chair. "I wish to speak to you, and I want your fullest attention." His black eyes roved over their upturned faces, lingering for a fraction of a second longer on Harry's than anyone else's. "You have had 5 teachers in this subject so far, I believe?" "You believe? Like you haven't watched them all come and go, Snape, hoping you'll be next," thought Harry scathingly. Naturally, these teachers will all have had their own methods and priorities. Given this confusion, I am surprised so many of you scraped an owl in this subject. I shall be even more surprised if all of you manage to keep up with the newt work, which will be much more advanced. Snape set off around the edge of the room, speaking now in a lower voice. The class craned their necks to keep him in view. "The dark arts," said Snape, "are many, varied, ever-changing and eternal. Fighting them is like fighting a many-headed monster, which each time a neck is severed, sprouts a head even fiercer and cleverer than before. You are fighting that which is unfixed, mutating, indestructible." Harry stared at Snape. It was surely one thing to respect the dark arts as a dangerous enemy, another to speak of them as Snape was doing, with a loving caress in his voice. "Your defences," said Snape a little louder, "must therefore be as flexible and inventive as the arts you seek to undo. These pictures," he indicated a few of them as he swept past, "give a fair representation of what happens to those who suffer, for instance, the Cruciatus Curse." He waved a hand towards a witch who was clearly shrieking in agony. "Feel the Dementor's kiss." A wizard lying huddled and blank-eyed, slumped against a wall. Or provoke the aggression of the Inferius, a bloody mass upon the ground. "Has an Inferius been seen, then?" said Parvati Patil in a high-pitched voice. "Is it definite? Is he using them?" "The Dark Lord has used Inferi in the past," said Snape, "which means you would be well advised to assume he might use them again. Now." He set off again around the other side of the classroom towards his desk, and again the class watched him as he walked, his dark robes billowing behind him. "You are, I believe, complete novices in the use of non-verbal spells. What is the advantage of a non-verbal spell?" Hermione's hand shot into the air. Snape took his time, looking around at everybody else, making sure he had no choice before saying curtly, "Very well, Miss Granger." "Your adversary has no warning about what kind of magic you're about to perform," said Hermione, "which gives you a split-second advantage." "An answer copied almost word for word from the Standard Book of Spells, Grade 6, said Snape dismissively. Over in the corner, Malfoy sniggered. "But correct in essentials. Yes, those whose progress to using magic without shouting incantations gain an element of surprise in their spellcasting. Not all wizards can do this, of course. It is a question of concentration and mind power, which some," his gaze lingered maliciously upon Harry once more, "lack." Harry knew Snape was thinking of their disastrous occlumency lessons on the previous year. He refused to drop his gaze, but glowered at Snape, and Snape looked away. "You will now divide," Snape went on, "into pairs. One partner will attempt to jinx the other without speaking. The other will attempt to repel the jinx in equal silence. Carry on." Although Snape did not know it, Harry had taught at least half the class, everyone who had been a member of the DA, how to perform a shield charm the previous year. None of them had ever cast the charm without speaking, however. A reasonable amount of cheating ensued. Many people were merely whispering the incantation instead of saying it aloud. Typically, 10 minutes into the lesson, Hermione managed to repel Neville's muttered jelly-legs jinx without uttering a single word. A feat that would surely have earned her 20 points for Gryffindor from any reasonable teacher, thought Harry bitterly, but which Snape ignored. He swept between them as they practised, looking just as much like an overgrown bat as ever, lingering to watch Harry and Ron struggling with the task. Ron, who was supposed to be jinxing Harry, was purple in the face, his lips tightly compressed to save himself from the temptation of muttering the incantation. Harry had his wand raised, waiting on tenterhooks to repel a jinx that seemed unlikely ever to come. "Pathetic, Weasley," said Snape after a while. "Here, let me show you." He turned his wand on Harry, so fast that Harry reacted instinctively. All thought of non-verbal spells forgotten, he yelled, "Protego!" His shield charm was so strong, Snape was knocked off balance and hit a desk. The whole class had looked around and now watched as Snape righted himself, scowling. "Do you remember me telling you you are practicing non-verbal spells, Potter?" "Yes," said Harry stiffly. "Yes, sir." "There's no need to call me sir, Professor." The words had escaped him before he knew what he was saying. Several people gasped, including Hermione. Behind Snape, however, Ron, Dean and Seamus grinned appreciatively. "Detention. Saturday night. My office," said Snape. "I do not take cheek from anyone, Potter, not even the chosen one." "That was brilliant, Harry," chortled Ron, once they were safely on their way back to a break a short while later. "You really shouldn't have said it," said Hermione, frowning at Ron. "What made you?" "He tried to jinx me, in case you didn't notice," fumed Harry. "Had enough of that during those occlumency lessons. Why doesn't he use another guinea pig for a change? What's Dumbledore playing at anyway, letting him teach defence? Did you hear him talking about the dark arts? He loves them, all that unfixed, indestructible stuff." "Well," said Hermione, "I thought he sounded a bit like you." "Like me?" "Yes. When you were telling us what it's like to face Voldemort, you said it wasn't just memorising a bunch of spells. You said it was just you and your brains and your guts. Well, wasn't that what Snape was saying? That it really comes down to being brave and quick thinking?" Harry was so disarmed that she had thought his words as well worth memorising as the standard book of spells, that he did not argue. "Harry! Hey, Harry!" Harry looked around. Jack Sloper, one of the beaters on the previous year's Gryffindor Quidditch team, was hurrying towards him holding a roll of parchment. "For you," panted Sloper. "Listen, I heard you're the new captain. When are you holding trials?" "I'm not sure yet," said Harry, thinking privately that Sloper would be very lucky to get back on the team. "I'll let you know." "Oh, right, I was hoping it'd be this weekend." But Harry was not listening. He had just recognised the thin slanting writing on the parchment. Leaving Sloper in mid-sentence, he hurried away with Ron and Hermione, unrolling the parchment as he went. "Dear Harry, I would like to start our private lessons this Saturday. Kindly come along to my office at 8 p.m. I hope you are enjoying your first day back at school. Yours sincerely, Albus Dumbledore. P.S. I enjoy acid pops." "He enjoys acid pops," said Ron, who had read the message over Harry's shoulder and was looking perplexed. "It's the password to get past the gargoyle outside the study," said Harry in a low voice. "Ha! Snape's not going to be pleased. I won't be able to do his detention." He, Ron and Hermione spent the whole of break speculating on what Dumbledore would teach Harry. Ron thought it most likely to be spectacular jinxes and hexes of the type the Death Eaters would not know. Hermione said such things were illegal and thought it much more likely that Dumbledore wanted to teach Harry advanced defensive magic. After break, she went off to arithmancy while Harry and Ron returned to the common room, where they grudgingly started Snape's homework. This turned out to be so complex that they still had not finished when Hermione joined them in their after-lunch free period, although she considerably speeded up the process. They'd only just finished when the bell rang for the afternoon's double potions, and they beat the familiar path down to the dungeon classroom that had for so long been Snape's. When they arrived in the corridor, they saw that there were only a dozen people progressing to Newt level. Crabbe and Goyle had evidently failed to achieve the required OWL grade, but 4 Slytherins had made it through, including Malfoy. 4 Ravenclaws were there, and 1 Hufflepuff, Ernie Macmillan, whom Harry liked despite his rather pompous manner. "Harry," Ernie said portentously, holding out his hand as Harry approached. "Didn't get a chance to speak in defence against the dark arts this morning. Good lesson, I thought, but shield charms are old hat, of course, for us old DA lags. And how are you, Ron, Hermione?" Before they could say more than fine, the dungeon door opened and Slughorn's belly preceded him out of the door. As they filed into the room, his great walrus moustache curved above his beaming mouth, and he greeted Harry and Zabini with particular enthusiasm. The dungeon was, most unusually, already full of vapours and odd smells. Harry, Ron and Hermione sniffed interestedly as they passed large bubbling cauldrons. The 4 Slytherins took a table together, as did the 4 Ravenclaws. This left Harry, Ron and Hermione to share a table with Ernie. They chose the one nearest, a gold-coloured cauldron that was emitting one of the most seductive scents Harry had ever inhaled. Somehow it reminded him simultaneously of treacle tart, the woody smell of a broomstick handle, and something flowery he thought he might have smelled at the burrow. He found that he was breathing very slowly and deeply, and that the potion's fumes seemed to be filling him up like drink. A great contentment stole over him. He grinned across at Ron, who grinned lazily back. "Now then, now then, now then," said Slughorn, whose massive outline was quivering through the many shimmering vapours. "Scales out, everyone, and potion kits, and don't forget your copies of Advanced Potion Making." "Sir," said Harry, raising his hand. "Harry, my boy." "I haven't got a book or scales or anything, nor's Ron. We didn't realise we'd be able to do the newt, you see." "Ah, yes, Professor McGonagall did mention. Not to worry, my dear boy, not to worry at all. You can use ingredients from the store cupboard today, and I'm sure we can lend you some scales. And we've got a small stock of old books here. They'll do until you can write to flourish and blots." Slughorn strode over to a corner cupboard, and after a moment's foraging emerged with two very battered-looking copies of Advanced Potion Making by Labacious Borage, which he gave to Harry and Ron, along with two sets of tarnished scales. "Now then," said Slughorn, returning to the front of the class and inflating his already bulging chest, so that the buttons on his waistcoat threatened to burst off. "I've prepared a few potions for you to have a look at. Just out of interest, you know. These are the kind of thing you ought to be able to make after completing your newts. You ought to have heard of them, even if you haven't made 'em yet. Anyway, tell me what this one is." He indicated the cauldron nearest the Slytherin table. Harry raised himself slightly in his seat and saw what looked like plain water boiling away inside it. Hermione's well-practised hand hit the air before anybody else's. Slughorn pointed at her. "It's Veritaserum, a colourless, odourless potion that forces the drinker to tell the truth," said Hermione. Very good," said Slughorn happily. "Now," he continued, pointing at the cauldron nearest the Ravenclaw table, "this one here is pretty well known. Featured in a few ministry leaflets lately, too. Who can—" Hermione's hand was fastest once more. "It's Polyjuice Potion, sir," she said. Harry, too, had recognised the slow-bubbling, mud-like substance in the second cauldron, but did not resent Hermione getting the credit for answering the question. She, after all, was the one who had succeeded in making it back in their second year. "Excellent, excellent. Now, this one here." "Yes, my dear," said Slughorn, now looking slightly bemused, as Hermione's hand punched the air again. "It's Amortentia." "It is indeed. It seems almost foolish to ask," said Slughorn, who was looking mightily impressed, "but I assume you know what it does." "It's the most powerful love potion in the world," said Hermione. "Quite right. You recognised it, I suppose, by its distinctive mother-of-pearl sheen." "And the steam rising in characteristic spirals," said Hermione enthusiastically. "And it's supposed to smell differently to each of us, according to what attracts us. And I can smell freshly mown grass, and now new parchment, and—" But she turned slightly pink and did not complete the sentence. "May I ask your name, my dear?" said Slughorn, ignoring Hermione's embarrassment. Hermione Granger, sir." "Granger? Granger? Can you possibly be related to Hector Dagworth Granger, who founded the most extraordinary society of potioneers?" "No, I don't think so, sir. I'm Muggle-born, you see." Harry saw Malfoy lean close to Nott and whisper something. Both of them sniggered, but Slughorn showed no dismay. On the contrary, he beamed and looked from Hermione to Harry, who was sitting next to her. "Oh, one of my best friends is Muggle-born, and she's the best in our year. I'm assuming this is the very friend of whom you spoke, Harry." "Yes, sir," said Harry. Well, take 20 well-earned points for Gryffindor, Miss Granger," said Slughorn genially. Malfoy looked rather as he had done the time Hermione had punched him in the face. Hermione turned to Harry with a radiant expression and whispered, "Did you really tell him I'm the best in the year?" "Oh, Harry!" "Well, what's so impressive about that?" whispered Ron, who for the same reason looked annoyed. "You are the best in the year." "I'd have told him so if he'd asked me." Hermione smiled, but made a shushing gesture so that they could hear what Slughorn was saying. Ron looked slightly disgruntled. "Amortentia doesn't really create love, of course. It is impossible to manufacture or imitate love, No, this will simply cause a powerful infatuation or obsession. It is probably the most dangerous and powerful potion in this room. Oh, yes, he said, nodding gravely at Malfoy and Nott, both of whom were smirking sceptically. When you have seen as much of life as I have, you will not underestimate the power of obsessive love. And now, said Slughorn, it's time for us to start work. Sir, you haven't told us what's in this one, said Ernie Macmillan, pointing at a small black cauldron standing on Slughorn's desk. The potion within was splashing about merrily. It was the colour of molten gold, and large drops were leaping like goldfish above the surface, though not a particle had spilled. "Oh-ho!" said Slughorn again. Harry was sure that Slughorn had not forgotten a potion at all, but had waited to be asked for dramatic effect. "Yes, that one, ladies and gentlemen, is a most curious little potion called Felix Felicis. I take it." He turned, smiling, to look at Hermione, who had let out an audible gasp, "that you know what Felix Felicis does, Miss Granger." "It's liquid luck," said Hermione excitedly. "It makes you lucky." The whole class seemed to sit up a little straighter. Now all Harry could see of Malfoy was the back of his sleek blonde head, because he was at last giving Slughorn his full and undivided attention. "Quite right. Take another 10 points for Gryffindor. Yes, it's a funny little potion, Felix Felicis," said Slughorn. "Desperately tricky to make, and disastrous to get wrong. However, if brewed correctly, as this has been, you will find that all your endeavours tend to succeed, at least until the effects wear off." "Why don't people drink it all the time, sir?" said Terry Boot eagerly. "Because if taken in excess, it causes giddiness, recklessness, and dangerous overconfidence," said Slughorn. "Too much of a good thing, you know. Highly toxic in large quantities, but taken sparingly, and very occasionally." "Have you ever taken it, sir?" asked Michael Corner, with great interest. "Twice in my life," said Slughorn. "Once when I was 24. Once when I was 57. 2 tablespoonfuls taken with breakfast. 2 perfect days." He gazed dreamily into the distance. Whether he was play-acting or not, thought Harry, the effect was good. "And that," said Slughorn, apparently coming back to earth, "is what I shall be offering as a prize in this lesson." There was a silence, in which every bubble and gurgle of the surrounding potions seemed magnified tenfold. "1 tiny bottle of Felix Felicis," said Slughorn, taking a minuscule glass bottle with a cork in it out of his pocket and showing it to them all. "Enough for 12 hours' luck. From dawn till dusk, you will be lucky in everything you attempt. Now, I must give you a warning that Felix Felicis is a banned substance in organised competitions, sporting events, for instance, examinations or elections, so the winner is to use it in an ordinary day only, and watch how that ordinary day becomes extraordinary." "So," said Slughorn, suddenly brisk, "how are you to win my fabulous prize? Well, by turning to page 10 of Advanced Potion Making. We have a little over an hour left to us, which should be time for you to make a decent attempt at the draught of living death. I know it is more complex than anything you have attempted before, and I do not expect a perfect potion from anybody. The person who does best, however, will win little Felix here. Off you go." There was a scraping as everyone drew their cauldrons towards them, and some loud clunks as people began adding weights to their scales, but nobody spoke. The concentration within the room was almost tangible. Harry saw Malfoy riffling feverishly through his copy of Advanced Potion Making. It could not have been clearer that Malfoy really wanted that lucky day. Harry bent swiftly over the tattered book Slughorn had lent him. To his annoyance, he saw that the previous owner had scribbled all over the pages, so that the margins were as black as the printed portions. Bending low to decipher the ingredients, even here the previous owner had made annotations and crossed things out. Harry hurried off towards the store cupboard to find what he needed. As he dashed back to his cauldron, he saw Malfoy cutting up valerian roots as fast as he could. Everyone kept glancing around at what the rest of the class was doing. This was both an advantage and a disadvantage of potions, that it was hard to keep your work private. Within 10 minutes, the whole place was full of bluish steam. Hermione, of course, seemed to have progressed furthest, Her potion already resembled the smooth black currant-coloured liquid mentioned as the ideal halfway stage. Having finished chopping his roots, Harry bent low over his book again. It was really very irritating, having to try and decipher the directions under all the stupid scribbles of the previous owner, who for some reason had taken issue with the order to cut up the Sophoropus bean and had written in the alternative instruction, "Crush with flat side of silver dagger. Releases juice better than cutting." "Sir, I think you knew my grandfather, Abracus Malfoy." Harry looked up. Slughorn was just passing the Slytherin table. "Yes," said Slughorn, without looking at Malfoy. "I was sorry to hear he had died, although, of course, it wasn't unexpected, dragon pox at his age." And he walked away. Harry bent back over his cauldron, smirking. He could tell that Malfoy had expected to be treated like Harry or Zabini, perhaps even hoped for some preferential treatment of the type he had learned to expect from Snape. It looked as though Malfoy would have to rely on nothing but talent to win the bottle of Felix Felicis. The Soporiferous bean was proving very difficult to cut up. Harry turned to Hermione. "Can I borrow your silver knife?" She nodded impatiently, not taking her eyes off her potion, which was still deep purple, though, according to the book, ought to be turning a light shade of lilac by now. Harry crushed his bean with the flat side of the dagger. To his astonishment, it immediately exuded so much juice, he was amazed the shriveled bean could have held it all. Hastily scooping it all into the cauldron, he saw, to his surprise, that the potion immediately turned exactly the shade of lilac described by the textbook. His annoyance with the previous owner vanished on the spot. Harry now squinted at the next line of instructions. According to the book, he had to stir counterclockwise until the potion turned clear as water. According to the addition in the previous owner had made, however, he ought to add a clockwise stir after every 7th counterclockwise stir. Could the old owner be right twice? Harry stirred counterclockwise, held his breath, and stirred once clockwise. The effect was immediate. The potion turned palest pink. "How are you doing that?" demanded Hermione, who was red-faced and whose hair was growing bushier and bushier in the fumes from her cauldron. Her potion was still resolutely purple. "Add a clockwise stir." No, the book says counterclockwise," she snapped. Harry shrugged and continued what he was doing. 7 stirs counterclockwise, 1 clockwise. Pause. 7 stirs counterclockwise, 1 stir clockwise. Across the table, Ron was cursing fluently under his breath. His potion looked like liquid licorice. Harry glanced around. As far as he could see, no one else's potion had turned as pale as his. He felt elated, something that had certainly never happened before in this dungeon. "And time's up," called Slughorn. "Stop stirring, please." Slughorn moved slowly between the tables, peering into cauldrons. He made no comment, but occasionally gave the potions a stir or a sniff. At last he reached the table where Harry, Ron, Hermione and Ernie were sitting. He smiled ruefully at the tar-like substance in Ron's cauldron. He passed over Ernie's navy concoction. Hermione's potion he gave an approving nod, and then he saw Harry's, and a look of incredulous delight spread over his face. "The clear winner!" he cried to the dungeon. "Excellent, excellent, Harry! Good Lord, it's clear you've inherited your mother's talent. She was a dab hand at potions, Lily was. Here you are, then. Here you are, 1 bottle of Felix Felicis, as promised, and use it well." Harry slipped the tiny bottle of golden liquid into his inner pocket, feeling an odd combination of delight at the furious looks on the Slytherins' faces and guilt at the disappointed expression on Hermione's. Ron looked simply dumbfounded. "How did you do that?" he whispered to Harry as they left the dungeon. "Got lucky, I suppose," said Harry, because Malfoy was within earshot. Once they were securely ensconced at the Gryffindor table for dinner, however, he felt safe enough to tell them. Hermione's face became stonier at every word he uttered. "I suppose you think I cheated," he finished, aggravated by her expression. "Well, it wasn't exactly your own work, was it?" she said stiffly. "He only followed different instructions to ours," said Ron. "Could have been a catastrophe, couldn't it? But he took a risk and it paid off." He heaved a sigh. Slughorn could have handed me that book, but no, I get the one no one's ever written in. Puked on, by the look of page 52, but... Hang on, said a voice close by Harry's left ear, and he caught a sudden waft of that flowery spell he had picked up on Slughorn's dungeon. He looked around and saw that Ginny had joined them. Did I hear right? You've been taking orders from something someone wrote in a book, Harry? She looked alarmed and angry. Harry knew what was on her mind at once. It's nothing, he said reassuringly, lowering his voice. It's not like, Riddle's diary. It's just an old textbook someone scribbled in. But you're doing what it says. I just tried a few of the tips written into the margins. Honestly, Ginny, there's nothing funny. Ginny's got a point, said Hermione, perking up at once. We ought to check that there's nothing odd about it. I mean, all these funny instructions. Who knows? Hey, said Harry indignantly, as she pulled his copy of Advanced Potion Making out of his bag and raised her wand. Specialis Revelio, she said, rapping it smartly on the front cover. Nothing whatsoever happened. The book simply lay there, looking old and dirty and dog-eared. Finished? Said Harry irritably. Or do you want to wait and see if it does a few backflips? Seems all right, said Hermione, still staring at the book suspiciously. I mean, it really does seem to be just a textbook. Good. Then I'll have it back, said Harry, snatching it off the table. But it slipped from his hand and landed on the floor. Nobody else was looking. Harry bent low to retrieve the book, and as he did so, he saw something scribbled along the bottom of the back cover, in the same small, cramped handwriting as the instructions that had won him the bottle of Felix Felicis, now safely hidden inside a pair of socks in his trunk upstairs. This book is the property of the Half-Blood Prince. Chapter 10. The House of Gaunt. For the rest of the week's potion lessons, Harry continued to follow the Half-Blood Prince's instructions, wherever they deviated from Labacious Borages, with the result that by their fourth lesson, Slughorn was raving about Harry's abilities, saying that he had rarely taught anyone so talented. Neither Ron nor Hermione was delighted by this, although Harry had offered to share his book with both of them. Ron had more difficulty deciphering the handwriting than Harry did, and could not keep asking Harry to read aloud, or it might look suspicious. Hermione, meanwhile, was resolutely ploughing on with what she called the official instructions, but becoming increasingly bad-tempered as they yielded poorer results than the prince's. Harry wondered vaguely who the Half-Blood Prince had been, although the amount of homework they had been given prevented him from reading the whole of his copy of Advanced Potion Making. He had skimmed through it sufficiently to see that there was barely a page on which the prince had not made additional notes, not all of them concerned with potion making. Here and there were directions for what looked like spells that the prince had made up himself. Or herself, said Hermione irritably, overhearing Harry pointing some of those out to Ron in the common room on Saturday evening. It might have been a girl. I think the handwriting looks more like a girl's than a boy's. The Half-Blood Prince, he was called, Harry said. How many girls have been princes? Hermione seemed to have no answer to this. She merely scowled and twitched her essay on the principles of rematerialization away from Ron, who was trying to read it upside down. Harry looked at his watch and hurriedly put the old copy of Advanced Potion Making back into his bag. It's 5 to 8. I'd better go. I'll be late for Dumbledore. Ooh, gasped Hermione, looking up at once. Good luck. We'll wait up. We want to hear what he teaches you. Hope it goes okay, said Ron, and the pair of them watched Harry leave through the portrait hole. Harry proceeded through deserted corridors, though he had to step hastily behind a statue when Professor Trelawney appeared around a corner, muttering to herself as she shuffled a pack of dirty-looking playing cards, reading them as she walked. 2 of spades. Conflict, she murmured, as she passed the place where Harry crouched hidden. 7 of spades. All an ill omen. 10 of spades. Violence. Knave of spades. A dark young man, possibly troubled. One who dislikes the questioner. She stopped dead, right on the other side of Harry's statue. Well, that can't be right, she said, annoyed, and Harry heard her reshuffling vigorously as she set off again, leaving nothing but a whiff of cooking sherry behind her. Harry waited until he was quite sure she had gone, and then hurried off again until he reached the spot in the seventh-floor corridor where a single gargoyle stood against the wall. "Acid pops," said Harry. The gargoyle leapt aside. The wall behind it slid apart, and a moving spiral stone staircase was revealed, onto which Harry stepped, so that he was carried in smooth circles up to the door with a brass knocker that led to Dumbledore's office. Harry knocked. "Come in," said Dumbledore's voice. "Good evening, sir," said Harry, walking into the headmaster's office. "Ah, good evening, Harry. Sit down," said Dumbledore, smiling. "I hope you've had an enjoyable first week back at school." Yes, thanks, sir," said Harry. "You must have been busy. Had detention under your belt already?" Began Harry awkwardly, but Dumbledore did not look too stern. "I have arranged with Professor Snape that you will do your detention next Saturday instead." "Right," said Harry, who had more pressing matters on his mind than Snape's detention, and now looked around surreptitiously for some indication of what Dumbledore was planning to do with him that evening. The circular office looked just as it always did. The delicate silver instruments stood on spindle-legged tables, puffing smoke and whirring. Portraits of previous headmasters and headmistresses dozed in their frames, and Dumbledore's magnificent phoenix, Fawkes, stood on the perch behind the door, watching Harry with bright interest. It did not even look as though Dumbledore had cleared a space for dueling practice. "So, Harry," said Dumbledore in a business-like voice, "you have been wondering, I am sure, what I have planned for you during these, for want of a better word, lessons." "Yes, sir." "Well, I have decided that it is time, now that you know what prompted Lord Voldemort to try and kill you 15 years ago, for you to be given certain information." There was a pause. "You said at the end of last term you were going to tell me everything," said Harry. It was hard to keep a note of accusation from his voice. "Sir," he added. "And so I did," said Dumbledore placidly. "I told you everything I know. From this point forth we shall be leaving the firm foundation of fact and journeying together through the murky marshes of memory into thickets of wildest guesswork. From here on in, Harry, I may be as woefully wrong as Humphrey Belcher, who believed the time was ripe for a cheese cauldron." "But you think you're right," said Harry. "Naturally I do, but as I have already proven to you, I make mistakes, like the next man. In fact, being, forgive me, rather cleverer than most men, my mistakes tend to be correspondingly huger." "Sir," said Harry tentatively, does what you're going to tell me have anything to do with a prophecy? Will it help me survive?" "It has a very great deal to do with the prophecy," said Dumbledore, as casually as if Harry had asked him what the next day's weather was going to be. "And I certainly hope that it will help you to survive." Dumbledore got to his feet and walked around the desk past Harry, who turned eagerly in his seat to watch Dumbledore bending over the cabinet beside the door. When Dumbledore straightened up, he was holding a familiar shallow stone basin etched with odd markings around its rim. He placed the pensieve on the desk in front of Harry. "You look worried." Harry had indeed been eyeing the pensieve and some apprehension. His previous experiences with the odd device that stored and revealed thoughts and memories, though highly instructive, had also been uncomfortable. The last time he had disturbed its contents, he had seen much more than he would have wished, but Dumbledore was smiling. "This time you went to the pensieve with me, and, even more unusually, with permission." "Where are we going, sir?" "For a trip down Bob Ogden's memory lane," said Dumbledore, pulling from his pocket a crystal bottle containing a swirling, silvery white substance. "Who was Bob Ogden?" "He was employed by the Department of Magical Law Enforcement," said Dumbledore. "He died some time ago, but not before I had tracked him down and persuaded him to confide these recollections to me. We are about to accompany him on a visit he made in the course of his duties. If you will stand, Harry." But Dumbledore was having difficulty pulling out the stopper of the crystal bottle. His injured hand seemed stiff and painful. Shall I, sir?" "No matter, Harry." Dumbledore pointed his wand at the bottle, and the cork flew out. "Sir, how did you injure your hand?" Harry asked again, looking at the blackened fingers with a mixture of revulsion and pity. Now is not the moment for that story, Harry. Not yet. We have an appointment with Bob Ogden. Dumbledore tipped the silvery contents of the bottle into the pensieve, where they swirled and shimmered, neither liquid nor gas. After you, said Dumbledore, gesturing towards the bowl. Harry bent forwards, took a deep breath, and plunged his face into the silvery substance. He felt his feet leave the office floor. He was falling, through whirling darkness, and then, quite suddenly, he was blinking in dazzling sunlight. Before his eyes had adjusted, Dumbledore landed beside him. They were standing in a country lane bordered by high, tangled hedgerows, beneath a summer sky as bright and blue as a forget-me-not. Some 10 feet in front of them stood a short, plump man wearing enormously thick glasses that reduced his eyes to mole-like specks. He was reading a wooden signpost that was sticking out of the brambles on the left-hand side of the road. Harry knew this must be Ogden. He was the only person in sight, and he was also wearing the strange assortment of clothes so often chosen by inexperienced wizards trying to look like muggles. In this case, a frock coat and spats over a striped one-piece bathing costume. Before Harry had time to do more than register his bizarre appearance, however, Ogden had set off at a brisk walk down the lane. Dumbledore and Harry followed. As they passed the wooden sign, Harry looked up at its 2 arms. The one pointing back the way they had come read, Great Hangleton, 5 miles. The arm pointing after Ogden said, Little Hangleton, 1 mile. They walked a short while with nothing to see but the hedgerows, the wide blue sky overhead, and the swishing, frock-coated figure ahead. Then the lane curved to the left and fell away, sloping steeply down a hillside, so that they had a sudden, unexpected view of a whole valley laid out in front of them. Harry could see a village, undoubtedly Little Hangleton, nestling between the 2 steep hills, its church and graveyard clearly visible. Across the valley, set on the opposite hillside, was a handsome manor house, surrounded by a wide expanse of velvety green lawn. Ogden had broken into a reluctant trot due to the steep downward slope. Dumbledore lengthened his stride, and Harry hurried to keep up. He thought Little Hangleton must be their final destination, and wondered, as he had done on their night they had found Slughorn, why they had to approach it from such a distance. He soon discovered that he was mistaken in thinking that they were going to the village, however. The lane curved to the right, and when they rounded the corner, it was to see the very edge of Ogden's frock-coat vanishing through a gap in the hedge. Dumbledore and Harry followed him to a narrow dirt track bordered by higher and wider hedgerows from those that they had left behind. The path was crooked, rocked and potholed, sloping downhill like the last one, and it seemed to be heading for a patch of dark trees a little below them. Sure enough, the track soon opened up at the copse, and Dumbledore and Harry came to a halt behind Ogden, who had stopped and drawn his wand. Despite the cloudless sky, the old trees ahead cast deep, dark, cool shadows, and it was a few seconds before Harry's eyes discerned the building half hidden amongst the tangle of trunks. It seemed to him a very strange location to choose for a house, or else an odd decision to leave the trees growing nearby, blocking all light and the view of the valley below. He wondered whether it was inhabited. Its walls were mossy, and so many tiles had fallen off the roof that the rafters were visible in places. Nettles grew all around it, their tips reaching the windows, which were tiny and thick with grime. Just as he had concluded that nobody could possibly live there, however, one of the windows was thrown open with a clatter, and a thin trickle of steam or smoke issued from it, as though somebody was cooking. Ogden moved forwards quietly, and it seemed to Harry rather cautiously. As the dark shadows of the trees slid over him, he stopped again, staring at the front door, to which somebody had nailed a dead snake. Then there was a rustle and a crack, and a man in rags dropped from the nearest tree, landing on his feet right in front of Ogden, who leapt backwards so fast that he stood on the tails of the frock-coat and stumbled. "You're not welcome." The man standing before them had thick hair so matted with dirt it could have been any colour. Several of his teeth were missing. His eyes were small and dark and stared in opposite directions. He might have looked comical, but he did not. The effect was frightening, and Harry could not blame Ogden for backing away several more paces before he spoke. Good morning. I'm from the Ministry of Magic." "You're not welcome." I'm sorry, I don't understand you," said Ogden nervously. Harry thought Ogden was being extremely dim. The stranger was making himself very clear in Harry's opinion, particularly as he was brandishing a wand in one hand and a short and rather bloody knife in the other. "You understand him, I'm sure, Harry," said Dumbledore quietly. "Yes, of course," said Harry, slightly nonplussed. "Why can't Ogden?" But his eyes found the dead snake on the door again. He suddenly understood. "He's speaking Parseltongue." "Very good," said Dumbledore, nodding and smiling. The man in rags was now advancing on Ogden, knife in one hand, wand in the other. Now look," Ogden began, but too late. There was a bang, and Ogden was on the ground, clutching his nose, while a nasty yellowish goo squirted from between his fingers. "Morphin," said a loud voice. An elderly man had come hurrying out of the cottage, banging the door behind him so that the dead snake swung pathetically. This man was shorter than the first, and oddly proportioned. His shoulders were very broad and his arms overlong, which, with his bright brown eyes, short scrubby hair, and wrinkled face, gave him the look of a powerful aged monkey. He came to a halt beside the man with the knife, who was now cackling with laughter at the sight of Ogden on the ground. "Ministry, is it?" said the older man, looking down at Ogden. "Correct," said Ogden angrily, dabbing his face. "And you, I take it, are Mr. Gaunt?" "That's right," said Gaunt. "Got you in the face, did he?" "Yes, he did," snapped Ogden. "Should have made your presence known, shouldn't you?" said Gaunt aggressively. "This is private property. Can't just walk on here and not expect my son to defend himself." "Defend himself against what, man?" said Ogden, clambering back to his feet. "Busybodies, intruders, muggles and filth." Ogden pointed his wand at his own nose, which was still issuing large amounts of what looked like yellow pus, and the flow stopped at once. Mr. Gaunt spoke out of the corner of his mouth to Morphin. "Get in the house, don't argue." This time, ready for it, Harry recognised Parseltongue. Even while he could understand what it was being said, he distinguished the weird hissing noise that was all Ogden could hear. Morphin seemed to be on the point of disagreeing, but when his father cast him a threatening look, he changed his mind, lumbering away to the cottage with an odd, rolling gait, and slamming the front door behind him, so that the snake swung sadly again. "It's your son I'm here to see, Mr. Gaunt," said Ogden, as he mopped the last of the pus from the front of his coat. "That was Morphin, was it?" "Ah, that was Morphin," said the old man indifferently. "Are you pure blood?" he asked, suddenly aggressive. "That's neither here nor there," said Ogden coldly, and Harry felt his respect for Ogden rise. Apparently Gaunt felt rather differently. He squinted into Ogden's face and muttered, in what was clearly supposed to be an offensive tone, "Now I come to think about it, I've seen noses like yours down in the village." "I don't doubt it. If your son's been let loose on them," said Ogden, "perhaps we could continue this discussion inside?" "Inside?" "Yes, Mr. Gaunt. I've already told you I'm here about Morphin. We sent an owl." "I've no use for owls," said Gaunt. "I don't open letters." "Then you can hardly complain that you get no warning of visitors," said Ogden tartly. "I am here following a serious breach of wizarding law, which occurred here in the early hours of this morning." All right, bellowed Gaunt. "Come on in the bleeding house, then, and much good it'll do you." The house seemed to contain 3 tiny rooms. 2 doors led off the main room, which served as kitchen and living room combined. Morphin was sitting in a filthy armchair beside the smoking fire, twisting a live adder between his thick fingers and crooning softly at it in Parseltongue. "Hissy, hissy, little snaky, sliver on the floor. You be good to Morphin, or he'll nail you to the door." There was a scuffling noise in the corner beside the open window, and Harry realised that there was somebody else in the room, a girl whose ragged, grey dress was the exact colour of the dirty stone wall behind her. She was standing beside a steaming pot on a grimy black stove, and was fiddling around with a shelf of squalid-looking pots and pans above it. Her hair was lank and dull, and she had a plain, pale, rather heavy face. Her eyes, like her brother's, stared in opposite directions. She looked a little cleaner than the 2 men, but Harry thought he had never seen a more defeated-looking person. "My daughter, Merope," said Gaunt grudgingly, as Ogden looked inquiringly towards her. Good morning," said Ogden. She did not answer, but with a frightened glance at her father, turned her back on the room and continued shifting the pots on the shelf behind her. "Well, Mr. Gaunt," said Ogden, "to get straight to the point, we have reason to believe that your son Morfin performed magic in front of a muggle late last night." There was a deafening clang. Merope had dropped one of the pots. "Pick it up!" Gaunt bellowed at her. "That's it! Grub on the floor like some filthy muggle! What's your wand for, you useless sack of muck?" "Mr. Gaunt, please," said Ogden in a shocked voice, as Merope, who had already picked up the pot, flushed blotchily scarlet, lost her grip on the pot again, drew her wand shakily from her pocket, pointed it at the pot, and muttered a hasty, inaudible spell that caused the pot to shoot across the floor away from her, hit the opposite wall, and crack in two. Morfin let out a mad cackle of laughter. Gaunt screamed, "Mend it, you pointless lump! Mend it!" Merope stumbled across the room, but before she had time to raise her wand, Ogden had lifted his own and said firmly, "Reparo." The pot mended itself instantly. Gaunt looked for a moment as though he was going to shout at Ogden, but seemed to think better of it. Instead, he jeered at his daughter. "Luckily, the nice man from the ministry's here, isn't it? Perhaps he'll take you off my hands. Perhaps he doesn't mind dirty squibs." Without looking at anybody or thanking Ogden, Merope picked up the pot and returned it, hands trembling, to its shelf. She then stood quite still, her back against the wall between the filthy window and the stove, as though she wished for nothing more than to sink into the stone and vanish. "Mr. Gaunt," Ogden began again, "as I've said, the reason for my visit—" "I heard you the first time," snapped Gaunt. "And so what? Morfin gave a muggle a bit of what was coming to him. What's about it, then?" "Morfin has broken wizarding law," said Ogden sternly. "Morfin has broken wizarding law," Gaunt imitated Ogden's voice, making it pompous and sing-song. Morfin cackled again. "He taught a filthy muggle a lesson. That's illegal now, is it?" "Yes," said Ogden. "I'm afraid it is." He pulled from inside a pocket a small scroll of parchment and unrolled it. "What's that, then?" "His sentence," said Gaunt, his voice rising angrily. "It is a summons to the ministry for a hearing." "Summons? Summons? Who do you think you are, summoning my son anywhere?" "I'm head of the Magical Law Enforcement Squad," said Ogden. "And you think we're scum, do you?" screamed Gaunt, advancing on Ogden now, with a dirty yellow-nailed finger pointing at his chest. "Scum who'll come running while the ministry tells them to. Do you know who you're talking to, you filthy little mudblood? Do you?" "I was under the impression that I was speaking to Mr. Gaunt," said Ogden, looking wary, but standing his ground. "That's right," roared Gaunt. For a moment, Harry thought Gaunt was making an obscene hand gesture, but then realised that he was showing Ogden the ugly, black-stoned ring he was wearing on his middle finger, waving it before Ogden's eyes. "See this? See this? Know what it is? Know where it came from? Centuries it's been in our family. That's how far back we go. And pure blood all the way. Know how much I've been offered for this, with the Peveril coat of arms engraved on the stone?" I've really no idea," said Ogden, blinking as the rings sailed within an inch of his nose. "And it's quite beside the point, Mr. Gaunt. Your son has committed—" With a howl of rage, Gaunt ran towards his daughter. For a split second, Harry thought he was going to throttle her as his hand flew to her throat. Next moment, he was dragging her towards Ogden by a gold chain around her neck. "See this?" he bellowed at Ogden, shaking a heavy gold locket at him, while Merope spluttered and gasped for breath. "I see it! I see it!" said Ogden hastily. "Slytherins!" yelled Gaunt. "Salazar Slytherins! We're his last living descendants! What do you say to that, eh?" "Mr. Gaunt, your daughter," said Ogden in alarm, but Gaunt had already released Merope. She staggered away from him, back to her corner, massaging her neck and gulping for air. "So," said Gaunt triumphantly, as though he had proved a complicated point beyond all possible dispute. "Don't you go talking to us as if we're dirt on your shoes. Generations of purebloods, wizards all, more than you can say, I don't doubt." And he spat on the floor at Ogden's feet. Morfin cackled. Merope huddled beside the window, her head bowed and her face hidden by her lank hair, and said nothing. "Mr. Gaunt," said Ogden doggedly, I'm afraid that neither your ancestors nor mine have anything to do with the matter in hand. I am here because of Morfin. Morfin and the muggle he accosted late last night. Our information," he glanced down at his scroll of parchment, "is that Morfin performed a jinx or hex on the said muggle, causing him to erupt in highly painful hives." Morfin giggled. "Be quiet, boy," snarled Gaunt in Parseltongue, and Morfin fell silent again. "And so what if he did then?" Gaunt said defiantly to Ogden. "I expect you've wiped the muggle's filthy face clean for him, and his memory to boot." "That's hardly the point, is it, Mr. Gaunt?" said Ogden. "This was an unprovoked attack on a defenceless—" "Ah! Had you marked out as a muggle lover the moment I saw you?" sneered Gaunt, and he spat on the floor again. "This discussion is getting us nowhere," said Ogden firmly. "It is clear from your son's attitude that he feels no remorse for his actions." He glanced down at his scroll of parchment again. "Morfin will attend a hearing on the 14th of September to answer the charges of using magic in front of a muggle and causing harm and distress to that same mug—" Ogden broke off. The jingling, clopping sounds of horses and loud laughing voices were drifting in through the open window. Apparently, the winding lane to the village passed very close to the copse where the house stood. Gaunt froze, listening, his eyes wide. Morfin hissed and turned his face towards the sounds, his expression hungry. Merope raised her head. Her face, Harry saw, was starkly white. "My God, what an eyesore!" rang out a girl's voice, as clearly audible through the open window as if she had stood in the room beside them. "Couldn't your father have that hovel cleared away, Tom?" "It's not ours," said a young man's voice. "Everyone on the other side of the valley belongs to us, but that cottage belongs to an old tramp called Gaunt and his children. The son's quite mad. You should hear some of the stories they tell in the village." The girl laughed. The jingling, clopping noises were growing louder and louder. Morfin made to get out of his armchair. "Keep your seat," said his father warningly in Parseltongue. "Tom," said the girl's voice again, now so close they were clearly right beside the house. "I might be wrong, but has somebody nailed a snake to the door?" "Good Lord, you're right," said the man's voice. "That'll be the son. I told you he's not right in the head. Don't look at it, Cecilia, darling." The jingling and clopping sounds were now growing fainter again. "Darling," whispered Morfin in Parseltongue, looking at his sister. "Darling," he called her, "so he wouldn't have you anyway." Merope was so white, Harry felt sure she was going to faint. "What's that?" said Gaunt sharply, also in Parseltongue, looking from his son to his daughter. "What did you say, Morfin?" "She likes looking at that muggle," said Morfin, a vicious expression on his face, as he stared at his sister, who now looked terrified. "Always in the garden when he passes, peering through the hedge at him, isn't she? And last night—" Merope shook her head jerkily, imploringly, but Morfin went on ruthlessly. "Hanging out of the window, waiting for him to ride home, wasn't she?" "Hanging out of the window to look at a muggle?" said Gaunt quietly. All three of the Gaunts seemed to have forgotten Ogden, who was looking both bewildered and irritated at this renewed outbreak of incomprehensible hissing and rasping. "Is it true?" said Gaunt in a deadly voice, advancing a step or two towards the terrified girl. "My daughter, pure-blooded descendant of Salazar Slytherin, hankering after a filthy, dirt-veined muggle?" Merope shook her head frantically, pressing herself into the wall, apparently unable to speak. "But I got him, father," cackled Morfin. "I got him as you went by, and he didn't look so pretty with hives all over him, did he, Merope?" "You disgusting little squib, you filthy little blood traitor," roared Gaunt, losing control, and his hands closed around his daughter's throat. Both Harry and Ogden yelled no at the same time. Ogden raised his wand and cried, "Relatio!" Gaunt was thrown backwards, away from his daughter. He tripped over a chair and fell flat on his back. With a roar of rage, Morfin leapt out of his chair and ran at Ogden, brandishing his bloody knife and firing hexes indiscriminately from his wand. Ogden ran for his life. Dumbledore indicated that they ought to follow, and Harry obeyed, Merope's screams echoing in his ears. Ogden hurtled up the path and erupted onto the main lane, his arms over his head, where he collided with a glossy chestnut horse ridden by a very handsome, dark-haired young man. Both he and the pretty girl, riding beside him on a grey horse, roared with laughter at the sight of Ogden, who bounced off the horse's flank and set off again, his frock coat flying, covered from head to foot in dust, running pell-mell up the lane. "I think that will do, Harry," said Dumbledore. He took Harry by the elbow and tugged. Next moment they were both soaring weightlessly through darkness, until they landed squarely on their feet back in Dumbledore's now twilight office. "What happened to the girl in the cottage?" said Harry at once, as Dumbledore lit extra lamps with a flick of his wand. "Merope, or whatever her name was." "Oh, she survived," said Dumbledore, reseating himself behind his desk and indicating that Harry should sit down too. "Ogden apparated back to the Ministry and returned with reinforcements within 15 minutes. Morphin and his father attempted to fight, but both were overpowered, removed from the cottage and subsequently convicted by the Wizengamot. Morphin, who already had a record of Muggle attacks, was sentenced to 3 years in Azkaban. Marvolo, who had injured several Ministry employees in addition to Ogden, received 6 months. "Marvolo," Harry repeated wonderingly. "That's right," said Dumbledore, smiling in approval. "I'm glad to see you're keeping up." "That old man was—" "Voldemort's grandfather. Yes," said Dumbledore. "Marvolo. His son Morphin and his daughter Merope were the last of the Gaunts, a very ancient wizarding family noted for a vein of instability and violence that flourished through the generations due to their habit of marrying their own cousins. Lack of sense, coupled with a great liking for grandeur, meant that the family gold was squandered several generations before Marvolo was born. He, as you saw, was left in squalor and poverty, with a very nasty temper, a fantastic amount of arrogance and pride, and a couple of family heirlooms that he treasured just as much as his son, and rather more than his daughter." "So Merope," said Harry, leaning forwards in his chair and staring at Dumbledore. "So Merope was— Sir, does that mean she was Voldemort's mother?" "It does," said Dumbledore. "And it so happens that we also had a glimpse of Voldemort's father. I wonder whether you noticed." "The Muggle Morphin attacked? The man on the horse?" "Very good indeed," said Dumbledore, beaming. "Yes, that was Tom Riddle, Senior, the handsome Muggle who used to go riding past the Gaunt cottage, and for whom Merope Gaunt cherished a secret, burning passion." "And they ended up married," Harry said in disbelief, unable to imagine two people less likely to fall in love. "I think you are forgetting," said Dumbledore, "that Merope was a witch. I do not believe that her magical powers appeared to their best advantage when she was being terrorized by her father. Once Marvolo and Morphin were safely in Azkaban, once she was alone and free for the first time in her life, then I am sure she was able to give full rein to her abilities and to plot her escape from the desperate life she had led for 18 years. Can you not think of any measure Merope could have taken to make Tom Riddle forget his Muggle companion and fall in love with her instead?" "The Imperious Curse," Harry suggested, or a love potion." "Very good. Personally, I am inclined to think that she used a love potion. I am sure it would have seemed more romantic to her, and I do not think it would have been very difficult, some hot day when Riddle was riding alone, to persuade him to take a drink of water. In any case, within a few months of the scene we have just witnessed, the village of Little Hangleton enjoyed a tremendous scandal. You can imagine the gossip it caused when the squire's son ran off with the tramp's daughter Merope. But the villagers' shock was nothing to Marvolo's. He returned from Azkaban expecting to find his daughter dutifully awaiting his return with a hot meal ready on his table. Instead, he found a clear inch of dust and her note of farewell, explaining what she had done. From all that I have been able to discover, he never mentioned her name of existence from that time forth. The shock of her desertion may have contributed to his early death, or perhaps he had simply never learned to feed himself. Azkaban had greatly weakened Marvolo, and he did not live to see Morphin return to the cottage." And Merope? She died, didn't she? Wasn't Voldemort brought up in an orphanage? Yes, indeed, said Dumbledore. We must do a certain amount of guessing here, although I do not think it is difficult to deduce what happened. You see, within a few months of their runaway marriage, Tom Riddle appeared at the manor house in Little Hangleton without his wife. The rumour flew around the neighbourhood that he was talking of being hoodwinked and taken in. What he meant, I am sure, is that he had been under an enchantment that had now lifted, though I dare say he did not dare use these precise words for fear of being thought insane. When they heard what he was saying, however, the villagers guessed that Merope had lied to Tom Riddle, pretending that she was going to have his baby, and that he had married her for this reason. But she did have his baby. Yes, but not until a year after they were married. Tom Riddle left her while she was still pregnant. What went wrong? Asked Harry. Why did the love potion stop working? Again, this is guesswork, said Dumbledore. But I believe that Merope, who was deeply in love with her husband, could not bear to continue enslaving him by magical means. I believe that she made the choice to stop giving him the potion. Perhaps, besotted as she was, she had convinced herself that he would by now have fallen in love with her in return. Perhaps she thought he would stay for the baby's sake. If so, she was wrong on both counts. He left her, never saw her again, and never troubled to discover what became of his son. The sky outside was inky black, and the lamps in Dumbledore's office seemed to glow more brightly than before. I think that will do for tonight, Harry, said Dumbledore after a moment or two. Yes, sir, said Harry. He got to his feet, but did not leave. Sir, is it important to know all this about Voldemort's past? Very important, I think, said Dumbledore. And it's got something to do with the prophecy. It has everything to do with the prophecy. Right, said Harry, a little confused, but reassured all the same. He turned to go. Then another question occurred to him, and he turned back again. Sir, am I allowed to tell Ron and Hermione everything you've told me? Dumbledore considered him for a moment and then said, Yes, I think Mr. Weasley and Miss Granger have proved themselves trustworthy. But, Harry, I am going to ask you to ask them not to repeat any of this to anybody else. It would not be a good idea if word got around how much I know or suspect about Lord Voldemort's secrets. No, sir, I'll make sure it's just Ron and Hermione. Good night. He turned away again and was almost at the door when he saw it. Sitting on one of the little spindle-legged tables that supported so many frail-looking silver instruments was an ugly gold ring set with a large, cracked, black stone. Sir, said Harry, staring at it, that ring. Yes, said Dumbledore. You were wearing it when we visited Professor Slughorn that night. So I was, Dumbledore agreed. But isn't it, sir, isn't it the same ring Marvolo Gaunt showed Ogden? Dumbledore bowed his head. The very same. But how come? Have you always had it? No, I acquired it very recently, said Dumbledore. A few days before I came to fetch you from your aunt and uncle's, in fact. That would be around the time you injured your hand then, sir. Around that time, yes, Harry. Harry hesitated. Dumbledore was smiling. Sir, how exactly? Too late, Harry. You shall hear the story another time. Good night. Good night, sir. Chapter 11. Hermione's Helping Hand. As Hermione had predicted, the 6 years' free periods were not the hours of blissful relaxation Ron had anticipated, but times in which to attempt to keep up with the vast amount of homework they were being set. Not only were they studying as though they had had exams every day, but the lessons themselves had become more demanding than ever before. Harry barely understood half of what Professor McGonagall said to them these days. Even Hermione had had to ask to repeat instructions once or twice. Incredibly, and to Hermione's increasing resentment, Harry's best subject had suddenly become potions, thanks to the Half-Blood Prince. Non-verbal spells were now expected, not only in defence against the dark arts, but in charms and transfiguration too. Harry frequently looked over at his classmates in the common room or at mealtimes to see them purple in the face and straining as though they had overdosed on you-know-poo. But he knew that they were really struggling to make spells work without saying incantations aloud. It was a relief to get outside into the greenhouses. They were dealing with more dangerous plants than ever in herbology, but at least they were still allowed to swear loudly if the venomous tentacula seized them unexpectedly from behind. One result of their enormous workload and the frantic hours of practicing non-verbal spells was that Harry, Ron and Hermione had so far been unable to find time to go and visit Hagrid. He had stopped coming to meals at the staff table, an ominous sign, and on the few occasions when they had passed him in the corridors or out in the grounds, he had mysteriously failed to notice them or hear their greetings. "We've got to go and explain," said Hermione, looking up at Hagrid's huge empty chair at the staff table the following Saturday at breakfast. "We've got Quidditch tryouts this morning," said Ron, "and we're supposed to be practicing that Aguamenti charm for Flitwick. Anyway, explain what? How are we going to tell him we hated his stupid subject?" "We didn't hate it," said Hermione. "Speak for yourself." "I haven't forgotten the Scroots," said Ron darkly, "and I'm telling you now, we've had a narrow escape. You didn't hear him going on about his gormless brother. We'd have been teaching Grawp how to tie his shoelaces if we'd stayed." "I hate not talking to Hagrid," said Hermione, looking upset. "We'll go down after Quidditch," Harry assured her. He, too, was missing Hagrid, although, like Ron, he thought they were better off without Grawp in their lives. But trials might take all morning. The number of people who have applied. He felt slightly nervous at confronting the first hurdle of his captaincy. "I don't know why the team's this popular all of a sudden." "Oh, come on, Harry," said Hermione, suddenly impatient. "It's not Quidditch that's popular, it's you. You've never been more interesting and, frankly, you've never been more fanciable." Ron gagged on a large piece of kipper. Hermione spared him one look of disdain before turning back to Harry. "Everyone knows you've been telling the truth now, don't they? The whole wizarding world has had to admit that you were right about Voldemort being back, and that you really have fought him twice in the last 2 years and escaped both times. And now they're calling you the Chosen One. Well, come on, can't you see why people are fascinated by you?" Harry was finding the Great Hall very hot all of a sudden, even though the ceiling still looked cold and rainy. "And you've been through all that persecution from the Ministry, when they were trying to make out you were unstable and a liar. You can still see the marks where that evil woman made you write with your own blood, but you stuck to your own story anyway. You can still see why those brains got hold of me in the Ministry. Look," said Ron, shaking back his sleeves. "And it doesn't hurt that you've grown about a foot over the summer either," Hermione finished, ignoring Ron. "I'm tall," said Ron inconsequentially. The post owls arrived, swooping down through rain-flecked windows, scattering everyone with droplets of water. Most people were receiving more post than usual. Anxious parents were keen to hear from their children and to reassure them in turn that all was well at home. Harry had received no mail since the start of term. His only regular correspondent was now dead, and although he had hoped that Lupin might write occasionally, he had so far been disappointed. He was very surprised, therefore, to see the snowy white Hedwig circling amongst all the brown and grey owls. She landed in front of him carrying a large square package. A moment later, an identical package landed in front of Ron, crushing beneath its minuscule and exhausted owl Pigwidgeon. "Ha!" said Harry, unwrapping the parcel to reveal a new copy of Advanced Potion Making, fresh from Flourish and Blots. "Oh, good," said Hermione, delighted. "Now you can give that graffitied copy back." "Are you mad?" said Harry. "I'm keeping it. Look, I've fought it out." He pulled the old copy of Advanced Potion Making out of his bag and tapped the cover with his wand, muttering, "Diffindo." The cover fell off. He did the same thing with a brand new book. Hermione looked scandalised. He then swapped the covers, tapped each and said, "Reparo." Then sat the prince's copy, disguised as a new book, and there sat the fresh copy from Flourish and Blots, looking thoroughly second-hand. "I'll give Slughorn back the new one. He can't complain. It cost 9 galleons. Hermione pressed her lips together, looking angry and disapproving, but was distracted by a third owl landing in front of her, carrying that day's copy of the Daily Prophet. She unfolded it hastily and scanned the front page. "Anyone we know dead?" asked Ron in a determinedly casual voice. He posed the same question every time Hermione opened her paper. "No, but there have been more Dementor attacks," said Hermione, "and an arrest." "Excellent. Who?" said Harry, thinking of Bellatrix Lestrange. Stan Shunpike, said Hermione. What? Said Harry, startled. Stanley Shunpike, conductor on the popular wizarding conveyance the Night Bus, has been arrested on suspicion of Death Eater activity. Mr. Shunpike, 21, was taken into custody late last night after a raid on his Clapham home. Stan Shunpike, a Death Eater, said Harry, remembering the spotty youth he had first met 3 years before. No way. He might have been put under the Imperious Curse, said Ron reasonably. You never can tell. It doesn't look like it, said Hermione, who was still reading. It says here he was arrested after he was overheard talking about the Death Eater's secret plans in a pub. She looked up with a troubled expression on her face. If he was under the Imperious Curse, he'd hardly stand around gossiping about their plans, would he? It sounds like he was trying to make out he knew more than he did, said Ron. Isn't he the one who claimed he was going to become Minister for Magic when he was trying to chat up those Vila? Yeah, that's him, said Harry. I don't know what they're playing at, taking Stan seriously. They probably want to look as though they're doing something, said Hermione, frowning. People are terrified. You know, the Patil twins' parents want them to go home, and Eloise Midgen has already been withdrawn. Her father picked her up last night. What? Said Ron, goggling at Hermione. But Hogwarts is safer than their homes, bound to be. We've got auras, and all of those extra protective spells, and we've got Dumbledore. I don't think we've got him all the time, said Hermione very quietly, glancing towards the staff table over the top of the Prophet. Haven't you noticed? His seat's been empty as often as Hagrid's this past week. Harry and Ron looked up at the staff table. The headmaster's chair was indeed empty. Now Harry came to think of it, he had not seen Dumbledore since their private lesson a week ago. I think he's left the school to do something with the Order, said Hermione in a low voice. I mean, it's all looking serious, isn't it? Harry and Ron did not answer, but Harry knew that they were all thinking the same thing. There had been a horrible incident the day before, when Hannah Abbott had been taken out of herbology to be told her mother had been found dead. They had not seen Hannah since. When they left the Gryffindor table 5 minutes later to head down to the Quidditch pitch, they passed Lavender Brown and Parvati Patil. Remembering what Hermione had said about the Patil twins' parents wanting them to leave Hogwarts, Harry was unsurprised to see what the two best friends were whispering together, looking distressed. What did surprise him was that when Ron drew level with them, Parvati suddenly nudged Lavender, who looked around and gave Ron a wide smile. Ron blinked at her, and then returned the smile uncertainly. His walk instantly became something more like a strut. Harry resisted the temptation to laugh, remembering that Ron had refrained from doing so after Malfoy had broken Harry's nose. Hermione, however, looked cold and distant all the way down to the stadium through the cool, misty drizzle, and departed to find a place in the stands without wishing Ron good luck. As Harry had expected, the trials took most of the morning. Half of Gryffindor House seemed to have turned up, from first years who were nervously clutching a selection of the dreadful old school brooms, to seventh years who towered over the rest, looking coolly intimidating. The latter including a large, wiry-haired boy Harry recognised immediately from the Hogwarts Express. We met on the train, in old Sluggy's compartment, he said confidently, stepping out of the crowd to shake Harry's hand. Cormac McLaggen, keeper. You didn't try out last year, did you? Asked Harry, taking note of the breadth of McLaggen and thinking that he would probably block all 3 goal hoops without even moving. I was in the hospital wing when they held the trials, said McLaggen, with something of a swagger. 8 a pound of doxy eggs for a bet. Right, said Harry. Well, if you wait over there. He pointed over to the edge of the pitch, close to where Hermione was sitting. He thought he saw a flicker of annoyance pass over McLaggen's face and wondered whether McLaggen expected preferential treatment because they were both old Sluggy's favourites. Harry decided to start with a basic test, asking all applicants for the team to divide into groups of 10 and fly once across the pitch. This was a good decision. The first 10 was made up of first years, and it could not have been plainer that they had hardly ever flown before. Only one boy managed to remain airborne for more than a few seconds, and he was so surprised he promptly crashed into one of the goalposts. The second group comprised 10 of the silliest girls Harry had ever encountered, who, when he blew his whistle, merely fell about giggling and clutching each other. Romilda Vane was amongst them. When he told them to leave the pitch, they did so quite cheerfully and went to sit in the stands to heckle everyone else. The third group had a pile-up halfway through the pitch. Most of the fourth group had come without broomsticks. The fifth group were Hufflepuffs. "If there's anyone else here who's not from Gryffindor," roared Harry, who was starting to get seriously annoyed, "leave now, please." There was a pause, and then a couple of little Ravenclaws went sprinting off the pitch, snorting with laughter. After 2 hours, many complaints and several tantrums, one involved a crashed Cornet 260 and several broken teeth, Harry had found himself 3 chasers. Katie Bell returned to the team after an excellent trial, a new find called Demelza Robbins, who was particularly good at dodging bludgers, and Ginny Weasley, who had outflown all the competition and scored 17 goals to boot. Pleased though he was with his choices, Harry had also shouted himself hoarse at the many complainers and was now enduring a similar battle with the rejected beaters. "That's my final decision, and if you don't get out of the way for the keepers, I'll hex you," he bellowed. Neither of his chosen beaters had the old brilliance of Fred and George, but he was still reasonably pleased with them. Jimmy Peakes, a short but broad-chested third year who had managed to raise a lump the size of an egg on the back of Harry's head with a ferociously hit bludger, and Richie Coote, who looked weedy but aimed well. They now joined the spectators in the stands to watch the selection of their last team member. Harry had deliberately left the trial of the keepers until last, hoping for an emptier stadium and less pressure on all concerned. Unfortunately, however, all the rejected players and a number of people who had come down to watch after a lengthy breakfast had joined the crowd by now, so that it was larger than ever. As each keeper flew up to the goal hoops, the crowd roared and jeered in equal measure. Harry glanced over at Ron, who had always had a problem with nerves. Harry had hoped that winning their final match last term might have cured it, but apparently not. Ron was a delicate shade of green. None of the first 5 applicants saved more than 2 goals apiece. To Harry's great disappointment, Cormac McLagan saved 4 penalties out of 5. On the last one, however, he shot off in completely the wrong direction. The crowd laughed and booed, and McLagan returned to the ground, grinding his teeth. Ron looked ready to pass out as he mounted his clean sweep 11. "Good luck," cried a voice from the stands. Harry looked around, expecting to see Hermione, but it was Lavender Brown. He would have quite liked to have hidden his face in his hands, as she did a moment later, but thought that was the captain. As the captain, he ought to show slightly more grit, and so turned to watch Ron do his trial. Yet he need not have worried. Ron saved 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 penalties in a row. Delighted and resisting, joining in the cheers of the crowd with difficulty, Harry turned to McLagan to tell him that, most unfortunately, Ron had beaten him, only to find McLagan's red face inches from his own. He stepped back hastily. "His sister didn't really try," said McLagan menacingly. There was a vein pulsing in his temple like the one Harry had often admired in Uncle Vernon's. "She gave him an easy save." "Rubbish," said Harry coldly. "That was the one he nearly missed." McLagan took a step nearer Harry, who stood his ground this time. "Give me another go." "No," said Harry. "You've had your go. You saved 4, Ron saved 5. Ron's keeper. He won it fair and square. Get out of my way." He thought for a moment that McLagan might punch him, but he contented himself with an ugly grimace and stormed away, growling what sounded like threats to thin air. Harry turned around to find his own team beaming at him. "Well done," he croaked. "You flew really well. You did brilliantly, Ron." This time it really was Hermione running towards them from the stands. Harry saw Lavender walking off the pitch, arm in arm with Pavati, a rather grumpy expression on her face. Ron looked extremely pleased with himself, and even taller than usual as he grinned around at the team and at Hermione. After fixing the time of their first full practice for the following Thursday, Harry, Ron and Hermione bade goodbye to the rest of the team and headed off towards Hagrid's. A watery sun was trying to break through the clouds now, and it had stopped drizzling at last. Harry felt extremely hungry. He hoped there would be something to eat at Hagrid's. "I thought I was going to miss that 4th penalty," Ron was saying happily. "Tricky shot from Demelza. Did you see? Had a bit of spin on it." Yes, you were magnificent," said Hermione, looking amused. "I was better than McLagan anyway," said Ron in a highly satisfied voice. "Did you see him lumbering off in the wrong direction on his 5th? Looked like he'd been confounded." To Harry's surprise, Hermione turned a very deep shade of pink at these words. Ron noticed nothing, but he was too busy describing each of his other penalties in loving detail. The great grey hippogriff Buckbeak was tethered in front of Hagrid's cabin. He clicked his razor-sharp beak at their approach and turned his huge head towards them. "Oh dear," said Hermione nervously. "He's still a bit scary, isn't he?" "Come off it. You've ridden him, haven't you?" said Ron. Harry stepped forwards and bowed low to the hippogriff, without breaking eye contact or blinking. After a few seconds, Buckbeak sank into a bow too. "How are you?" Harry asked him in a low voice, moving forwards to stroke the feathery head. "Missing him. But you're okay here with Hagrid, aren't you?" "Oi!" said a loud voice. Hagrid had come striding from the corner of his cabin, wearing a large flowery apron and carrying a sack of potatoes. His enormous boarhound Fang was at his heels. Fang gave a booming bark and bounded forwards. "Get away from him! You'll have your fingers! Oh, it's you lot!" Fang was jumping up at Hermione and Ron, attempting to lick their ears. Hagrid stood and looked at them, all for a split second, and then turned and strode into his cabin, slamming the door behind him. "Oh dear," said Hermione, looking stricken. "Don't worry about it," said Harry grimly. He walked over to the door and knocked loudly. "Hagrid, open up! We want to talk to you." There was no sound from within. "If you don't open the door, we'll blast it open," Harry said, pulling out his wand. "Harry," said Hermione, sounding shocked. "You can't possibly—" "Yeah, I can," said Harry. "Stand back." But before he could say anything else, the door flew open again, as Harry had known it would, and there stood Hagrid, glowering down at him and looking, despite the flowery pinny, positively alarming. "I'm a teacher," he roared at Harry. "A teacher, Potter! How dare you threaten to break down my door?" "I'm sorry, sir," said Harry, emphasising the last word as he stowed his wand inside his robes. Hagrid looked stunned. "Since when have you called me sir?" "Since when have you called me Potter?" "Oh, very clever," growled Hagrid. "Very amusing. That's me outsmarted, innit? All right, come in then, you ungrateful little—" Mumbling darkly, he stood back to let them pass. Hermione scurried in after Harry, looking rather frightened. "Well," said Hagrid grumpily, as Harry, Ron and Hermione sat down around his enormous wooden table, Fang laying his head immediately upon Harry's knee and drooling all over his robes. "What's this? Feeling sorry for me? Reckon I'm lonely or summat?" "No," said Harry at once. "We wanted to see you." "We've missed you," said Hermione tremulously. "Missed me, have you?" snorted Hagrid. "Yeah, right." He stomped around, brewing up tea in his enormous copper kettle, muttering all the while. Finally, he slammed down 3 bucket-sized mugs of mahogany brown tea in front of them, and a plate of his rock cakes. Harry was hungry enough even for Hagrid's cooking, and took one at once. "Hagrid," said Hermione timidly, when he joined them at the table and started peeling his potatoes with a brutality that suggested that each tuber had done him a great personal wrong. "We really wanted to carry on with care of magical creatures, you know." Hagrid gave another great snort. Harry rather thought some bogies landed on the potatoes, and was inwardly thankful that they were not staying for dinner. "We did," said Hermione, "but none of us could fit it into our timetables." "Yeah, right," said Hagrid again. There was a funny squelching sound, and they all looked around. Hermione let out a tiny shriek, and Ron leapt out of his seat and hurried around the table away from the large barrel standing in the corner that they had only just noticed. It was full of what looked like foot-long maggots, slimy, white and writhing. "What are they, Hagrid?" asked Harry, trying to sound interested rather than revolted, but putting down his rock cake all the same. "Just giant grubs," said Hagrid. "And they grow into—" said Ron, looking apprehensive. "They won't grow into nothing," said Hagrid. "I got 'em to feed to Aragog." And without warning, he burst into tears. "Hagrid," cried Hermione, leaping up, hurrying around the table to long away to avoid the barrel of maggots, and putting an arm around his shaking shoulders. "What is it?" "It's him," gulped Hagrid, his beetle-black eyes streaming as he mopped his face with his apron. It's Aragog. I think he's dying. He got all ill over the summer, and he's not getting better. I don't know what I'll do if he... We've been together so long." Hermione patted Hagrid's shoulder, looking at a complete loss for anything to say. Harry knew how she felt. He had known Hagrid to present a vicious baby dragon with a teddy bear, seen him croon over giant scorpions with suckers and stings, attempt to reason with his brutal giant of a half-brother. But this was perhaps the most incomprehensible of all his monster fancies, the gigantic talking spider, Aragog, that dwelled deep in the Forbidden Forest, and which he and Ron had only narrowly escaped 4 years previously. Is there anything we can do?" Hermione asked, ignoring Ron's frantic grimaces and head-shakings. "I don't think there is, Hermione," choked Hagrid, attempting to stem the flood of his tears. "See, the rest of the tribe, Aragog's family, they're getting a bit funny now he's ill, but a bit restive." "Yeah, I think we saw a bit of that side of them," said Ron in an undertone. "I don't reckon it'd be safe for anyone but me to go near the colony at the Mo," Hagrid finished, blowing his nose hard on the apron and looking up. "But thanks for offering, Hermione. It means a lot." After that, the atmosphere lightened considerably, for although neither Harry nor Ron had shown any inclination to go and feed giant grubs to a murderous gargantuan spider, Hagrid seemed to take it for granted that they would have liked to have done, and became his usual self once more. "I always knew you'd find it hard to squeeze me into your timetables," he said gruffly, pouring them more tea, "even if you applied for time-turners." "We couldn't have done," said Hermione. "We smashed the entire stock at Ministry time-turners when we were there in the summer. It was in the Daily Prophet." "Ah, well then," said Hagrid, "there's no way you could have done it. I'm sorry I've been, I've just been worried about Aragog, and I did wonder whether if Professor Grubbly Plank had been teaching you." At which all three of them stated categorically and untruthfully that Professor Grubbly Plank, who had substituted for Hagrid a few times, was a dreadful teacher, with the result, by the time Hagrid waved them off the premises at dusk, he looked quite cheerful. "I'm starving," said Harry, once the door had closed behind them, and they were hurrying through the dark and deserted grounds. He had abandoned the rock cake after an ominous cracking noise from one of his back teeth. "And I've got that detention with Snape tonight. Haven't got much time for dinner." As they came into the castle, they spotted Cormac McLaggen entering the great hall. It took him 2 attempts to get through the doors. He ricocheted off the frame on the first attempt. Ron merely guffawed gloatingly and strode off into the hall after him. But Harry caught Hermione's arm and held her back. "What?" said Hermione defensively. "If you ask me," said Harry quietly, "McLaggen looks like he was confounded. And he was standing right in front of where you were sitting." Hermione blushed. "Oh, all right then, I did it," she whispered. "But you should have heard the way he was talking about Ron and Ginny. Anyway, he's got a nasty temper. You saw how he reacted when he didn't get in. You wouldn't have wanted someone like that on the team." "No," said Harry. "No, I suppose that's true. But wasn't that dishonest, Hermione? I mean, you're a prefect, aren't you?" "Oh, be quiet," she snapped, as he smirked. "What are you two doing?" demanded Ron, reappearing in the doorway to the great hall and looking suspicious. "Nothing," said Harry and Hermione together, and they hurried after Ron. The smell of roast beef made Harry's stomach ache with hunger, but they had barely taken 3 steps towards the Gryffindor table when Professor Slughorn appeared in front of them, blocking their path. "Harry, Harry, just the man I was hoping to see," he boomed genially, twiddling the ends of his walrus moustache and puffing out his enormous belly. "I was hoping to catch you before dinner. What do you say to a spot of supper tonight in my room instead? We're having a little party, just a few rising stars. I've got McLaggen coming and Zabini, the charming Melinda Bobbin. I don't know whether you know her. Her family owns a large chain of apothecaries, and of course I hope very much that Miss Granger will favour me by coming too." Slughorn made Hermione a little bow as he finished speaking. It was as though Ron was not present. Slughorn did not so much as look at him. "I can't come, Professor," said Harry at once. "I've got a detention with Professor Snape." "Oh dear," said Slughorn, his face falling comically. Dear, I was counting on you, Harry. Well, now, I'll just have to have a word with Severus and explain the situation. I'm sure I'll be able to persuade him to postpone your detention. Yes, I'll see you both later." He bustled away out of the hall. He's got no chance of persuading Snape, said Harry, the moment Slughorn was out of earshot. This detention's already been postponed once. Snape did it for Dumbledore, but he won't do it for anyone else. Oh, I wish you could come. I don't want to go on my own, said Hermione anxiously. Harry knew that she was thinking about McLaggen. I doubt you'll be alone. Ginny will probably be invited, snapped Ron, who did not seem to have taken kindly to being ignored by Slughorn. After dinner, they made their way back to Gryffindor Tower. The common room was very crowded, as most people had finished dinner by now, but they managed to find a free table and sat down. Ron, who had been in a bad mood ever since the encounter with Slughorn, folded his arms and frowned at the ceiling. Hermione reached out for a copy of the Evening Prophet, which somebody had left abandoned on a chair. Anything new? Said Harry. Not really. Hermione had opened the newspaper and was scanning the inside pages. Oh, look, your dad's in here, Ron. He's all right, she added quickly, for Ron had looked around in alarm. It just says he's been to visit the Malfoys' house. This second search of the Death Eater's residence does not seem to have yielded any results. Arthur Weasley of the Office for the Detection and Confiscation of Counterfeit Defensive Spells and Protective Objects said that his team had been acting upon a confidential tip-off. Yeah, mine, said Harry. I told him at King's Cross about Malfoy and that thing he was trying to get Borgin to fix. Well, if it's not at their house, he must have brought whatever it is to Hogwarts with him. But how can he have done, Harry? Said Hermione, putting down the newspaper with a surprised look. We were all searched when we arrived, weren't we? Were you? Said Harry, taken aback. I wasn't. Oh, no, of course you weren't. I forgot you were late. Well, Filch ran over all of us with secrecy sensors when we got into the entrance hall. Any dark object would have been found. I know for a fact Crabbe had a shrunken head confiscated. So you see, Malfoy can't have brought in anything dangerous. Momentarily stymied, Harry watched Ginny Weasley playing with Arnold the Pygmy Puff for a while before seeing a way around this objection. Someone sent it to him by Owl then, he said. His mother or someone. All the owls were being checked too, said Hermione. Filch told us, so when he was jabbing those secrecy sensors everywhere, he could reach. Really, stumped this time, Harry found nothing else to say. There did not seem to be any way Malfoy could have brought a dangerous or dark object into the school. He looked hopefully at Ron, who was sitting with his arms folded, staring over at Lavender Brown. Can you think of any way, Malfoy? Oh, drop it, Harry, said Ron. Listen, it's not my fault Slughorn invited Hermione and me to his stupid party. Neither of us wanted to go, you know, said Harry, firing up. Well, as I'm not invited to any parties, said Ron, getting to his feet again, I think I'll go back to bed. He stomped off towards the door to the boys' dormitories, leaving Harry and Hermione staring after him. Harry, said the new chaser, Demelza Robbins, appearing suddenly at his shoulder, I've got a message for you. From Professor Slughorn? Asked Harry, sitting up hopefully. No, from Professor Snape, said Demelza. Harry's heart sank. He says you're to come to his office at 8:30 tonight to do your detention, no matter how many party invitations you've received. And he wanted you to know you'll be sorting out rotten flobberworms from good ones to use in potions. And he says there's no need to bring protective gloves. Right, said Harry grimly. Thanks a lot, Demelza. Chapter 12. Silver and Opals. Where was Dumbledore? And what was he doing? Harry caught sight of the headmaster only twice over the next few weeks. He rarely appeared at meals anymore, and Harry was sure Hermione was right in thinking that he was leaving the school for days at a time. Had Dumbledore forgotten the lessons he was supposed to be giving Harry? Dumbledore had said that the lessons were leading to something to do with the prophecy. Harry had felt bolstered, comforted, and now he felt slightly abandoned. Halfway through October came their first trip of the term to Hogsmeade. Harry had wondered whether these trips would still be allowed given the increasingly tight security measures around the school, but was pleased to know that they were still going ahead. It was always good to get out of the castle grounds for a few hours. Harry woke early on the morning of the trip, which was proving stormy, and whiled away the time until breakfast by reading the copy of Advanced Potion Making. He did not usually lie in bed reading the textbooks, but that sort of behaviour, as Ron rightly said, was indecent in anybody except Hermione. He was simply weird that way. Harry felt, however, that the Half-Blood Prince's copy of Advanced Potion Making hardly qualified as a textbook. The more Harry pored over the book, the more he realised how much was in there. Not only the handy hints and shortcuts on potions that were earning him such a glowing reputation with Slughorn, but also the imaginative little jinxes and hexes scribbled in the margins which Harry was sure, judging by the crossings out and revisions, that the prince had invented himself. Harry had already attempted a few of the prince's self-invented spells. There had been a hex that caused toenails to grow alarmingly fast. He had tried this on Crabbe in the corridor, with very entertaining results. A jinx that glued the tongue to the roof of the mouth, which he had twice used to general applause on an unsuspecting Argus Filch. And perhaps most useful of all, Muffiato, a spell that filled the ears of anyone nearby with an unidentifiable buzzing, so that lengthy conversations could be held in class without being overheard. The only person who did not find these charms amusing was Hermione, who maintained a rigidly disapproving expression throughout and refused to talk at all if Harry had used the Muffiato spell on anyone in the vicinity. Sitting up in bed, Harry turned the book sideways so as to examine more closely the scribbled instructions for a spell that seemed to have caused the prince some trouble. There were many crossings out and alterations, but finally crammed into a corner of the page, the scribble Levi Corpus, MVBL. While the wind and sleet pounded relentlessly on the windows and Neville snored loudly, Harry stared at the letters in brackets, NVHL. That had to mean non-verbal. Harry rather doubted he would be able to bring off this particular spell. He was still having difficulty with non-verbal spells, something Snape had been quick to comment on in every Dada class, D-A-D-A. On the other hand, the prince had proved a much more effective teacher than Snape so far. Pointing his wand at nothing in particular, he gave it an upward flick and said, Levicorpus, inside his head. Ah! There was a flash of light and the room was full of voices. Everyone had woken up as Ron had let out a yell. Harry sent Advanced Potion Making flying in panic. Ron was dangling upside down in mid-air as though an invisible hook had hoisted him up by the ankle. Sorry, yelled Harry, as Dean and Seamus roared with laughter and Neville picked himself up from the floor, having fallen out of bed. Hang on, I'll let you down. He groped for the potion book and rifled through it in a panic, trying to find the right page. At last he located it and deciphered one cramped word underneath the spell, praying that this was the counter-jinx. Harry thought, Leharacopus, with all his might. There was another flash of light and Ron fell in a heap onto his mattress. Sorry, repeated Harry weakly, while Dean and Seamus continued to roar with laughter. Tomorrow, said Ron in a muffled voice. I'd rather you set the alarm clock. By the time they had got dressed, padding themselves out with several of Mrs. Weasley's hand-knitted sweaters and carrying cloaks, scarves and gloves, Ron's shock had subsided, and he had decided that Harry's new spell was highly amusing. So amusing, in fact, that he lost no time in regaling Hermione with the story as they sat down for breakfast. And then there was another flash of light, and I landed on the bed again, grinned Ron, helping himself to sausages. Hermione had not cracked a smile during this anecdote, and now turned an expression of wintry disapproval upon Harry. Was this spell, by any chance, another one from that potion book of yours? She asked. Harry frowned at her. Always jump to the worst conclusion, don't you? Was it? Well, yeah, it was, but so what? So you just decided to try out an unknown handwritten incantation and see what would happen? Why does it matter if it's handwritten? Said Harry, preferring not to answer the rest of the question. Because it's probably not Ministry of Magic approved, said Hermione. And also, she added, as Harry and Ron rolled their eyes, because I'm starting to think this Prince character was a bit dodgy. Both Harry and Ron shouted her down at once. It was a laugh, said Ron, upending a ketchup bottle over his sausages. Just a laugh, Hermione, that's all. Dangling people upside down by the ankle, said Hermione. Who puts their time and energy into making up spells like that? Fred and George, said Ron, shrugging. It's their kind of thing, and, my dad, said Harry. He had only just remembered. What? Said Ron and Hermione together. My dad used this spell, said Harry. Lupin told me. The last part was not true, in fact. Harry had seen his father use the spell on Snape, but he had never told Ron and Hermione about that particular excursion into the Pensieve. Now, however, a wonderful possibility occurred to him. Could the Half-Blood Prince possibly be? Maybe your dad did use it, Harry, said Hermione, but he's not the only one. We've seen a whole bunch of people use it, in case you've forgotten, dangling people in the air, making them float along, asleep, helpless. Harry stared at her, with a sinking feeling he too remembered the behaviour of the Death Eaters at the Quidditch World Cup. Ron came to his aid. That was different, he said robustly. They were abusing it. Harry and his dad were just having a laugh. You don't like the prince, Hermione, he added, pointing a sausage at her sternly, because he's better than you at potions. It's got nothing to do with that, said Hermione, her cheeks reddening. I just think it's very irresponsible to start performing spells when you don't even know what they're for, and stop talking about the prince as if it's his title. I bet it's just a stupid nickname, and it doesn't seem as though he was a very nice person to me. I don't see where you get that from, said Harry heatedly. If he'd been a budding Death Eater, he wouldn't have been boasting about being half-blood, would he? Even as he said it, Harry remembered that his father had been pure-blood, but he pushed the thought of this out of his mind. He would worry about that later. The Death Eaters can't all be pure-blood. There aren't enough pure-blood wizards left, said Hermione stubbornly. I expect most of them are half-bloods, pretending to be pure. It's only Muggle-borns they hate. They'd be quite happy to let you and Ron join up. There is no way they'd let me be a Death Eater, said Ron indignantly. A bit of sausage flying off the fork he was now brandishing at Hermione and hitting Ernie Macmillan on the head. My whole family are pure blood traitors. That's as bad as Muggle-borns, the Death Eaters. And they'd love to have me, said Harry sarcastically. We'd be best pals if they didn't keep trying to do me in. This made Ron laugh. Even Hermione gave a grudging smile, and a distraction arrived in the shape of Ginny. Hey, Harry, I'm supposed to give you this. It was a scroll of parchment with Harry's name written upon it in familiar, thin, slanting writing. Thanks, Ginny. It's Dumbledore's next lesson, Harry told Ron and Hermione, pulling open the parchment and quickly reading its contents. Monday evening. He felt suddenly light and happy. Want to join us in Hogsmeade, Ginny? He asked. I'm going with Dean. Might see you there, she replied, waving at them as she left. Filch was standing at the oak front doors as usual, checking off the names of people who had permission to go into Hogsmeade. The process took even longer than normal, as Filch was triple-checking everybody with his secrecy sensor. What does it matter if we're smuggling dark stuff out? Demanded Ron, eyeing the long, thin secrecy sensor with apprehension. Surely you ought to be checking what we bring back in. His cheek earned him a few extra jabs with the sensor, and he was still wincing as they stepped out into the wind and sleet. The walk into Hogsmeade was not enjoyable. Harry wrapped his scarf over his lower face. The exposed part soon felt both raw and numb. The road to the village was full of students, bent double against the bitter wind. More than once Harry wondered whether they might not have had a better time in the warm common room. And when they finally reached Hogsmeade and saw the Zonko's joke shop had been boarded up, Harry took it as confirmation that this trip was not destined to be fun. Ron pointed with a thickly gloved hand towards Honeydukes, which was mercifully open, and Harry and Hermione staggered in his wake into the crowded shop. Thank God, shivered Ron, as they were enveloped by warm, toffee-scented air. Let's stay here all afternoon. Harry, my boy, said a booming voice from behind them. Oh no, muttered Harry. The three of them turned to see Professor Slughorn, who was wearing an enormous furry hat and overcoat with matching fur collar, clutching a large bag of crystallized pineapple and occupying at least a quarter of the shop. Harry, that's 3 of my little suppers you've missed now, said Slughorn, poking him genially in the chest. It won't do, my boy. I'm determined to give you, to have you. Miss Granger loves them, don't you? Yes, said Hermione helplessly. They're really... So, why don't you come along, Harry? Demanded Slughorn. Well, I've had Quidditch practice, Professor, said Harry, who had indeed been scheduling practices every time Slughorn had sent him a little violet ribbon-adorned invitation. The strategy meant that Ron was not left out, and they usually had a laugh with Ginny, imagining Hermione shut up with McLaggen and Zabini. "Well, I certainly expect you to win your first match after all this hard work," said Slughorn. "But a little recreation never hurt anybody. Now, how about Monday night? You can't possibly want to practice in this weather." "I can't, Professor. I've got an appointment with Professor Dumbledore that evening." "Unlucky again," cried Slughorn dramatically. You can't evade me forever, Harry." And with a regal wave, he waddled out of the shop, taking as little notice of Ron as though he had been a display of cockroach cluster. "I can't believe you've wriggled out of another one," said Hermione, shaking her head. "They're not that bad, you know. They've even been quite fun sometimes." But then she caught sight of Ron's expression. "Oh, look, they've got deluxe sugar quills. Those would last hours." Glad that Hermione had changed the subject, Harry showed much more interest in a new extra-large sugar quills than he would normally have done. But Ron continued to look moody and merely shrugged when Hermione asked him where he wanted to go next. "Let's go to the Free Broomsticks," said Harry. "It'll be warm." They bundled their scarves back over their faces and left the sweet shop. The bitter wind was like knives on their faces after the sugary warmth of Honeydukes. The street was not very busy. Nobody was lingering to chat, just hurrying towards their destinations. The exceptions were two men a little ahead of them, standing just outside the Free Broomsticks. One was very tall and thin, squinting through his rain-washed glasses. Harry recognised the barman who worked in the other Hogsmeade pub, the Hog's Head. As Harry, Ron and Hermione drew closer, the barman drew his cloak more tightly around his neck and walked away, leaving the shorter man to fumble with something in his arms. They were barely feet from him when Harry realised who the man was. Mundungus? The squat, bandy-legged man with long, straggly ginger hair jumped and dropped an ancient suitcase, which burst open, releasing what looked like the entire contents of a junk shop window. "Oh, hello, Harry," said Mundungus Fletcher, with a most unconvincing stab at airiness. "Well, don't let me keep you." And he began scrabbling on the ground to retrieve the contents of his suitcase, with every appearance of a man eager to be gone. "Are you selling this stuff?" asked Harry, watching Mundungus grabbing an assortment of grubby-looking objects from the ground. "Oh, well, gotta scrape your living," said Mundungus. "Give me that." Ron had stooped down and picked up something silver. "Hang on," Ron said slowly. "This looks familiar." "Thank you," said Mundungus, snatching the goblet out of Ron's hand and stuffing it back into the case. "Well, I'll see you all. Ouch!" Harry had pinned Mundungus against the wall of the pub by the throat. Holding him fast with one hand, he pulled out his wand. "Harry!" squealed Hermione. "You took that from Sirius's house," said Harry, who was almost nose to nose with Mundungus and was breathing in an unpleasant smell of old tobacco and spirits. "That had the Black family crest on it." No, what?" spluttered Mundungus, who was turning slowly purple. "What did you do? Go back the night he died and strip the place?" snarled Harry. No! Give it to me." "Harry, you mustn't," shrieked Hermione, as Mundungus started to turn blue. There was a bang, and Harry felt his hands fly off Mundungus's throat. Gasping and spluttering, Mundungus seized his fallen case. Then, crack! He disapparated. Harry swore at the top of his voice, spinning on the spot to see where Mundungus had gone. "Come back, you thieving—" "There's no point, Harry." Tonks had appeared out of nowhere, her mousy hair wet with sleet. "Mundungus will probably be in London by now. There's no point yelling." "He's nicked Sirius's stuff. Nicked it." "Yes, but still," said Tonks, who seemed perfectly untroubled by this piece of information. "You should get out of the cold." She watched them through the door of the Free Broomsticks. The moment he was inside, Harry burst out. "He was nicking Sirius's stuff." "I know, Harry, but please don't shout. People are staring," whispered Hermione. "Go and sit down. I'll get you a drink." Harry was still fuming when Hermione returned to the table a few minutes later, holding 3 bottles of butterbeer. "Can't the Order control Mundungus?" Harry demanded of the other two in a furious whisper. "Can't they at least stop him stealing everything that's not fixed down when he's at headquarters?" "Shh," said Hermione desperately, looking around to make sure nobody was listening. There was a couple of warlocks sitting close by who were staring at Harry with great interest. and Zabini was lolling against a pillar not far away. "Harry, I'd be annoyed too. I know it's your things he's stealing." Harry gagged on his butterbeer. He had momentarily forgotten that he owned number 12 Grimold Place. "Yeah, it's my stuff," he said. "No wonder he wasn't pleased to see me. Well, I'm going to tell Dumbledore what's going on. He's the only one who scares Mundungus." "Good idea," whispered Hermione, clearly pleased that Harry was calming down. "Ron, what are you staring at?" "Nothing," said Ron, hastily looking away from the bar, but Harry knew he was trying to catch the eye of the curvy and attractive barmaid, Madame Rosmerta, for whom he had long nursed a soft spot. "I expect nothing's in the back getting more fire whiskey," said Hermione waspishly. Ron ignored this jibe, sipping his drink in what he evidently considered to be a dignified silence. Harry was thinking about Sirius and how he had hated those silver goblets anyway. Hermione drummed her fingers on the table, her eyes flickering between Ron and the bar. The moment Harry drained the last drops in the bottle, she said, "Should we call it a day and go back to school then?" The other two nodded. It had been a fun trip, and the weather was getting worse the longer they stayed. Once again they drew their cloaks tightly around them, rearranged their scarves, pulled on their gloves, then followed Katie Bell and a friend out of the pub and back up to the high street. Harry's thoughts strayed to Ginny as they trudged up the road to Hogwarts through the frozen slush. They had not met up with her, undoubtedly, thought Harry, because she and Dean were cosily closeted in Madame Puddifoot's tea shop, that haunt of happy couples. Scowling, he bowed his head against the swirling sleet and trudged on. It was a little while before Harry became aware that the voices of Katie Bell and her friend, which were being carried back to him on the wind, had become shriller and louder. Harry squinted at their indistinct figures. The two girls were having an argument about something Katie was holding in her hand. "It's nothing to do with you, Leanne," Harry heard Katie say. They rounded a corner in the lane, sleet coming thick and fast, blurring Harry's glasses. Just as he raised a gloved hand to wipe them, Leanne began to grab hold of the package Katie was holding. Katie tugged it back, and the package fell to the ground. At once, Katie rose into the air, not as Ron had done, suspended comically by the ankle, but gracefully, her arms outstretched, as though she were about to fly. Yet there was something wrong, something eerie. Her hair was whipped around by the fierce wind, but her eyes were closed and her face was quite empty of expression. Harry, Ron and Hermione and Leanne all halted in their tracks, watching. Then, 6 feet above the ground, Katie let out a terrible scream. Her eyes flew open, but whatever she could see, or whatever she was feeling, was clearly causing her terrible anguish. She screamed and screamed. Leanne started to scream too, and seized Katie's ankles, trying to tug her back to the ground. Harry, Ron and Hermione rushed forwards to help, but even as they grabbed Katie's legs, she fell on top of them. Harry and Ron managed to catch her, but she was writhing so much they could hardly hold her. Instead, they lowered her to the ground, where she thrashed and screamed, apparently unable to recognize any of them. Harry looked around. The landscape seemed deserted. "Stay there," he shouted at the others, over the howling wind. "I'm going for help." He began to sprint towards the school. He had never seen anyone behave as Katie had just done, and could not think what had caused it. He hurtled around a bend in the lane, and collided with what seemed to be an enormous bear on its hind legs. "Hagrid!" he panted, disentangling himself from the hedgerow into which he had fallen. "Harry?" said Hagrid, who had sleet trapped in his eyebrows and beard, and was wearing his great shaggy beaver-skin coat. "Just been visiting Glorp. He's coming on so well you wouldn't—" "Hagrid, someone's hurt back there, or cursed or something." "What?" said Hagrid, bending lower to hear what Harry was saying over the raging wind. "Someone's been cursed," bellowed Harry. "Cursed? Who's been cursed? Not Ron? Hermione?" "No, it's not them, it's Katie Bell. This way." Together they ran back along the lane. It took them no time to find the little group of people around Katie, who was still writhing and screaming on the ground. Ron, Hermione and Leanne were all trying to quieten her. "Get back!" shouted Hagrid. "Let me see her." "Something's happened to her," sobbed Leanne. I don't know what." Hagrid stared at Katie for a second, and then without a word bent down, scooped her into his arms, and ran off towards the castle with her. Within seconds, Katie's piercing screams had died away, and the only sound was the roar of the wind. Hermione hurried over to Katie's wailing friend and put an arm around her. "It's Leanne, isn't it?" The girl nodded. "Did it just happen all of a sudden, or—" It was when that package tore," sobbed Leanne, pointing at the now sodden brown paper package on the ground, which had split open to reveal a greenish glitter. Ron bent down, his hand outstretched, but Harry seized his arm and pulled him back. "Don't touch it!" He crouched down. An ornate opal necklace was visible, poking out of the paper. "I've seen that before," said Harry, staring at the thing. "It was on display in Borgin and Burke's ages ago. The label said it was cursed. Katie must have touched it." He looked up at Leanne, who had started to shake uncontrollably. "How did Katie get hold of this?" "Well, that's why we were arguing. She came back from the bathroom in the Three Broomsticks holding it. Said it was a surprise for somebody at Hogwarts. She had to deliver it. She looked all funny when she said it. Oh no, I bet she'd been imperious, and I didn't realise." Leanne shook with renewed sobs. Hermione patted her shoulder gently. "She didn't say who'd given it to her, Leanne." "No, she wouldn't tell me, and I said she was being stupid and not to take it up to the school, but she wouldn't listen, and then I tried to grab it from her and Leanne let out a wail of despair. "We'd better get up to school," said Hermione, her arm still around Leanne. "We'll be able to find out how she is. Come on." Harry hesitated for a moment and then pulled his scarf from around his face and, ignoring Ron's gasp, carefully covered the necklace in it and picked it up. "We'll need to show this to Madame Pomfrey," he said. As they followed Hermione and Leanne up the road, Harry was thinking furiously. They had just entered the grounds when he spoke, unable to keep his thoughts to himself any longer. "Malfoy knows about this necklace. It was in a case at Borgin and Burke's 4 years ago. I saw him having a good look at it while I was hiding from him and his dad. This is what he was buying that day when we followed him. He remembered it and went back for it." I don't know, Harry," said Ron hesitantly. "Loads of people go to Borgin and Burke's. And didn't that girl say Katie got it in the girls' bathroom? She said she came back from the bathroom with it. She didn't necessarily get in the bathroom itself." "McGonagall?" said Ron warningly. Harry looked up. Sure enough, Professor McGonagall was hurrying down the stone steps through swirling sleet to meet them. "Hagrid says you four saw what happened to Katie Bell. Upstairs to my office at once, please." "What's that you're holding, Potter?" "It's the thing she touched," said Harry. "Good Lord," said Professor McGonagall, looking alarmed as she took the necklace from Harry. No, Filch, they're with me," she added hastily, as Filch came shuffling eagerly across the entrance hall, holding his secrecy sensor aloft. "Take this necklace to Professor Snape at once, but be sure not to touch it. Keep it wrapped in the scarf." Harry and the others followed Professor McGonagall upstairs and into the office. The sleet-spattered windows were rattling in their frames, and the room was chilly despite the fire crackling in the grate. Professor McGonagall closed the door and swept around her desk to face Harry, Ron, Hermione, and the still sobbing Leanne. "Well," she said sharply, "what happened?" Haltingly, and with many pauses while she attempted to control her crying, Leanne told Professor McGonagall how Katie had gone to the bathroom in the Three Broomsticks and returned holding the unmarked package, how Katie had seemed a little odd, and how they had argued about the advisability of agreeing to deliver unknown objects, the argument culminating in the tussle over the parcel, which tore open. At this point, Leanne was so overcome there was no getting another word out of her. "All right," said Professor McGonagall not unkindly. "Go up to the hospital wing, please, Leanne, and get Madame Pomfrey to give you something for a shock." When she had left the room, Professor McGonagall turned back to Harry, Ron and Hermione. "What happened when Katie touched the necklace?" "She rose up in the air," said Harry, before either Ron or Hermione could speak, and then began to scream and collapsed. "Professor, can I see Professor Dumbledore, please?" "The headmaster is away until Monday, Potter," said Professor McGonagall, looking surprised. "Away?" Harry repeated angrily. "Yes, Potter, away," said Professor McGonagall tartly. "But anything you have to say about this horrible business can be said to me, I'm sure." For a split second, Harry hesitated. Professor McGonagall did not invite confidences. Dumbledore, though in many ways more intimidating, still seemed less likely to scorn a theory, however wild. This was a life and death matter, though, and no moment to worry about being laughed at. I think Draco Malfoy gave Katie that necklace, Professor. On one side of him, Ron rubbed his nose in apparent embarrassment. On the other, Hermione shuffled her feet as though quite keen to put a bit of distance between herself and Harry. "That is a very serious accusation, Potter," said Professor McGonagall, after a shocked pause. "Do you have any proof?" "No," said Harry, "but—" And he told her about following Malfoy to Borgin and Burke's and the conversation they had overheard between him and Borgin. When he had finished speaking, Professor McGonagall looked slightly confused. "Malfoy took something to Borgin and Burke's for repair?" "No, Professor. He just wanted Borgin to tell him how to mend something. He didn't have it with him. But that's not the point. The thing is that he bought something at that same time, and I think it was the necklace. I think he bought it." "You saw Malfoy leaving the shop with a similar package?" "No, Professor. He told Borgin to keep it in the shop for him." "But Harry," Hermione interrupted, "Borgin asked him if he wanted to take it with him, and Malfoy said no." "Because he didn't want to touch it, obviously," said Harry angrily. "What he actually said was, 'How would I look carrying that down the street?'" said Hermione. "Well, he would look a bit of a prat carrying a necklace," interjected Ron. "Oh, Ron," said Hermione despairingly, "it would all be wrapped up, so he wouldn't have to touch it, and quite easy to hide inside a cloak, so nobody would see it. I think whatever he reserved at Borgin and Burke's was noisy or bulky, something he knew would draw attention to him if he carried it down the street. And in any case," she pressed on loudly before Harry could interrupt, "I asked Borgin about the necklace. Don't you remember, when I went in to try and find out what Malfoy had asked him to keep? I saw it there, and Borgin just told me the price. He didn't say it was already sold or anything." "Well, you were being really obvious. He realised what you were up to within about 5 seconds. Of course he wasn't going to tell you anyway. Malfoy could have sent off for it since." "That's enough," said Professor McGonagall, as Hermione opened her mouth to retort, looking furious. "Potter, I appreciate you telling me this, but we cannot point a finger of blame at Mr. Malfoy purely because he visited the shop where this necklace might have been purchased. The same is probably true of hundreds of people." "That's what I said," muttered Ron. "And in any case, we have put stringent security measures in place this year. I do not believe the necklace can possibly have entered this school without our knowledge." "But, and what is more," said Professor McGonagall with an air of an awful finality, "Mr. Malfoy was not in Hogsmeade today." Harry gaped at her, deflating. "How do you know, Professor?" "Because he was doing detention with me. He has now failed to complete his transfiguration homework twice in a row. So thank you for telling me your suspicions, Potter," she said as she marched past them. "But I need to go up to the hospital wing now to check on Katie Bell. Good day to you all." She held open her office door. They had no choice but to file past her without another word. Harry was angry with the other two for siding with McGonagall. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to join in once they started discussing what had happened. "So who do you reckon Katie was supposed to give the necklace to?" asked Ron, as they climbed the stairs to the common room. "Goodness only knows," said Hermione, "but whoever it was has had a narrow escape. No one could have opened that package without touching the necklace." "It could have been meant for loads of people," said Harry. "Dumbledore, the Death Eaters, would love to get rid of him. He must be one of their top targets. Or Slughorn. Dumbledore reckons Voldemort really wanted him, and they can't be pleased that he sided with Dumbledore. Or you," said Hermione, looking troubled. "Couldn't have been," said Harry. "Or Katie would have just turned round in the lane and given it to me, wouldn't she? I was behind her all the way out to the Three Broomsticks. It would have made much more sense to deliver the parcel outside Hogwarts. What with Filch searching everyone who goes in and out, I wonder why Malfoy told her to take it into the castle." "Harry, Malfoy wasn't in Hogsmeade," said Hermione, actually stamping her foot in frustration. "He must have used an accomplice then," said Harry. "Crabbe or Goyle, or, come to think of it, another Death Eater. He'll have loads of better cronies than Crabbe and Goyle, now he's joined up." Ron and Hermione exchanged looks that plainly said There's no point arguing with him. "Dillygrout," said Hermione firmly as they reached the fat lady. The portrait swung open to admit them to the common room. It was quite full and smelled of damp clothing. Many people seemed to have returned from Hogsmeade early because of the bad weather. There was no buzz of fear or speculation. However, clearly the news of Katie's fate had not yet spread. "It wasn't a very slick attack, really, when you stop and think about it," said Ron, casually turfing a first year out of one of the good armchairs by the fire so that he could sit down. "The curse didn't even make it into the castle. Not what you'd call foolproof." "You're right," said Hermione, prodding Ron out of the chair with her foot and offering it to the first year again. "It wasn't very well thought out at all." "But since when has Malfoy been one of the world's great thinkers?" asked Harry. Neither Ron or Hermione answered him. Chapter 13. The Secret Riddle. Katie was removed to St Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries the following day, by which time the news that she had been cursed had spread all over the school, though the details were confused and nobody other than Harry, Ron, Hermione and Leanne seemed to know that Katie herself had not been the intended target. "Oh, and Malfoy knows, of course," said Harry to Ron and Hermione, who continued their new policy of feigning deafness whenever Harry mentioned his Malfoy as a Death-Eater theory. Harry had wondered whether Dumbledore would return from wherever he had been in time for Monday night's lesson, but having had no word to the contrary, he presented himself outside Dumbledore's office at 8 o'clock, knocked, and was told to enter. There sat Dumbledore, looking unusually tired. His hand was as black and burned as ever, but he smiled when he gestured to Harry to sit down. The Pensieve was sitting on the desk again, casting silvery specks of light over the ceiling. "You have had a busy time while I've been away," Dumbledore said. "I believe you witnessed Katie's accident." "Yes, sir. How is she?" "Still very unwell, although she was relatively lucky. She appears to have brushed the necklace with the smallest possible amount of skin. There was a tiny hole in her glove. Had she put it on, had she even held it to her ungloved hand, she would have died, perhaps instantly. Luckily, Professor Snape was able to do enough to prevent a rapid spread of the curse." "Why him?" asked Harry quickly. "Why not Madame Pomfrey?" "Impertinent," said a soft voice from one of the portraits on the wall, and Phineas Nicholas Black, Sirius's great-great-grandfather, raised his head from his arms where he had appeared to be sleeping. "I would not have permitted a student to question the way Hogwarts operated in my day." "Yes, thank you, Phineas," said Dumbledore quellingly. "Professor Snape knows much more about the dark arts than Madame Pomfrey, Harry. Anyway, the St Mungo staff are sending me hourly reports, and I am hopeful that Katie will make a full recovery in time." "Where were you this weekend, sir?" Harry asked, disregarding a strong feeling that he might be pushing his luck, a feeling apparently shared by Phineas Nicholas, who hissed softly. "I would rather not say just now," said Dumbledore. "However, I shall tell you in due course." "You will?" said Harry, startled. "Yes, I expect so," said Dumbledore, withdrawing a fresh bottle of silver memories from inside his robes and uncorking it with a prod of his wand. "Sir," said Harry tentatively, "I met Mundungus in Hogsmeade." "Ah, yes, I was already aware that Mundungus has been treating your inheritance with light-fingered contempt," said Dumbledore, frowning a little. "He has gone to ground since you accosted him outside the Free Broomsticks. I rather think he dreads facing me. However, rest assured that he will not be making away with any more of Sirius's old possessions." "That mangy old half-blood has been stealing black heirlooms," said Phineas Nicholas, incensed, and he stalked out of his frame, undoubtedly to visit his portrait in number 12 Grimmauld Place. "Professor," said Harry, after a short pause, "did Professor McGonagall tell you what I told her after Katie got hurt, about Draco Malfoy?" "She told me of your suspicions, yes," said Dumbledore. "And do you—" "I shall take all appropriate measures to investigate anyone who might have had a hand in Katie's accident," said Dumbledore. "But what concerns me now, Harry, is our lesson." Harry felt slightly resentful at this. If their lessons were so very important, why had there been such a long gap between the first and second? However, he said no more about Draco Malfoy, but watched as Dumbledore poured the fresh memories into the Pensieve and began swirling the stone basin once more between his long-fingered hands. You will remember, I am sure, that we left the tale of Lord Voldemort's beginnings at the point where the handsome muggle Tom Riddle had abandoned his witch wife, Merope, and returned to his family home in Little Hangleton. Merope was left alone in London, expecting the baby who would one day become Lord Voldemort. How do you know she was in London, sir? Because of the evidence of one Caractacus Burke, said Dumbledore, who, by an odd coincidence, helped found the very shop whence came the necklace we have just been discussing. He swilled the contents of the pensieve, as Harry had seen him swill them before, much as a gold prospector sifts for gold. Up out of the swirling silvery mass rose a little old man, revolving slowly in the pensieve, silver as a ghost but much more solid, with a thatch of hair that completely covered his eyes. Yes, we acquired it in curious circumstances. It was brought in by a young witch just before Christmas. Oh, many years ago now. She said she needed the gold badly. Well, that much was obvious. Covered in rags and pretty far along, going to have a baby, see? She said the locket had been Slytherin's. Well, we hear that story, that sort of story all the time. Oh, this was Merlin's. This was his favourite teapot. But when I looked at it, it had his mark all right, and a few simple spells, well, they were enough to tell me the truth. Of course, that made it near enough priceless. She didn't seem to have any idea how much it was worth. Happy to get 10 galleons for it. Best bargain we ever made. Dumbledore gave the pensieve an extra vigorous shake, and Caractacus Burke descended back into the swirling mass of memory whence he had come. He only gave her 10 galleons, said Harry indignantly. Caractacus Burke was not famed for his generosity, said Dumbledore, so we know that near the end of her pregnancy, Merope was alone in London and in desperate need of gold, desperate enough to sell her one and only valuable possession, the locket that was one of Marvolo's treasured family heirlooms. But she could do magic, said Harry impatiently. She could have got food and everything but for herself by magic, couldn't she? Ah, said Dumbledore, perhaps she could, but it is my belief, I am guessing again, but I am sure I am right, that when her husband abandoned her, Merope stopped using magic. I do not think that she wanted to be a witch any longer. Of course, it is also possible that her unrequited love and the attendant despair sapped her of her powers. That can happen. In any case, you are about to see Merope refused to raise her wand even to save her own life. She wouldn't even stay alive for her son. Dumbledore raised his eyebrows. Could you possibly be feeling sorry for Lord Voldemort? No, said Harry quickly. But she had a choice, didn't she? Not like my mother. Your mother had a choice too, said Dumbledore gently. Yes, Merope Riddle chose death in spite of a son who needed her. But do not judge her too harshly, Harry. She was greatly weakened by long suffering, and she never had your mother's courage. And now, if you will stand. Where are we going? Harry asked, as Dumbledore joined him at the front of the desk. This time, said Dumbledore, we are going to enter my memory. I think you will find it both rich in detail and satisfyingly accurate. After you, Harry. Harry bent over the pensieve. His face broke the cool surface of the memory, and then he was falling through darkness again. Seconds later, his feet hit firm ground. He opened his eyes and found that he and Dumbledore were standing in a bustling, old-fashioned London street. There I am, said Dumbledore brightly, pointing ahead of them to a tall figure crossing the road in front of a horse-drawn milk cart. This younger Albus Dumbledore's long hair and beard were auburn. Having reached their side of the street, he strode off along the pavement, drawing many curious glances due to the flamboyantly cut suit of plum velvet that he was wearing. Nice suit, sir, said Harry, before he could stop himself, but Dumbledore merely chuckled as they followed his younger self a short distance, finally passing through a set of iron gates into a bare courtyard that fronted a rather grim, square building surrounded by high railings. He mounted a few steps leading to the front door and knocked once. After a moment or two, the door was opened by a scruffy girl wearing an apron. Good afternoon. I have an appointment with Mrs. Cole, who I believe is the matron here. Oh, said the bewildered-looking girl, taking in Dumbledore's eccentric appearance. Just a mo. Mrs. Cole! She bellowed over her shoulder. Harry heard a distant voice shouting something in response, The girl turned back to Dumbledore. "Come in. She's on her way." Dumbledore stepped into a hallway tiled in black and white. The whole place was shabby but spotlessly clean. Harry and the older Dumbledore followed. Before the front door had closed behind them, a skinny, harassed-looking woman came scurrying towards them. She had a sharp-featured face that appeared more anxious than unkind, and she was talking over her shoulder to another aproned helper as she walked towards Dumbledore. "And take the iodine upstairs to Martha. Billy Stubbs has been picking his scabs and Eric Wally's oozing all over his sheets. Chicken pox on top of everything else," she said to nobody in particular, and then her eyes fell upon Dumbledore, and she stopped dead in her tracks, looking as astonished as if a giraffe had just crossed her threshold. "Good afternoon," said Dumbledore, holding out his hand. Mrs. Cole simply gaped. "My name is Albus Dumbledore. I sent you a letter requesting an appointment, and you very kindly invited me here today." Mrs. Cole blinked, apparently deciding that Dumbledore was not a hallucination. She said feebly, "Oh, yes, well then, you'd better come into my room, yes." She led Dumbledore into a small room that seemed part sitting room, part office. It was as shabby as the hallway, and the furniture was old and mismatched. She invited Dumbledore to sit on a rickety chair and seated herself behind a cluttered desk, eyeing him nervously. "I am here, as I told you in my letter, to discuss Tom Riddle and arrangements for his future," said Dumbledore. "Are you family?" asked Mrs. Cole. "No, I am a teacher," said Dumbledore. "I have come to offer Tom a place at my school." "What school's this, then?" "It's called Hogwarts," said Dumbledore. "And how come you're interested in Tom?" "We believe he has qualities we are looking for." "You mean he's won a scholarship?" "How can he have done? He's never been entered for one." "Well, his name has been down for our school since birth." "Who registered him? His parents?" There was no doubt that Mrs. Cole was an inconveniently sharp woman. Apparently Dumbledore thought so too, for Harry saw now him slip his wand out of his pocket of his velvet suit, at the same time picking up a piece of perfectly blank paper from Mrs. Cole's desktop. "Here," said Dumbledore, waving his wand at once as he passed her the piece of paper. "I think this will make everything clear." Mrs. Cole's eyes slid out of focus and back again as she gazed intently at the blank paper for a moment. "That seems perfectly in order," she said placidly, handing it back. Then her eyes fell upon a bottle of gin and two glasses that had certainly not been present a few seconds before. May I offer you a glass of gin?" she said in an extra refined voice. "Thank you very much," said Dumbledore, beaming. It soon became clear that Mrs. Cole was no novice when it came to gin drinking. Pouring both of them a generous measure, she drained her own glass in one, smacking her lips frankly. She smiled at Dumbledore for the first time, and he didn't hesitate to press his advantage. "I was wondering whether you could tell me anything of Tom Riddle's history. I think he was born here in the orphanage." "That's right," said Mrs. Cole, helping herself to more gin. "I remember it as clear as anything, because I just started here myself. New Year's Eve and bitter cold, snowing, you know. Nasty night. And this girl, not much older than I was myself at the time, came staggering up the front steps. Well, she wasn't the first. We took her in, and she had the baby within the hour. And she was dead in another hour." Mrs. Cole nodded impressively and took another generous gulp of gin. "Did she say anything before she died?" asked Dumbledore. "Anything about the boy's father, for instance?" "Now, as it happens," said Mrs. Cole, who seemed to be rather enjoying herself now, with the gin in her hand and an eager audience for her story. "I remember she said to me, 'I hope he looks like his papa.' And I won't lie, she was right to hope it, because she was no beauty. And then she told me he was to be named Tom, for his father, and Marvolo for her father. And yes, I know, funny name, isn't it? We wondered whether she came from a circus, and she said the boy's surname was to be Riddle, and she died soon after that without another word. Well, we named him just as she'd said. It seemed so important to the poor girl, but no Tom nor Marvolo nor any kind of Riddle ever came looking for him, nor any family at all. So he stayed in the orphanage, and he's been here ever since." Mrs. Cole helped herself, almost absent-mindedly, to another healthy measure of gin. 2 pink spots had appeared high on her cheekbones, and then she said, "He's a funny boy." "Yes," said Dumbledore. "I thought he might be." He was a funny baby too. He hardly ever cried, you know. And then, when he got a little older, he was... he was odd. Odd in what way? Asked Dumbledore gently. Well, he... But Mrs. Cole pulled up short, and there was nothing blurry or vague about the inquisitorial glance she shot Dumbledore over her gin glass. He's definitely got a place in your school, you say? Definitely, said Dumbledore. And nothing I say can change that. Nothing, said Dumbledore. You'll be taking him away, whatever. Whatever, repeated Dumbledore gravely. She squinted at him as though deciding whether or not to trust him. Apparently she decided she could, because she said in a sudden rush, He scares the other children. You mean he is a bully? Asked Dumbledore. I think he must be, said Mrs. Cole, frowning slightly, but it's very hard to catch him at it. There have been incidents, nasty things. Dumbledore did not press her, though Harry could tell that he was interested. She took yet another gulp of gin, and her rosy cheeks grew rosier still. Billy Stubbs' rabbit. Well, Tom said he didn't do it, and I don't see how he could have done, but even so, it didn't hang itself from the rafters, did it? I shouldn't think so, no, said Dumbledore quietly. But I'm jiggered if I know how he got up there to do it. All I know is he and Billy had argued the day before, and then... Mrs. Cole took another swig of gin, slopping a little over her chin this time. On a summer outing. We take them out, you know, once a year, to the countryside or to the seaside. Well, Amy Benson and Dennis Bishop were never quite right afterwards, and all we ever got out of them was that they'd gone into a cave with Tom Riddle. He swore they'd just gone exploring, but something happened in there, I'm sure of it. And well, there have been a lot of things. Funny things. She looked at Dumbledore again, and though her cheeks were flushed, her gaze was steady. I don't think many people will be sorry to see the back of him. You understand, I'm sure, that we will not be keeping him permanently, said Dumbledore. He will have to return here, at the very least, every summer. Oh, well, that's better than a whack on the nose with a rusty poker, said Mrs. Cole with a slight hiccup. She got to her feet, and Harry was impressed to see that she was quite steady, even though 2/3 of the gin was now gone. I suppose you'd like to see him? Very much, said Dumbledore, rising too. She led him out of her office and up the stone stairs, calling out instructions and admonitions to helpers and children as she passed. The orphans, Harry saw, were all wearing the same kind of greyish tunic. They looked reasonably well cared for, but there was no denying that this was a grim place in which to grow up. Here we are, said Mrs. Cole as they turned off the second landing and stopped outside the first door in a long corridor. She knocked twice and entered. Tom, you've got a visitor. This is Mr. Dumbarton. Sorry, Dumbledore? He's come to tell you, well, I'd like him to do it. Harry and the two Dumbledores entered the room, and Mrs. Cole closed the door on them. It was a small, bare room with nothing in it, except an old wardrobe, a wooden chair and an iron bedstead. A boy was sitting on top of the grey blankets, his legs stretched out in front of him, holding a book. There was no trace of the gaunts in Tom Riddle's face. Merope had got her dying wish. He was as handsome as his father was in miniature, tall for 11 years old, dark-haired and pale. His eyes narrowed slightly as he took in Dumbledore's eccentric appearance. There was a moment's silence. How do you do, Tom? Said Dumbledore, walking forwards and holding out his hand. The boy hesitated, then took it, and they shook hands. Dumbledore drew up the hard wooden chair beside Riddle, so that the pair of them looked rather like a hospital patient and a visitor. I am Professor Dumbledore. Professor, repeated Riddle. He looked wary. Is that like doctor? What are you here for? Did she get you to have a look at me? He was pointing at the door through which Mrs. Cole had just left. No, no, said Dumbledore, smiling. I don't believe you, said Riddle. She wants me looked at, doesn't she? Tell the truth. He took the last 3 words with a ringing force that was almost shocking. It was a command, and it sounded as though he had given it many times before. His eyes had widened, and he was glaring at Dumbledore, who made no response except to continue smiling pleasantly. After a few seconds, Riddle stopped glaring, though he looked, if anything, warier still. Who are you? I have told you. My name is Professor Dumbledore, and I work at a school called Hogwarts. I have come to offer you a place at my school, your new school, if you would like to come. Riddle's reaction to this was most surprising. He leapt from the bed and backed away from Dumbledore, looking furious. "You can't kid me. The asylum. That's where you're from, isn't it?" "Professor. Yes, of course." "Well, I'm not going, see? That old cat's the one who should be in an asylum. I never did anything to little Amy Benson or Dennis Bishop, and you can ask them. They'll tell you." "I am not from the asylum," said Dumbledore patiently. "I am a teacher, and if you will sit down calmly, I shall tell you about Hogwarts. Of course, if you would rather not come to the school, nobody will force you." "I'd like to see them try," sneered Riddle. "Hogwarts," Dumbledore went on, as though he had not heard Riddle's last words, "is a school for people with special abilities." "I'm not mad." "I know you are not mad. Hogwarts is not a school for mad people. It is a school for magic." There was silence. Riddle had frozen, his face expressionless, but his eyes were flickering back and forth between each of Dumbledore's, as though trying to catch one of them lying. "Magic," he repeated in a whisper. "That's right," said Dumbledore. It's magic, what I can do." "What is it that you can do?" "All sorts," breathed Riddle. A flush of excitement was rising up his neck into his hollow cheeks. He looked fevered. "I can make things move without touching them. I can make animals do what I want them to do, without training them. I can make bad things happen to people who annoy me. I can make them hurt if I want to." His legs were trembling. He stumbled forwards and sat down on the bed again, staring at his hands, his head bowed as though in prayer. "I knew I was different," he whispered to his own quivering fingers. "I knew I was special. Always. I knew there was something." "Well, you were quite right," said Dumbledore, who was now looking no longer smiling, but watching Riddle intently. "You are a wizard." Riddle lifted his head. His face was transfigured. There was a wild happiness upon it, yet for some reason it did not make him better looking. On the contrary, his finely carved features seemed somehow rougher, his expression almost bestial. "Are you a wizard too?" "Yes, I am." "Prove it," said Riddle at once, in the same commanding tone he had used when he had said, "Tell the truth." Dumbledore raised his eyebrows. "If, as I take it, you are accepting your place at Hogwarts." "Of course I am." "Then you will address me as Professor or Sir." Riddle's expression hardened for the most fleeting moment before he said in an unrecognisably polite voice, "I'm sorry, sir. I meant, please, Professor. Could you show me?" Harry was sure that Dumbledore was going to refuse, that he would tell Riddle there would be plenty of time for practical demonstrations at Hogwarts, that they were currently in a building full of muggles, and must therefore be cautious. To his great surprise, however, Dumbledore drew his wand from his inside pocket of his suit jacket, pointed it at the shabby wardrobe in the corner, and gave the wand a casual flick. The wardrobe burst into flames. Riddle jumped to his feet. Harry could hardly blame him for howling in shock and rage. All his worldly possessions must have been in there. But even as Riddle rounded on Dumbledore, the flames vanished, leaving the wardrobe completely undamaged. Riddle stared from the wardrobe to Dumbledore. Then, his expression greedy, he pointed at the wand. "Where can I get one of them?" "All in good time," said Dumbledore. "I think there is something trying to get out of your wardrobe." And sure enough, a faint rattling could be heard from inside it. For the first time, Riddle looked frightened. "Open the door," said Dumbledore. Riddle hesitated, then crossed the room and threw open the wardrobe door. On the topmost shelf, above a rail of threadbare clothes, a small cardboard box was shaking and rattling, as though there were several frantic mice trapped inside it. "Take it out," said Dumbledore. Riddle took down the quaking box. He looked unnerved. "Is there anything in that box that you ought not to have?" asked Dumbledore. Riddle threw Dumbledore a long, clear, calculating look. "Yes, I suppose so, sir," he said finally, in an expressionless voice. "Open it," said Dumbledore. Riddle took off the lid and tipped the contents onto his bed without looking at them. Harry, who had expected something much more exciting, saw a mess of small everyday objects, a yo-yo, a silver thimble, and a tarnished mouth-organ among them. Once free of the box, they stopped quavering and quivering and lay quite still upon the thin blankets. "You will return them to their owners with your apologies," said Dumbledore calmly, putting his wand back into his jacket. "I shall know whether it has been done. And be warned, thieving is not tolerated at Hogwarts." Riddle did not look remotely abashed. He was still staring coldly and appraisingly at Dumbledore. At last he said in a colourless voice, "Yes, sir." "At Hogwarts," Dumbledore went on, "we teach you not only to use magic, but to control it. You have inadvertently, I am sure, been using your powers in a way that is neither taught nor tolerated at our school. You are not the first, nor will you be the last, to allow your magic to run away with you. But you should know that Hogwarts can expel students, and the Ministry of Magic, yes, there is a ministry, will punish lawbreakers still more severely. All new wizards must accept that on entering our world they abide by our laws." "Yes, sir," said Riddle again. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking. His face remained quite blank as he put the little cachet of stolen objects back into the cardboard box. When he had finished, he turned to Dumbledore and said boldly, "I haven't got any money." "That is easily remedied," said Dumbledore, drawing a leather money pouch from his pocket. "There is a fund at Hogwarts for those who require assistance to buy books and robes. You might have to buy some of your spell books and so on second hand, but—" "Where do you buy spell books?" interrupted Riddle, who had taken the heavy money bag without thanking Dumbledore and was now examining a fat gold galleon. "In Diagon Alley," said Dumbledore. "I have your list of books and school equipment with me. I can help you find everything." "You're coming with me?" asked Riddle, looking up. "Certainly, if you—" "I don't need you," said Riddle. "I'm used to doing things for myself. I go around London on my own all the time. How do you get to this Diagon Alley, sir?" he added, catching Dumbledore's eye. Harry thought that Dumbledore would insist upon accompanying Riddle, but once again he was surprised. Dumbledore handed Riddle the envelope containing his list of equipment, and after telling Riddle exactly how to get to the Leaky Cauldron from the orphanage, he said, "You will be able to see it, although muggles around you, non-magical people that is, will not. Ask for Tom the barman. Easy enough to remember as he shares your name." Riddle gave an irritable twitch, as though trying to displace an irksome fly. "You dislike the name Tom?" "There are a lot of Toms," muttered Riddle. Then, as though he could not suppress the question, as though it burst from him in spite of himself, he asked, "Was my father a wizard?" "He was called Tom Riddle too, they've told me." "I'm afraid I don't know," said Dumbledore, his voice gentle. "My mother can't have been magic, or she wouldn't have died," said Riddle, more to himself than Dumbledore. "It must have been him. So, when I've got all my stuff, when do I come to this Hogwarts?" "All the details are on the second piece of parchment in your envelope," said Dumbledore. "You will leave from King's Cross Station on the 1st of September. There's a train ticket in there too." Riddle nodded. Dumbledore got to his feet and held out his hand again. Taking it, Riddle said, "I can speak to snakes. I found out when we've been to the country on trips. They find me. They whisper to me. Is that normal for a wizard?" Harry could tell that he had withheld mention of this stranger's power until that moment, determined to impress. "It is unusual," said Dumbledore, after a moment's hesitation, "but not unheard of." His tone was casual, but his eyes moved curiously over Riddle's face. They stood for a moment, man and boy, staring at each other, and then the handshake was broken. Dumbledore was at the door. "Goodbye, Tom. I shall see you at Hogwarts." "I think that will do," said the white-haired Dumbledore at Harry's side, and seconds later they were soaring weightlessly through darkness once more, before landing squarely in the present-day office. "Sit down," said Dumbledore, landing beside Harry. Harry obeyed, his mind still full of what he had just seen. "He believed it much quicker than I did. I mean, when you told him he was a wizard," said Harry. I didn't believe Hagrid at first, when he told me." "Yes, Riddle was perfectly ready to believe that he was, to use his word, special," said Dumbledore. "Did you know then?" asked Harry. "Did I know that I had just met the most dangerous dark wizard of all time?" said Dumbledore. "No, I had no idea that he was to grow up to be what he is. However, I was certainly intrigued by him. I returned to Hogwarts intending to keep an eye upon him, something I should have done in any case, given that he was alone and friendless, but which already I felt I ought to do for others' sake as much as his. His powers, as you heard, were surprisingly well developed for such a young wizard, and more interestingly and ominously of all, he had already discovered that he had some measure of control over them,
and begun to use them consciously. And as you saw, they were not the random experiments typical of young wizards. He was already using magic against other people, to frighten, to punish, to control. The little stories of a strangled rabbit and the young boy and girl he lured into a cave were most suggestive. I can make them hurt if I want to."
"And he was a Parselmouth," interjected Harry.
"Yes, indeed. A rare ability and one supposedly connected with the dark arts, although, as we know, there are Parselmouths among the great and the good too. In fact, his ability to speak to serpents did not make me nearly as uneasy as his obvious instincts for cruelty, secrecy, and domination."
"Time is making fools of us again," said Dumbledore, indicating the dark sky beyond the windows.
"But before we part, I want to draw your attention to certain features of the scene we have just witnessed, for they have a great bearing on the matters we shall be discussing in future meetings. Firstly, I hope you noticed Riddle's reaction when I mentioned that another shared his first name, Tom."
Harry nodded.
"There he showed his contempt for anything that tied him to other people, anything that made him ordinary. Even then, he wished to be different, separate, notorious. He shed his name, as you know, within a few short years of that conversation, and created the mask of Lord Voldemort, behind which he has been hidden for so long. I trust that you also noticed that Tom Riddle was already highly self-sufficient, secretive, and apparently friendless. He did not want help or companionship on his trip to Diagon Alley. He preferred to operate alone. The adult Voldemort is the same. You will hear many of his Death Eaters claiming that they are in his confidence, that they alone are close to him, even understand him. They are deluded. Lord Voldemort has never had a friend, nor do I believe that he has ever wanted one. And lastly, I hope you are not too sleepy to pay attention to this, Harry. The young Tom Riddle liked to collect trophies. You saw the box of stolen articles he had hidden in his room. These were taken from victims of his bullying behaviour, souvenirs, if you will, of particularly unpleasant bits of magic. Bear in mind this magpie-like tendency, for this particularly will be important later. And now it really is time for bed."
Harry got to his feet. As he walked across the room, his eyes fell upon the little table on which Marvalo Gaunt's ring had rested last time. But the ring was no longer there.
"Yes, Harry?"
said Dumbledore, for Harry had come to a halt. "The ring's gone," said Harry, looking around. "But I thought you might have the mouth organ or something." Dumbledore beamed at him, peering over the top of his half-moon spectacles.
"Very astute, Harry, but the mouth organ was only ever a mouth organ."
And on that enigmatic note, he waved to Harry, who understood himself to be dismissed. Chapter 14. Felix Felicis. Harry had herbology first thing the following morning. He had been unable to tell Ron and Hermione about his lesson with Dumbledore over breakfast for fear of being overheard, but he filled them in as they walked across the vegetable patch towards the greenhouses. The weekend's brutal wind had died out at last, the weird mist had returned, and it took them a little longer than usual to find the correct greenhouse. "Wow, scary thought. The boy, you know who," said Ron quietly, as they took their places around one of the gnarled snargaluff stumps that formed that term's project, and began pulling on their protective gloves. "But I still don't get why Dumbledore is showing you all this. I mean, it's really interesting and everything, but what's the point?" "Dunno," said Harry, inserting a gum shield, "but he says it's all important, and it'll help me survive." "I think it's fascinating," said Hermione earnestly. "It makes absolute sense to know as much about Voldemort as possible. How else will you find out about his weaknesses?" "So, how was Slughorn's latest party?" Harry asked her thickly through the gum shield. "Oh, it was quite fun, really," said Hermione, now putting on protective goggles. "I mean, he drones on about famous ex-pupils a bit, and he absolutely fawns on McLaggen because he's so well connected. But he gave us some really nice food, and he introduced us to Gwenog Jones." "Gwenog Jones?" said Ron, his eyes widening under his own goggles. "The Gwenog Jones, captain of the Holyhead Harpies?" "That's right," said Hermione. "Personally, I thought she was a bit full of herself, but—" "Quite enough chat over here," said Professor Sprout briskly.
bustling over and looking stern. "You're lagging behind. Everybody else has started, and Neville's already got his first pod." They looked around. Sure enough, there sat Neville, with a bloody lip and several nasty scratches around the side of his face, but clutching an unpleasantly pulsating green object about the size of a grapefruit. "Okay, Professor, we're starting now," said Ron, adding quietly, when she had turned away again. "Should have used muffliato, Harry." "No, we shouldn't," said Hermione at once, looking, as she always did, intensely cross at the thought of the half-blood prince and his spells. "Well, come on, we'd better get going." She gave the other two an apprehensive look. They all took deep breaths and then dived at the gnarled stump between them. It sprang to life at once. Long, prickly, bramble-like vines flew out of the top and whipped through the air. One tangled itself in Hermione's hair, and Ron beat it back with a pair of secateurs. Harry succeeded in trapping a couple of vines and knotting them together. A hole opened in the middle of the tentacle-like branches. Hermione plunged her arm bravely into this hole, which closed like a trap around her elbow. Harry and Ron tugged and wrenched at the vines, forcing the hole to open again, and Hermione snatched her arm free, clutching in her fingers a pod, just like Neville's. At once the prickly vine shot back inside and the gnarled stump, and sat there, looking like an innocently dead lump of wood. "You know, I don't think I'll be having any of these in my garden when I've got my own place," said Ron, pushing his goggles up onto his forehead and wiping sweat from his face. "Pass me a bowl," said Hermione, holding the pulsating pod at arm's length. Harry handed one over, and she dropped the pod into it, with a look of disgust on her face. "Don't be squeamish. Squeeze it out. They're best when they're fresh," called Professor Sprout. "Anyway," said Hermione, continuing their interrupted conversation, as though a lump of wood had not just attacked them. "Slughorn's going to have a Christmas party, Harry, and there's no way you'll be able to wriggle out of this one, because he actually asked me to check your free evenings, so he could be sure to have it on a night you can come." Harry groaned. Ron, meanwhile, who was attempting to burst the pod in the bowl by putting both hands on it, standing up and squashing it as hard as he could, said angrily, "And this is another party just for Slughorn's favourites, is it?" "Just for the Slug Club, yes," said Hermione. The pod flew out from under Ron's fingers and hit the greenhouse glass, rebounding onto the back of Professor Sprout's head and knocking off her old patched hat. Harry went to retrieve the pod. When he got back, Hermione was saying, "Look, I didn't make up the name Slug Club." "Slug Club?" repeated Ron, with a sneer worthy of Malfoy. "It's pathetic. Well, I hope you enjoy your party. Why don't you try getting off with McLaggen? Then Slughorn can make you King and Queen Slug." "We're allowed to bring guests," said Hermione, who for some reason had turned a bright boiling scarlet. "And I was going to ask you to come. But if you think it's that stupid, then I won't bother." Harry suddenly wished the pod had flown a little further, so that he need not have been sitting there with a pair of them. Unnoticed by either, he seized the bowl that contained the pod and began to try and open it by the noisiest and most energetic means he could think of. Unfortunately, he could still hear every word of their conversation. "You were going to ask me?" asked Ron, in a completely different voice. "Yes," said Hermione angrily, "but obviously if you'd rather I got off with McLaggen—" There was a pause while Harry continued to pound the resilient pod with a towel. "No, I wouldn't," said Ron, in a very quiet voice. Harry missed the pod, hit the bowl, and it shattered. "Reparo," he said hastily, poking the pieces with his wand, and the bowl sprang back together again. The crash, however, appeared to have awoken Ron and Hermione to Harry's presence. Hermione looked flustered, and immediately started fussing her about for her copy of Flesh-Eating Trees of the World to find out the correct way to juice Snargaluff pods. Ron, on the other hand, looked sheepish, but also rather pleased with himself. "Hand that over, Harry," said Hermione hurriedly. "It says we're supposed to puncture them with something sharp." Harry passed her the pod in the bowl. He and Ron both snapped their goggles back over their eyes and dived once more for the stump. It was not as though he was really surprised, thought Harry, as he wrestled with a thorny vine intent upon throttling him. He had a wrinkling that this might happen sooner or later, but he was not sure how he felt about it. He and Cho were now too embarrassed to look at each other, let alone talk to each other. What if Ron and Hermione started going out together, then split up?
Could their friendship survive it? Harry remembered the few weeks when they had not been talking to each other in the third year. He had not enjoyed trying to bridge the distance between them. And then, what if they didn't split up? What if they became like Bill and Fleur, and it became excruciatingly embarrassing to be in their presence, so that he was shut out for good? "Gotcha!" yelled Ron, pulling a second pod from the stump, just as Hermione managed to burst the first one open, so that the bowl was full of tubers, wriggling like pale green worms. The rest of the lesson passed without further mention of Slughorn's party, although Harry watched his two friends more closely over the next few days. Ron and Hermione did not seem any different, except that they were a little politer to each other than usual. Harry supposed he would just have to wait to see what happened under the influence of butterbeer in Slughorn's dimly lit room on the night of the party. In the meantime, however, he had more pressing worries. Katie Bell was still in St Mungo's Hospital, with no prospect of leaving, which meant that the promising Gryffindor team Harry had been training so carefully since September was one chaser short. He kept putting off replacing Katie in the hope that she would return, but their opening match against Slytherin was looming, and he finally had to accept that she would not be back in time to play. Harry did not think he could stand another full house tryout. With a sinking feeling that he had little to do with Quidditch, he cornered Dean Thomas after Transfiguration one day. Most of the class had already left, although several twittering yellow birds were still zooming around the room, all of Hermione's creation. Nobody else had succeeded in conjuring so much as a feather from thin air. "Are you still interested in playing chaser?" Yeah, of course," said Dean excitedly. Over Dean's shoulder, Harry saw Seamus Finnegan slamming his books into his bag, looking sour. One of the reasons why Harry would have preferred not to have to ask Dean to play was that he knew Seamus would not like it. On the other hand, he had to do what was best for the team, and Dean had outflown Seamus at the tryouts. "Well, then you're in," said Harry. "There's a practice tonight, 7 o'clock. "Right," said Dean. "Cheers, Harry. Blimey, I can't wait to tell Ginny." He sprinted out of the room, leaving Harry and Seamus alone together. An uncomfortable moment made no easier when a bird dropping landed on Seamus's head as one of Hermione's canaries whizzed over them. Seamus was not the only person disgruntled by the choice of Katie's substitute. There was much muttering in the common room about the fact that Harry had now chosen 2 of his classmates for the team. As Harry had endured much worse mutterings than this in his school career, he was not particularly bothered. But all the same, the pressure was increasing to provide a win in the upcoming match against Slytherin. If Gryffindor won, Harry knew that the whole house would forget that they had criticised him and swear that they had always known it was a great team. If they lost, well, Harry thought wryly, he had still endured worse mutterings. Harry had no reason to regret his choice once he saw Dean fly that evening. He worked well with Ginny and Demelza. The beaters, Peaks and Coot, were getting better all the time. The only problem was Ron. Harry had known all along that Ron was an inconsistent player who suffered from nerves and a lack of confidence, and unfortunately the looming prospect of the opening game of the season seemed to have brought out all his old insecurities. After letting in half a dozen goals, most of them scored by Ginny, his technique became wilder and wilder until he finally punched an oncoming Demelza Robbins in the mouth. "It was an accident. I'm sorry, Demelza, really sorry," Ron shouted after her as she zigzagged back to the ground, dripping blood everywhere. "I just—" "Panicked," Ginny said angrily, landing next to Demelza and examining her fat lip. "You prat, Ron. Look at the state of her." "I can fix that," said Harry, landing beside the 2 girls, pointing his wand at Demelza's mouth and saying, "Episky. And Ginny, don't call Ron a prat. You're not the captain of the team." "Well, you seem too busy to call him a prat, and I thought someone should." Harry forced himself not to laugh. "In the air, everyone, let's go." Overall, it was one of the worst practices they had had all term, though Harry did not feel that honesty was the best policy when they were this close to the match. "Good work, everyone. I think we'll flatten Slytherin," he said bracingly, and the chasers and beaters left the changing room looking reasonably happy with themselves. "I played like a sack of dragon dung," said Ron in a hollow voice, when the door had swung shut behind Ginny. "No, you didn't," said Harry firmly. "You're the best keeper I tried out, Ron. Your only problem is nerves." He kept up a relentless flow of encouragement all the way back to the castle, and by the time they reached the second floor, Ron was looking marginally more cheerful. When Harry pushed open the tapestry to take their usual shortcut up to the Gryffindor Tower, however, they found themselves looking at Dean and Ginny, who were locked in a close embrace and kissing fiercely, as if glued together. It was as though something large and scaly erupted into life in Harry's stomach, clawing at his insides. Hot blood seemed to flood his brain, so that all thought was extinguished, replaced by a savage urge to jinx Dean into a jelly. Wrestling with this sudden madness, he heard Ron's voice as though from a great distance away. "Oi!" Dean and Ginny broke apart and looked around. "What?" said Ginny. "I don't want to find my own sister snogging people in public." "This was a deserted corridor till you came butting in," said Ginny. Dean was looking embarrassed. He gave Harry a shifty grin that Harry did not return, as the newborn monster inside him was roaring for Dean's instant dismissal from the team. Come on, Ginny," said Dean. "Let's go back to the common room." "You go," said Ginny. "I want a word with my dear brother." Dean left, looking as though he was not sorry to depart the scene. "Right," said Ginny, tossing her long red hair out of her face and glaring at Ron. "Let's get this straight once and for all. It is none of your business who I go out with or what I do with them, Ron." "Yeah, it is," said Ron just as angrily. Do you think I want people saying my sister's a what?" shouted Ginny, drawing her wand. "A what exactly?" "He doesn't mean anything, Ginny," said Harry automatically, though the monster was roaring its approval of Ron's words. "Oh yes he does," she said, flaring up at Harry. "Just because he's never snogged anyone in his life, just because the best kiss he's ever had is from Auntie Muriel." "Shut your mouth," bellowed Ron, bypassing red and turning maroon. "No, I will not," yelled Ginny, beside herself. "I've seen you with Flem, hoping she'll kiss you on the cheek every time you see her. It's pathetic. If you went out and got a bit of a snogging done yourself, you wouldn't mind so much that everyone else does it." Ron had pulled out his wand too. Harry stepped swiftly between them. "You don't know what you're talking about," Ron roared, trying to get a clear shot at Ginny around Harry, who was now standing in front of her with his arms outstretched. "Just because I don't do it in public." Ginny screamed with derisive laughter, trying to push Harry out of the way. "Been kissing Pigwidgeon, have you? Or have you got a picture of Auntie Muriel stashed under your pillow? You!" A streak of orange light flew under Harry's left arm and missed Ginny by inches. Harry pushed Ron up against the wall. "Don't be stupid." "Harry's snogged Cho Chang," shouted Ginny, who sounded close to tears now, "and Hermione snogged Victor Crumb. It's only you who acts like it's something disgusting, Ron, and that's because you've got about as much experience as a 12-year-old. And with that, she stormed away. Harry quickly let go of Ron. The look on his face was murderous. They both stood there, breathing heavily, until Mrs. Norris, Filch's cat, appeared around the corner, which broke the tension. "Come on," said Harry, as the sound of Filch's shuffling feet reached their ears. They hurried up the stairs and along a 7th-floor corridor. "Oi, out of the way!" Ron barked at a small girl who jumped in fright and dropped a bottle of toad spawn. Harry hardly noticed the sound of shattering glass. He felt disorientated, dizzy. Being struck by a lightning bolt must be something like this. "It's just because she's Ron's sister," he told himself. "He just didn't like seeing her kissing Dean, because she's Ron's sister." But unbidden into his mind, came an image of that same deserted corridor, with himself kissing Ginny instead. The monster in his chest passed and purred, but then he saw Ron ripping open the tapestry curtain and drawing his wand on Harry, shouting things like, "Betrayal of trust! Supposed to be my friend!" "Do you think Hermione did snog Crumb?" Ron asked abruptly, as they approached the fat lady. Harry gave a guilty start and wrenched his imagination away from a corridor in which no Ron intruded, in which he and Ginny were quite alone. "What?" he said confusedly. The honest answer was yes, but he did not want to give it. However, Ron seemed to gather the worst from the look on Harry's face. "Dilligrout," he said darkly to the fat lady, and they climbed through the portrait hole into the common room. Neither of them mentioned Ginny or Hermione again. Indeed, they barely spoke to each other
over that evening and got into bed in silence, each absorbed in his own thoughts. Harry lay awake for a long time, looking at that canopy of his four-poster and trying to convince himself that his feelings for Ginny were entirely older brotherly. They had lived, had they not, like brother and sister all summer, playing Quidditch, teasing Ron and having a laugh about Bill and Flem. He had known Ginny for years now. It was natural that he should feel protective, natural that he should want to look out for her, want to rip Dean limb from limb for kissing her. No, he would have to control that particular brotherly feeling. Ron gave a great grunting snore. She's Ron's sister, Harry told himself firmly. Ron's sister. She's out of bounds. He would not risk his friendship with Ron for anything. He punched his pillow into a more comfortable shape and waited for sleep to come, trying his utmost not to allow his thoughts to stray anywhere near Ginny. Harry awoke next morning, feeling slightly dazed and confused by a series of dreams in which Ron had chased him with a beater's bat, but by midday he would have happily exchanged the dream Ron for the real one, who was not only cold-shouldering Ginny and Dean, but also treating hurt and bewildered Hermione with an icy, sneering indifference. What was more, Ron seemed to have become overnight as touchy and ready to lash out as the average blast-ended Scroot. Harry spent the day attempting to keep the peace between Ron and Hermione, with no success. Finally, Hermione departed for bed in high dudgeon, and Ron stalked off to the boys' dormitory, after swearing angrily at several frightened first-years for looking at him. To Harry's dismay, Ron's new aggression did not wear off over the next few days. Worse still, it coincided with an even deeper dip in his keeping skills, which made him still more aggressive, so that during the final Quidditch match, before Saturday's match, he failed to save every single goal the chasers aimed at him, but bellowed at everybody so much that he reduced Demelza Robbins to tears. "You shut up and leave her alone," shouted Peakes, who was about 2/3 Ron's height, though admittedly carrying a heavy bat. "Enough!" bellowed Harry, who had seen Ginny glowering in Ron's direction, and remembering her reputation as an accomplished caster of the bat bogey hex, soared over to intervene before things got out of hand. "Peakes, go and pack up the bludgers. Demelza, pull yourself together. You played really well today. Ron!" He waited until the rest of the team were out of earshot before saying it. "You're my best mate, but carry on treating the rest of them like this, and I'm going to kick you off the team." He really thought for a moment that Ron might hit him, but then something much worse happened. Ron seemed to sag on his broom. All the fight went out of him, and he said, "I resign. I'm pathetic." "You're not pathetic, and you're not resigning," said Harry fiercely, seizing Ron by the front of his robes. "You can save anything when you're in form. It's a mental problem you've got." "You calling me mental?" "Yeah, maybe I am." They glared at each other for a moment, and then Ron shook his head wearily. "I know you haven't got any time to find another keeper, so I'll play tomorrow, but if we lose, and we will, I'm taking myself off the team." Nothing Harry said made any difference. He tried boosting Ron's confidence all through dinner, but Ron was too busy being grumpy and surly with Hermione to notice. Harry persisted in the common room that evening, but his assertion that the whole team would be devastated if Ron left was somewhat undermined by the fact that the rest of the team was sitting in a huddle in a distant corner, clearly muttering about Ron and casting him nasty looks. Finally, Harry tried getting angry again in the hope of provoking Ron into a defiant and hopefully goal-saving attitude, but this strategy did not appear to work any better than encouragement. Ron went to bed as dejected and hopeless as ever. Harry lay awake for a very long time in the darkness. He did not want to lose the upcoming match. Not only was it his first as captain, but he was determined to beat Draco Malfoy at Quidditch, even if he could not yet prove his suspicions about him. Yet if Ron played as he had done in the last few practices, their chances of winning were very slim. If only there was something he could do to make Ron pull himself together, make him play at the top of his form, something that would ensure that Ron had a really good day. And the answer came to Harry in one sudden, glorious stroke of inspiration. Breakfast was the usual excitable affair next morning. The Slytherins hissed and booed loudly as every member of the Gryffindor team entered the Great Hall.
Harry glanced at the ceiling and saw a clear, pale blue sky, a good omen. The Gryffindor table, a solid mass of red and gold, cheered as Harry and Ron approached. Harry grinned and waved. Ron grimaced weakly and shook his head. "Cheer up, Ron," called Lavender. "I know you'll be brilliant." Ron ignored her. "Tea?" Harry asked him. "Coffee? Pumpkin juice?" "Anything," said Ron glumly, taking a moody bite of toast. A few minutes later, Hermione, who had become so tired of Ron's recent unpleasant behaviour that she had not come down to breakfast with them, paused on her way up the table. How are you both feeling?" she asked tentatively, her eyes on the back of Ron's head. "Fine," said Harry, who was concentrating on handing Ron a glass of pumpkin juice. "There you go, Ron. Drink up." Ron had just raised the glass to his lips when Hermione spoke sharply. "Don't drink that, Ron." Both Harry and Ron looked up at her. "Why not?" said Ron. Hermione was now staring at Harry as though she could not believe her eyes. "You just put something in that drink." "Excuse me," said Harry. "You heard me. I saw you. You just tipped something into Ron's drink. You've got the bottle in your hand right now." "I don't know what you're talking about," said Harry, stowing the little bottle hastily in his pocket. "Ron, I warn you, don't drink it," Hermione said again, alarmed but Ron picked up the glass, drained it in one and said, "Stop bossing me about, Hermione." She looked scandalised. Bending so low so that only Harry could hear her, she hissed, "You should be expelled for that. I'd never have believed it of you, Harry." "Hark who's talking," he whispered back. "Confounded anyone lately?" She stormed up the table away from them. Harry watched her go without regret. Hermione had never really understood what a serious business Quidditch was. He then looked around at Ron, who was smacking his lips. "Nearly time," said Harry blithely. The frosty grass crunched underfoot as they strode down to the stadium. "Pretty lucky the weather's this good, eh?" Harry asked Ron. "Yeah," said Ron, who was pale and sick-looking. Ginny and Demelza were already wearing their Quidditch robes and waiting in the changing room. "Conditions look ideal," said Ginny, ignoring Ron. "And guess what? That Slytherin chaser, Vasey, he took a bludger in the head yesterday during their practice, and he's too sore to play. And even better than that, Malfoy's gone off sick too." "What?" said Harry, wheeling around to stare at her. "He's ill. What's wrong with him?" "No idea, but it's great for us," said Ginny brightly. "They're playing Harper instead. He's in my year and he's an idiot." Harry smiled vaguely back, but he pulled on his scarlet robes. His mind was far from Quidditch. Malfoy had once before claimed he could not play due to injury, but on that occasion he had made sure the whole match was rescheduled for a time that suited the Slytherin better. Why was he now happy to get a substitute to go on? Was he really ill, or was he faking? "Fishy, isn't it?" he said in an undertone to Ron. "Malfoy not playing." "Lucky, I call it," said Ron, looking slightly more animated. "And Daisy off too. He's their best goal scorer. I didn't fancy—" "Hey!" he said suddenly, freezing halfway through pulling on the keeper's gloves and staring at Harry. "What?" You!" Ron had dropped his voice. He looked both scared and excited. "My drink. My pumpkin juice." "You didn't." Harry raised his eyebrows but said nothing except, "We'll be starting in about 5 minutes. You better get your boots on." They walked out onto the pitch to tumultuous roars and boos. One end of the stadium was solid red and gold, the other a sea of green and silver. Many Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws had taken sides too, amidst all the yelling and clapping. Harry could distinctly hear the roar of Luna Lovegood's famous lion-topped hat. Harry stepped up to Madam Hooch, the referee, who was standing ready to release the balls from the crate. "Captains, shake hands," she said, and Harry had his hand crushed by the new Slytherin captain, Urquhart. "Mount your brooms. On the whistle. 3, 2, 1. The whistles sounded. Harry and the others kicked off hard from the frozen ground, and they were away. Harry soared around the perimeter of the grounds, looking for the snitch and keeping one eye on Harper, who was zigzagging far below him. Then a voice that was jarringly different from the usual commentators started up. "Well, there they go. And I think we're all surprised to see the team that Potter's put together this year. Many thought, given Ronald Weasley's patchy performance as keeper last year, that he might be off the team, but of course a close personal friendship with the captain does help."
These words were greeted with jeers and applause from the Slytherin end of the pitch. Harry craned around on his broom to look towards the commentator's podium. A tall, skinny blonde boy with an upturned nose was standing there, talking into the magical megaphone that had once been Lee Jordan's. Harry recognised Zacharias Smith, a Hufflepuff player, whom he had heartily disliked. "Oh, and here comes Slytherin's first attempt on goal. It's Urquhart streaking down the pitch and—" Harry's stomach turned over. "Weasley saves it! Well, he's bound to get lucky sometimes, I suppose." "That's right, Smith. He is," muttered Harry, grinning to himself, as he dived amongst the chasers and his eyes searching all around for some hint of the elusive snitch. With half an hour of the game gone, Gryffindor were leading 60 points to 0, Ron having made some truly spectacular saves, some by the very tips of his gloves, and Ginny having scored 4 of Gryffindor's 6 goals. This effectively stopped Zacharias wondering loudly whether the two Weasleys were only there because Harry liked them, and he started on Peakes and Coot instead. "Of course, Coot isn't really the usual build for a beater," said Zacharias loftily. "They're generally got a bit more muscle." "Hit a bludger at him," Harry called to Coot as he zoomed past, but Coot, grinning broadly, chose to aim the next bludger at Harper instead, who was just passing Harry in the opposite direction. Harry was pleased to hear the dull thunk that meant the bludger had found its mark. It seemed as though Gryffindor could do no wrong. Again and again they scored, and again at the other end of the pitch, Ron saved goals with apparent ease. He was actually smiling now, and when the crowd greeted a particularly good save with a rousing chorus of the old favourite, "Weasley is our king," he pretended to conduct them from on high. "Thinks he's something special now, doesn't he?" said a snide voice, and Harry was nearly knocked off his broom as Harper collided with him, hard and deliberately. "Your blood traitor, pal!" Madame Hooch's back was turned, and though Gryffindors below shouted in anger, by the time she looked around, Harper had already sped off. His shoulder aching, Harry raced after him, determined to ram him back. "And I think Harper of Slytherin's seen a snitch," said Zacharias Smith through his megaphone. "Yes, he's certainly seen something Potter hasn't." Smith really was an idiot, thought Harry. Hadn't he noticed them collide? But next moment, his stomach seemed to drop out of the sky. Smith was right and Harry was wrong. Harper had not sped upwards and at random. He had spotted what Harry had not. The snitch was speeding along high above them, glinting brightly against the clear blue sky. Harry accelerated. The wind was whistling in his ears so that it drowned all sound of Smith's commentary or the crowd. But Harper was still ahead of him, and Gryffindor was only 100 points up. If Harper got there first, Gryffindor had lost, and now Harper was feet from it, his hand outstretched. "Oi, Harper!" yelled Harry in desperation. "How much did Malfoy pay you to come in instead of him?" He did not know what made him say it, but Harper did a double take. He fumbled the snitch, let it slip through his fingers, and shot right past it. Harry made a great swipe for the tiny, fluttering ball, and caught it. "Yes!" Harry yelled. Wheeling around, he hurtled back towards the ground, the snitch held high in his hand. As the crowd realised what had happened, a great shout went up that almost drowned the sound of the whistle that signalled the end of the game. "Ginny, where are you going?" yelled Harry, who had found himself trapped in the midst of a mass mid-air hug with the rest of the team. But Ginny sped right on past them until, with an almighty crash, she collided with the commentator's podium. As the crowd shrieked and laughed, the Gryffindor team landed beside the wreckage of wood, under which Zacharias was feebly stirring. Harry heard Ginny saying blithely to an irate Professor McGonagall, "Forgot to brake, Professor. Sorry." Laughing, Harry broke free of the rest of the team and hugged Ginny, but let go very quickly. Avoiding her gaze, he clapped a cheering Ron on the back instead, as, all enmity forgotten, the Gryffindor team left the pitch, arm in arm, punching the air and waving to their supporters. The atmosphere in the changing room was jubilant. "Party up in the common room," Seamus said, yelled Dean exuberantly. "Come on, Ginny, Demelza." Ron and Harry were the last two in the changing room. They were just about to leave when Hermione entered. She was twisting her Gryffindor scarf in her hands and looking upset, but determined. "I want a word with you, Harry." She took a deep breath.
You shouldn't have done it. You heard Slughorn. It's illegal." "What are you going to do? Turn us in?" demanded Ron. "What are you two talking about?" asked Harry, turning away to hang up his robes so that neither of them would see him grinning. "You know perfectly well what we're talking about," said Hermione shrilly. "You spiked Ron's juice with Lucky Potion at breakfast. Felix Felicis." "No, I didn't," said Harry, turning back to face them both. "Yes, you did, Harry, and that's why everything went right. There were Slytherin players missing and Ron saved everything." "I didn't put it in," said Harry, now grinning broadly. He slipped his hand inside his jacket pocket and drew out the tiny bottle that Hermione had seen in his hand that morning. It was full of golden potion, and the cork was still tightly sealed with wax. "I wanted Ron to think I'd done it, so I faked it when I knew you were looking." He looked at Ron. "You saved everything because you felt lucky. You did it all yourself." He pocketed the potion again. "There really wasn't anything in the pumpkin juice," Ron said, astounded. "But the weather's good, and Daisies couldn't play. I honestly haven't been given Lucky Potion." Harry shook his head. Ron gaped at him for a moment, and then rounded on Hermione, imitating her voice. "You added Felix Felicis to Ron's juice this morning. That's why he saved everything. See? I can save goals without help, Hermione." "I never said you couldn't, Ron. You thought you'd been given it, too." But Ron had already strode past her out of the door with his broomstick over his shoulder. Said Harry into the sudden silence. He had not expected his plan to backfire like this. Shall we go up to the party, then?" "You go," said Hermione, blinking back tears. "I'm sick of Ron at the moment. I don't know what I'm supposed to have done." And she stormed out of the changing room too. Harry walked slowly back up the grounds towards the castle, through the crowd, many of whom shouted congratulations at him, but he felt a great sense of letdown. He had been sure that if Ron won the match, he and Hermione would be friends again immediately. He did not see how he could possibly explain to Hermione that what she had done to offend Ron was kiss Victor Crumb, not when the offence had occurred so long ago. Harry could not see Hermione at the Gryffindor celebration party, which was in full swing when he arrived. Renewed cheers and clapping greeted his appearance, and he was soon surrounded by a mob of people congratulating him. What with trying to shake off the Creevy brothers, who wanted a blow-by-blow match analysis, and the large group of girls that encircled him, laughing at his least amusing comments and batting their eyelids, it was some time before he could try and find Ron. At last, he extricated himself from Romilda Vane, who was hinting heavily that she would like to go to Slughorn's Christmas party with him. As he was ducking towards the drinks table, he walked straight into Ginny. Arnold, the pygmy puff, riding on her shoulder, and Crookshanks mewing hopefully at her heels. "Looking at Ron?" she asked, smirking. "He's over there, the filthy hypocrite." Harry looked into the corner she was indicating. There, in full view of the whole room, stood Ron, wrapped so closely around Lavender Brown it was hard to tell whose hands were whose. "It looks like he's eating her face, doesn't it?" said Ginny dispassionately. "But I suppose he's got to refine his technique somehow. Good game, Harry." She patted him on the arm. Harry felt a swooping sensation in his stomach, but then she walked off to help herself to more butterbeer. Crookshanks trotted after her, his yellow eyes fixed upon Arnold. Harry turned away from Ron, who did not look like surfacing soon, just in time to see the portrait hole closing. With a sinking feeling, he thought he saw a mane of bushy brown hair whipping out of sight. He darted forwards, sidestepped Romilda Vane again, and pushed again the portrait of the fat lady. The corridor outside seemed to be deserted. "Hermione?" He found her in the first unlocked classroom he tried. She was sitting on the teacher's desk, alone except for a small ring of twittering yellow birds circling her head, which she had clearly just conjured out of mid-air. Harry could not help admiring her spell work at a time like this. "Oh, hello, Harry," she said in a brittle voice. "I was just practicing." "Yeah, they're really good," said Harry. He had no idea what to say to her. He was just wondering whether there was any chance that she had not noticed Ron, that she had merely left the room because the party was a little too rowdy, when she said in an unnaturally high-pitched voice, "Ron seems to be enjoying the celebrations." Does he?" said Harry.
"Don't pretend you didn't see him," said Hermione. "He wasn't exactly hiding it, was—" The door behind them burst open. To Harry's horror, Ron came in laughing, pulling Lavender by the hand. "Oh," he said, drawing up short of the sight of Harry and Hermione. "Oops," said Lavender, and she backed out of the room. Giggling, the door swung shut behind her. There was a horrible, swelling, billowing silence. Hermione was staring at Ron, who refused to look at her, but said with an odd mixture of bravado and awkwardness, "Hi, Harry. Wondered where you got to?" Hermione slid off the desk. The little flock of golden birds continued to twitter in circles around her head so that she looked like a strange feathery model of the solar system. "You shouldn't leave Lavender waiting outside," she said quietly. "She'll wonder where you've gone." She walked very slowly and erectly towards the door. Harry glanced at Ron, who was looking relieved that nothing worse had happened. "A pugno!" came a shriek from the doorway. Harry spun around to see Hermione pointing her wand at Ron, her expression wild. The little flock of birds was speeding like a hail of fat, golden bullets towards Ron, who yelped and covered his face with his hands. But the birds attacked, pecking and clawing at every bit of flesh they could reach. "Cheer off me!" he yelled, but with one last look of vindictive fury, Hermione wrenched open the door and disappeared through it. Harry thought he heard a sob before it slammed. Chapter 15. The Unbreakable Vow. Snow was swirling against the icy windows once more. Christmas was approaching fast. Hagrid had already single-handedly delivered the usual 12 Christmas trees for the Great Hall. Garlands of holly and tinsel had been twisted around the banisters of the stairs. Everlasting candles glowed from inside the helmets of suits of armour, and great bunches of mistletoe had been hung at intervals along the corridors. Large groups of girls tended to converge underneath the mistletoe bunches every time Harry went past, which caused blockages in the corridors. Fortunately, however, Harry's frequent nighttime wanderings had given him an unusually good knowledge of the castle's secret passageways, so that he was able, without too much difficulty, to navigate mistletoe-free routes between classes. Ron, who might once have found the necessity of these detours a cause for jealousy rather than hilarity, simply roared with laughter about it all. Although Harry much preferred this new laughing, joking Ron to the moody, aggressive model he had been enduring for the last few weeks, the improved Ron came at a heavy price. Firstly, Harry had had to put up with the frequent presence of Lavender Brown, who seemed to regard any moment that she was not kissing Ron as a moment wasted. And secondly, Harry found himself once more the best friend of two people who seemed unlikely ever to speak to each other again. Ron, whose hands and forearms still bore scratches and cuts from Hermione's bird attack, was taking a defensive and resentful tone. "She can't complain," he told Harry. "She snogged Crumb, so she's found out someone wants to snog me too. Well, it's a free country. Haven't done anything wrong." Harry did not answer, but pretended to be absorbed in the book they were supposed to have read before Charms the following morning. Quintessence, a quest. Determined as he was to remain friends with both Ron and Hermione, he was spending a lot of time with his mouth shut tight. "I never promised Hermione anything," Ron mumbled. "I mean, all right, I was going to go to Slughorn's Christmas party with her, but she never said. Just as friends. I'm a free agent." Harry turned a page of Quintessence, aware that Ron was watching him. Ron's voice tailed away in mutters, barely audible over the loud cackling and crackling of the fire, though Harry thought he caught the words crumb and can't complain again. Hermione's timetable was so full that Harry could only talk to her properly in the evenings, when Ron was in any case so tightly wrapped around Lavender that he did not notice what Harry was doing. Hermione refused to sit in the common room while Ron was there, so Harry generally joined her in the library, which meant that their conversations were held in whispers. "He's at liberty to kiss whoever he likes," said Hermione, while the librarian, Madame Pince, prowled the shelves behind them. "I really couldn't care less." She raised her quill and dotted an I so ferociously that she punctured a hole in her parchment. Harry said nothing. He thought his voice might soon vanish from lack of use. He bent a little lower over advanced potion-making and continued to make notes on everlasting elixirs. occasionally pausing to decipher the prince's useful additions to Labatius Borage's text. "And incidentally," said Hermione after a few moments, "you need to be careful." "For the last time," said Harry, speaking in a slightly hoarse whisper after 3/4 of an hour of silence, "I'm not giving back this book. I've learned more from the Half-Blood Prince than Snape or Slughorn have taught me in—" "I'm not talking about your stupid so-called prince," said Hermione, giving his book a nasty look as though it had been rude to her. "I'm talking about earlier. I went into the girls' bathroom just before I came in here, and there were about a dozen girls in there, including that Romilda Vane, trying to decide how to slip you a love potion. They're all hoping they're going to get you to take them to Slughorn's party, and they all seem to have bought Fred and George's love potions, which I'm afraid to say probably work." "Why didn't you confiscate them then?" demanded Harry. It seemed extraordinary that Hermione's mania for upholding rules could have abandoned her at this crucial juncture. "They didn't have the potions with them in the bathroom," said Hermione scornfully. "They were just discussing tactics, as I doubt whether even the Half-Blood Prince," she gave the book another nasty look, "could dream up an antidote for a dozen different love potions at once. I just invite someone to go with you. That'll stop all the others thinking they've still got a chance. It's tomorrow night. They're getting desperate." "There isn't anyone I want to invite," mumbled Harry, who was still trying not to think about Ginny any more than he could help, despite the fact that she kept cropping up in his dreams in ways that made him devoutly thankful that Ron could not perform legerdemacy. "Well, just be careful what you think, because Romilda Vane looked like she meant business," said Hermione grimly. She hitched up the long roll of parchment on which she was writing her arithmancy essay, and continued to scratch away with her quill. Harry watched her with his mind a long way away. "Hang on a moment," he said slowly. "I thought Filch had banned anything bought at Weasley's Wizard Wheezes." "And when has anyone ever paid attention to what Filch has banned?" asked Hermione, still concentrating on her essay. "But I thought all the owls were being searched. So how come these girls are able to bring love potions into school?" "Fred and George send them disguised as perfumes and cough potions," said Hermione. "It's part of their owl order service." "You know a lot about it." Hermione gave him the kind of nasty look she had just given his copy of Advanced Potion Making. "It was all on the back of the bottles they showed Ginny and me in the summer," she said coldly. "I don't go around putting potions in people's drinks, or pretending to, either, which is just as bad." "Yeah, well, never mind that," said Harry quickly. "The point is, Filch is being fooled, isn't he? These girls are getting stuff into the school disguised as something else. So why couldn't Malfoy have brought the necklace into the school?" "Oh, Harry, not that again." "Come on, why not?" demanded Harry. "Look," sighed Hermione, "secrecy sensors detect jinxes, curses, and concealment charms, don't they? They're used to find dark magic and dark objects. They'd have picked up a powerful curse, like the one on that necklace, within seconds. But something that's just been put in the wrong bottle wouldn't register. And anyway, love potions aren't dark or dangerous." "Easy for you to say," muttered Harry, thinking of Romilda Vane. "So, it would be down to Filch to realise it wasn't a cough potion. And he's not a very good wizard. I doubt he can tell one potion from—" Hermione stopped dead. Harry had heard it too. Somebody had moved close behind them among the dark bookshelves. They waited for a moment. Later, the vulture-like countenance of Madame Pince appeared around the corner, her sunken cheeks, her skin like parchment, and her long hooked nose illuminated unflatteringly by the lamp she was carrying. "The library is now closed," she said. "Mind you return anything you have borrowed to the correct—" "What have you been doing to that book, you depraved boy?" "It isn't the library's, it's mine," said Harry hastily, snatching his copy of Advanced Potion Making off the table as she lunged at it with a claw-like hand. "Despoiled," she hissed. "Desecrated. Befouled." "It's just a book that's been written in," said Harry, tugging it out of her grip. She looked as though she might have a seizure. Hermione, who had hastily packed her things, grabbed Harry by the arm and frog-marched him away. "She'll ban you from the library if you're not careful. Why did you have to bring that stupid book? It's not my fault she's barking mad, Hermione. Or do you think she overheard you being rude about Filch? I've always thought there might be something going on between them." "Oh, ha ha!"
Enjoying the fact that they could speak normally again, they made their way along the deserted, lamplit corridors back to the common room, arguing about whether or not Filch and Madame Pince were secretly in love with each other. "Baubles," said Harry to the fat lady, this being the new festive password. "Same to you," said the fat lady, with a roguish grin, and she swung forwards to admit them. "Hi, Harry," said Romilda Vane, the moment he had climbed through the portrait hole. "Fancy a gilly water?" Hermione gave him a "what did I tell you?" look over her shoulder. "No thanks," said Harry quickly. "I don't like it much." "Well, take these anyway," said Romilda, thrusting a box into his hands. "Chocolate cauldrons. They've got fire whiskey in them. My grand sent them to me, but I don't like them." "Oh, right, thanks a lot," said Harry, who could not think what else to say. I'm just going over here with—" He hurried off behind Hermione, his voice trailing away feebly. "Told you," said Hermione succinctly. "Sooner you ask someone, sooner they'll all leave you alone, and you can—" But her face suddenly turned blank. She had just spotted Ron and Lavender, who were entwined in the same armchair. "Well, good night, Harry," said Hermione, though it was only 7 o'clock in the evening, and she left for the girls' dormitory without another word. Harry went to bed comforting himself that there was only one more day of lessons to struggle through, plus Slughorn's party, after which he and Ron would depart together for the Burrow. It now seemed impossible that Ron and Hermione would make up with each other before the holidays began, but perhaps somehow the break would give them time to calm down, think better of their behaviour. But his hopes were not high, and they sank still lower after enduring a transfiguration lesson with them both next day. They had just embarked upon the immensely difficult topic of human transfiguration. Working in front of mirrors, they were supposed to be changing the colour of their own eyebrows. Hermione laughed unkindly at Ron's disastrous first attempt, during which he somehow managed to give himself a spectacular handlebar moustache. Ron retaliated by doing a cruel but accurate impression of Hermione jumping up and down in her seat every time Professor McGonagall asked a question, which Lavender and Parvati found deeply amusing and which reduced Hermione to the verge of tears again. She raced out of the classroom on the bell, leaving half her things behind. Harry, deciding that her need was greater than Ron's just then, scooped up her remaining possessions and followed her. He finally tracked her down as she emerged from a girl's bathroom on the floor below. She was accompanied by Luna Lovegood, who was patting her vaguely on the back. "Oh, hello, Harry," said Luna. "Did you know one of your eyebrows is bright yellow?" "Hi, Luna. Hermione, you left your stuff." He held out her books. "Oh, yes," said Hermione in a choked voice, taking her things and turning away quickly to hide the fact that she was wiping her eyes on her pencil case. "Thank you, Harry. Well, I'd better get going." And she hurried off without giving Harry any time to offer words of comfort, though, admittedly, he could not think of any. "She's a bit upset," said Luna. "I thought at first it was Moaning Myrtle in there, but it turned out to be Hermione. She said something about that Ron Weasley." "Yeah, they've had a row," said Harry. "He says very funny things sometimes, doesn't he?" said Luna, as they set off down the corridor together. "But he can be a bit unkind. I noticed that last year." "I suppose," said Harry. Luna was demonstrating her usual knack of speaking uncomfortable truths. He had never met anyone quite like her. "So, have you had a good term?" "Oh, it's been all right," said Luna. "A bit lonely without the DA. Ginny's been nice, though. She stopped 2 boys in our Transfiguration class calling me loony the other day." "How would you like to come to Slughorn's party with me tonight?" The words were out of Harry's mouth before he could stop them. He heard himself say them, as though it was a stranger speaking. Luna turned her protuberant eyes upon him in surprise. "Slughorn's party? With you?" "Yeah," said Harry. "We're supposed to be bringing guests, so I thought you might like, I mean, he was keen to make his intentions perfectly clear. Just as friends, you know. But if you don't want to." He was already half hoping that she didn't want to. "Oh, no, I'd love to go with you as friends," said Luna, beaming as he had never seen her beam before. "Nobody's ever asked me to a party before. As a friend. Is that why you dyed your eyebrow? For that party? Should I do mine too?" No," said Harry firmly. "That was a mistake. I'll get Hermione to put it right for me. So, I'll meet you in the entrance hall at 8 o'clock, then." "Aha!" screamed a voice from overhead, and both of them jumped. Unnoticed by either of them, they had just passed right underneath Peeves, who was hanging upside down from a chandelier and grinning maliciously at them. "Potty asked Looney to go to the party. Potty loves Looney. Potty loves Looney." And he zoomed away, cackling and shrieking. "Potty loves Looney." "Nice to keep things private," said Harry, and sure enough, in no time at all, the whole school seemed to know that Harry Potter was taking Luna Lovegood to Slughorn's party. "You could have taken anyone," said Ron in disbelief over dinner. "Anyone. And you chose Looney Lovegood." "Don't call her that, Ron," snapped Ginny, pausing behind Harry on her way to join friends. "I'm really glad you're taking her, Harry. She's so excited." And she moved on down the table to sit with Dean. Harry tried to feel pleased that Ginny was glad he was taking Luna to the party, but could not quite manage it. A long way along the table, Hermione was sitting alone, playing with her stew. Harry noticed Ron looking at her furtively. "You could say sorry," suggested Harry bluntly. "What, and get attacked by another flock of canaries?" muttered Ron. "What did you have to imitate her for? She laughed at my moustache." "So did I. It was the stupidest thing I've ever seen." But Ron did not seem to have heard. Lavender had just arrived with Parvati. Squeezing herself in between Harry and Ron, Lavender flung her arms around Ron's neck. "Hi, Harry," said Parvati, who, like him, looked faintly embarrassed and bored by the behaviour of their two friends. "Hi," said Harry. "How are you? You staying at Hogwarts, then? I heard your parents wanted you to leave." "I managed to talk them out of it for the time being," said Parvati. "That Katie thing really freaked them out, but as there hasn't been anything since—" "Oh, hi, Hermione." Parvati positively beamed. Harry could tell that she was feeling guilty for having laughed at Hermione in Transfiguration. He looked around and saw that Hermione was beaming back, if possible, even more brightly. Girls were very strange sometimes. "Hi, Parvati," said Hermione, ignoring Ron and Lavender completely. "Are you going to Slughorn's party tonight?" "No invite," said Parvati gloomily. "I'd love to go, though. It sounds like it's going to be really good." "You're going, aren't you?" "Yes. I'm meeting Cormac at 8, and we're—" There was a noise like a plunger being withdrawn from a blocked sink, and Ron surfaced. Hermione acted as though she had not seen or heard anything. "We're going to the party together." "Cormac," said Parvati. "Cormac McLaggen, you mean?" "That's right," said Hermione sweetly. "The one who almost," she put a great deal of emphasis on the word, "became Gryffindor keeper." "Are you going out with him, then?" asked Parvati, wide-eyed. "Oh, yes. Didn't you know?" said Hermione, with a most un-Hermione-ish giggle. "No," said Parvati, looking positively agog at the piece of gossip. "Wow, you like your Quidditch players, don't you? First Crumb, then McLaggen." "I like really good Quidditch players," Hermione corrected her, still smiling. "Well, see you. Got to go and get ready for the party." She left. At once Lavender and Parvati put their heads together to discuss the new development and everything they had ever heard about McLaggen, and all they had ever guessed about Hermione. Ron looked strangely blank and said nothing. Harry was left to ponder in silence the depths to which girls would sink to get revenge. When he arrived in the entrance hall at 8 o'clock that night, he found an unusually large number of girls lurking there, all of whom seemed to be staring at him resentfully as he approached Luna. She was wearing a set of spangled silver robes that was attracting a certain amount of giggling from the onlookers, but otherwise she looked quite nice. Harry was glad in any case that she had left off her raidish earrings, but butterbeer cork necklace and her spectre specs. "Hi," she said. "Shall we get going then?" "Oh, yes," she said happily. Where is the party?" "Slughorn's office," said Harry, leading her up the marble staircase away from the staring and muttering. "Did you hear? There's supposed to be a vampire coming." "Rufus Scrimgeour?" asked Luna. What?" said Harry, disconcerted. "You mean the Minister for Magic?" "Yes, he's a vampire," said Luna matter-of-factly. "Father wrote a very long article about it when Scrimgeour first took over from Cornelius Fudge, but he was forced not to publish by somebody from the ministry. Obviously, they didn't want the truth to get out." Harry, who thought it most unlikely that Rufus Scrimgeour was a vampire, but who was used to Luna repeating her father's bizarre views as though they were fact, did not reply. They were already approaching Slughorn's office, and the sounds of laughter, music, and loud conversation were growing louder with every step they took. Whether it had been built that way, or because he had used magical trickery to make it so, Slughorn's office was much larger than the usual teacher's study. The ceiling and walls had been draped with emerald, crimson, and gold hangings, so that it looked as though they were all inside a vast tent. The room was crowded and stuffy, and bathed in the red light cast by an ornate golden lamp dangling from the centre of the ceiling, in which real fairies were fluttering, each a brilliant speck of light. Loud singing, accompanied by what sounded like mandolins, issued from a distant corner. A haze of pipe smoke hung over several elderly warlocks deep in conversation, and a number of house elves were negotiating their way squeakily through the forest of knees, obscured by the heavy silver platters of food they were bearing, so that they looked like little roving tables. "Harry, my boy!" boomed Slughorn, almost as soon as Harry and Luna had squeezed in through the door. Come in! So many people I'd like you to meet!" Slughorn was wearing a tasselled velvet hat to match his smoking jacket. Gripping Harry's arm so tightly, he might have been hoping to disapparate with him. Slughorn led him purposefully into the party. Harry seized Luna's hand and dragged her along with him. "Harry, I'd like you to meet Eldred Warple, an old student of mine, author of Blood Brothers, My Life Amongst the Vampires, and of course his friend Sanguini." Warple, who was a small, bespectacled man, grabbed Harry's hand and shook it enthusiastically. The vampire, Sanguini, who was tall and emaciated, with dark shadows under his eyes, merely nodded. He looked rather bored. A gaggle of girls was standing close to him, looking curious and excited. "Harry Potter, I am simply delighted," said Warple, peering short-sightedly up into Harry's face. "I was saying to Professor Slughorn only the other day, where is the biography of Harry Potter for which we have all been waiting?" Said Harry. "Were you?" "Just as modest as Horace described," said Warple. "But seriously," his manner changed. It became suddenly businesslike. "I would be delighted to write it myself. People are craving to know more about you, dear boy. Craving! If you were prepared to grant me a few interviews, say in 4 or 5 hour sessions, why, we could have the book finished within months. And all with very little effort on your part, I assure you. Ask Sanguini here if it isn't quiet. Sanguini, stay here," added Warple, suddenly stern, for the vampire had been edging towards the nearby group of girls, a rather hungry look in his eye. "Here, have a pasty," said Warple, seizing one from a passing elf and stuffing it into Sanguini's hand before turning his attention back to Harry. "My dear boy, the gold you could make, you have no idea." "I'm definitely not interested," said Harry firmly, "and I've just seen a friend of mine. Sorry." He pulled Luna after him into the crowd. He had indeed just seen a long mane of brown hair disappear between what looked like 2 members of the Weird Sisters. "Hermione! Hermione!" "Harry! There you are, thank goodness. Hi, Luna." "What's happened to you?" asked Harry, for Hermione looked distinctly dishevelled, rather as though she had just fought her way out of a thicket of devil's snare. "Oh, I've just escaped. I've just left Cormac," she said. "Under the mistletoe," she added in explanation, as Harry continued to look questioningly at her. "Serves you right for coming with him," he told her severely. "I thought he'd annoy Ron most," said Hermione dispassionately. "I debated for a while about Zachariah Smith, but I thought, on the whole—" "You considered Smith?" said Harry, revolted. "Yes, I did, and I'm starting to wish I'd chosen him. McLaggen makes Grawp look like a gentleman. Let's go this way. We'll be able to see him coming. He's so tall." The 3 of them made their way over to the other side of the room, scooping up goblets of mead on the way, realising too late that Professor Trelawney was standing there alone. "Hello," said Luna politely to Professor Trelawney. "Good evening, my dear," said Professor Trelawney, focusing upon Luna with some difficulty. Harry could smell cooking sherry again. "Haven't seen you in my classes lately?" "No, I've got Firenze this year," said Luna. "Oh, of course," said Professor Trelawney with an angry, drunken titter. "Or Dobbin, or as I prefer to think of him. You would have thought, would you not, that now I am returning to the school,
Professor Dumbledore might have got rid of the horse, but no, we share classes. It's an insult, frankly, an insult. Do you know? Professor Trelawney seemed too tipsy to have recognised Harry. Under cover of her furious criticisms of Firenze, Harry drew closer to Hermione and said, "Let's get something straight. Are you planning to tell Ron that you interfered at keeper tryouts?" Hermione raised her eyebrows. "Do you really think I'd stoop that low?" Harry looked at her shrewdly. "Hermione, if you can ask out McLaggen—" "There's a difference," said Hermione with dignity. "I've got no plans to tell Ron anything about what might or might not have happened at keeper tryouts." "Good," said Harry fervently, "because he'll just fall apart again, and we'll lose the next match." "Quidditch," said Hermione angrily. "Is that all boys care about? Cormac hasn't asked me one single question about myself. No, I've just been treated to 100 great saves made by Cormac McLaggen, non-stop, ever since. Oh no, here he comes." She moved so fast it was though she had disapparated. One moment she was there, the next she had squeezed between two guffawing witches and vanished. "Seen Hermione?" asked McLaggen, forcing his way through the throng a minute later. No, sorry," said Harry, and he turned quickly to join in Luna's conversation, forgetting for a split second to whom she was talking. "Harry Potter," said Professor Trelawney in deep, vibrant tones, noticing him for the first time. "Oh, hello," said Harry unenthusiastically. "My dear boy," she said in a very carrying whisper. "The rumours, the stories, the chosen one. Of course, I have known for a very long time the omens were never good, Harry. But why have you not returned to divination? For you, of all people, the subject is of the utmost importance." "Ah, Sybil, we all think our subject's most important," said a loud voice, and Slughorn appeared at Professor Trelawney's other side. His face very red, his velvet hat a little askew, a glass of mead in one hand and an enormous mince pie in the other. "But I don't think I've ever known such a natural at potions," said Slughorn, regarding Harry with a fond, if bloodshot, eye. "Instinctive, you know, like his mother. I've only ever taught a few with this kind of ability. I can tell you that, Sybil. Why, even Severus." And to Harry's horror, Slughorn threw out an arm and seemed to scoop Snape out of thin air towards him. "Stop skulking and come join us, Severus," hiccuped Slughorn happily. "I was just talking about Harry's exceptional potion making. Some credit must go to you, of course. You taught him for 5 years. Trapped, with Slughorn's arm around his shoulders, Snape looked down his hooked nose at Harry. His black eyes narrowed. "Funny. I never had the impression that I managed to teach Potter anything at all." "Well then, it's natural ability," shouted Slughorn. "You should have seen what he gave me first lesson, the draught of living death. Never had a student produce finer on a first attempt. I don't think even you, Severus." "Really?" said Snape quietly, his eyes still boring into Harry, who felt a certain disquiet. The last thing he wanted was for Snape to start investigating the source of his newfound brilliance at potions. "Remind me what other subjects you're taking, Harry," asked Slughorn. Defence against the dark arts, charms, transfiguration, and herbology." "All the subjects required, in short, for an aura," said Snape with the faintest sneer. "Yeah, well, that's what I'd like to be," said Harry defiantly. "And a great one you'll make too," boomed Slughorn. "I don't think you should be an aura, Harry," said Luna unexpectedly. Everybody looked at her. "The auras are part of the Rotfang conspiracy. I thought everyone knew that. They're working from within to bring down the Ministry of Magic, using a combination of dark magic and gum disease." Harry inhaled half his mead up his nose as he started to laugh. Really, it had been worth bringing Luna just for this. Emerging from his goblet, coughing, sopping wet, but still grinning, he saw something calculated to raise his spirits even higher. Draco Malfoy being dragged by the ear towards them by Argus Filch. "Professor Slughorn," wheezed Filch, his jowls a quiver and the maniacal light of mischief detection in his bulging eyes. "I discovered this boy lurking in an upstairs corridor. He claims to have been invited to your party and to have been delayed in setting out. Did you issue him with an invitation?" Malfoy pulled himself free of Filch's grip, looking furious. "All right, I wasn't invited," he said angrily. "I was trying to gatecrash. Happy?" "No, I'm not," said Filch, a statement at complete odds with the glee on his face. "You're in trouble, you are. Didn't the headmaster say that nighttime prowling's out unless you've got permission, didn't he, eh?" "That's all right, Argus, that's all right," said Slughorn, waving a hand. "It's Christmas, and it's not a crime to want to come to a party. Just this once, we'll forget any punishment. You may stay, Draco." Filch's expression of outraged disappointment was perfectly predictable. But why, Harry wondered, watching him, did Malfoy look almost equally unhappy? And why was Snape looking at Malfoy as though both angry and, was it possible, a little afraid? But almost before Harry had registered what he had seen, Filch had turned and shuffled away, muttering under his breath. Malfoy had composed his face into a smile and was thanking Slughorn for his generosity, and Snape's face was smoothly inscrutable again. "It's nothing, nothing," said Slughorn, waving away Malfoy's thanks. "I did know your grandfather, after all." "He always spoke very highly of you, sir," said Malfoy quickly. "Said you were the most, best potion maker he'd ever known." Harry stared at Malfoy. It was not the sucking up that intrigued him. He had watched Malfoy do that to Snape for a long time. It was the fact that Malfoy did, after all, look a little ill. This was the first time he had seen Malfoy close up for ages. He now saw that Malfoy had dark shadows under his eyes and a distinctly greyish tinge to his skin. "I'd like a word with you, Draco," said Snape suddenly. "Oh, now, Severus," said Slughorn, hiccuping again. "It's Christmas. Don't be too hard." "I'm his head of house, and I shall decide how hard or otherwise to be," said Snape curtly. "Follow me, Draco." They left, Snape leading the way, Malfoy looking resentful. Harry stood there for a moment, irresolute, and then said, "I'll be back in a bit. Luna, bathroom." "All right," she said cheerfully, and he thought he heard her as he hurried off into the crowd, resuming the subject of the Rot Gang conspiracy with Professor Trelawney, who seemed sincerely interested. It was easy, once out of the party, to pull his invisibility cloak out of his pocket and throw it over himself, for the corridor was quite deserted. What was more difficult was finding Snape and Malfoy. Harry ran down the corridor, the noise of his feet masked by the music and loud talk still issuing from Slughorn's office behind him. Perhaps Snape had taken Malfoy to his office in the dungeons, or perhaps he was escorting him back to the Slytherin common room. But Harry pressed his ear against door after door as he dashed down the corridor until, with a great jolt of excitement, he crouched down to the keyhole of the last classroom in the corridor and heard voices. "Cannot afford mistakes, Draco, because if you are expelled—" "I didn't have anything to do with it, all right? I hope you are telling the truth, because it was both clumsy and foolish. Already you are suspected of having a hand in it." "Who suspects me?" said Malfoy angrily. "For the last time, I didn't do it, okay? That Bell girl must have had an enemy no one knows about. Don't look at me like that. I know what you're doing. I'm not stupid, but it won't work. I can stop you." There was a pause, and then Snape said quietly, "Ah, Aunt Bellatrix has been teaching you occlumency, I see. What thoughts are you trying to conceal from your master, Draco?" "I'm not trying to conceal anything from him. I just don't want you butting in." Harry pressed his ear still more closely against the keyhole. What had happened to make Malfoy speak to Snape like this? Snape, towards whom he had always shown respect, even liking. "So, that is why you have been avoiding me this term. You have feared my interference. You realise that, had anybody else failed to come to my office when I had told them repeatedly to be there, Draco? So put me in detention. Report me to Dumbledore," jeered Malfoy. There was another pause. Then Snape said, "You know perfectly well that I do not wish to do either of those things." "You better stop telling me to come to your office, then." "Listen to me," said Snape, his voice so low now that Harry had to push his ear very hard against the keyhole to hear. "I am trying to help you. I swore to your mother I would protect you. I made the unbreakable vow, Draco." "Looks like you'll have to break it then, because I don't need your protection. It's my job. He gave it to me, and I'm doing it. I've got a plan, and it's going to work. It's just taking a bit longer than I thought it would." "What is your plan?" "It's none of your business."
If you tell me what you're trying to do, I can assist you. I've got all the assistance I need, thanks. I'm not alone. You were certainly alone tonight, which was foolish in the extreme, wandering the corridors without lookouts or backup. These are elementary mistakes. I would have had Crabbe and Goyle with me if you hadn't put them in detention. Keep your voice down, spat Snape, for Malfoy's voice had risen excitedly. If your friends Crabbe and Goyle intend to pass their defence against the Dark Arts Owl this time around, they will need to work a little harder than they are doing at present. What does it matter? Said Malfoy. Defence against the Dark Arts. It's all just a joke, isn't it? An act. Like any of us need protecting against the Dark Arts. It is an act that is crucial to success, Draco, said Snape. Where do you think I would have been all these years if I had not known how to act? Now listen to me. You are being incautious, wandering around at night, getting yourself caught, and if you are placing your reliance on assistants like Crabbe and Goyle, they're not the only ones. I've got other people on my side, better people. Then why not confide in me? I know what you're up to. You want to steal my glory. There was another pause. Then Snape said coldly, You are speaking like a child. I quite understand that your father's capture and imprisonment has upset you, but Harry had barely a second's warning. He heard Malfoy's footsteps on the other side of the door and flung himself out of the way just as it burst open. Malfoy was striding away down the corridor, past the open door of Slughorn's office, round the distant corner and out of sight. Hardly daring to breathe, Harry remained crouched down as Snape emerged slowly from the classroom, his expression unfathomable. He returned to the party. Harry remained on the door, hidden beneath the cloak, his mind racing. Chapter 16. A Very Frosty Christmas. So Snape was offering to help him. He was definitely offering to help him. If you ask that once more, said Harry, I'm going to stick this sprout. I'm only checking, said Ron. They were standing alone at the Burrows' kitchen sink, peeling a mountain of sprouts for Mrs. Weasley. Snow was drifting past the window in front of them. Yes, Snape was offering to help him, said Harry. He said he'd promised Malfoy's mother to protect him, that he'd made an unbreakable oath or something. An unbreakable oath? Or vow, said Ron, looking stunned. Nah, he can't have. Are you sure? Yes, I'm sure, said Harry. What does that mean? Well, you can't break an unbreakable vow. I'd worked that much out for myself, funnily enough. What happens if you break it, then? You die, said Ron simply. Fred and George tried to get me to make one when I was about 5. I nearly did, too. I was holding hands with Fred and everything when Dad found us. He went mental, said Ron, with a reminiscent gleam in his eyes. Only time I've ever seen Dad as angry as Mum. Fred reckons his left buttock has never been the same since. Yeah, well, passing over Fred's left buttock. I beg your pardon, said Fred's voice as the twins entered the kitchen. Ah, George, look at this. They're using knives and everything. Bless them. I'll be 17 in 2 and a bit months' time, said Ron grumpily, and then I'll be able to do it by magic. But meanwhile, said George, sitting down at the kitchen table and putting his feet up on it, we can enjoy watching you demonstrate the correct use of a whoops-a-daisy. You made me do that, said Ron angrily, sucking his cut thumb. You wait, when I'm 17. I'm sure you'll dazzle us all with hitherto unsuspected magical skills, yawned Fred. And speaking of hitherto unsuspected skills, Ronald, said George, what is this we hear from Ginny about you and a young lady called, unless our information is faulty, Lavender Brown? Ron turned a little pink, but did not look displeased as he turned back to the sprouts. Mind your own business. What a snappy retort, said Fred. I really don't know how you think of them. No, what we wanted to know was, how did it happen? What do you mean? Did she have an accident or something? What? Well, how did she sustain such extensive brain damage? Careful now. Mrs. Weasley entered the room just in time to see Ron throw the sprouts knife at Fred, who turned it into a paper aeroplane with one lazy flick of his wand. Ron, she said furiously, don't you ever let me see you throwing knives again. I won't, said Ron. Let you see, he added under his breath, as he turned back to the sprout mountain. Fred, George, I'm sorry, dears, but Remus is arriving tonight, so Bill will have to squeeze in with you two. No problem, said George. Then, as Charlie isn't coming home, that just leaves Harry and Ron in the attic, and if Fleur shares with Ginny... That'll make Ginny's Christmas, muttered Fred. Everyone should be comfortable. Well, they'll have a bed anyway, said Mrs. Weasley, sounding slightly harassed. Percy definitely not showing his ugly face then, asked Fred. Mrs. Weasley turned away before she answered. No, he's busy, I expect, at the ministry. Or he's the world's biggest prat, said Fred, as Mrs. Weasley left the kitchen. One of the two. Well, let's get going then, George. What are you two up to? Asked Ron. Can't you help us with these sprouts? You could just use your wand and then we'll be free too. No, I don't think we can do that, said Fred seriously. It's very character-building stuff, learning to peel sprouts without magic. Makes you appreciate how difficult it is for muggles and squibs. And if you want people to help you, Ron, added George, throwing the paper aeroplane at him, I wouldn't chuck knives at them. Just a little hint. We're off to the village. There's a very pretty girl working in the paper shop who thinks my card tricks are something marvellous, almost like real magic. Gits, said Ron darkly, watching Fred and George setting off across the snowy yard. Would have only taken them 10 seconds, and then we could have gone too. I couldn't, said Harry. I promised Dumbledore I wouldn't wander off while I'm staying here. Oh, yeah, said Ron. He peeled a few more sprouts and then said, Are you going to tell Dumbledore what you heard Snape and Malfoy saying to each other? Yep, said Harry. I'm going to tell anyone who can put a stop to it, and Dumbledore's top of the list. I might have another word with your dad, too. Pity you didn't hear what Malfoy's actually doing, though. I couldn't have done, could I? That was the whole point. He was refusing to tell Snape. There was a silence for a moment or two, and then Ron said, Course, you know what they'll all say. Dad and Dumbledore and all of them. They'll say Snape isn't really trying to help Malfoy. He was just trying to find out what Malfoy's up to. They didn't hear him, said Harry flatly. No one's that good an actor, not even Snape. Yeah, I'm just saying, though, said Ron. Harry turned to face him, frowning. You think I'm right, though? Yeah, I do, said Ron hastily. Seriously, I do, but they're all convinced Snape's in the Order, aren't they? Harry said nothing. It had already occurred to him that this would be the most likely objection to his new evidence. He could hear Hermione now. Obviously, Harry, he was pretending to offer help so he could trick Malfoy into telling him what he's doing. This was pure imagination, however, as he had no opportunity to tell Hermione what he had overheard. She had disappeared from Slughorn's party before he returned to it, or so he'd been informed by an irate McLaggen, and she had already gone to bed by the time he returned to the common room. As he and Ron had left for the Burrow early the next day, he had barely had time to wish her a happy Christmas and to tell her that he had some very important news when they got back from the holidays. He was not entirely sure that she had heard him, though. Ron and Lavender had been saying a thoroughly non-verbal goodbye just behind him at the time. Still, even Hermione could not be able to deny one thing. Malfoy was definitely up to something, and Snape knew it, so Harry felt fully justified in saying, I told you so, which he had done several times to Ron already. Harry did not get the chance to speak to Mr. Weasley, who was working very long hours at the ministry, until Christmas Eve night. The Weasleys and their guests were sitting in the living room, which Ginny had decorated so lavishly that it was rather like sitting in a paper chain explosion. Fred, George, Harry and Ron were the only ones who knew that the angel on top of the tree was actually a garden gnome that had bitten Fred on the ankle as he pulled up carrots for Christmas dinner. Stupefied, painted gold, stuffed into a miniature tutu, and with small wings glued to its back, it glowered down at them all, the ugliest angel Harry had ever seen, with a large bald head like a potato and rather hairy feet. They were all supposed to be listening to a Christmas broadcast by Mrs. Weasley's favourite singer, Celestina Warbeck, whose voice was warbling out of the large wooden wireless. Fleur, who seemed to find Celestina very dull, was talking so loudly in the corner that a scowling Mrs. Weasley kept pointing her wand at the volume control, so that Celestina grew louder and louder. Under cover of a particularly jazzy number called A Cauldron Full of Hot, Strong Love, Fred and George started a game of exploding snap with Ginny. Ron kept shooting Bill and Fleur covert looks, as though hoping to pick up tips. Meanwhile, Remus Lupin, who was thinner and more ragged-looking than ever, was sitting beside the fire, staring into its depths, as though he could not hear Celestina's voice. Oh, come and stir my cauldron, and if you do it right, I'll boil you up some hot strong love to keep you warm tonight." "We danced to this when we were 18, said Mrs. Weasley, wiping her eyes on her knitting. "Do you remember, Arthur?" "Oh," said Mr. Weasley, whose head had been nodding over the satsuma he was peeling. "Oh, yes, marvellous time." With an effort he sat up a little straighter and looked around at Harry, who was sitting next to him. "Sorry about this," he said, jerking his head towards the wireless as Celestina broke into the chorus. "Be over soon." "No problem," said Harry, grinning. "Has it been busy at the ministry?" "Very," said Mr. Weasley. "I wouldn't mind if we were getting anywhere, but of the 3 arrests we've made in the last couple of months, I doubt that one of them is a genuine Death Eater. Only don't repeat that, Harry," he added quickly, looking much more awake all of a sudden. "They're not still holding Stan Shunpike, are they?" asked Harry. "I'm afraid so," said Mr. Weasley. "I know Dumbledore's tried appealing directly to Scrimgeour about Stan. I mean, anybody who has actually interviewed him agrees that he's about as much a Death Eater as that Satsuma. But the 2 levels want to look as though they're making some progress, and the 3 arrests sounds better than 3 mistaken arrests and releases. But again, this is all top secret." "I won't say anything," said Harry. He hesitated for a moment, wondering how best to embark on what he wanted to say. As he marshalled his thoughts, Celestina Warbeck began a ballad called "You Charmed the Heart Right Out of Me." "Mr. Weasley, you know what I told you at the station when we were setting off for school?" "I checked, Harry," said Mr. Weasley at once. "I went and searched the Malfoys' house. There was nothing, either broken or whole, that shouldn't have been there." "Yeah, I know. I saw in the Prophet that you'd looked. But this is something different. Well, something more." And he told Mr. Weasley everything he had overheard between Malfoy and Snape. As Harry spoke, he saw Lupin's head turn into a little towards him, taking in every word. When he'd finished, there was a silence except for Celestina's crooning, "Oh, my poor heart, where has it gone? It's left me for a spell." "Has it occurred to you, Harry," said Mr. Weasley, "that Snape was simply pretending? Pretending to offer help, so that he could find out what Malfoy's up to," said Harry quickly. "Yeah, I thought you'd say that. But how do we know?" "It isn't our business to know," said Lupin unexpectedly. He had turned his back on the fire now, and faced Harry across Mr. Weasley. "It's Dumbledore's business. Dumbledore trusts Severus, and that ought to be good enough for all of us." "But," said Harry, just say Dumbledore's wrong about Snape." "People have said it many times. It comes down to whether or not you trust Dumbledore's judgment. I do, therefore I trust Severus." "But Dumbledore can make mistakes," argued Harry. "He says it himself. And you," he looked Lupin straight in the eye, "do you honestly like Snape?" I neither like or dislike Severus," said Lupin. "No, Harry, I am speaking the truth," he added, as Harry pulled a sceptical expression. "We shall never be bosom friends. Perhaps after all that happened between James and Sirius and Severus, there is too much bitterness there, but I do not forget that during the year I taught at Hogwarts, Severus made the wolfsbane potion for me every month, made it perfectly, so that I did not have to suffer as I usually do at full moon." "But he accidentally let it slip that you're a werewolf, so you had to leave," said Harry angrily. Lupin shrugged. "The news would have leaked out anyway. We both know he wanted my job, but he could have wreaked much worse damage on me by tampering with the potion. He kept me healthy. I must be grateful." "Maybe he didn't dare mess with the potion with Dumbledore watching him," said Harry. "You are determined to hate him, Harry," said Lupin with a faint smile. "And I understand. With James as your father, with Sirius as your godfather, you have inherited an old prejudice. By all means tell Dumbledore what you have told Arthur and me, but do not expect him to share your view of the matter. Do not even expect him to be surprised by what you tell him. It might have been on Dumbledore's orders that Severus questioned Draco. And now you're torn, it quite apart. I thank you to give back my heart." Celestina ended her song on a very long, high-pitched note, and loud applause issued out of the wireless, which Mrs. Weasley joined in with enthusiastically. "Is it over?" said Fleur loudly. "Thank goodness, what an horrible—" "Shall we have a nightcap, then?" asked Mr. Weasley loudly, leaping to his feet. "Who wants eggnog?" "What have you been up to lately?" Harry asked Lupin, as Mr. Weasley bustled off to fetch the eggnog and everybody else stretched and broke into conversation. "Oh, I've been underground," said Lupin, "almost literally. That's why I haven't been able to write. Harry, sending letters to you would have been something of a giveaway." "What do you mean?" "I've been living among my fellows, my equals," said Lupin. "Werewolves," he added, as Harry's look of incomprehension. "Nearly all of them are on Voldemort's side. Dumbledore wanted a spy, and here I was, ready-made." He sounded a little bitter, and perhaps realised it, for he smiled more warmly as he went on. "I'm not complaining. It is necessary work, and who can do it better than I? However, it has been difficult gaining their trust. I bear the unmistakable signs of having tried to live among wizards, you see, whereas they have shunned normal society and live on the margins, stealing and sometimes killing to eat. How come they like Voldemort?" "They think that under his rule they will have a better life," said Lupin. "It's hard to argue with Greyback out there." "Who's Greyback? You haven't heard of him?" Lupin's hands closed convulsively in his lap. "Fenrir Greyback is perhaps the most savage werewolf alive today. He regards it as his mission in life to bite and to contaminate as many people as possible. He wants to create enough werewolves to overcome the wizards. Voldemort has promised him prey in return for his services. Greyback specialises in children. Bite them young, he says, and raise them away from their parents, raise them to hate normal wizards. Voldemort has threatened to unleash him upon people's sons and daughters. It is a threat that usually produces good results." Lupin paused and then said, "It was Greyback who bit me." "What?" said Harry, astonished. "When? When you were a kid, you mean?" "Yes. My father had offended him. I did not know for a very long time the identity of the werewolf who had attacked me. I even felt pity for him, thinking that he had no control, knowing by then how it felt to transform. But Greyback is not like that. At the full moon he positions himself close to victims, ensuring that he is near enough to strike. He plans it all. And this is the man Voldemort is using to marshal the werewolves. I cannot pretend that my particular brand of reasoned argument is making much headway against Greyback's insistence that we werewolves deserve blood, that we ought to revenge ourselves on normal people." "But you are normal," said Harry fiercely. "You've just got a problem." Lupin burst out laughing. "Sometimes you remind me a lot of James. He called it my furry little problem in company. Many people were under the impression that I owned a badly behaved rabbit." He accepted a glass of eggnog from Mr. Weasley with a word of thanks, looking slightly more cheerful. Harry, meanwhile, felt a rush of excitement. This last mention of his father had reminded him that was something he had been looking forward to asking Lupin. "Have you ever heard of someone called the Half-Blood Prince?" "The Half-Blood what?" "Prince," said Harry, watching him closely for signs of recognition. "There are no wizarding princes," said Lupin, now smiling. "Is this a title you're thinking of adopting? I should have thought being the chosen one would be enough." "It's nothing to do with me," said Harry indignantly. "The Half-Blood Prince is someone who used to go to Hogwarts. I've got his old potions book. He wrote spells all over it, spells he invented. One of them was Leather Corpus." "Oh, that one had a great vogue during my time at Hogwarts," said Lupin reminiscently. "There were a few months in my 5th year when you couldn't move for being hoisted into the air by your ankle." "My dad used it," said Harry. "I saw him in the Pensieve. He used it on Snape." He tried to sound casual, as though this was a throwaway comment of no real importance, but he was not sure he had achieved the right effect. Lupin's smile was a little too understanding. "Yes," he said, "but he wasn't the only one. As I say, it was a very popular. You know how these spells come and go." "But it sounds like it was invented while you were at school," Harry persisted. "Not necessarily," said Lupin. "Jinxes go in and out of fashion like everything else." He looked into Harry's face and then said quietly, "James was a pureblood, Harry, and I promise you, he never asked us to call him Prince." Abandoning pretense, Harry said, "And it wasn't Sirius, or you?" "Definitely not." "Oh." Harry stared into the fire. "I just thought, well, he's helped me a lot in potions classes. The Prince has." "How old is this book, Harry?" "I don't know. I've never checked." "Well, perhaps that will give you some clue as to when the Prince was at Hogwarts," said Lupin. Shortly after this, Fleur decided to imitate Celestina singing, "A cauldron full of hot, strong love, which was taken by everyone once they had glimpsed Mrs. Weasley's expression to be the cue to go to bed. Harry and Ron climbed all the way up to Ron's attic bedroom, where a camp bed had been added for Harry. Ron fell asleep almost immediately, but Harry delved into his trunk and pulled out his copy of Advanced Potion Making before getting into bed. There he turned its pages, searching until he finally found, at the front of the book, the date that it had been published. It was nearly 50 years old. Neither his father nor his father's friends had been at Hogwarts 50 years ago. Feeling disappointed, Harry threw the book back into his trunk, turned off the lamp and rolled over, thinking of werewolves and Snape, Stan Shumpike and the Half-Blood Prince, and finally falling into an uneasy sleep full of creeping shadows and the cries of bitten children. "She's got to be joking." Harry woke with a start to find a bulging stocking lying over the end of his bed. He put on his glasses and looked around. The tiny window was almost completely obscured with snow, and in front of it Ron was sitting bolt upright in bed and examining what appeared to be a thick gold chain. "What's that?" asked Harry. "It's from Lavender," said Ron, sounding revolted. "She can't honestly think I'd wear—" Harry looked more closely and let out a shout of laughter. Dangling from the chain in large gold letters were the words, "My Sweetheart." "Nice," he said. "Classy. You should definitely wear it in front of Fred and George." "If you tell them," said Ron, shoving the necklace out of sight under his pillow. I'll... "Stutter at me," said Harry, grinning. "Come on." "Would I?" "How could she think I'd like something like that, though?" Ron demanded of thin air, looking rather shocked. "Well, think back," said Harry. "Have you ever let it slip that you'd like to go out in public with the words, 'My Sweetheart,' around your neck?" "Well, we don't really talk much," said Ron. "It's mainly—" "Snogging," said Harry. "Well, yeah," said Ron. He hesitated a moment and then said, "Is Hermione really going out of McLaggen?" "I dunno," said Harry. "They were at Slughorn's party together, but I don't think it went that well." Ron looked slightly more cheerful as he delved deeper into his stocking. Harry's presents included a sweater with a large golden snitch worked onto the front, hand-knitted by Mrs. Weasley, a large box of Weasley's Wizard Wheezes products from the twins, and a slightly damp, mouldy-smelling package which came with a label reading, "To Master, from Creature." Harry stared at it. "Do you reckon this is safe to open?" he asked. "Can't be anything dangerous. All our mail's still being searched at the Ministry," replied Ron, though he was eyeing the parcel suspiciously. "I didn't think of giving Creature anything. Do people really usually give their house elves Christmas presents?" asked Harry, prodding the parcel cautiously. "Hermione would," said Ron, "but let's wait and see what it is before you start feeling guilty." A moment later, Harry had given a loud yell and leapt out of his camp bed. The package contained a large number of maggots. "Nice," said Ron, roaring with laughter. "Very thoughtful." "I'd rather have them than the necklace," said Harry, which sobered Ron up at once. Everybody was wearing new sweaters when they sat down for Christmas lunch, everyone except Fleur, on whom it appeared Mrs. Weasley had not wanted to waste one, and Mrs. Weasley herself, who was sporting a brand new midnight blue witch's hat, glittering with what looked like tiny star-like diamonds, and a spectacular golden necklace. "Fred and George gave them to me. Aren't they beautiful?" "Well, we find we appreciate you more and more, Mum. Now we're washing our own socks," said George, waving an airy hand. "Parsnips, Remus?" "Harry, you've got a maggot in your hair," said Ginny cheerfully, leaning across the table to pick it out. Harry felt goosebumps erupt in his neck that had nothing to do with the maggot. "How audible," said Fleur, with an affected little shudder. "Yes, isn't it?" said Ron. "Gravy, Fleur." In his eagerness to help her, he knocked the gravy boat flying. Bill waved his wand and the gravy soared up in the air and returned meekly to the boat. "You are as bad as that Tonks," said Fleur to Ron, when she had finished kissing Bill in thanks. "She is always knocking." "I invited dear Tonks to come along today," said Mrs. Weasley, setting down the carrots with unnecessary force and glaring at Fleur. "But she wouldn't come. Have you spoken to her lately, Remus?" "No, I haven't been in contact with anybody very much," said Lupin. "But Tonks has got her own family to go to, hasn't she?" Said Mrs. Weasley. "Maybe. I got the impression she was planning to spend Christmas alone, actually." She gave Lupin an annoyed look, as though it was all his fault she was getting Fleur for a daughter-in-law instead of Tonks. But Harry glanced across at Fleur, who was now feeding Bill bits of turkey off her own fork, thought that Mrs. Weasley was fighting a long-lost battle. He was, however, reminded of a question he had with regard to Tonks, and who better to ask than Lupin, the man who knew all about Patronuses. Tonks Patronus has changed its form, he told him. Snape said so. Anyway, I didn't know that could happen. Why would your Patronus change? Lupin took his time chewing his turkey and swallowing before saying slowly, Sometimes. A great shock. An emotional upheaval. It looked big, and it had 4 legs, said Harry, struck by a sudden thought and lowering his voice. Hey, it couldn't be... Arthur, said Mrs. Weasley suddenly. She had risen from her chair. Her hand was pressed over her heart, and she was staring out of the kitchen window. Arthur, it's Percy. What? Mr. Weasley looked around. Everybody looked quickly at the window. Ginny stood up for a better view. There, sure enough, was Percy Weasley, striding across the snowy yard, his horn-rimmed glasses glinting in the sunlight. He was not, however, alone. Arthur, he's with the minister. And sure enough, the man Harry had seen in the Daily Prophet was following along in Percy's wake, limping slightly, his mane of greying hair and his black cloak flecked with snow. Before any of them could say anything, before Mr. and Mrs. Weasley could do more than exchange stunned looks, the back door opened, and there stood Percy. There was a moment's painful silence. Then Percy said rather stiffly, Merry Christmas, Mother. Oh, Percy, said Mrs. Weasley, and she threw herself into his arms. Rufus Scrimger paused in the doorway, leaning on his walking stick, and smiling as he observed this affecting scene. You must forgive this intrusion, he said, when Mrs. Weasley looked around at him, beaming and wiping her eyes. Percy and I were in the vicinity, working, you know, and he couldn't resist dropping in and seeing you all. But Percy showed no sign of wanting to greet any of the rest of the family. He stood, poker straight and awkward-looking, and stared over everybody else's heads. Mr. Weasley, Fred and George were all observing him, stony-faced. Please, come in. Sit down, Minister, fluttered Mrs. Weasley, straightening her hat. Have a little perky or some tooting. No, my dear Molly, said Scrimger. Harry guessed that he had checked on her name with Percy before they entered the house. I don't want to intrude. Wouldn't be here at all if Percy hadn't wanted to see you all so badly. Oh, Perce, said Mrs. Weasley tearfully, reaching up to kiss him. We've only looked in for 5 minutes, so I'll have a stroll around the yard while you catch up with Percy. No, I assure you, I don't want to butt in. Well, if anybody cared to show me your charming garden... that young man's finished. Why doesn't he take a stroll with me? The atmosphere around the table changed perceptibly. Everybody looked from Scrimger to Harry. Nobody seemed to find Scrimger's pretence that he did not know Harry's name convincing, or find it natural that he should be chosen to accompany the minister around the garden with Ginny, Fleur and George, when they also had clean plates. Yeah, all right, said Harry into the silence. He was not fooled. For all Scrimger's talk that they had just been in the area, that Percy wanted to look up his family, this must be the real reason that they had come, so that Scrimger could speak to Harry alone. It's fine, he said quietly, as he passed Lupin, who had half risen from his chair. Fine, he added, as Mr. Weasley opened his mouth to speak. Wonderful, said Scrimger, standing back to let Harry pass through the door ahead of them. We'll just take a turn around the garden, and then Percy and I'll be off. Carry on, everyone. Harry walked across the yard towards the Weasleys' overgrown, snow-covered garden, Scrimger limping slightly at his side. He had, Harry knew, been head of the Aura office. He looked tough and battle-scarred, very different from portly Fudge in his bowler hat. Charming, said Scrimger, stopping at the garden fence and looking out over the snowy lawn and the indistinguishable plants. Charming. Harry said nothing. He could tell that Scrimger was watching him. I've wanted to meet you for a very long time, said Scrimger after a few moments. Did you know that? No, said Harry truthfully. Oh, yes, for a very long time. But Dumbledore has been very protective of you, said Scrimger. Natural, of course, natural, after what you've been through, especially what happened at the Ministry. He waited for Harry to say something, but Harry did not oblige, so he went on. I've been hoping for an occasion to talk to you ever since I gained office,
But Dumbledore has, most understandably, as I say, prevented this." Still Harry said nothing, waiting. "The rumours that have flown around," said Scrimgeour. "Well, of course, we both know how these stories get distorted. All these whispers of a prophecy, of you being the chosen one." They were getting near it now, Harry thought. The reason Scrimgeour was here. "I assume that Dumbledore has discussed these matters with you?" Harry deliberated, wondering whether he ought to lie or not. He looked at the little gnome prints all around the flower beds and the scuffed-up patch that marked the spot where Fred had caught the gnome, now wearing the tutu at the top of the Christmas tree. Finally, he decided on the truth, or a bit of it. "Yeah, we've discussed it." Have you?" said Scrimgeour. Harry could see out of the corner of his eyes, Scrimgeour squinting at him, so pretended to be very interested in a gnome that had just poked its head out from underneath a frozen rhododendron. "And what has Dumbledore told you, Harry?" "Sorry, but that's between us," said Harry. He kept his voice as pleasant as he could, and Scrimgeour's tone, too, was light and friendly as he said, "Oh, of course. If it's a question of confidences, I wouldn't want you to divulge. No. And in any case, does it really matter whether you are the chosen one or not?" Harry had to mull that one over for a few seconds before responding. "I don't really know what you mean, Minister." "Well, of course, to you it will matter enormously," said Scrimgeour with a laugh, "but to the wizarding community at large, it's all perception, isn't it? It's what people believe that's important." Harry said nothing. He thought he saw dimly where they were heading, but he was not going to help Scrimgeour get there. The gnome under the rhododendron was now digging for worms at its roots, and Harry kept his eyes fixed upon it. "People believe you are the chosen one, you see," said Scrimgeour. "They think you quite the hero, which of course you are, Harry, chosen or not. How many times have you faced he who must not be named now? Well, anyway," he pressed on without waiting for a reply, "the point is, you are a symbol of hope for many, Harry. The idea that there is somebody out there who might even be destined to destroy he who must not be named. Well, naturally, it gives people a lift. And I can't help but feel that once you realise this, you might consider it, well, almost a duty to stand alongside the ministry and give everyone a boost." The gnome had just managed to get hold of a worm. It was now tugging very hard on it, trying to get it out of the frozen ground. Harry was silent so long that Scrimgeour said, looking from Harry to the gnome, "Funny little chaps, aren't they? But what say you, Harry?" "I don't exactly understand what you want," said Harry slowly. "Stand alongside the ministry. What does that mean?" "Oh, well, nothing at all onerous, I assure you," said Scrimgeour. "If you were to be seen popping in and out of the ministry from time to time, for instance, that would give the right impression. And of course, while you were there, you would have ample opportunity to speak to Gawain Robards, my successor as head of the Aura Office. Dolores Umbridge has told me that you cherish an ambition to become an Aura. Well, that could be arranged very easily." Harry felt anger bubbling in the pit of his stomach. So Dolores Umbridge was still at the ministry, was she? "So basically," he said, as though he just wanted to clarify a few points, "you'd like to give the impression that I'm working for the ministry." "It would give everyone a lift to think you were more involved, Harry," said Scrimgeour, sounding relieved that Harry had cottoned on so quickly. "The chosen one, you know. It's all about giving people hope, the feeling that exciting things are happening." "But if I keep running in and out of the ministry," said Harry, still endeavouring to keep his voice friendly, "won't that seem as though I approve of what the ministry's up to?" "Well," said Scrimgeour, frowning slightly, "well, yes, that's partly why we'd like—" "No, I don't think that'll work," said Harry pleasantly. "You see, I don't like some of the things the ministry's doing. Locking up Stan Shunpike, for instance." Scrimgeour did not speak for a moment, but his expression hardened instantly. "I would not expect you to understand," he said, as he was not as successful at keeping anger out of his voice as Harry had been. "These are dangerous times, and certain measures need to be taken. You are 16 years old. Dumbledore's a lot older than 16, and he doesn't think Stan should be in Azkaban either," said Harry. "You're making Stan a scapegoat, just like you want to make me a mascot." They looked at each other, long and hard. Finally Scrimgeour said, with no pretence at warmth, "I see. You prefer, like your hero Dumbledore, to disassociate yourself from the ministry." "I don't want to be used," said Harry.
Some would say it's your duty to be used by the ministry. Yeah, and others might say it's your duty to check people really are Death Eaters before you chuck them in prison, said Harry, his temper rising now. You're doing what Barty Crouch did. You never got it right. You people, do you? Either we've got Fudge pretending everything's lovely while people get murdered right under his nose, or we've got you chucking the wrong people into jail and trying to pretend you've got the chosen one working for you. So, you're not the chosen one, said Scrimger. I thought you said it didn't matter either way, said Harry, with a bitter laugh. Not to you, anyway. I shouldn't have said that, said Scrimger quickly. It was tactless. No, it was honest, said Harry. One of the only honest things you've said to me. You don't care whether I live or die, but you do care that I help you convince everyone you're winning the war against Voldemort. I haven't forgotten, Minister. He raised his right fist, there shining white on the back of his cold hand, with the scars which Dolores Umbridge had forced him to carve into his own flesh. I must not tell lies. I don't remember you rushing to my defence when I was trying to tell everyone Voldemort was back. The Ministry wasn't so keen to be pals last year. They stood in silence, as icy as the ground beneath their feet. The gnome had finally managed to extricate its worm and was now sucking it on it happily, leaning against the bottommost branches of the rhododendron bush. What is Dumbledore up to? Said Scrumger brusquely. Where does he go? When is he absent from Hogwarts? No idea, said Harry. And you wouldn't tell me if you knew, said Scrimger, would you? No, I wouldn't, said Harry. Well then, I shall have to see whether I can't find out by other means. You can try, said Harry indifferently, but you seem cleverer than Fudge, so I'd have thought you'd have learned from his mistakes. He tried interfering at Hogwarts. You might have noticed he's not minister any more, but Dumbledore's still headmaster. I'd leave Dumbledore alone if I were you. There was a long pause. Well, it is clear to me that he has done a very good job on you, said Scrimger, his eyes cold and hard behind his wire-rimmed glasses. Dumbledore's man through and through, aren't you, Potter? Yeah, I am, said Harry. Glad we straightened that out. And turning his back on the Minister for Magic, he strode back towards the house. Chapter 17. A Sluggish Memory. Late in the afternoon, a few days after New Year, Harry, Ron and Ginny lined up beside the kitchen fire to return to Hogwarts. The Ministry had arranged this one-off connection to the flu network to return students quickly and safely to the school. Only Mrs. Weasley was there to say goodbye, as Mr. Weasley, Fred, George, Bill and Fleur were all at work. Mrs. Weasley dissolved into tears at the moment of parting. Admittedly, it took very little to set her off lately. She had been crying on and off ever since Percy had stormed from the house on Christmas Day with his glasses splattered and mashed parsnip, for which Fred, George and Ginny all claimed credit. Don't cry, Mum, said Ginny, patting her on the back as Mrs. Weasley sobbed into her shoulder. It's okay. Yeah, don't worry about us, said Ron, permitting his mother to plant a very wet kiss on his cheek. Or about Percy. He's such a prat. It's not really a loss, is it? Mrs. Weasley sobbed harder than ever as she enfolded Harry in her arms. Promise me you'll look after yourself. Stay out of trouble. I always do, Mrs. Weasley, said Harry. I like a quiet life, you know. She gave a watery chuckle and stood back. Be good then, all of you. Harry stepped into the emerald fire and shouted, Hogwarts! He had one last fleeting view of the Weasleys' kitchen and Mrs. Weasley's tearful face before the flames engulfed him. Spinning very fast, he caught blurred glimpses of other wizarding rooms, which were whipped out of sight before he could get a proper look. Then he was slowing down, finally stopping squarely in the fireplace in Professor McGonagall's office. She barely glanced up from her work as he clambered out over the grate. Evening, Potter. Try not to get too much ash on the carpet. No, Professor. Harry straightened his glasses and flattened his hair as Ron came spinning into view. When Ginny had arrived, all three of them trooped out of McGonagall's office and off towards Gryffindor Tower. Harry glanced out of the corridor windows as they passed. The sun was already sinking over grounds carpeted in deeper snow than had lain over the Burrow garden. In the distance he could see Hagrid feeding Buckbeak in front of his cabin. Baubles, said Ron confidently when they reached the fat lady, who was looking rather paler than usual, and winced at his loud voice. No, she said. What do you mean, no? There is a new password, she said, and please don't shout. But we've been away. How are we supposed to? Harry, Ginny. Hermione was hurrying towards them, very pink-faced and wearing a cloak, hat and gloves. I got back a couple of hours ago. I've just been down to visit Hagrid and Witherwings, she said breathlessly. Did you have a good Christmas? Yeah, said Ron at once. Pretty eventful. Rufus Scring... I've got something for you, Harry, said Hermione, neither looking at Ron nor giving any sign that she had heard him. Oh, hang on. Password. Abstinence. Precisely, said the fat lady in a feeble voice, and swung forwards to reveal the portrait hole. What's up with her? Asked Harry. Overindulged over Christmas, apparently, said Hermione, rolling her eyes as she led the way into the packed common room. She and her friend Violet drank their way through all the wine in the picture of drunk monks down by the charms corridor. Anyway, she rummaged in her pocket for a moment. She pulled out a scroll of parchment with Dumbledore's writing on it. Great, said Harry, unrolling it at once to discover that his next lesson with Dumbledore was scheduled for the following night. I've got loads to tell him. And you. Let's sit down. But at that moment there was a loud squeal of "One!" and Lavender Brown came hurtling out of nowhere and flung herself into Ron's arms. Several onlookers sniggered. Hermione gave a tinkling laugh and said, "There's a table over here. Coming, Ginny?" "No, thanks. I said I'd meet Dean," said Ginny, though Harry could not help noticing that she had not sounded very enthusiastic. Leaving Ron and Lavender locked in a kind of vertical wrestling match, Harry led Hermione over to the spare table. "So, how was your Christmas?" "Oh, fine," she shrugged. "Nothing special. How was it at Wands?" "Oh, well, I'll tell you in a minute," said Harry. "Look, Hermione, can't you—" "No, I can't," she said flatly. "So don't even ask. I thought maybe, over Christmas." "It was the fat lady who drank a vat of 500-year-old wine, Harry, not me. So what was this important news you wanted to tell me?" She looked too fierce to argue with her that moment, so Harry dropped the subject of Ron and recounted all that he had overheard between Malfoy and Snape. When he'd finished, Hermione sat in thought for a moment and then said, "Don't you think he was pretending to offer help so that he could trick Malfoy into telling him what he's doing?" "Well, yes," said Hermione. "Ron's dad and Lupin think so," Harry said grudgingly. "But this definitely proves Malfoy's planning something. You can't deny that." "No, I can't," she answered slowly. "And he's acting on Voldemort's orders, just like I said." Did either of them actually mention Voldemort's name?" Harry frowned, trying to remember. "I'm not sure. Snape definitely said your master. And who else would that be?" "I don't know," said Hermione, biting her lip. "Maybe his father?" She stared across the room, apparently lost in thought, not even noticing Lavender tickling Ron. "How's Lupin?" "Not great," said Harry, and he told her all about Lupin's mission among the werewolves and the difficulties he was facing. "Have you heard of this Fenrir Greyback?" "Yes, I have," said Hermione, sounding startled. "And so have you, Harry." "When? History of Magic?" "You know full well I never listened." No, not History of Magic. Malfoy threatened Borgin with him," said Hermione. "Back in Knockturn Alley. Don't you remember? He told Borgin that Greyback was an old family friend and that he'd be checking up on Borgin's progress." Harry gaped at her. "I forgot. But this proves Malfoy's a Death Eater. How else could he be in contact with Greyback and telling him what to do?" "It is pretty suspicious," breathed Hermione. "Unless—" "Oh, come on," said Harry in exasperation. "You can't get around this one." "Well, there is the possibility it was an empty threat." "You're unbelievable, you are," said Harry, shaking his head. "We'll see who's right. You'll be eating your words, Hermione, just like the Ministry. Oh yeah, I had a row with Rufus Scrimger as well." And the rest of the evening passed amicably, with both of them abusing the Minister for Magic. For Hermione, like Ron, thought that after all the Ministry had put Harry through the previous year, they had a great nerve asking him for help now. The new term started next morning, with a pleasant surprise for the 6th years. A large sign had been pinned to the common room notice boards overnight. Apparition lessons. If you are 17 years of age, or will turn 17 on or before the 31st of August, you are eligible for a 12-week course of apparition lessons from a Ministry of Magic apparition instructor. Please sign below if you would like to participate. Cost 12 galleons. Harry and Ron joined the crowd that was jostling around the notice and taking it in turns to write their names underneath. Ron was just taking out his quill to sign after Hermione when Lavender crept up behind him, slipped her hands over his eyes and trilled, "Guess who? 1-1." Harry turned to see Hermione stalking off. He caught up with her, having no wish to stay behind with Ron and Lavender, but to his surprise, Ron caught them up only a little way beyond the portrait hole, his ears bright red and his expression disgruntled. Without a word, Hermione sped up to walk with Neville. "So, apparition," said Ron, his tone making it perfectly plain that Harry was not to mention what had just happened. "Should be a laugh, eh?" I dunno, said Harry. "Maybe it's better when you do it yourself. I didn't enjoy it much when Dumbledore took me along for the ride." "I forgot you'd already done it. I better pass my test first time," said Ron, looking anxious. "Fred and George did." "Charlie failed, though, didn't he?" "Yeah, but Charlie's bigger than me." Ron held his arms out from his body as though he were a gorilla, so Fred and George didn't go on about it much. Not to his face, anyway. "When can we take the actual test?" "Soon as we're 17. That's only March for me." "Yeah, but you wouldn't be able to apparate in here, not in the castle." "Not the point, is it? Everyone would know I could apparate if I wanted." Ron was not the only one to be excited at the prospect of apparition. All that day there was much talk about the forthcoming lessons. A great deal of store was set by being able to vanish and reappear at will. How cool would it be when we can just... Seamus clicked his fingers to indicate disappearance. My cousin Fergus does it just to annoy me. You wait till I can do it back. You'll never have another peaceful moment." Lost in visions of this happy prospect, he flicked his wand a little too enthusiastically, so that instead of producing the fountain of pure water that was the object of that day's charms lesson, he let out a hose-like jet that ricocheted off the ceiling and knocked Professor Flitwick flat on his face. "Harry's already apparated," Ron told a slightly abashed Seamus, after Professor Flitwick had dried himself off with a wave of his wand and set Seamus lines. "I'm a wizard, not a baboon brandishing a stick." Someone took him, side-along apparition, you know." "Whoa," whispered Seamus, and Dean and Neville put their heads a little closer to hear what apparition felt like. For the rest of the day, Harry was besieged with requests from the other 6 years to describe the sensation of apparition. All of them seemed awed, rather than put off. Then he told them how uncomfortable it was, and he was still answering detailed questions at 10 to 8 that evening, when he was forced to lie and say that he needed to return a book to the library, so as to escape in time for his lesson with Dumbledore. The lamps in Dumbledore's office were lit. The portraits of previous headmasters were snoring gently in their frames, and the pensieve was ready upon the desk once more. Dumbledore's hands lay either side of it, the right one as blackened and burned-looking as ever. It did not seem to have healed at all, and Harry wondered, for perhaps the 100th time, what had caused such a distinctive injury, but did not ask. Dumbledore had said that he would know eventually, and there was, in any case, another subject he wanted to discuss. But before Harry could say anything about Snape and Malfoy, Dumbledore spoke.
"I hear that you met the Minister for Magic over Christmas."
"Yes," said Harry. "He's not very happy with me."
"No," sighed Dumbledore. "He is not very happy with me either. We must try not to sink beneath our anguish, Harry, but battle on."
Harry grinned. "He wanted me to tell the wizarding community that the Ministry's doing a wonderful job." Dumbledore smiled.
"It was Fudge's idea originally, you know, during his last days in office, when he was trying desperately to cling to his post. He sought a meeting with you, hoping that you would give him your support."
"After everything Fudge did last year," said Harry angrily. "After Umbridge."
"I told Cornelius there was no chance of it, but the idea did not die when he left office. Within hours of Scrimgeour's appointment, we met, and he demanded that I arrange a meeting with you."
"So that's why you argued," Harry blurted out. "It was in the Daily Prophet."
"The Prophet was bound to report the truth occasionally," said Dumbledore. "If only accidentally. Yes, that was why we argued. Well, it appears that Rufus found a way to corner you at last."
"He accused me of being Dumbledore's man through and through."
"How very rude of him."
"I told him I was." Dumbledore opened his mouth to speak and then closed it again. Behind Harry, Fawkes the Phoenix let out a low, soft, musical cry. To Harry's intense embarrassment, he suddenly realised that Dumbledore's bright blue eyes looked rather watery, and stared hastily at his own knees. When Dumbledore spoke, however, his voice was quite steady.
"I am very touched, Harry."
"Scrimgeour wanted to know "Where you go when you're not at Hogwarts," said Harry, still looking fixedly at his knees.
"Yes, he is very nosy about that,"
said Dumbledore, now sounding cheerful, and Harry thought it safe to look up again.
"He has even attempted to have me followed. Amusing, really. He set Dawlish to tail me. It wasn't kind. I have already been forced to jinx Dawlish once. I did it again with the greatest regret."
"So, they still don't know where you go?" asked Harry, hoping for more information on this intriguing subject, but Dumbledore merely smiled over the top of his half-moon spectacles.
"No, they don't. And the time is not quite right for you to know either. Now, I suggest we press on, unless there's something else."
"There is actually, sir," said Harry. "It's about Malfoy and Snape."
"Professor Snape, Harry?"
"Yes, sir. I overheard them during Professor Slughorn's party. Well, I followed them, actually." Dumbledore listened to Harry's story with an impassive face. When Harry had finished, he did not speak for a few moments, and then said,
"Thank you for telling me this, Harry, but I suggest that you put it out of your mind. I do not think that it is of great importance."
"Not of great importance?" repeated Harry incredulously. "Professor, did you understand?"
"Yes, Harry. Blessed as I am with extraordinary brain power, I understood everything you told me,"
said Dumbledore, a little sharply.
"I think you might even consider the possibility that I understood more than you did. Again, I am glad that you have confided in me, but let me reassure you that you have not told me anything that causes me disquiet."
Harry sat in seething silence, glaring at Dumbledore. What was going on? Did this mean that Dumbledore had indeed ordered Snape to find out what Malfoy was doing? In which case, he had already heard everything Harry had just told him from Snape. Or was he really worried by what he had heard, but pretending not to be? "So, sir," said Harry, in what he hoped was a polite, calm voice, "you definitely still trust—"
"I have been tolerant enough to answer that question already," said Dumbledore,
but he did not sound very tolerant any more.
"My answer has not changed."
"I should think not," said a snide voice. Phineas Nicholas was evidently only pretending to be asleep. Dumbledore ignored him.
"And now, Harry, I must insist that we press on. I have more important things to discuss with you this evening."
Harry sat there feeling mutinous. How would it be if he refused to permit the change of subject, if he insisted upon arguing the case against Malfoy? As though he had read Harry's mind, Dumbledore shook his head.
"Ah, Harry, how often this happens, even between the best of friends. Each of us believes that what he has to say is much more important than anything the other might have to contribute."
I don't think what you've got to say is unimportant, sir," said Harry stiffly.
"Well, you are quite right, because it is not," said Dumbledore briskly. "I have 2 more memories to show you this evening, both obtained with enormous difficulty, and the second of them is, I think, the most important I have collected."
Harry did not say anything to this, but he still felt angry at the reception his confidences had received, but could not see what was to be gained by arguing further.
"So," said Dumbledore in a ringing voice, "we meet this evening to continue the tale of Tom Riddle, whom we left last lesson poised on the threshold of his years at Hogwarts. You will remember how excited he was to hear that he was a wizard, that he refused my company on a trip to Diagon Alley, and that I in turn warned him against continued thievery when he arrived at school. Well, the start of the school year arrived, and when it came, Tom Riddle, a quiet boy in his second-hand robes, who lined up with the other first-years to be sorted. He was placed in Slytherin House almost the moment that the sorting hat touched his head," continued Dumbledore, waving his blackened hand towards the shelf over his head, where the sorting hat sat, ancient and unmoving. "How soon Riddle learned that the famous founder of the house could talk to snakes, I do not know. Perhaps that very evening. The knowledge can only have excited him and increased his sense of self-importance. However, if he was frightening or impressing fellow Slytherins with displays of parcel-tongue in their common room, no hint of it reached the staff. He showed no sign of outward arrogance or aggression at all. As an unusually talented and very good-looking orphan, he naturally drew attention and sympathy from the staff almost from the moment of his arrival. He seemed polite, quiet, and thirsty for knowledge. Nearly all were most favourably impressed by him."
"Didn't you tell them, sir, what he'd been like when you met him at the orphanage?" asked Harry.
"No, I did not. Though he had shown no hint of remorse, It was possible that he felt sorry for how he had behaved before and was resolved to turn over a fresh leaf. I chose to give him that chance."
Dumbledore paused and looked inquiringly at Harry, who had opened his mouth to speak. Here again was Dumbledore's tendency to trust people, in spite of overwhelming evidence that they did not deserve it. But then Harry remembered something. "But you didn't really trust him, sir, did you? He told me. The riddle who came out of that diary said Dumbledore never seemed to like me as much as the other teachers did."
"Let us say that I did not take it for granted that he was trustworthy," said Dumbledore. "I had, as I have already indicated, resolved to keep a close eye upon him, and so I did. I cannot pretend that I gleaned a great deal from my observations at first. He was very guarded with me. He felt, I am sure, that in the thrill of discovering his true identity, he had told me a little too much. He was careful never to reveal as much again, but he could not take back what he had let slip in his excitement, nor what Mrs. Cole had confided in me. However, he had the sense never to try and charm me as he charmed so many of my colleagues. As he moved up the school, he gathered about him a group of dedicated friends. I call them that for want of a better term, although, as I've already indicated, Riddle undoubtedly felt no affection for any of them. This group had a kind of dark glamour within the castle. They were a motley collection, a mixture of the weak seeking protection, the ambitious seeking some shared glory, and the thuggish gravitating towards a leader who could show them more refined forms of cruelty. In other words, they were the forerunners of the Death Eaters, and indeed some of them became the first Death Eaters after leaving Hogwarts. Rigidly controlled by Riddle, they were never detected in open wrongdoing, although their 7 years at Hogwarts were marked by a number of nasty incidents, to which they were never satisfactorily linked, the most serious of which was, of course, the opening of the Chamber of Secrets, which resulted in the death of a girl. As you know, Hagrid was wrongly accused of that crime. "I have not been able to find many memories of Riddle at Hogwarts," said Dumbledore, placing his withered hand on the pensieve. "Few who knew him then are prepared to talk about him. They are too terrified. What I know I found out after he had left Hogwarts, after much painstaking effort, after tracing those few who could be tracked into speaking, after searching old records and questioning Muggle and Wizard witnesses alike. Those whom I could persuade to talk told me that Riddle was obsessed with his parentage. This is understandable, of course. He had grown up in an orphanage, and naturally wished to know how he came to be there. It seems that he searched in vain for some trace of Tom Riddle Sr. on the shields in the trophy room, on the lists of prefects and the old school records, even in the books of wizarding history. Finally, he was forced to accept that his father had never set foot in Hogwarts. I believe that it was then that he dropped the name forever, assumed the identity of Lord Voldemort, and began his investigations into his previously despised mother's family. The woman whom, you will remember, he had thought could not be a witch if she had succumbed to the shameful human weakness of death. All he had to go upon was the single name Marvolo, which he knew from those who ran the orphanage had been his mother's father's name. Finally, after painstaking research through old books of wizarding families, he discovered the existence of Slytherin's surviving line. In the summer of his 16th year, he left the orphanage, to which he returned annually, and set off to find his gaunt relatives. And now, Harry, if you will stand." Dumbledore rose, and Harry saw that he was again holding a small crystal bottle filled with swirling, pearly memory. "I was very lucky to collect this," he said, as he poured the gleaming mass into the pensieve, "as you will understand when we have experienced it. Shall we?" Harry stepped up to the stone basin and bowed obediently until his face sank through the surface of the memory. He felt the familiar sensation of falling through nothingness and then landed upon a dirty stone floor into almost total darkness. It took him several seconds to recognise the place, by which time Dumbledore had landed beside him. The Gaunt's house was now more indescribably filthy than anywhere Harry had ever seen. The ceiling was thick with cobwebs, the floor coated in grime, mouldy and rotting food lay upon the table amidst a mass of crusted pots. The only light came from a single guttering candle placed at the feet of a man
With hair and beard so overgrown, Harry could see neither eyes nor mouth. He was slumped in an armchair by the fire, and Harry wondered for a moment whether he was dead. But then there came a loud knock on the door, and the man jerked awake, raising a wand in his right hand and a short knife in his left. The door creaked open. There on the threshold, holding an old-fashioned lamp, stood a boy Harry recognised at once, tall, pale, dark-haired and handsome, the teenage Voldemort. Voldemort's eyes moved slowly around the hovel and then found the man in the armchair. For a few seconds they looked at each other. Then the man staggered upright, the many empty bottles at his feet clattering and tinkling across the floor. "You!" he bellowed. "You!" And he hurtled drunkenly at Riddle, wand and knife held aloft. "Stop!" Riddle spoke in Parseltongue. The man skidded into the table, sending mouldy pots crashing to the floor. He stared at Riddle. There was a long silence while they contemplated each other. The man broke it. "You speak it!" "Yes, I speak it," said Riddle. He moved forwards into the room, allowing the door to swing shut behind him. Harry could not help but feel a resentful admiration for Voldemort's complete lack of fear. His face merely expressed disgust and perhaps disappointment. "Where is Marvolo?" he asked. "Dead," said the other. "Died years ago, didn't he?" Riddle frowned. "Who are you, then?" I'm Morphin, ain't I?" "Marvolo's son? Course I am, then." Morphin pushed the hair out of his dirty face, the better to see Riddle, and Harry saw that he wore Marvolo's black stoned ring on his right hand. "I thought you was that muggle," whispered Morphin. "You look mighty like that muggle." "What muggle?" said Riddle sharply. "That muggle what my sister took a fancy to. That muggle what lives in the big house over the way," said Morphin, and he spat unexpectedly upon the floor between them. "You look right like him, Riddle, but he's older now, isn't he? He's older than you, now I think on it." Morphin looked slightly dazed and swayed a little, still clutching the edge of the table for support. "He come back, see?" he added stupidly. Voldemort was gazing at Morphin, as though appraising his possibilities. Now he moved a little closer and said, "Riddle came back." "Ah, he left her, and serve her right, marrying filth," said Morphin, spitting on the floor again. "Robbed us, mind, before she ran off. Where's the locket, eh? Where's Slytherin's locket?" Voldemort did not answer. Morphin was working himself into a rage again. He brandished his knife and shouted, "Dishonoured us, she did! That little slut! And who are you, coming here and asking questions about all that? It's over, innit? It's over!" He looked away, staggering slightly, and Voldemort moved forwards. As he did so, an unnatural darkness fell, extinguishing Voldemort's lamp and Morphin's candle, extinguishing everything. Dumbledore's fingers closed tightly around Harry's arm, and they were soaring back into the present again. The soft golden light in Dumbledore's office seemed to dazzle Harry's eyes after that impenetrable darkness. "Is that all?" said Harry at once. "Why did it go dark? What happened?"
"Because Morphin could not remember anything from that point onwards," said Dumbledore, gesturing Harry back into his seat. "When he awoke next morning, he was lying on the floor, quite alone. Marvolo's ring had gone. Meanwhile, in the village of Little Hangleton, a maid was running along the high street, screaming that there were 3 bodies lying in the drawing-room of the big house. Tom Riddle Sr., and his mother and father. The Muggle authorities were perplexed. As far as I am aware, they do not know to this day how the Riddles died, for the Avada Kedavra curse does not usually leave any sign of damage. The exception sits before me," Dumbledore added, with a nod to Harry Scar. "The Ministry, on the other hand, knew at once that this was a wizard's murder. They also knew that a convicted Muggle hater lived across the valley from the Riddle house, a Muggle hater who had already been imprisoned once for attacking one of the murdered people. So the Ministry called upon Morphin. They did not need to question him to use Veritaserum or Legilimency. He admitted to the murder on the spot, giving details only the murderer could know. He was proud, he said, to have killed the Muggles, had been awaiting his chance all these years. He handed over his wand, which was proved at once to have been used to kill the Riddles, and he permitted himself to be led off to Azkaban without a fight. All that disturbed him was the fact that his father's ring had disappeared. He'll kill me for losing it, he told his captors over and over again. He'll kill me for losing his ring. And that, apparently, was all he ever said again. He lived out the remainder of his life in Azkaban, lamenting the loss of Marvolo's lost heirloom, and is buried beside the prison alongside the other poor souls who have expired within its walls.
So Voldemort stole Morphin's wand and used it, said Harry, sitting up straight.
That's right, said Dumbledore. We have no memories to show up this, but I think we can be fairly sure what happened. Voldemort stupefied his uncle, took his wand, and proceeded across the valley to the big house over the way. There he murdered the Muggle man who had abandoned his witch mother, and for good measure his Muggle grandparents, thus obliterating the last of the unworthy Riddle line, and revenging himself upon the father who never wanted him. Then he returned to the gaunt hovel, performed the complex bit of magic that would implant a false memory in his uncle's mind, laid Morphin's wand beside its unconscious owner, pocketed the ancient ring he wore, and departed.
And Morphin never realised he hadn't done it?
Never, said Dumbledore. He gave, as I say, a full and boastful confession.
But he had this real memory in him all the time.
Yes, but it took a great on normal people legilimency to coax it out of him, said Dumbledore. And why should anybody delve further into Morphin's mind when he had already confessed to the crime? However, I was able to secure a visit to Morphin in the last weeks of his life, by which time I was attempting to discover as much as I could about Voldemort's past. I extracted this memory with difficulty. When I saw what it contained, I attempted to use it to secure Morphin's release from Azkaban. Before the Ministry reached their decision, however, Morphin had died.
But how come the Ministry didn't realise that Voldemort had done all that to Morphin? Harry asked angrily. He was underage at the time, wasn't he? I thought they could detect underage magic.
You are quite right. They can detect magic, but not the perpetrator. You will remember that you were blamed by the Ministry for the hover charm that was in fact cast by
Dobby, growled Harry. The injustice still rankled. So if you're underage and you do magic inside an adult witch or wizard's house, the Ministry won't know?
They will certainly be unable to tell who performed the magic, said Dumbledore, smiling slightly at the look of great indignation on Harry's face. They rely on witch and wizard parents to enforce their offspring's obedience, while within their walls.
Well, that's rubbish, snapped Harry. Look what happened here. Look what happened to Morphin.
I agree, said Dumbledore. Whatever Morphin was, he did not deserve to die as he did, blamed for murders he had not committed. But it is getting late, and I want you to see this other memory before we part.
Dumbledore took from an inside pocket another crystal phial, and Harry fell silent at once, remembering that Dumbledore had said it was the most important one he had collected. Harry noticed that the contents proved difficult to empty into the pensieve, as though they had congealed slightly. Did memories go off?
This will not take long, said Dumbledore, when he had finally emptied the phial. We shall be back before you know it. Once more into the pensieve, then.
And Harry fell again through the silver surface, landing this time right in front of a man he recognised at once. It was a much younger Horace Slughorn. Harry was so used to him, bald, that he found the sight of Slughorn with thick, shiny, straw-coloured hair quite disconcerting. It looked as though he had had his head thatched, though there was already a shiny, galleon-sized bald patch on his crown. His moustache, less massive than it was these days, was gingery blonde. He was not quite as rotund as the Slughorn Harry knew, though the golden buttons on his richly embroidered waistcoat were taking a fair amount of strain. His little feet resting upon a velvet poof, he was sitting well back in a comfortable winged armchair, one hand grasping a small glass of wine, the other searching through a box of crystallized pineapple. Harry looked around as Dumbledore appeared beside him, and saw that they were standing in Slughorn's office. Half a dozen boys were sitting around Slughorn, all on harder or lower seats than his, and all in their mid-teens. Harry recognised Riddle at once. He was the most handsome face, and he looked the most relaxed of all the boys. His right hand lay negligently upon the arm of his chair with a jolt. Harry saw that he was wearing Marvolo's gold and black ring. He had already killed his father. "Sir, is it true that Professor Merrythought is retiring?" Riddle asked. Tom, if I knew I couldn't tell you," said Slughorn, wagging a reproving, sugar-covered finger at Riddle, though ruining the effect slightly by winking. I must say, I'd like to know where you get your information, boy. More knowledgeable than half the staff you are. Riddle smiled. The other boys laughed and cast him admiring looks. What with your uncanny ability to know things you shouldn't and your careful flattery of the people who matter. Thank you for the pineapple, by the way. You're quite right. It is my favourite. As several of the boys tittered, something very odd happened. The whole room was suddenly filled with a thick white fog, so that Harry could see nothing but the face of Dumbledore, who was standing beside him. Then Slughorn's voice rang out through the mist, unnaturally loudly. "You'll go wrong, boy! Mark my words!" The fog cleared as suddenly as it had appeared, and yet nobody made any allusion to it, nor did anybody look as though anything unusual had just happened. Bewildered, Harry looked around as a small golden clock standing upon Slughorn's desk chimed 11 o'clock. "Good gracious, is that the time already?" said Slughorn. "You'd better get going, boys, or we'll be in trouble. Lestrange, I want your essay by tomorrow or it's detention. Same goes for you, Avery." Slughorn pulled himself out of his armchair and carried his empty glass over to his desk as the boys filed out. Riddle, however, stayed behind. Harry could tell he had dawdled deliberately, wanting to be the last in the room with Slughorn. "Look sharp, Tom," said Slughorn, turning around and finding him still present. "You don't want to be caught out of bed out of hours. And you a prefect. Sir, I wanted to ask you something." "Ask away then, my boy, ask away." "Sir, I wondered what you know about Horcruxes." And it happened all over again. The dense fog filled the room so that Harry could not see Slughorn or Riddle at all, only Dumbledore smiling serenely beside him. Then Slughorn's voice boomed out again, just as it had done before. "I don't know anything about Horcruxes, and I wouldn't tell you if I did. Now get out of here at once, and don't let me catch you mentioning them again."
"Well, that's that," said Dumbledore placidly beside Harry. "Time to go."
And Harry's feet left the floor to fall seconds later back onto the rug in front of Dumbledore's desk. "That's all there is," said Harry blankly. Dumbledore had said that this was the most important memory of all, but he could not see what was so significant about it. Admittedly, the fog and the fact that nobody seemed to have noticed it was odd, but other than that, nothing seemed to have happened except that Riddle had asked a question and failed to get an answer.
"As you might have noticed," said Dumbledore, reseating himself behind his desk, "that memory has been tampered with."
"Tampered with?" repeated Harry, sitting back down too.
"Certainly," said Dumbledore. "Professor Slughorn has meddled with his own recollections."
"But why would he do that?"
"Because I think he is ashamed of what he remembers," said Dumbledore. "He has tried to rework the memory to show himself in a better light, obliterating those parts which he does not wish me to see. It is, as you will have noticed, very crudely done, and that is all to the good, for it shows that the true memory is still there, beneath the alterations. And so, for the first time, I am giving you homework, Harry. It will be your job to persuade Professor Slughorn to divulge the real memory, which will undoubtedly be our most crucial piece of information of all."
Harry stared at him. "But surely, sir," he said, keeping his voice as respectful as possible, "you don't need me. You could use Legilimency or Veritaserum."
"Professor Slughorn is an extremely able wizard, who will be expecting both," said Dumbledore. "He is much more accomplished at occlumency than poor Morfin Gaunt, and I would be astonished if he has not carried an antidote to Veritaserum with him ever since I cornered him into giving me this travesty of recollection. No, I think it would be foolish to attempt to wrest the truth from Professor Slughorn by force, and might do much more harm than good. I do not wish him to leave Hogwarts. However, he has his weaknesses like the rest of us, and I believe that you are the one person who might be able to penetrate his defences. It is most important that we secure the true memory, Harry. How important? We will only know when we have seen the real thing. So good luck, and good night."
A little taken aback by the abrupt dismissal, Harry got to his feet quickly. "Good night, sir." As he closed the study door behind him, he distinctly heard Phineas Nicholas say, "I can't see why the boy should be able to do it better than you, Dumbledore."
"I wouldn't expect you to, Phineas," replied Dumbledore,
and Fawkes gave another low musical cry. Chapter 18. Birthday Surprises. The next day, Harry confided in both Ron and Hermione the task that Dumbledore had set him, though separately, for Hermione still refused to remain in Ron's presence longer than it took to give him a contemptuous look. Ron thought that Harry was unlikely to have any trouble with Slughorn at all. "He loves you," he said over breakfast, waving an airy forkful of fried egg. "Won't refuse you anything, will he? Not his little potions prince. Just hang back after class this afternoon and ask him." Hermione, however, took a gloomier view. He must be determined to hide what really happened if Dumbledore couldn't get it out of him, she said in a low voice, as they stood in the deserted, snowy courtyard at break. Horcruxes. Horcruxes. I've never even heard of them. You haven't? Harry was disappointed. He had hoped that Hermione might have been able to give him a clue to what Horcruxes were. They must be really advanced dark magic, or why would Voldemort have wanted to know about them? I think it's going to be difficult to get that information, Harry. You have to be very careful about how you approach Slughorn. Think about a strategy. Ron reckons I should just hang back after potions this afternoon. Oh, well, if one thinks that, you'd better do it, she said, flaring up at once. After all, when has one's judgment ever been faulty? Hermione, can't you? No, she said angrily, and stormed away, leaving Harry alone and ankle-deep in snow. Potions lessons were uncomfortable enough these days, seeing as Harry, Ron and Hermione had to share a desk. Today Hermione moved her cauldron around the tables so that she was close to Ernie and ignored both Harry and Ron. "What have you done?" Ron muttered to Harry, looking at Hermione's haughty profile. But before Harry could answer, Slughorn was calling for silence from the front of the room. Settle down, please, quickly now. Lots of work to get through this afternoon. Gulpalot's third law. Who can tell me? But Miss Granger can, of course." Hermione recited at top speed. Gulpalot's third law states that the antidote for a blended poison will be equal to more than the sum of the antidotes for each of the separate components. "Precisely," beamed Slughorn. 10 points for Gryffindor. Now, if we accept Gulpalot's third law as true, Harry was going to have to take Slughorn's word for it that Gulpalot's third law was true because he had not understood any of it. Nobody apart from Hermione seemed to be following what Slughorn said next either. "Which means, of course, that assuming we have achieved correct identification of the potion's ingredients by Scarpin's Revealer spell, our primary aim is not the relatively simple one of selecting antidotes to those ingredients in and of themselves, but to find that added component which will, by an almost alchemical process, transform these disparate elements." Ron was sitting beside Harry with his mouth half open, doodling absently on his new copy of Advanced Potion Making. Ron kept forgetting that he could no longer rely on Hermione to help him out of trouble when he failed to grasp what was going on. "And so," finished Slughorn, "I want each of you to come and take one of these files from my desk. You are to create an antidote for the poison within it before the end of the lesson. Good luck, and don't forget your protective gloves." Hermione had left her stool and was halfway towards Slughorn's desk before the rest of the class had realised it was time to move. And by the time Harry, Ron and Ernie returned to the table, she had already tipped the contents of her file into her cauldron and was kindling a fire underneath it. "It's a shame that the prince won't be able to help you much with this, Harry," she said brightly as she straightened up. "You have to understand the principles involved this time, no shortcuts or cheats." Annoyed, Harry uncorked the poison he had taken from Slughorn's desk, which was a garish shade of pink, tipped it into his cauldron, and lit a fire underneath it. He did not have the faintest idea what he was supposed to do next. He glanced at Ron, who was now standing there looking rather gormless, having copied everything Harry had done. "You sure the prince hasn't got any tips?" Ron muttered to Harry. Harry pulled out his trusty copy of Advanced Potion Making and turned to the chapter on antidotes. There was Gulpalot's third law, stated word for word as Hermione had recited it, but not a single illuminating note in the prince's hand to explain what it meant. Apparently the prince, like Hermione, had had no difficulty understanding it. "Nothing," said Harry gloomily. Hermione was now waving her wand enthusiastically over her cauldron. Unfortunately, they could not copy the spell she was doing because she was now so good at non-verbal incantations that she did not need to say the words aloud. Ernie Macmillan, however, was muttering, "Specialis Revelio," over his cauldron, which sounded impressive, so Harry and Ron hastened to imitate him. It took Harry only 5 minutes to realise that his reputation as the best potion maker in the class was crashing around his ears. Slughorn had peered hopefully into his cauldron on his first circuit of the dungeon, preparing to exclaim in delight, as he usually did, and instead had withdrawn his head hastily, coughing as the smell of bad eggs overwhelmed him. Hermione's expression could not have been any smugger. She had loathed being outperformed in every potions class. She was now decanting the mysteriously separated ingredients of her poison into 10 different crystal phials, more to avoid watching the irritating sight than anything else. Harry bent over the Half-Blood Prince's book and turned a few pages with unnecessary force. And there it was, scrawled right across the long list of antidotes. Just shove a bazaar down their throats. Harry stared at these words for a moment. Hadn't he once long ago heard of bazaars? Hadn't Snape mentioned them in their first ever potions lesson? A stone taken from the stomach of a goat, which will protect from most poisons. It was not an answer to the Golpalot problem, and had Snape still been their teacher, Harry would not have dared to do it. But this was a moment for desperate measures. He hastened towards the store cupboard and rummaged within it, pushing aside unicorn horns and tangles of dried herbs until he found, at the very back, a small card box on which had been scribbled the word Bazaars. He opened the box just as Slughorn called, 2 minutes left, everyone! Inside were half a dozen shriveled brown objects, looking more like dried-up kidneys than real stones. Harry seized one, put the box back in the cupboard, and hurried back to his cauldron. Time's up, called Slughorn genially. Well, let's see how you've done. Blaze, what have you got for me? Slowly, Slughorn moved around the room, examining the various antidotes. Nobody had finished the task, although Hermione was trying to cram a few more ingredients into her bottle before Slughorn reached her. Ron had given up completely, and was merely trying to avoid breathing in the putrid fumes issued from his cauldron. Harry stood there waiting, the bazaar clutched in a slightly sweaty hand. Slughorn reached their table last. He sniffed Ernie's potion, and passed on to Ron's with a grimace. He did not linger long over Ron's cauldron, but backed away swiftly, retching slightly. "And you, Harry," he said, "what have you got to show me?" Harry held out his hand, the bazaar sitting on his palm. Slughorn looked down at it for a full 10 seconds. Harry wondered for a moment whether he was going to shout at him. Then he threw back his head and roared with laughter. "You've got a nerve, boy," he boomed, taking the bazaar and holding it up so that the class could see it. "Oh, you're like your mother. Well, I can't fault you. A bazaar would certainly act as an antidote to all these potions." Hermione, who was sweaty-faced and had soot on her nose, looked livid. Her half-finished antidote, comprising 52 ingredients, including a chunk of her own hair, bubbled sluggishly behind Slughorn, who had eyes for nobody but Harry. "And you fought a bazaar all by yourself, did you, Harry?" she asked through gritted teeth. "That's the individual spirit of a real potion maker," said Slughorn happily, before Harry could reply. "Just like his mother. She had the same intuitive grasp of potion making. It's undoubtedly from Lily he gets it. Yes, Harry, yes. If you've got a bazaar in hand, of course, that would do the trick. Although, as they don't work on everything and are pretty rare, it's still worth knowing how to mix antidotes." The only person in the room looking angrier than Hermione was Malfoy, who Harry was pleased to see had spilled something that looked like cat sick over himself. Before either of them could express their fury that Harry had come top of the class by not doing any work, however, the bell rang. "Time to pack up," said Slughorn, "and an extra 10 points to Gryffindor for sheer cheek." Still chuckling, he waddled back to his desk at the front of the dungeon. Harry dawdled behind, taking an inordinate amount of time to do up his bag. Neither Ron nor Hermione wished him luck as they left. Both looked rather annoyed. At last, Harry and Slughorn were the only two left in the room. "Come on now, Harry. You'll be late for your next lesson," said Slughorn affably, snapping the gold clasp shut on his dragon skin briefcase. "Sir," said Harry, reminding himself irresistibly of Voldemort, "I wanted to ask you something." "Ask away, then, my dear boy, ask away." "Sir, I wondered what you know about Horcruxes." Slughorn froze. His round face seemed to sink in upon itself. He licked his lips and said hoarsely, "What did you say?" I asked whether you know anything about Horcruxes, sir. You see,
Dumbledore put you up to this, whispered Slughorn. His voice had changed completely. It was not genial any more, but shocked, terrified. He fumbled in his breast pocket and pulled out a handkerchief, mopping his sweating brow. Dumbledore's shown you that memory, said Slughorn. Well, hasn't he? Yes, said Harry, deciding on the spot that it was best not to lie. Yes, of course, said Slughorn quietly, still dabbing at his white face. Of course. Well, if you've seen that memory, Harry, you'll know that I don't know anything. Anything, he repeated the word forcefully, about Horcruxes. He seized his dragon-skin briefcase, stuffed his handkerchief back into his pocket, and marched to the dungeon door. Sir, said Harry desperately, I just thought there might be a bit more to the memory. Did you? Said Slughorn. Then you were wrong, weren't you? Wrong! He bellowed the last word, and before Harry could say another word, slammed the dungeon door behind him. Neither Ron nor Hermione was at all sympathetic when Harry told them of this disastrous interview. Hermione was still seething at the way Harry had triumphed without doing the work properly. Ron was resentful that Harry hadn't slipped him a bazaar too. It would have just looked stupid if we'd both done it, said Harry irritably. Look, I had to try and soften him up so I could ask him about Voldemort, didn't I? Oh, will you get a grip? He added in exasperation as Ron winced at the sound of the name. Infuriated by his failure and by Ron and Hermione's attitudes, Harry brooded for the next few days over what to do next about Slughorn. He decided that, for the time being, he would let Slughorn think that he had forgotten all about Horcruxes. It was surely best to lull him into a false sense of security before returning to the attack. When Harry did not question Slughorn again, the potions master reverted to his usual affectionate treatment of him, and appeared to have put the matter from his mind. Harry awaited an invitation to one of his little evening parties, determined to accept this time, even if he had to reschedule Quidditch practice. Unfortunately, however, no such invitation arrived. Harry checked with Hermione and Ginny. Neither of them had received an invitation, and nor, as far as they knew, had anybody else. Harry could not help wondering whether this meant that Slughorn was not quite as forgetful as he appeared, simply determined to give Harry no additional opportunities to question him. Meanwhile, the Hogwarts library had failed Hermione for the first time in living memory. She was so shocked she even forgot that she was annoyed at Harry for his trick with the bazaar. I haven't found one single explanation of what Horcruxes do, she told him. Not a single one. I've been right through the restricted section, and even in the most horrible books, where they tell you how to brew the most gruesome potions. Nothing. All I could find was this, in the introduction to Magic Most Evil. Listen. Of the Horcrux, wickedest of magical inventions, we shall not speak nor give direction. I mean, why mention it then? She said impatiently, slamming the old book shut. It let out a ghostly wail. Oh, shut up, she snapped, stuffing it back into her bag. The snow melted around the school as February arrived, to be replaced by cold, dreary wetness. Purplish-grey clouds hung low over the castle, and a constant fall of chilly rain made the lawn slippery and muddy. The upshot of this was that the 6 years' first apparition lesson, which was scheduled for a Saturday morning so that no normal lessons would be missed, took place in the Great Hall instead of in the grounds. When Harry and Hermione arrived in the hall, Ron had come down with Lavender. They found that the tables had disappeared. Rain lashed against the high windows, and the enchanted ceiling swirled darkly above them as they assembled in front of Professors McGonagall, Snape, Flitwick, and Sprout, the heads of house, and a small wizard from whom Harry took to be the apparition instructor from the Ministry. He was oddly colourless, with transparent eyelashes, wispy hair, and an insubstantial air, as though a single gust of wind might blow him away. Harry wondered whether constant disappearances and reappearances had somehow diminished his substance, or whether his frail build was ideal for anyone wishing to vanish. "Good morning," said the Ministry wizard, when all the students had arrived, and the heads of house had called for quiet. "My name is Wilkie Twycross, and I shall be your Ministry apparition instructor for the next 12 weeks. I hope to be able to prepare you for your apparition test in this time." "Malfoy, be quiet and pay attention," barked Professor McGonagall. Everybody looked around. Malfoy had a flushed dull pink.
He looked furious as he stepped away from Crabbe, with whom he appeared to have been having a whispered argument. Harry glanced quickly at Snape, who also looked annoyed, though Harry strongly suspected that this was less because of Malfoy's rudeness than the fact that McGonagall had reprimanded one of his house. "By which time many of you may be ready to take your test," Twycross continued, as though there had been no interruption. "As you may know, it is usually impossible to apparate or disapparate within Hogwarts. The headmaster has lifted this enchantment purely within the Great Hall for 1 hour, so as to enable you to practice. May I emphasize that you will not be able to apparate outside the walls of this hall, and that you would be unwise to try. I would like each of you to place yourselves now so that you have a clear 5 feet of space in front of you." There was a great scrambling and jostling as people separated, banging into each other, and ordered others out of their space. The heads of house moved among the students, marshalling them into position and breaking up arguments. "Harry, where are you going?" demanded Hermione. But Harry did not answer. He was moving quickly through the crowd, past the place where Professor Flitwick was making squeaky attempts to position a few Ravenclaws, all of whom wanted to be near the front, past Professor Sprout, who was chivying the Hufflepuffs into line, until, by dodging around Ernie Macmillan, he managed to position himself right at the back of the crowd, directly behind Malfoy, who was taking advantage of the general upheaval to continue his argument with Crabbe, standing 5 feet away and looking mutinous. "I don't know how much longer, all right?" Malfoy shot at him, oblivious to Harry standing right behind him. "It's taking longer than I thought it would." Crabbe opened his mouth, but Malfoy appeared to second-guess what he was going to say. "Look, it's none of your business what I'm doing, Crabbe. You and Goyle just do as you're told and keep a lookout." "I tell my friends what I'm up to, if I want them to keep a lookout for me," Harry said, just loud enough for Malfoy to hear him. Malfoy spun around on the spot, his hand flying to his wand, but at that precise moment the 4 heads of house shouted, "Quiet!" and silence fell again. Malfoy turned slowly to face the front. "Thank you," said Twycross. "Now then." He waved his wand. Old-fashioned wooden hoops instantly appeared on the floor in front of every student. "The important things to remember when apparating are the 3 Ds, said Twycross. Destination, determination, deliberation. Step 1. Fix your mind firmly upon the desired destination, said Twycross. In this case, the interior of your hoop. Kindly concentrate upon that destination now. Everybody looked around furtively to check that everyone else was staring into their hoop, then hastily did as they were told. Harry gazed at the circular patch of dusty floor enclosed by his hoop and tried hard to think of nothing else. This proved impossible, as he couldn't stop puzzling over what Malfoy was doing that needed lookouts. Step 2, said Twycross. Focus your determination to occupy the visualized space. Let your yearning to enter it flood from your mind to every particle of your body. Harry glanced around surreptitiously. A little way to his left, Ernie Macmillan was contemplating his hoop so hard that his face had turned pink. It looked as though he was straining to lay a quaffle-sized egg. Harry bit back a laugh and hastily returned his gaze to his own hoop. Step 3, called Twycross, and only when I give the command, turn on the spot, feeling your way into nothingness, moving with deliberation. On my command now. 1. Harry glanced around him. Lots of people were looking positively alarmed at being asked to apparate so quickly. 2. Harry tried to fix his thoughts on his hoop again. He had already forgotten what the 3 Ds stood for. 3. Harry spun on the spot, lost his balance and nearly fell over. He was not the only one. The whole hall was suddenly full of staggering people. Neville was flat on his back. Ernie Macmillan, on the other hand, had done a kind of pirouetting leap into his hoop and looked momentarily thrilled until he caught sight of Dean Thomas roaring with laughter at him. Never mind, said Twycross dryly, who did not seem to have expected anything better. Adjust your hoops, please, and back to your original positions. The second attempt was no better than the first. The third was just as bad. Not until the fourth did anything exciting happen. There was a horrible screech of pain, and everybody looked around, terrified, to see Susan Bones of Hufflepuff wobbling in her hoop, with her left leg still standing 5 feet away where she had started. The heads of house converged on her. There was a great bang and a puff of purple smoke, which cleared to reveal Susan sobbing, reunited with her leg, but looking horrified. "Splinching, or the separation of random body parts," said Wilkie Twycross dispassionately, "occurs when the mind is insufficiently determined. You must concentrate continually upon your destination, and move without haste, but with deliberation. Thus." Twycross stepped forwards, turned gracefully on the spot with his arms outstretched, and vanished in a swirl of robes, reappearing at the back of the hall. "Remember the 3 Ds," he said, "and try again. 1, 2, 3. But an hour later, Susan's splinching was still the most interesting thing that had happened. Twycross did not seem discouraged. Fastening his cloak at his neck, he merely said, "Until next Saturday, everybody, and do not forget, destination, determination, deliberation." With that, he waved his wand, vanishing the hoops, and walked out of the hall, accompanied by Professor McGonagall. Talk broke out at once as people began moving towards the entrance hall. "How did you do?" asked Ron, hurrying towards Harry. "I think I felt something the last time I tried. A kind of tingling in my feet." "I expect your trainers were too small, 1-1, said a voice behind them, and Hermione stalked past, smirking. "I didn't feel anything," said Harry, ignoring this interruption. "But I don't care about that now." "What do you mean, you don't care? Don't you want to learn to apparate?" said Ron incredulously. "I'm not fussed, really. I prefer flying," said Harry, glancing over his shoulder to see where Malfoy was, and speeding up as they came into the entrance hall. "Look, hurry up, will you? There's something I want to do." Perplexed, Ron followed Harry back to Gryffindor Tower at a run. They were temporarily detained by Peeves, who had jammed a door on the fourth floor shut and was refusing to let anyone pass until they set fire to their own pants. But Harry and Ron simply turned back and took one of their trusted shortcuts. Within 5 minutes they were climbing through the portrait hole. "Are you going to tell me what you're doing then?" asked Ron, panting slightly. "Up here," said Harry, and he crossed the common room and led the way through the door to the boys' staircase. Their dormitory was, as Harry had hoped, empty. He flung open his trunk and began to rummage in it, while Ron watched impatiently. "Harry, Malfoy's using Crabbe and Goyle as lookouts. He was arguing with Crabbe just now. I want to know—" "Aha!" He had found it, a folded square of apparently blank parchment, which he now smoothed out and tapped with the tip of his wand. "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. Or Malfoy is anyway." At once, the Marauder's map appeared on the parchment surface. Here was a detailed plan at every one of the castle's floors, and moving around it, the tiny labelled black dots that signified each of the castle's occupants. "Help me find Malfoy," said Harry urgently. He laid the map upon his bed, and he and Ron leaned over it, searching. "There," said Ron, after a minute or so. "He's in the Slytherin common room, look, with Parkinson and Zabini and Crabbe and Goyle." Harry looked down at the map, disappointed, but rallied almost at once. "Well, I'm keeping an eye on him from now on," he said firmly, "and the moment I see him lurking somewhere with Crabbe and Goyle, keeping watch outside, it'll be on with the old invisibility cloak and off to find out what he's—" He broke off as Neville entered the dormitory, bringing with him a strong smell of singed material, and began rummaging in his trunk for a fresh pair of pants. Despite his determination to catch Malfoy out, Harry had no luck at all over the next couple of weeks. Although he consulted the map as often as he could, sometimes making unnecessary visits to the bathroom between lessons to search it, he did not once see Malfoy anywhere suspicious. Admittedly, he spotted Crabbe and Goyle moving around the castle on their own more often than usual, sometimes remaining stationary in deserted corridors. But at these times Malfoy was not only nowhere near them, but impossible to locate on the map at all. This was most mysterious. Harry toyed with the possibility that Malfoy was actually leaving the school grounds, but could not see how he could be doing it, given the very high level of security now operating within the castle. He could only suppose that he was missing Malfoy amongst the hundreds of tiny black dots upon the map. As for the fact that Malfoy, Crabbe and Goyle appeared to be going their different ways when they were usually inseparable, these things have happened as people got older. Ron and Hermione, Harry reflected sadly, were living proof. February moved towards March, with no change in the weather except that it became windy as well as wet. To general indignation, a sign went up on all common room notice boards that the next trip into Hogsmeade had been cancelled. Ron was furious. "It was on my birthday," he said. "I was looking forward to that." "Not a big surprise, though, is it?" said Harry. "Not after what happened to Katie." She had still not returned from St Mungo's. What was more, further disappearances had been reported in the Daily Prophet, including several relatives of students at Hogwarts. "But now, all I've got to look forward to is stupid apparition," said Ron grumpily. "Big birthday treat." 3 lessons on, apparition was proving as difficult as ever, though a few more people had managed to splinch themselves. Frustration was running high, and there was a certain amount of ill feeling towards Wilkie Twycross and his 3Ds, which had inspired a number of nicknames for him, the politest of which was Dog Breath and Dunghead. "Happy birthday, Ron," said Harry, when they were woken on the 1st of March by Seamus and Dean looking noisily for breakfast. "Have a present." He threw the package across to Ron's bed, where it joined a small pile of them that must, Harry assumed, have been delivered by house elves in the night. "Cheers," said Ron drowsily, and as he ripped off the paper, Harry got out of bed, opened his own trunk and began rummaging in it for the Marauder's map, which he did after every use. He turfed out half the contents of his trunk before he found it hiding beneath the rolled-up socks in which he was still keeping his bottle of lucky potion, Felix Felicis. "Right," he murmured, taking it back to bed with him, tapping it quietly and murmuring, "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good," so that Neville, who was passing the foot of his bed at the time, would not hear. "Nice one, Harry," said Ron enthusiastically, waving the new pair of Quidditch keeper's gloves Harry had given him. "No problem," said Harry absent-mindedly, as he searched the Slytherin dormitory closely for Malfoy. "Hey, I don't think he's in his bed." Ron did not answer. He was too busy unwrapping presents, every now and then letting out an exclamation of pleasure. "Seriously good haul this year," he announced, holding up a heavy gold watch with odd symbols around the edge and tiny moving stars instead of hands. "See what Mum and Dad got me? Blimey, I think I'll come of age next year too." "Cool," muttered Harry, sparing the watch a glance before peering more closely at the map. Where was Malfoy? He did not seem to be at the Slytherin table in the Great Hall, eating breakfast. He was nowhere near Snape, who was sitting in his study. He wasn't in any of the bathrooms or in the hospital wing. "Want one?" said Ron thickly, holding out a box of chocolate cauldrons. "No thanks," said Harry, looking up. "Malfoy's gone again." "Can't have done," said Ron, stuffing a second cauldron into his mouth as he slid out of bed to get dressed. "Come on, if you don't hurry up, you'll have to apparate on the empty stomach. Might make it easier, I suppose." Ron looked thoughtfully at the box of chocolate cauldrons, then shrugged and helped himself to a third. Harry tapped the map with his wand, muttered, "Mischief managed," though it hadn't been, and got dressed thinking hard. There had to be an explanation for Malfoy's periodic disappearances, but he simply could not think what it could be. The best way of finding out would be to tail him, but even with the invisibility cloak, this was an impractical idea. He had lessons, Quidditch practice, homework and apparition. He could not follow Malfoy around school all day without his absence being remarked upon. "Ready?" he said to Ron. He was halfway to the dormitory door when he realised that Ron had not moved, but was leaning on his bedpost, staring out of the rain-washed window with a strangely unfocused look on his face. "Ron? Breakfast?" "I'm not hungry." Harry stared at him. "I thought you just said—" "Well, all right, I'll come down with you," sighed Ron, "but I don't want to eat." Harry scrutinised him suspiciously. "You've just eaten half a box of chocolate cauldrons, haven't you?" "It's not that." Ron sighed again. You wouldn't understand." "Fair enough," said Harry, albeit puzzled, as he turned to open the door. "Harry," said Ron suddenly. "What?" "Harry, I can't stand it." "You can't stand what?" asked Harry, now starting to feel definitely alarmed. Ron was rather pale and looked as though he was about to be sick. "I can't stop thinking about her," said Ron hoarsely. Harry gaped at him. He had not expected this and was not sure he wanted to hear it. Friends they might be, but if Ron started calling Lavender Lav-Lav, he would have to put his foot down. "Why does that stop you having breakfast?" Harry asked, trying to inject a note of common sense into the proceedings. "I don't think she knows I exist," said Ron with a desperate gesture.
She definitely knows you exist, said Harry, bewildered. She keeps snogging you, doesn't she? Ron blinked. Who are you talking about? Who are you talking about? Said Harry, with an increasing sense that all reason had dropped out of the conversation. Romilda Vane, said Ron softly, and his whole face seemed to illuminate as he said it, as though hit by a ray of purest sunlight. They stared at each other for almost a whole minute before Harry said, This is a joke, right? You're joking. I think I love her, said Ron in a strangled voice. Okay, said Harry, walking up to Ron to get a better look at the glazed eyes and the pallid complexion. Okay, say that again with a straight face. I love her, repeated Ron breathlessly. Have you seen her hair? It's all black and shiny and silky, and her eyes. Oh, her big dark eyes, and her... This is really funny and everything, said Harry impatiently. The joke's over, all right? Drop it. He turned to leave. He had got 2 steps towards the door when a crashing blow hit him on the right ear. Staggering, he looked around. Ron's fist was drawing right back. His face was contorted with rage. He was about to strike again. Harry reacted instinctively. His wand was out of his pocket, and the incantation sprang to mind without conscious thought. Lever corpus! Ron yelled as his heel was wrenched upwards once more. He dangled helplessly, upside down, his robes hanging off him. What was that for? Harry bellowed. You insulted her, Harry. You said it was a joke, shouted Ron, who was slowly turning purple in the face as all the blood rushed to his head. This is insane, said Harry. What's got into... And then he saw the box lying upon Ron's bed, and the truth hit him with the force of a stampeding troll. Where did you get those chocolate cauldrons? They were a birthday present, shouted Ron, revolving slowly in mid-air as he struggled to get free. I offered you one, didn't I? You just picked them up off the floor, didn't you? They'd fallen off my bed, all right. Let me go! They didn't fall off your bed, you prat. Don't you understand? They were mine. I chucked them out of my trunk when I was looking for the map. They're the chocolate cauldrons Romilda gave me before Christmas, and they've all spiked with love potion. But only one word of this seemed to have registered with Ron. Romilda, he repeated. Did you say Romilda? Harry, do you know her? Can you introduce me? Harry stared at the dangling Ron, whose face now looked tremendously hopeful, and fought a strong desire to laugh. A part of him, the part closest to his throbbing right ear, was quite keen on the idea of letting Ron down and watching him run amok until the effects of the potion wore off. But on the other hand, they were supposed to be friends. Ron had not been himself when he had been attacked, and Harry thought that he would deserve another punching if he permitted Ron to declare undying love for Romilda Vane. Yeah, I'll introduce you, said Harry, thinking fast. I'm going to let you down now, okay? He sent Ron crashing back to the floor. His ear did hurt quite a lot. But Ron simply bounded to his feet again, grinning. She'll be in Slughorn's office, said Harry confidently, leading the way to the door. Why? Will she be in there? Asked Ron anxiously, hurrying to keep up. Oh, she has extra potion lessons with him, said Harry, inventing wildly. Maybe I could ask if I can have them with her, said Ron eagerly. Great idea, said Harry. Lavender was waiting beside the portrait hole, a complication Harry had not foreseen. You're late, One-One, she pouted. I've got you a birthday. Leave me alone, said Ron impatiently. Harry's going to introduce me to Romilda Vane. And without another word to her, he pushed his way out of the portrait hole. Harry tried to make an apologetic face to Lavender, but it might have turned out simply amused, because she looked more offended than ever as the fat lady swung shut behind them. Harry had been slightly worried that Slughorn might be at breakfast, but he answered his office door at the first knock, wearing a green velvet dressing gown and matching nightcap, and looking rather bleary-eyed. Harry, he mumbled, this is very early for a call. I generally sleep late on a Saturday. Professor, I'm really sorry to disturb you, said Harry as quietly as possible, while Ron stood on tiptoe, attempting to see past Slughorn into his room. But my friend Ron swallowed a love potion by mistake. You couldn't make him an antidote, could you? I'd take him to Madame Pomfrey, but we're not supposed to have anything from Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, and, awkward questions. I'd have thought you could have whipped him up a remedy, Harry. An expert potioner like you? Asked Slughorn. Said Harry, somewhat distracted by the fact that Ron was now elbowing him in the ribs in an attempt to force his way into the room. Well, I've never mixed an antidote for a love potion, sir, and by the time I get it right, Ron might have done something serious. Helpfully, Ron chose this moment to moan, I can't see her, Harry. Is he hiding her? Was this potion within date? Asked Slughorn, now eyeing Ron with professional interest. They can strengthen, you know, the longer they're kept. That would explain a lot, panted Harry, now positively wrestling with Ron to keep him from knocking Slughorn over. It's his birthday, Professor, he added imploringly. Oh, all right, come in, said Slughorn, relenting. I've got the necessary here in my bag. It's not a difficult antidote. Ron burst through the door into Slughorn's overheated, crowded study, tipped over a tasselled footstool, regained his balance by seizing Harry around the neck and muttered, She didn't see that, did she? She's not here yet, said Harry, watching Slughorn opening his potion kit and adding a few pinches of this and that to a small crystal bottle. That's good, said Ron fervently. How do I look? Very handsome, said Slughorn smoothly, handing Ron a glass of clear liquid. Now drink that up. It's a tonic for the nerves. Keep you calm when she arrives, you know. Brilliant, said Ron eagerly, and he gulped the antidote down noisily. Harry and Slughorn watched him. For a moment, Ron beamed at them. Then, very slowly, his grin sagged and vanished, to be replaced by an expression of utmost horror. Back to normal, then, said Harry, grinning. Slughorn chuckled. Thanks a lot, Professor. Don't mention it, my boy, don't mention it, said Slughorn, as Ron collapsed into a nearby armchair, looking devastated. Pick me up. That's what he needs, Slughorn continued, now bustling over to a table loaded with drinks. I've got butterbeer, I've got wine, I've got one last bottle of this oak-matured mead. Meant to give that to Dumbledore for Christmas. Oh well, he shrugged. He can't miss what he's never had. Why don't we open it now and celebrate Mr. Weasley's birthday? Nothing like a fine spirit to chase away the pangs of disappointed love. He chortled again, and Harry joined in. This was the first time he had found himself almost alone with Slughorn since his disastrous first attempt to extract the true memory from him. Perhaps, if he could just keep Slughorn in a good mood, perhaps if they could get through enough of the oak-matured mead. There you are, then, said Slughorn, handing Harry and Ron a glass of mead each, before raising his own. Well, a very happy birthday, Ralph. Ron, whispered Harry. But Ron, who did not appear to be listening to the toast, had already thrown the mead into his mouth and swallowed it. There was 1 second, hardly more than a heartbeat, in which Harry knew there was something terribly wrong, and Slughorn, it seemed, did not. And may you have many more. Ron! Ron had dropped his glass. He half rose from the chair and then crumpled, his extremities jerking uncontrollably. Foam was dribbling from his mouth, and his eyes were bulging from their sockets. Professor, Harry bellowed, do something! But Slughorn seemed paralysed by shock. Ron twitched and choked. His skin was turning blue. What? But, spluttered Slughorn. Harry leapt over the low table and sprinted towards Slughorn's open potion kit, pulling out jars and pouches, while the terrible sound of Ron's gargling breath filled the room. Then he found it, the shriveled, kidney-like stone Slughorn had taken from him in potions. He hurtled back to Ron's side and wrenched open his jaw and thrust the bezoar into his mouth. Ron gave a great shudder, a rattling gasp, and his body became limp and still. Chapter 19. Elf Tales. So, all in all, not one of Ron's better birthdays, said Fred. It was evening. The hospital wing was quiet, the windows curtained, the lamps lit. Ron's was the only occupied bed. Harry, Hermione and Ginny were sitting around him. They'd spent all day waiting outside the double doors, trying to see inside whenever somebody went in or out. Madame Pomfrey had only let them enter at 8 o'clock. Fred and George had arrived at 10 past. This isn't how we imagined handing over our presents, said George grimly, putting down a large wrapped gift on Ron's bedside cabinet and sitting beside Ginny. Yeah, when we pictured the scene, he was conscious, said Fred. There we were in Hogsmeade, wanting to surprise him, said George. You were in Hogsmeade? Asked Ginny, looking up. We were thinking of buying Zonko, said Fred gloomily. A Hogsmeade branch, you know. But a fat load of good it'll do us if you lot aren't allowed out at weekends to buy our stuff any more. But never mind that now.
He drew up a chair beside Harry and looked at Ron's pale face. "How exactly did it happen, Harry?" Harry retold the story he had already recounted, what felt like 100 times, to Dumbledore, to McGonagall, to Madame Pomfrey, to Hermione and to Ginny. "And then I got the bezoar down his throat, and his breathing eased up a bit. Slughorn ran for help. McGonagall and Madame Pomfrey turned up, and they brought Ron up here. They reckon he'll be all right. Madame Pomfrey says he'll have to stay here for a week or so. Keep taking essence of rue." "Blimey, it was lucky you thought of a bezoar," said George in a low voice. "Lucky there was one in the room," said Harry, who kept turning cold at the thought of what would have happened if he had not been able to lay hands on the little stone. Hermione gave an almost inaudible sniff. She had been exceptionally quiet all day, having hurtled white-faced up to Harry outside the hospital wing and demanded to know what had happened. She had taken almost no part in Harry and Ginny's obsessive discussion about how Ron had been poisoned, but merely stood beside them, clenched-jawed and frightened-looking, until at last they had been allowed in to see him. "Do Mum and Dad know?" Fred asked Ginny. "They've already seen him. They arrived an hour ago. They're in Dumbledore's office now, but they'll be back soon." There was a pause while they all watched Ron mumble a little in his sleep. "So the poison was in the drink?" said Fred quietly. "Yes," said Harry at once. He could think of nothing else and was glad for the opportunity to start discussing it again. "Slughorn poured it out." "Would he have been able to slip something into Ron's glass without you seeing?" "Probably," said Harry. "But why would Slughorn want to poison Ron?" "No idea," said Fred, frowning. "You don't think he could have mixed up the glasses by mistake, meaning to get you?" "Why would Slughorn want to poison Harry?" asked Ginny. "I don't know," said Fred, "but there must be loads of people who'd like to poison Harry, mustn't there? The chosen one and all that." "So you think Slughorn's a Death Eater?" said Ginny. "Anything's possible," said Fred darkly. "He could be under the Imperious Curse," said George. "Or he could be innocent," said Ginny. "The poison could have been in the bottle, in which case it was probably meant for Slughorn himself." "Who'd want to kill Slughorn?" "Dumbledore reckons Voldemort wanted Slughorn on his side," said Harry. "Slughorn was in hiding for a year before he came to Hogwarts, and—" He thought of the memory Dumbledore had not yet been able to extract from Slughorn. "And maybe Voldemort wants him out of the way. Maybe he thinks he could be valuable to Dumbledore." "But you said Slughorn had been planning to give that bottle to Dumbledore for Christmas," Ginny reminded him. "So the poisoner could just as easily have been after Dumbledore." "Then the poisoner didn't know Slughorn very well," said Hermione, speaking for the first time in hours, and sounding as though she had a bad head cold. "Anyone who knew Slughorn would have known there was a good chance he'd keep something that tasty for himself." "Hermione," croaked Ron unexpectedly from between them. They all fell silent, watching him anxiously, but after muttering incomprehensibly for a moment, he merely snorted and started snoring. The dormitory doors flew open, making them all jump. Hagrid came striding towards them, his hair rain-flecked, his bearskin coat flapping behind him, a crossbow in his hand, leaving a trail of muddy dolphin-sized footprints all over the floor. "Been in the forest all day," he panted. "Aragog's worse. I've been reading to him. Didn't get up to dinner till just now, and then Professor Sprout told me about Ron. How is he?" "Not bad," said Harry. "They say he'll be okay." "No more than 6 visitors at a time," said Madame Pomfrey, hurrying out of the office. "Hagrid makes 6, George pointed out. "Oh, yes," said Madame Pomfrey, who seemed to have been counting Hagrid as several people due to his vastness. To cover her confusion, she hurried off to clear up his muddy footprints with her wand. "I don't believe this," said Hagrid hoarsely, shaking his great shaggy head as he stared down at Ron. "Just don't believe it. Look at him lying there. Who'd want to hurt him, eh?" "That's just what we were discussing," said Harry. "We don't know." "Someone could have had a grudge against the Gryffindor Quidditch team, could they?" said Hagrid anxiously. "First Katie, now Ron." "I can't see anyone trying to bump off a Quidditch team," said George. "Well, might have done the Slytherins if he could have got away with it," said Fred fairly. "Well, I don't think it's Quidditch, but I think there's a connection between the attacks," said Hermione quietly. "How'd you work that out?" asked Fred. "Well, for one thing, they both ought to have been fatal and weren't, although that was pure luck. And for another, neither the poison nor the necklace seems to have reached the person who was supposed to be killed. Of course," she added broodingly, That makes the person behind this more dangerous in a way, because they don't seem to care how many people they finish off before they actually reach their victim. Before anybody could respond to this ominous pronouncement, the dormitory doors opened again, and Mr. and Mrs. Weasley hurried up the ward. They had done no more than satisfy themselves that Ron would make a full recovery on their last visit to the ward. Now Mrs. Weasley seized hold of Harry and hugged him very tightly. "Dumbledore's told us how you saved him with the bazaar," she sobbed. "Oh, Harry, what can we say? You saved Ginny, you saved Arthur, now you've saved Ron." "Don't be... I didn't," muttered Harry awkwardly. "Half our family does seem to owe you their lives, now I stop and think about it," Mr. Weasley said in a constricted voice. "Well, all I can say is that it was a lucky day for the Weasleys when Ron decided to sit in your compartment on the Hogwarts Express, Harry." Harry could not think of any reply to this, and was almost glad when Madame Pomfrey reminded them again that there were only supposed to be 6 visitors around Ron's bed. He and Hermione rose at once to leave, and Hagrid decided to go with them, leaving Ron with his family. "It's terrible," growled Hagrid into his beard, as the 3 of them walked back along the corridor to the marble staircase. "All this new security, and kids are getting hurt. Dumbledore's worried sick. He don't say much, but I can tell." "Hasn't he got any ideas, Hagrid?" asked Hermione desperately. "I expect he's got hundreds of ideas, brain like his," said Hagrid staunchly. "But he doesn't know who sent that necklace, nor who put poison in the wine. Or they'd have been caught, wouldn't they?" "What worries me," said Hagrid, lowering his voice and glancing over his shoulder. Harry, for good measure, checked the ceiling for Peeves, "is how long Hogwarts can stay open if kids are being attacked. Chamber of Secrets all over again, isn't it? There'll be panic, more parents taking their kids out of school, and next thing you know, the Board of Governors." Hagrid stopped talking as the ghost of a long-haired woman drifted serenely past, and then resumed in a hoarse whisper. "The Board of Governors? Are we talking about shutting us for good?" "Surely not," said Hermione, looking worried. "Gotta see it from their point of view," said Hagrid heavily. "I mean, it's always been a bit of a risk sending a kid to Hogwarts, hasn't it? You expect accidents, don't you, with hundreds of underage wizards all locked up together? But attempted murder, that's different. It's no wonder Dumbledore's angry with Hagrid stopped in his tracks, a familiar, guilty expression on what was visible on his face above his tangled black beard. "What?" said Harry quickly. "Dumbledore's angry with Snape?" "I never said that," said Hagrid, though his look of panic could not have been a bigger giveaway. "Look at the time. It's getting on for midnight. I need to—" "Hagrid, why is Dumbledore angry with Snape?" Harry asked loudly. "Shh," said Hagrid, looking both nervous and angry. "Don't shout stuff like that, Harry. Do you want me to lose my job? Mind, I don't suppose you'd care, would you? No, not that now that you've given up care of magical—" "Don't try and make me feel guilty. It won't work," said Harry forcefully. "What's Snape done?" "I dunno, Harry. I shouldn't have heard it at all. I was coming out of the forest the other evening as I overheard 'em talking, arguing. Didn't like to draw attention to myself, so I sort of skulked and tried not to listen. But it was a heated discussion, and it wasn't easy to block it out." "Well," Harry urged him, as Hagrid shuffled his enormous feet enormously. "Well, I just heard Snape saying Dumbledore took too much for granted, and maybe Snape, didn't want to do it anymore." "Do what?" "I dunno, Harry. It sounded like Snape was feeling a bit overworked, that's all, anyway. Dumbledore told him flat out he'd agreed to do it, and that was all there was to it. Pretty firm with him. And then he said something about Snape making investigations in his house in Slytherin. Well, there's nothing strange about that," Hagrid added hastily, as Harry and Hermione exchanged looks full of meaning. "All the heads of house were asked to look into the necklace business." "Yeah, but Dumbledore's not having rows with the rest of them, is he?" said Harry. "Look." Hagrid twisted his crossbow uncomfortably in his hands. There was a loud splintering sound, and it snapped in two. "I know what you're like about Snape, Harry, and I don't want you to go reading more into this than there is." "Look out," said Hermione tersely. They turned just in time to see the shadow of Argus Filch looming over the wall behind them, before the man himself turned the corner, hunch-backed, his jowls a-quiver. "Aho!" he squeezed. "Out of bed so late. This'll mean detention." "No, it won't, Filch," said Hagrid shortly. "They're with me, aren't they?" "And what difference does that make?" asked Filch obnoxiously. "I'm a ruddy teacher, aren't I, you sneaking squib?" said Hagrid, firing up at once. There was a nasty hissing noise as Filch swelled with fury. Mrs. Norris had arrived unseen and was twisting herself sinuously around Filch's skinny ankles. "Get going," said Hagrid out of the corner of his mouth. Harry did not need telling twice. He and Hermione both hurried off, Hagrid and Filch's raised voices echoing behind them as they ran. They passed Peeves near the turning into Gryffindor Tower, but he was streaking happily towards the source of the yelling, cackling and calling, "When there's strife and when there's trouble, call on Peevesy, he'll make double." The fat lady was snoozing and not pleased to be awoken, but swung forwards grumpily to allow them to clamber into the mercifully peaceful and empty common room. It did not seem that people knew about Ron yet. Harry was very relieved. He had been interrogated enough that day. Hermione bade him good night and set off for the girls' dormitory. Harry, however, remained behind, taking a seat beside the fire and looking down into the dying embers. So Dumbledore had argued with Snape. In spite of all he had told Harry, in spite of his insistence that he trusted Snape completely, he had lost his temper with him. He did not think that Snape had tried hard enough to investigate the Slytherins, or perhaps to investigate a single Slytherin. Malfoy. Was it because Dumbledore did not want Harry to do anything foolish, to take matters into his own hands, that he had pretended there was nothing in Harry's suspicions? That seemed likely. It might even be that Dumbledore did not want anything to distract Harry from their lessons, or from procuring that memory from Slughorn. Perhaps Dumbledore did not think it right to confide suspicions about his staff to 16-year-olds. "There you are, Potter." Harry jumped to his feet in shock, his wand at his ready. He had been quite convinced that the common room was empty. He had not been at all prepared for a hulking figure to arise suddenly out of a distant chair. A closer look showed him that it was Cormac McLaggen. "I've been waiting for you to come back," said McLaggen, disregarding Harry's drawn wand. "Must have fallen asleep. Look, I saw them taking Weasley up to the hospital wing earlier. Didn't look like he'll be fit for next week's match." It took Harry a few moments to realise what McLaggen was talking about. Oh, right, Quidditch," he said, putting his wand back into the belt of his jeans and running a hand wearily through his hair. "Yeah, he might not make it." "Well then, I'll be playing keeper, won't I?" said McLaggen. "Yeah," said Harry. "Yeah, I suppose so." He could not think of an argument against it. After all, McLaggen had certainly performed second best in the trials. "Excellent," said McLaggen in a satisfied voice. "So, when's practice?" "What? There's one tomorrow evening." "Good. Listen, Potter, we should have a talk beforehand. I've got some ideas on strategy you might find useful." "Right," said Harry unenthusiastically. "Well, I'll hear them tomorrow then. I'm pretty tired now. See you." The news that Ron had been poisoned spread quickly next day, but it did not cause the sensation that Katie's attack had done. People seemed to think that it might have been an accident, given that it had been in the potion master's room at the time, and that as he had been given an antidote immediately there, was no real harm done. In fact, the Gryffindors were generally much more interested in the upcoming Quidditch match against Hufflepuff, for many of them wanted to see Zachariah Smith, who played chaser on the Hufflepuff team, punished soundly for his commentary during the opening match against Slytherin. Harry, however, had never been less interested in Quidditch. He was rapidly becoming obsessed with Draco Malfoy, still checking the Marauders map whenever he got a chance. He sometimes made detours to wherever Malfoy happened to be, but had not yet detected him doing anything out of the ordinary. And still, there were those inexplicable times when Malfoy simply vanished from the map. But Harry did not get a lot of time to consider the problem, what with Quidditch's practice, homework, and the fact that he was now being dogged wherever he went by Cormac McLaggen and Lavender Brown. He could not decide which of them was more annoying. McLaggen kept up a constant stream of hints that he would make a better permanent keeper for the team than Ron, and that now Harry was seeing him play regularly, he would surely come around to his way of thinking too. He was also keen to criticise the other players and provide Harry with detailed training schemes, so that more than once Harry was forced to remind him who was captain. Meanwhile, Lavender kept sidling up to Harry to discuss Ron, which Harry found almost more wearing than McLaggen's Quidditch lectures. At first, Lavender had been annoyed that nobody had thought to tell her that Ron was in the hospital wing. "I mean, I am his girlfriend. But unfortunately, she had now decided to forgive Harry the lapse of memory, and was keen to have lots of in-depth chats with him about Ron's feelings, a most uncomfortable experience that Harry would have happily foregone. "Look, why don't you talk to Ron about this?" Harry asked after a particularly long interrogation from Lavender that took in everything from precisely what Ron had said about her new dress robes to whether or not Harry thought that Ron considered his relationship with Lavender to be serious. "Well, I would, but he's always asleep when I go to see him," said Lavender fretfully. "Is he?" said Harry, surprised, for he had found Ron perfectly alert every time he had been up to the hospital wing, both highly interested in the news of Dumbledore and Snape's row, and keen to abuse McLaggen as much as possible. "Is Hermione Granger still visiting him?" Lavender demanded suddenly. "Yeah, I think so. Well, they're friends, aren't they?" said Harry uncomfortably. "Friends? Don't make me laugh," said Lavender scornfully. "She didn't talk to him for weeks after he started going out with me, but I suppose she wants to make up with him now he's all interesting." "Would you call getting poisoned being interesting?" asked Harry. "Anyway, sorry, gotta go. There's McLaggen coming for a talk about Quidditch," said Harry hurriedly, and he dashed sideways through a door, pretending to be solid wall, and sprinted down the shortcut that would take him off to potions, where thankfully neither Lavender nor McLaggen could follow him. On the morning of the Quidditch match against Hufflepuff, Harry dropped in on the hospital wing before heading down to the pitch. Ron was very agitated. Madame Pomfrey would not let him go down to watch the match, feeling it would overexcite him. "So how's McLaggen shaping up?" he asked Harry nervously, apparently forgetting that he had already asked the same question twice. "I've told you," said Harry patiently. "He could be world class, and I wouldn't want to keep him. He keeps trying to tell everyone what to do. He thinks he could play every position better than the rest of us. I can't wait to be shot of him. And speaking of getting shot of people," Harry added, getting to his feet and picking up his firebolt, "will you stop pretending to be asleep when Lavender comes to see you? She's driving me mad as well." "Oh," said Ron, looking sheepish. Yeah, all right. If you don't want to go out with her any more, just tell her," said Harry. Yeah, well, it's not that easy, is it?" said Ron. He paused. "Hermione going to look in before the match?" he added casually. "No. She's already gone down to the pitch with Ginny." "Oh," said Ron, looking rather glum. "Right, well, good luck. Hope you hammer Smith." "I'll try," said Harry, shouldering his broom. "See you after the match." He hurried down through the deserted corridors. The whole school was outside, either already seated in the stadium or heading down towards it. He was looking out of the windows as he passed, trying to gauge how much wind they would be facing, when a noise ahead made him glance up, and he saw Malfoy walking towards him, accompanied by two girls. Both of them looked sulky and resentful. Malfoy stopped short at the sight of Harry, and then gave a short, humourless laugh, and continued walking. "Where are you going?" Harry demanded. "Yeah, I'm really going to tell you, because it's your business, Potter," sneered Malfoy. "You better hurry up. They'll be waiting for the chosen captain, the boy who scored, whatever they call you these days." One of the girls gave an unwilling giggle. Harry stared at her. She blushed. Malfoy pushed past Harry, and she and her friend followed on at a trot, turning the corner and vanishing from view. Harry stood rooted on the spot and watched them disappear. This was infuriating. He was already cutting it fine to get to the match on time, and yet there was Malfoy, skulking off while the rest of the school was absent. Harry's best chance yet of discovering what Malfoy was up to. The silent seconds trickled past, and Harry remained where he was, frozen, gazing at the place where Malfoy had vanished. "Where have you been?" demanded Ginny, as Harry sprinted into the changing room. The whole team was changed and ready. Coote and Peakes, the beaters, were both hitting their clubs nervously against their legs. "I met Malfoy," Harry told her quietly, as he pulled his scarlet robes over his head. So I wanted to know how come he's up at the castle with a couple of girlfriends while everyone else is down here. Does it matter right now? Well, I'm not likely to find out, am I?" said Harry, seizing his firebolt and pushing his glasses straight. "Come on then." And without another word, he marched out onto the pitch to deafening cheers and boos. There was little wind. The clouds were patchy. Every now and then there were dazzling flashes of bright sunlight. "Tricky conditions," McLaggen said bracingly to the team. Coot, Peaks, you want to fly out of the sun so they don't see you coming. I'm the captain, McLaggen. Shut up giving them instructions, said Harry angrily. Just get up by the goalposts. Once McLaggen had marched off, Harry turned to Coot and Peaks. Make sure you do fly out of the sun, he told them grudgingly. He shook hands with the Hufflepuff captain, and then, on Madame Hooch's whistle, kicked off and rose into the air, higher than the rest of his team, streaking around the pitch in search of the snitch. If he could catch it good and early, there might be a chance he could get back up to the castle, seize the Marauder's map, and find out what Malfoy was doing.
And that's Smith of Hufflepuff with the quaffle, said a dreamy voice, echoing over the grounds. He did the commentary last time, of course, and Ginny Weasley flew into him. I think probably on purpose. It looked like it. Smith was being quite rude about Gryffindor. I expect he regrets that now he's playing them. Oh, look, he's lost the quaffle. Ginny took it from him. I do like her. She's very nice.
Harry stared down at the commentator's podium. Surely nobody in their right mind would have let Luna Lovegood commentate. Even from above, there was no mistaking that long, dirty blonde hair, or the necklace or butterbeer corks. Beside Luna, Professor McGonagall was looking slightly uncomfortable, as though she was indeed having second thoughts about this appointment.
But now that big Hufflepuff player's got the quaffle from her, I can't remember his name. It's something like Bibble. No, Buggins.
It's Cadwallader, said Professor McGonagall loudly from beside Luna. The crowd laughed. Harry stared around for the snitch. There was no sign of it. Moments later, Cadwallader scored. McLaggen had been shouting criticism of Ginny for allowing the quaffle out of her possession, with the result that he had not noticed the large red ball soaring past his right ear. McLaggen, will you pay attention to what you're supposed to be doing and leave everyone else alone? Bellowed Harry, wheeling around to face the keeper. You're not setting a great example, McLaggen shouted back, red-faced and furious.
And Harry Potter's now having an argument with the keeper, said Luna serenely, while both Hufflepuffs and Slytherins below in the crowd cheered and jeered. I don't think that'll help them find the snitch, but maybe it's a clever ruse.
Swearing angrily, Harry spun around and set off around the pitch again, scanning the skies for some sign of the tiny winged golden ball. Ginny and Demelza scored a goal apiece, giving the red and gold-clad supporters below something to cheer about. Then Cadwallader scored again, making things level, but Luna did not seem to have noticed. She appeared singularly uninterested in such mundane things as the score, and kept attempting to draw the crowd's attention to such things as interestingly shaped clouds, and the possibility that Zachariah Smith, who had so far failed to maintain possession of the quaffle for longer than a minute, was suffering from something called loser's lurgy.
70-40 to Hufflepuff,
barked Professor McGonagall into Luna's megaphone.
It's all right. Is it already?
Said Luna vaguely.
Oh, look, the Gryffindor keeper's got hold of one of the beater's bats.
Harry spun around in mid-air. Sure enough, McLaggen, for reasons best known to himself, had pulled Peaks back from him and appeared to be demonstrating how to hit a bludger towards an oncoming Cadwallader.
Will you give him back his bat and get back to the goalposts? Roared Harry,
pelting towards McLaggen just as McLaggen took a ferocious swipe at the bludger and mishit it. A blinding, sickening pain, a flash of light, distant screams, and the sensation of falling down a long tunnel. And the next thing Harry knew, he was lying in a remarkably warm and comfortable bed, and looking up at a lamp that was throwing a circle of golden light on the shadowy ceiling. He raised his head awkwardly. There on his left was a familiar-looking, freckly, red-haired person. "Nice of you to drop in," said Ron, grinning. Harry blinked and looked around. Of course, he was in the hospital wing. The sky outside was indigo streaked with crimson. The match must have finished hours ago. As had any hope of cornering Malfoy. Harry's head felt strangely heavy. He raised his hand and felt a stiff turban of bandages. What happened? Cracked skull, said Madame Pomfrey, bustling up and pushing him back against his pillows. Nothing to worry about. I mended it at once. But I'm keeping you in overnight. You shouldn't overexert yourself for a few hours. I don't want to stay here overnight, said Harry angrily, sitting up and throwing back his covers. I want to find McLaggen and kill him." "I'm afraid that would come under the heading of overexertion," said Madame Pomfrey, pushing him firmly back onto his bed and raising her wand in a threatening manner. "You will stay here until I discharge you, Potter, or I shall call the headmaster." She bustled back into her office, and Harry sank back into his pillows, fuming. "Do you know how much we lost by?" he asked Ron, through clenched teeth. "Well, yeah, I do," said Ron apologetically. "Final score was 320 to 60. "Brilliant," said Harry savagely. "Really brilliant. When I get hold of McLaggen—" "You don't want to get hold of him. He's the size of a troll," said Ron reasonably. "Personally, I think there's a lot to be said for hexing him with that toenail thing of the prince's. Anyway, the rest of the team, they might have dealt with him before you get out there. They're not happy." There was a note of badly supposed glee in Ron's voice. Harry could tell he was nothing short of thrilled that McLaggen had messed up so badly. Harry lay there staring up at the patch of light on the ceiling, his recently mended skull not hurting precisely, but feeling slightly tender underneath all the bandaging. "I could hear the match commentary from here," said Ron, his voice now shaking with laughter. "I hope Luna always commentates from now on." "Losers lurgy." But Harry was still too angry to see much humour in the situation, and after a while Ron's snorts subsided. "Ginny came in to visit while you were unconscious," he said, after a long pause, and Harry's imagination zoomed into overdrive, rapidly constructing a scene in which Ginny, weeping over his lifeless form, confessed her feelings of deep attraction to him, while Ron gave him his blessing. "She reckons you only just arrived in time for the match. How come?" "You left here early enough." "Oh," said Harry, as the scene in his mind's eye imploded. "Yeah, well, I saw Malfoy sneaking off with a couple of girls who didn't look like they wanted to be with him. And that's the second time he's made sure he isn't down on the Quidditch pitch with the rest of the school. He skipped the last match too, remember?" Harry sighed. Wished I'd followed him now. The match was such a fiasco." "Don't be stupid," said Ron sharply. "You couldn't have missed a Quidditch match just to follow Malfoy. You're the captain." "I want to know what he's up to," said Harry. "And don't tell me it's all in my head, not after what I overheard between him and Snape." "I never said it was all in your head," said Ron, hoisting himself up onto an elbow in turn and frowning at Harry. "But there's no rules saying only one person at a time can be plotting anything in this place. You're getting a bit obsessed with Malfoy. Harry, I mean, thinking about missing a match just to follow him." "I want to catch him at it," said Harry in frustration. "I mean, where's he going when he disappears off the map?" "I don't know. Hogsmeade?" suggested Ron, yawning. "I've never seen him going along any of my secret passageways on the map. I thought they were being watched now. Anyway." "Well then, I don't know," said Ron. Silence fell between them. Harry stared at the circle of lamplight above him, thinking. If only he had Rufus Scrimgeour's power, he could have been able to set a tail upon Malfoy. But unfortunately Harry did not have an office full of auras at his command. He thought fleetingly of trying to set something up with the DA, but there again was the problem that people would be missed from lessons. Most of them, after all, still had full timetables. There was a low, rumbling snore from Ron's bed. After a while, Madame Pomfrey came out of her office, this time wearing a thick dressing gown. It was easiest to feign sleep. Harry rolled over onto his side and listened to all the curtains closing themselves. As she waved her wand, the lamps dimmed, and she returned to her office. He heard the door click behind her and knew that she was off to bed. This was, Harry reflected in the darkness, the third time that he had been brought to the hospital wing because of a Quidditch injury. Last time he'd fallen off his broom due to the presence of Dementors around the pitch, and the time before that, all the bones had been removed from his arm by the incurably inept Professor Lockhart. That had been his most painful injury by far. He remembered the agony of regrowing an armful of bones in one night, a discomfort not eased by the arrival of an unexpected visitor in the middle of the... Harry sat bolt upright, his heart pounding, his bandaged turban askew. He had the solution at last. There was a way to have Malfoy followed. How could he have forgotten? Why hadn't he thought of it before? But the question was, how to call him? What did you do? Quietly, tentatively, Harry spoke into the darkness. "Creature?" There was a very loud crack, and the sounds of scuffling and squeaks filled the silent room. Ron awoke with a yelp. "What's going?" Harry pointed his wand hastily at the door of Madame Pomfrey's office and muttered, "Muffliato," so that she would not come running. Then he scrambled to the end of his bed for a better look at what was going on. Two house elves were trolling around the floor in the middle of the dormitory, one wearing a shrunken maroon jumper and several woolly hats, the other a filthy old rag strung over his hips, like a loincloth. There was another loud bang, and Peeves the poltergeist appeared in mid-air above the wrestling elves. "I was watching that, Potty," he told Harry indignantly, pointing at the fight below, before letting out a loud cackle. "Look at the ickle creatures squabbling, bitey-bitey, punchy-punchy." "Creature will not insult Harry Potter in front of Dobby. No, he won't, or Dobby will shut Creature's mouth for him," cried Dobby in a high-pitched voice. "Kicky, scratchy," cried Peeves happily, now pelting bits of chalk at the elves to engage them further. "Tweaky-pokey." "Creature will say what he likes about the master. Oh, yes, and what a master he is, filthy friend of mudbloods. Oh, what would poor Creature's mistress say?" Exactly what Creature's mistress would have said they did not find out, for at that moment Dobby sank his knobbly little fist into Creature's mouth and knocked out half his teeth. Harry and Ron both leapt out of their beds and wrenched the two elves apart, though they continued to try to kick and punch each other, egged on by Peeves, who swooped around the lamp, squealing, "Stick your fingers up his nosy, draw his cork and pull his earsies." Harry aimed his wand at Peeves and said, "Langlack." Peeves clutched at his throat, gulped, and then swooped from the room, making obscene gestures but unable to speak, owing to the fact that his tongue had just glued itself to the roof of his mouth. "Nice one," said Ron appreciatively, lifting Dobby into the air so that his flailing limbs no longer made contact with Creature. "That was another Prince Hex, wasn't it?" "Yes," said Harry, twisting Creature's wizened arm into a half Nelson. "Right, I'm forbidding you to fight each other. Well, Creature, you're forbidden to fight Dobby. Dobby, I know I'm not allowed to give you orders." "Dobby is a free house elf, and he can obey anyone he likes, and Dobby will do whatever Harry Potter wants him to do," said Dobby, tears now streaming down his shriveled little face onto his jumper. "Okay then," said Harry, and he and Ron both released the elves, who fell to the floor but did not continue fighting. "Master called me," croaked Creature, sinking into a bow even as he gave Harry a look that plainly wished him a painful death. "Yeah, I did," said Harry, glancing towards Madame Pomfrey's office door to check that the Muffliato spell was still working. There was no sign that she had heard any of the commotion. "I've got a job for you." "Creature will do whatever Master wants," said Creature, sinking so low that his lips almost touched his gnarled toes, "because Creature has no choice. But Creature is ashamed to have such a master. Yes." "Dobby will do it, Harry Potter," squeaked Dobby, his tennis ball-sized eyes still swimming with tears. "Dobby would be honoured to help Harry Potter." "Come to think of it, would it be good to have both of you?" said Harry. "Okay then, I want you to trail Draco Malfoy." Ignoring the look of mingled surprise and exasperation on Ron's face, Harry went on. "I want to know what he's going, where he's going, who he's meeting, and what he's doing. I want you to follow him around the clock." "Yes, Harry Potter," said Dobby at once, his great eyes shining with excitement. "And if Dobby does it wrong, Dobby will throw himself off the topmost tower, Harry Potter." "There won't be any need for that," said Harry hastily. "Master wants me to follow the youngest of the Malfoys," croaked Creature. "Master wants me to spy upon the pure-blood great-nephew of my old mistress." "That's the one," said Harry, foreseeing a great danger and determining to prevent it immediately. "And you're forbidden to tip him off, Creature, or to show him what you're up to, or to talk to him at all, or to write him messages, or to contact him in any way. Got it?" He thought he could see Creature struggling to see a loophole in the instructions he had just been given, and waited. After a moment or two, and to Harry's great satisfaction, Creature bowed deeply again and said, with bitter resentment,
Master thinks of everything, and Creature must obey him, even though Creature would much rather be the servant of the Malfoy boy. Oh, yes." "That's settled, then," said Harry. "I want regular reports, but make sure I'm not surrounded by people when you turn up. Ron and Hermione are okay, and don't tell anyone what you're doing. Just stick to Malfoy like a couple of wart plasters." Chapter 20. Lord Voldemort's Request. Harry and Ron left the hospital wing first thing on Monday morning, restored to full health by the ministrations of Madame Pomfrey, and now able to enjoy the benefits of having been knocked out and poisoned, the best of which was that Hermione was friends with Ron again. Hermione even escorted them down to breakfast, bringing with her the news that Ginny had argued with Dean. The drowning creature in Harry's chest suddenly raised its head, sniffing the air hopefully. "What did they row about?" he asked, trying to sound casual as they turned into a seventh-floor corridor, which was deserted but for a very small girl who had been examining a tapestry of trolls in Tutus. She looked terrified at the sight of the approaching 6 years and dropped the heavy brass scales she was carrying. "It's all right," said Hermione kindly, hurrying forwards to help her. "Here." She tapped the broken scales with her wand and said, "Reparo." The girl did not say thank you, but remained rooted to the spot as they passed and watched them out of sight. Ron glanced back at her. "I swear they're getting smaller," he said. "Never mind her," said Harry a little impatiently. "What did Ginny and Dean row about, Hermione?" "Oh, Dean was laughing about McLaggen hitting the bludger at you," said Hermione. "Must have looked funny," said Ron reasonably. "It didn't look funny at all," said Hermione hotly. "It looked terrible, and if Coot and Peakes hadn't caught Harry, he could have been very badly hurt." "Yeah, well, there was no need for Ginny and Dean to split up over it," said Harry, still trying to sound casual. "Or are they still together?" "Yes, they are, but why are you so interested?" asked Hermione, giving Harry a sharp look. "I just don't want my Quidditch team messed up again," he said hastily, but Hermione continued to look suspicious, and he was most relieved when a voice behind them called, "Harry!" giving him an excuse to turn his back on her. "Oh, hi, Luna." "I went to the hospital wing to find you," said Luna, rummaging in her bag, "but they said you'd left." She thrust what appeared to be a green onion, a large spotted toadstool, and a considerable amount of what looked like cat litter into Ron's hands, finally pulling out a rather grubby scroll of parchment that she handed to Harry. "I've been told to give you this." It was a small roll of parchment, which Harry recognised at once as another invitation to a lesson with Dumbledore. "Tonight," he told Ron and Hermione once he had unrolled it. "Nice commentary last match," said Ron to Luna, as she took back the green onion, the toadstool and the cat litter. Luna smiled vaguely. "You're making fun of me, aren't you?" she said. "Everyone says I was dreadful." "No, I'm serious," said Ron earnestly. "Can't remember enjoying commentary more. What is this, by the way?" he added, holding the onion-like object up to eye level. "Oh, it's a Gertie root," she said, stuffing the cat litter and the toadstool back into her bag. "You can keep it if you like. I've got a few of them. They're really excellent for warding off gulping plimpies." And she walked away, leaving Ron chortling, still clutching the Gertie root. "You know, she's grown on me, Luna," he said, as they set off again for the Great Hall. "I know she's insane, but it's in a good—" He stopped talking very suddenly. Lavender Brown was standing at the front of the marble staircase, looking thunderous. "Hi," said Ron nervously. "Come on," Harry muttered to Hermione as they sped past, though not before they had heard Lavender say, "Why didn't you tell me you were getting out today, and why was she with you?" Ron looked both sulky and annoyed when he appeared at breakfast half an hour later, and though he sat with Lavender, Harry did not see them exchange a word all the time they were together. Hermione was acting as though she was quite oblivious to all of this, but once or twice Harry saw an inexplicable smirk cross her face. All that day she seemed to be in a particularly good mood, and that evening, in the common room, she even consented to look over, in other words, finish writing, Harry's herbology essay, something she had been resolutely refusing to do up to that point because she had known that Harry would then let Ron copy his work. "Thanks a lot, Hermione," said Harry, giving her a hasty pat on the back as he checked his watch and saw that it was nearly 8 o'clock. "Listen, I've got to hurry or I'll be late for Dumbledore." She did not answer, but merely crossed out a few of his
feebler sentences in a weary sort of way. Grinning, Harry hurried out through the portrait hole and off to the headmaster's office. The gargoyle leapt aside at the mention of toffee eclairs, and Harry took the spiral staircase 2 steps at a time, knocking on the door just as a clock within chimed 8.
"Enter,"
called Dumbledore, but as Harry put out a hand to push the door, it was wrenched open from inside. There stood Professor Trelawney. "Aha!" she cried, pointing dramatically at Harry as she blinked at him through her magnifying spectacles. "So, this is the reason I am to be thrown unceremoniously from your office, Dumbledore."
"My dear Sybil," said Dumbledore in a slightly exasperated voice, "there is no question of throwing you unceremoniously from anywhere, but Harry does have an appointment, and I really don't think there is any more to be said."
"Very well," said Professor Trelawney in a deeply wounded voice. "If you will not banish the usurping nag, so be it. Perhaps I shall find a school where my talents are better appreciated." She pushed past Harry and disappeared down the spiral staircase. They heard her stumble halfway down, and Harry guessed that she had tripped over one of her trailing shawls.
"Please, close the door and sit down, Harry,"
said Dumbledore, sounding rather tired. Harry obeyed, noticing as he took his usual seat in front of Dumbledore's desk that the Pensieve lay between them once more, as did 2 more tiny crystal bottles full of swirling memory. "Professor Trelawney still isn't happy Firenze's teaching, then?" Harry asked.
"No," said Dumbledore. "Divination is turning out to be much more trouble than I could have foreseen, never having studied the subject myself. I cannot ask Firenze to return to the forest, where he is now an outcast, nor can I ask Sybil Trelawney to leave. Between ourselves, she has no idea of the danger she would be in outside the castle. She does not know, and I think it would be unwise to enlighten her that she made the prophecy about you and Voldemort, you see."
Dumbledore heaved a deep sigh and then said,
"But never mind my staff problems. We have much more important matters to discuss. Firstly, have you managed the task I set you at the end of our previous lesson?"
"Ah," said Harry, brought up short. With apparition lessons and Quidditch and Ron being poisoned and getting his skull cracked and his determination to find out what Draco Malfoy was up to, Harry had almost forgotten about the memory Dumbledore had asked him to extract from Professor Slughorn. "Well, I asked Professor Slughorn about it at the end of potions, sir, but he wouldn't give it to me." There was a little silence.
"I see,"
said Dumbledore eventually, peering at Harry over the top of his half-moon spectacles and giving Harry the usual sensation that he was being X-rayed.
"And you feel that you have exerted your very best efforts in this matter, do you? That you have exercised all of your considerable ingenuity? That you have left no depth of cunning unplumbed in your quest to retrieve the memory?"
"Well," Harry stalled, at a loss for what to say next. His single attempt to get hold of the memory suddenly seemed embarrassingly feeble. "Well, the day Ron swallowed Love Potion by mistake, I took him to Professor Slughorn. I thought maybe if I got Professor Slughorn in a good enough mood."
"And did that work?"
asked Dumbledore. "Well, no, sir, because Ron got poisoned."
"Which naturally made you forget all about trying to retrieve the memory. I would have expected nothing else, while your best friend was in danger. Once it became clear that Mr. Weasley was going to make a full recovery, however, I would have hoped that you returned to the task I set you. I thought I made it clear to you how very important that memory is. Indeed, I did my best to impress upon you that it is the most crucial memory of all, and that we will be wasting our time without it."
A hot, prickly feeling of shame spread from the top of Harry's head all the way down his body. Dumbledore had not raised his voice. He did not even sound angry, but Harry would have preferred him to yell. This cold disappointment was worse than anything. "Sir," he said, a little desperately, "it isn't that I wasn't bothered or anything. I've just had other things."
"Other things on your mind?"
Dumbledore finished the sentence for him.
"I see."
Silence fell between them again, the most uncomfortable silence Harry had ever experienced with Dumbledore. It seemed to go on, punctuated only by the little grunting snores of the portrait of Armando Dippet over Dumbledore's head. Harry felt strangely diminished, as though he had shrunk a little since he had entered the room. When he could stand it no longer, he said, "Professor Dumbledore, I'm really sorry. I should have done more. I should have realised you wouldn't have asked me to do it if it wasn't really important."
"Thank you for saying that, Harry," said Dumbledore quietly. "May I hope, then, that you will give the matter higher priority from now on? There will be little point our meeting after tonight unless we have that memory."
I'll do it, sir. I'll get it from him," Harry said earnestly.
"Then we shall say no more about it just now," said Dumbledore more kindly, "but continue with our story where we left off. You remember what that was?"
"Yes, sir," said Harry quickly. "Voldemort killed his father and his grandparents and made it look as though his Uncle Morfin did it. Then he went back to Hogwarts and asked Professor Slughorn about Horcruxes," he mumbled shamefacedly.
"Very good," said Dumbledore. "Now you will remember, I hope, that I told you at the very outset of these meetings of ours that we would be entering the realms of guesswork and speculation."
"Yes, sir."
"Thus far, as I hope you agree, I have shown you reasonably firm sources of fact for my deductions as to what Voldemort did until the age of 17.
Harry nodded.
"But now, Harry," said Dumbledore, "now things become murkier and stranger. If it was difficult to find evidence about the boy riddle, it has been almost impossible to find anyone prepared to reminisce about the man Voldemort. In fact, I doubt whether there is a soul alive apart from himself who could give us a full account of his life since he left Hogwarts. However, I have two last memories that I would like to share with you."
Dumbledore indicated the two little crystal bottles gleaming beside the pensieve.
I shall then be glad of your opinion as to whether the conclusions I have drawn from them seem likely."
The idea that Dumbledore valued his opinion this highly made Harry feel even more deeply ashamed that he had failed in the task of retrieving the Horcrux memory, and he shifted guiltily in his seat as Dumbledore raised the first of the two bottles to the light and examined it.
"I hope you are not tired of diving into other people's memories, for they are curious recollections, these two," he said. "The first one came from a very old house elf by the name of Hokey. Before we see what Hokey witnessed, I must quickly recount how Lord Voldemort left Hogwarts. He reached the 7th year of his schooling with, as you might have expected, top grades in every examination he had taken. All around him, his classmates were deciding which jobs they were to pursue once they had left Hogwarts. Nearly everybody expected spectacular things from Tom Riddle, prefect, head boy, winner of the special award for services to the school. I know that several teachers, Professor Slughorn amongst them, suggested that he join the Ministry of Magic, offered to set up appointments, put them in touch with useful contacts. He refused all offers. The next thing the staff knew, Voldemort was working at Borgin and Burke's."
"At Borgin and Burke's?" Harry repeated, stunned.
"At Borgin and Burke's," repeated Dumbledore calmly. "I think you will see what attractions the place held for him when we have entered Hokey's memory. But this was not Voldemort's first choice of job. Hardly anyone knew of it at the time. I was one of the few in whom the then headmaster confided. But Voldemort first approached Professor Dippet and asked whether he could remain at Hogwarts as a teacher."
"He wanted to stay here? Why?" asked Harry, more amazed still.
"I believe he had several reasons, though he confided none of them to Professor Dippet," said Dumbledore. "Firstly, and very importantly, Voldemort was, I believe, more attached to this school than he has ever been to a person. Hogwarts was where he had been happiest, the first and only place he had felt at home."
Harry felt slightly uncomfortable at these words, for this was exactly how he felt about Hogwarts too.
"Secondly, the castle is a stronghold of ancient magic. Undoubtedly Voldemort had penetrated many more of its secrets than most of the students who passed through the place. But he may have felt that these were still mysteries to unravel, stores of magic to tap. And thirdly, as a teacher, he would have had great power and influence over young witches and wizards. Perhaps he had gained the idea from Professor Slughorn, the teacher with whom he was on best terms, who had demonstrated how influential a role a teacher can play. I do not imagine for an instant that Voldemort envisaged spending the rest of his life at Hogwarts, but I do think that he saw it as a useful recruiting ground and a place where he might begin to build himself an army."
"But he didn't get the job, sir."
"No, he did not. Professor Dippet told him that he was too young at 18, but invited him to reapply in a few years, if he still wished to teach."
"How did you feel about that, sir?" asked Harry hesitantly.
"Deeply uneasy," said Dumbledore. I had advised Armando against the appointment. I did not give the reasons I have given you, for Professor Dippet was very fond of Voldemort, and convinced of his honesty. But I did not want Lord Voldemort back at this school, and especially not in a position of power. Which job did he want, sir? What subject did he want to teach? Somehow Harry knew the answer even before Dumbledore gave it. Defence against the dark arts. It was being taught at the time by an old professor by the name of Galatea Merryfort, who had been at Hogwarts for nearly 50 years. So Voldemort went off to Borgin and Burke's, and all the staff who had admired him said what a waste it was. A brilliant young wizard like that working in a shop. However, Voldemort was no more assistant, polite, and handsome and clever. He was soon given particular jobs of the type that only exist in a place like Borgin and Burke's, which specializes, as you know, Harry, in objects with unusual and powerful properties. Voldemort was sent to persuade people to part with their treasures for sale by their partners, and he was, by all accounts, unusually gifted at doing this.
I'll bet he was, said Harry, unable to contain himself.
Well, quite, said Dumbledore with a faint smile. And now it is time to hear from Hokey the house elf, who worked for a very old, very rich witch by the name of Hephzibah Smith.
Dumbledore tapped a bottle with his wand. The cork flew out and he tipped the swirling memory into the pensieve, saying as he did so,
"After you, Harry."
Harry got to his feet and bent once more over the rippling silver contents of the stone basin until his face touched them. He tumbled through dark nothingness and landed in a sitting room in front of an immensely fat old lady wearing an elaborate ginger wig and a brilliant pink set of robes that flowed all around her, giving her the look of a melting iced cake. She was looking into a small jewelled mirror and dabbing rouge onto her already scarlet cheeks with a large powder puff, while the tiniest and oldest house elf Harry had ever seen laced her fleshy feet into tight satin slippers.
"Hurry up, Hokey,"
said Hephzibah imperiously.
"He said he'd come at 4. It's only a couple of minutes to, and he's never been late yet."
She tucked away her powder puff as the house elf straightened up. The top of the elf's head barely reached the seat of Hephzibah's chair, and her papery skin hung off her frame, just like the crisp linen sheet she wore draped like a toga. "How do I look?" said Hephzibah, turning her head to admire the various angles of her face in the mirror.
"Lovely, madam,"
squeaked Hokey. Harry could only assume that it was down in Hokey's contract that she must lie through her teeth when asked this question, because Hephzibah Smith looked a long way from lovely in his opinion. A tinkling doorbell rang, and both mistress and elf jumped.
Quick, quick, he's here, Hokey,"
cried Hephzibah, and the elf scurried out of the room, which was so crammed with objects that it was difficult to see how anybody could navigate their way across it without knocking over at least a dozen things. There were cabinets full of little lacquered boxes, cases full of gold-embossed books, shelves of orbs and celestial globes, and many flourishing pot plants in brass containers. In fact, the room looked like a cross between a magical antique shop and a conservatory. The house elf returned within minutes, followed by a tall young man Harry had no difficulty whatsoever in recognising as Voldemort. He was plainly dressed in a black suit. His hair was a little longer than it had been at school, and his cheeks were hollowed. But all of this suited him. He looked more handsome than ever. He picked his way through the cramped room with an air that showed he had visited many times before, and bowed low over Hephzibah's fat little hand, brushing it with his lips. "I brought you flowers," he said quietly, producing a bunch of roses from nowhere. "You naughty boy, you shouldn't have," squealed old Hephzibah, though Harry noticed that she had an empty vase standing ready on the nearest little table. "You do spoil this old lady, Tom. Sit down, sit down. Where's Hokey? Ah!" The house elf had come dashing back into the room, carrying a tray of little cakes, which she set at her mistress's elbow. "Help yourself, Tom," said Hephzibah. "I know how you love my cakes. Now, how are you? You look pale. They overwork you at that shop. I've said it 100 times. Voldemort smiled mechanically, and Hephzibah simpered. "Well, what's your excuse for visiting this time?" she asked, batting her lashes. "Mr. Burke would like to make an improved offer for the goblin-made armour," said Voldemort,
500 galleons. He feels it is more than fair. Now, not so fast, or I'll think you've only come here for trinkets, pouted Hepzibah. I am ordered here because of them, said Voldemort quietly. I am only a poor assistant, madam, who must do as he is told. Mr. Burke wishes me to inquire. Oh, Mr. Burke, phooey, said Hepzibah, waving a little hand. I've something to show you that I've never shown Mr. Burke. Can you keep a secret, Tom? Will you promise you won't tell Mr. Burke I've got it? He'd never let me rest if he knew I'd shown it to you, and I'm not selling, not to Burke, not to anyone, but you, Tom. You'll appreciate it for its history, not how many galleons you can get for it. I'd be glad to see anything Miss Hepzibah shows me, said Voldemort quietly, and Hepzibah gave another girlish giggle. I had Hokey bring it out for me. Hokey, where are you? I want to show Mr. Riddle our finest treasure. In fact, bring both while you're at it. Here, madam, squeaked the house elf, and Harry saw 2 leather boxes, one on top of the other, moving across the room as if on their own volition, though he knew the tiny elf was holding them over her head as she wended her way between tables, poufs, and footstools. Now, said Hepzibah happily, taking the boxes from the elf, laying them in her lap, and preparing to open the topmost one. I think you'll like this, Tom. Oh, if my family knew I was showing you, they can't wait to get their hands on this. She opened the lid. Harry edged forwards a little to get a better view and saw what looked like a small golden cup with 2 finely wrought handles. I wonder whether you know what it is, Tom. Pick it up. Have a good look, whispered Hepzibah, and Voldemort stretched out a long-fingered hand and lifted the cup by one handle of its snug silken wrappings. Harry thought he saw a red gleam in his dark eyes. His greedy expression was curiously mirrored on Hepzibah's face, except that her tiny eyes were fixed upon Voldemort's handsome features. A badger, murmured Voldemort, examining the engraving upon the cup. There, then this was Helga Hufflepuff's. As you very well know, you clever boy, said Hepzibah, leaning forwards, and a loud creaking of corsets and actually pinching his hollow cheek. Didn't I tell you I was distantly descended? This has been handed down in the family for years and years. Lovely, isn't it? And all sorts of powers it's supposed to possess too, but I haven't tested them thoroughly. I just keep it nice and safe in here. She hooked the cup back off Voldemort's long forefinger and restored it gently into its box, too intent upon settling it carefully back into position to notice the shadow that crossed Voldemort's face as the cup was taken away. Now then, said Hepzibah happily, where's Hokey? Oh yes, there you are. Take that away now, Hokey. The elf obediently took the boxed cup, and Hepzibah turned her attention to the much flatter box in her lap. I think you'll like this even more, Tom, she whispered. Lean in a little, dear boy, so you can see. Of course, Burke knows I've got this one. I bought it in from him, and I dare say he'd love to get it back when I'm gone. She slid back the fine, filigreed clasp and flipped open the box. There upon the smooth crimson velvet lay a heavy golden locket. Voldemort reached out his hand, without invitation this time, and held it up to the light, staring at it. Slytherin's mark, he said quietly, as the light played upon ornate serpentine S. That's right, said Hepzibah, delighted, apparently at the sight of Voldemort gazing at her locket, transfixed. I had to pay an arm and a leg for it, but I couldn't let it pass. Not a real treasure like that. Had to have it for my collection. Burke bought it, apparently, from a ragged-looking woman who seemed to have stolen it, but had no idea of its true value. There was no mistaking it this time. Voldemort's eyes flashed scarlet at her words, and Harry saw his knuckles whiten on the locket's chain. I dare say Burke paid her a pittance, but there you are. Pretty, isn't it? And I again, all kinds of powers attributed to it, though I just keep it nice and safe. She reached out to take the locket back. For a moment, Harry thought Voldemort was not going to let go of it, but then it had slid through his fingers and was back in its red velvet cushion. So there you are, Tom, dear, and I hope you enjoyed that. She looked him full in the face, and for the first time, Harry saw her foolish smile falter. Are you all right, dear? Oh, yes, said Voldemort quietly.
Yes, I'm very well. I thought, but a trick of the light, I suppose, said Hepzibah, looking unnerved, and Harry guessed that she too had seen the momentary red gleam in Voldemort's eyes. Here, Hokey, take these away and lock them up again. The usual enchantments.
Time to leave, Harry, said Dumbledore quietly, and as the little elf bobbed away, bearing the boxes, Dumbledore grasped Harry once again above the elbow, and together they rose up through oblivion and back to Dumbledore's office. Hepzibah Smith died 2 days after that little scene, said Dumbledore, resuming his seat and indicating that Harry should do the same. Hokey the house elf was convicted by the Ministry of poisoning her mistress's evening cocoa by accident. No way, said Harry angrily. I see. We are of one mind, said Dumbledore. Certainly there are many similarities between this death and that of the Riddles. In both cases, somebody else took the blame, someone who had a clear memory of having caused the death. Hokey confessed. She remembered putting something in her mistress's cocoa that turned out not to be sugar, but a lethal and little-known poison, said Dumbledore. It was concluded that she had not meant to do it, but being old and confused, Voldemort modified her memory, just like he did with Morphin. Yes, that is my conclusion too, said Dumbledore, and just as with Morphin, the Ministry was predisposed to suspect Hokey. Because she was a house elf, said Harry. He had rarely felt more in sympathy with the society Hermione had set up, SPEW. Precisely, said Dumbledore. She was old. She admitted to having tampered with the drink, and nobody at the Ministry bothered to inquire further. As in the case of Morphin, by the time I traced her and managed to extract this memory, her life was almost over. But her memory, of course, proves nothing except that Voldemort knew of the existence of the cup and the locket. By the time Hokey was convicted, Hepzibah's family had realized that 2 of her greatest treasures were missing. It took them a while to be sure of this, for she had many hiding places, having always guarded her collection most jealously. But before they were sure, beyond doubt, that the cup and the locket were both gone, the assistant who had worked at Borgin and Burke's, the young man who had visited Hepzibah so regularly and charmed her so well, had resigned his post and vanished. His superiors had no idea where he had gone. They were as surprised as anyone at his disappearance, and that was the last that was seen or heard of Tom Riddle for a very long time. Now, said Dumbledore, if you don't mind, Harry, I want to pause once more to draw your attention to certain points of our story. Voldemort had committed another murder. Whether it was his first since he killed the Riddles, I do not know, but I think it was. This time, as you will have seen, he killed not for revenge, but for gain. He wanted the 2 fabulous trophies that poor, besotted old woman showed him, just as he had once robbed the other children at his orphanage, just as he had stolen his Uncle Morphin's ring. So he ran off now with Hepzibah's cup and locket. But, said Harry, frowning, it seems mad, risking everything, throwing away his job, just for those. Mad to you, perhaps, but not to Voldemort, said Dumbledore. I hope you will understand in due course exactly what those objects meant to him, Harry, but you must admit that it is not difficult to imagine that he saw the locket, at least, as rightfully his. The locket, maybe, said Harry, but why take the cup as well? It had belonged to another of Hogwarts' founders, said Dumbledore. I think he still felt a great pull towards the school, and that he could not resist an object so steeped in Hogwarts history. There were other reasons, I think. I hope to be able to demonstrate them to you in due course. And now, for the very last recollection I have to show you, at least until you manage to retrieve Professor Slughorn's memory for us. 10 years separate Hokey's memory and this one. 10 years during which we can only guess at what Lord Voldemort was doing. Harry got to his feet once more as Dumbledore emptied the last memory into the pensieve. Whose memory is it? He asked. Mine, said Dumbledore, and Harry dived after Dumbledore through the shifting silver mass, landing in the very office he had just left. There was Fawkes, slumbering happily on his perch, and there behind the desk was Dumbledore, who looked very similar to the Dumbledore standing beside Harry, though both hands were whole and undamaged, and his face was perhaps a little less lined.
The one difference between the present-day office and this one was that it was snowing in the past. Bluish flecks were drifting past the window in the dark and building up on the outside ledge. The younger Dumbledore seemed to be waiting for something, and sure enough, moments after their arrival, there was a knock on the door, and he said, "Enter!" Harry let out a hastily stifled gasp. Voldemort had entered the room. His features were not those Harry had seen emerge from the great stone cauldron almost 2 years before. They were not as snake-like. The eyes were not yet scarlet, the face not yet mask-like. And yet he was no longer handsome, Tom Riddle. It was as though his features had been burned and blurred. They were waxy and oddly distorted, and the whites of all the eyes now had a permanently bloody look, though the pupils were not yet the slits that Harry knew they would become. He was wearing a long black cloak, and his face was as pale as the snow glistening on his shoulders. The Dumbledore behind the desk showed no sign of surprise. Evidently this visit had been made by appointment. "Good evening, Tom," said Dumbledore easily. "Won't you sit down?" "Thank you," said Voldemort, and he took the seat to which Dumbledore had gestured, the very seat, by the looks of it, that Harry had just vacated in the present. "I heard that you had become headmaster," he said, and his voice was slightly higher and colder than it had been. "A worthy choice." "I am glad you approve," said Dumbledore, smiling. "May I offer you a drink?" "That would be welcome," said Voldemort. "I have come a long way." Dumbledore stood and swept over to the cabinet, where he now kept the pensieve, but which was full of bottles. Having handed Voldemort a goblet of wine and poured one for himself, he returned to the seat behind the desk. "So, Tom, to what do I owe this pleasure?" Voldemort did not answer at once, but merely tipped his wine. "They do not call me Tom any more," he said. "These days I am known as—" "I know what you are known as," said Dumbledore, smiling pleasantly. "But to me, I'm afraid you will always be Tom Riddle. It is one of the irritating things about old teachers, I'm afraid. They never quite forget their charge's youthful beginnings." He raised his glass, as though toasting Voldemort, whose face remained expressionless. Nevertheless, Harry felt the atmosphere in the room change subtly. Dumbledore's refusal to use Voldemort's chosen name was refusal to allow Voldemort to dictate the terms of this meeting, and Harry could tell that Voldemort took it as such. "I am surprised you have remained here so long," said Voldemort after a short pause. "I always wondered why a wizard such as yourself never wished to leave school." "Well," said Dumbledore, still smiling, "to a wizard such as myself, there can be nothing more important than passing on ancient skills, helping hone young minds. If I remember correctly, you once saw the attraction of teaching too." "I see it still," said Voldemort. "I merely wondered why you, who is so often asked for advice by the ministry, and who has twice, I think, been offered the post of minister—" "3 times at the last count, actually," said Dumbledore. "But the ministry never attracted me as a career. Again, something we have in common, I think." Voldemort inclined his head, unsmiling, and took another sip of wine. Dumbledore did not break the silence that stretched between them now, but waited, with a look of pleasant expectancy, for Voldemort to talk first. "I have returned," he said, after a little while, later perhaps than Professor Dippet expected, "but I have returned nevertheless to request again that he once told me I was too young to have. I have come to you to ask that you permit me to return to this castle, to teach. I think you must know that I have seen and done much since I left this place. I could show and tell your students things that they can gain from no other wizard." Dumbledore considered Voldemort over the top of his own goblet for a while before speaking. "Yes, I certainly do know that you have seen and done much since leaving us," he said quietly. "Rumours of your doings have reached your old school, Tom. I should be sorry to believe half of them." Voldemort's expression remained impassive as he said, "Greatness inspires envy. Envy engenders spite. Spite spawns lies. You must know this, Dumbledore." "You call it greatness? What you have been doing, do you?" asked Dumbledore delicately. "Certainly," said Voldemort, and his eyes seemed to burn red. "I have experimented. I have pushed the boundaries of magic further, perhaps, than they have ever been pushed." "Of some kinds of magic," Dumbledore corrected him quietly. "Of some. Of others you remain, forgive me, woefully ignorant." For the first time, Voldemort smiled. It was a taut leer, an evil thing, more threatening than a look of rage. "The old argument," he said softly, "but nothing I have seen in the world has supported your famous pronouncements that love is more powerful than any kind of magic, Dumbledore."
"Perhaps you have been looking in the wrong places," suggested Dumbledore. "Well then, what better place to start my fresh researches than here at Hogwarts?" said Voldemort. "Will you let me return? Will you let me share my knowledge with your students? I place myself and my talents at your disposal. I am yours to command."
Dumbledore raised his eyebrows.
"And what will become of those whom you command? What will happen to those who call themselves, or so rumour has it, the Death Eaters?"
Harry could tell that Voldemort had not expected Dumbledore to know this name. He saw Voldemort's eyes flash red again, and the slit-like nostrils flare. "My friends," he said, after a moment's pause, "will carry on without me, I am sure."
"I am glad to hear that you consider them friends," said Dumbledore. "I was under the impression that they are more in the order of servants."
"You are mistaken," said Voldemort.
"Then, if I were to go to the Hog's Head tonight, I would not find a group of them. Not Rosia, Melciba, Dolohov, awaiting your return. Devoted friends indeed to travel this far with you on a snowy night merely to wish you luck as you attempted to secure a teaching post."
There could be no doubt that Dumbledore's detailed knowledge of those with whom he was travelling was even less welcome to Voldemort. However, he rallied almost at once. "You are omniscient, as ever, Dumbledore."
"Oh no, merely friendly with the local barman," said Dumbledore lightly. "Now, Tom."
Dumbledore set down his empty glass and drew himself up in his seat, the tips of his fingers together in a very charismatic gesture.
"Let us speak openly. Why have you come here tonight, surrounded by henchmen, to request a job we both know you do not want?"
Voldemort looked coldly surprised.
"A job I do not want? On the contrary, Dumbledore, I want it very much." "Oh, you want to come back to Hogwarts, but you do not want to teach any more than you wanted to when you were 18. What is it you're after, Tom? Why not try an open request for once?"
Voldemort sneered.
"If you do not want to give me a job—" "Of course I don't," said Dumbledore, "and I don't think for a moment you expected me to. Nevertheless, you came here, you asked, you must have had a purpose."
Voldemort stood up. He looked less like Tom Riddle than ever, his features thick with rage.
"This is your final word?"
"It is," said Dumbledore, also standing. "Then we have nothing more to say to each other."
"No, nothing," said Dumbledore,
and a great sadness filled his face.
"The time is long gone when I could frighten you with a burning wardrobe and force you to take repayment for your crimes. But I wish I could, Tom. I wish I could."
For a second, Harry was on the verge of shouting a pointless warning. He was sure that Voldemort's hand had twitched towards his pocket in his wand. But then, the moment had passed. Voldemort had turned away. The door was closing and he was gone. Harry felt Dumbledore's hand close over his arm again, and moments later they were standing together on almost the same spot. But there was now no snow building on the window ledge, and Dumbledore's hand was blackened and dead-looking once more. "Why?" said Harry at once, looking up into Dumbledore's face. "Why did he come back? Did you ever find out?"
"I have ideas," said Dumbledore, "but no more than that."
"What ideas, sir?"
"I shall tell you, Harry, when you have retrieved that memory from Professor Slughorn," said Dumbledore. "When you have that last piece of the jigsaw, everything will, I hope, be clear to both of us."
Harry was still burning with curiosity, and even though Dumbledore had walked to the door and was holding it open for him, he did not move at once. "Was he after the Defence Against the Dark Arts job again, sir?"
"He didn't say." "Oh, he definitely wanted the Defence Against the Dark Arts job," said Dumbledore. "The aftermath of our little meeting proved that. You see, we have never been able to keep a Defence Against the Dark Arts teacher for longer than a year since I refused the post to Lord Voldemort."